the protagonist travels to the world of My Little Pony, embarking on a joyful journey of growth. Chapter 1. The Crossing. His name is Lin Mo. He grew up in an orphanage and started helping out to earn some pocket money after he began school. Once he became an adult, he started working and studying hard. There was nothing extraordinary about his campus life. While school violence might exist, it never happened to him. The precocious children each had their own moral standards and wouldn't bully the good kids, including him, who was working to support himself. Instead, he had to learn to politely refuse help to avoid incurring too many debts of gratitude. After graduating, he happened to find that state-owned enterprises were hiring a large number of staff. Thinking his qualifications were decent, he immediately applied and was successfully selected as an intern. Who would have thought that a simple piece of advice given privately would lead to resentment? Not only was he dismissed, but he was also slandered and labeled as morally corrupt, or perhaps someone needed a scapegoat. Lin Mo sighed, leaning back and looking up at the sky. The meticulously neat outfit he wore had already been dampened by dew and was now wrinkled as he stood up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Mo suddenly noticed something and quickly ran over to push a boy away. Bang, bang, bang. With a few loud sounds, those around him paused for a moment. Quick, quick, quick. Someone help. Call 120. Bro, are you okay? Don't fall asleep. Wow, mommy. But no matter how anxious the people around him were, they couldn't stop life from flowing away like water in a desert. Everything that had happened felt like a fleeting illusion, shattering before his eyes. His consciousness slowly sank, feeling as though he was sinking into an ocean, gradually falling into darkness. The light of his soul dimmed in the water, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. The void is the non-existence of all existence. The void is the existence without any system of rules. The end of disappearance is the void, and the depths of the void are even deeper voids. With a wave, the light orb merged with the soul, and blinding light burst forth from the soul. The surrounding torrents converged, forming a ring under the influence of the light, pushing the soul through the void, and after breaking through a certain boundary, it vanished. Along with the soul, dawn is the darkest moment of the day, and this applies to the eternal freedom forest outside of Ponyville as well. If the forest at dawn is dangerous, then the eternal freedom forest at dawn takes that danger to the extreme. Lin Mo, just awakened, was extremely tense at this moment. In the darkness, he clutched the branch beneath him tightly, his eyes wide open as he listened carefully to the sound around him. Fear was evident in his eyes, cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, daring not to make sound. Where the hell is this? A secret research facility of American scientists? Has the global biological gene mutated? At this moment, Lin Mo had no time to check his own changes. Even the fact that he had come back to life was thrown to the back of his mind. He just hoped to safely survive until tomorrow. As Lin Mo anxiously waited, the sun finally rose. The morning in the forest still carried a chill, but Lin Mo's heart gradually warmed up. With the sunlight shining, it seemed that the eternal freedom forest also regained its peace. A two-headed dog lay snoozing under a distant tree, and the strange creatures were nowhere to be seen. Lin Mo carefully moved his body, feeling soreness all over, but he dared not stop. He slowly descended from the tree and, taking advantage of the cover of the grass, left the place of chaos in his eyes. After he left, the two-headed dog seemed to sense something, glancing back at his previous hiding spot, tilting its head in confusion, not knowing where the little pony it had been. Guarding all night had gone. However, despite the confusion, it didn't think too much as long as he left the vicinity of that guy. There should be no danger. After all, he was a unicorn that had ventured alone deep into the eternal freedom forest, so it simply went back to sleep. Somewhere in the eternal freedom forest, a small stream flowed, and not far from the stream stood a pure white unicorn, staring blankly at the water, fear, struggle, and confusion evident in his eyes. This unicorn is Lin Mo. Just now, he had run for his life and realized something was off along the way. His mind was filled with new information, but he dared not think too deeply, nor did he dare to look down. However, no matter how unwilling he was to believe, the sensations from his body clearly told him that he was standing on 4 legs. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely walked over. This forest was not harmonious, and he had no time to waste here. He took another deep breath, lowered his head, and opened his tightly shut eyes. Is this me? Reflected in the water was a young unicorn, slightly softer in build than a normal male pony, with smooth, glossy pure white fur and a flowing bluish mane that didn't appear. Messy, his face, almost unrelated to that of a real horse, was adorned with a pair of light golden eyes, and the position of his horn on his forehead was just right. Not bad. Lin Mo twisted his body, eagerly observing himself. It must be said that humans are indeed visual creatures. What is this? As he twisted his body, Linimo noticed the pattern on his backside, a silver-gray ring made up of countless lines. Staring at it gave a somewhat addictive feeling, though not too severe. Wait. If I'm a unicorn now, then could that information be? Just as Linimo was about to retrieve the information in his mind, he suddenly stopped. Chapter 2. Woodwolf. Linimo sank his consciousness into his mind, and after a moment, he opened his eyes in surprise. Could it really be the magical inheritance of unicorns? Actually, it wasn't, he exclaimed excitedly. Taking a deep breath, Linimo tried to calm his excited heart. He was preparing to adjust his state to learn magic, but the distant howling of wolves made the smile on his face freeze instantly. The temptation of magic made him forget his situation. Studying magic here might just get him eaten by a beast coming to drink water. Magic could be temporarily set aside. After all, this knowledge wouldn't sprout wings and fly away. The most important thing right now was to fill his stomach to restore his strength. Having been scared half to death early yesterday morning and hiding all day today, his stomach was already rebelling from hunger. Fortunately, it wasn't affecting his actions just yet. Speaking of food, he seemed to have seen some fruits on the trees in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Linimo started to leap toward a direction, occasionally stopping to observe. His speed, strength, and agility were quite excellent, and his senses were unusually sharp. He could feel even the slightest rustle around him. As Linimo observed among the leaves, he pondered. Transformation? Possession? Body reshaping? Or perhaps he had gained the memories of a human named Linimo? Just as he was about to continue moving forward, Linimo paused for a moment before proceeding. Thinking about these things now was meaningless. What mattered most was that he was alive and well. And he looked so good too. Beauty lover. Identification complete. As he continued on, Linimo reached the area where the fruit trees were located. However, he didn't go straight in. Instead, he circled around to observe for a while. Phew, safe. Linimo let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding area was filled with ordinary animals, unlike the strange creatures from last night. Given his current situation, he could easily escape from those ordinary fierce beasts. Now he could proceed. Linimo happily rubbed his forehooves and stared at the apples nearby, then reached out to pick one and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. The moment the apple was bitten into, the sweet and sour juice filled his mouth, and the crisp, cold flesh was irresistible. With sparkling eyes, Linimo picked apples one after another and hugged them, then closed his eyes to savor them slowly. Burp. Linimo let out a satisfied burp and opened his eyes, staring with a conflicted expression at the last apple in his hand. He found he couldn't eat anymore. All right, I need a shelter now. Linimo wandered around the stream's edge, searching for a spot to build a temporary shelter. He wouldn't stay here for too long. He still needed to find a group to understand this world. After all, he could talk, and maybe other unicorns could too. Of course, non-unicorns would be fine as well. The midday sun was a bit scorching, so Linimo walked under the trees to avoid the sun. He had noticed that the strange creatures in this forest weren't as numerous as he had imagined, at least not during the day. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded, and Linimo hurriedly lowered his head. Thud! A stone hit the ground. Linimo turned to see a group of monkeys laughing and rolling on the ground, pointing at him. Did I still not avoid them? Linimo's face darkened in annoyance, and he immediately turned to run. The monkeys in the forest loved to play pranks, and even those who often interacted with humans would sometimes steal and vandalize without hesitation, coming in groups. Seeing Linimo escape, the monkeys seemed to have found a fun toy and all chased after him. Stones were thrown one after another, and Linimo dodged left and right, but still got hit a few times. Seeing that the monkey group showed no signs of retreating, a fierce look flashed in Linimo's eyes. He quickly untied the vines on his body, throwing them along with the fruits behind him to distract the monkeys with a shower of apples. Then Linimo leaped, lightly stepping on the tree trunk with his forehooves, using his hind hooves with force, twisting in the air as he pounced towards the group of monkeys, stomping, thrusting, and kicking. As one monkey fell injured to the ground, the group gradually retreated. Linimo climbed down the branches, looking at the apples on the ground with a heart full of pain. He picked up the ones that weren't spoiled, wrapped them up, and tied them to himself before leaving with bruises all over. Those pesky monkeys. Just wait until I learn magic. I'll deal with you then. Linimo complained as he walked, constantly observing his surroundings. Linimo suddenly jumped onto a branch to hide. What on earth is that? Linimo widened his eyes and looked at a certain spot. It was a group of wolves made of wood, their eyes glowing green, with 2 green leaves as eyebrows and 2 rows of neatly arranged teeth in their mouths. Their claws made of wood looked quite sharp. One of the wood wolves pressed its nose close to the ground, seeming to sniff the air around it, while the other wood wolves were looking around. What were they searching for? Can they smell? Can they eat humans? Would they eat humans? How would they do it? Can they do intimate things? I'm so curious. Lin Mo looked at the group of wood wolves in amazement, completely focused. His eyes following the movements of the wood wolves. What do they usually do? Is the wood used for their bodies durable? Where does their consciousness come from in their wooden bodies? Were they lonely when they were just a single piece of wood before becoming wood wolves? They seemed so pitiful. The wood wolves moved slowly, and Lin Mo also gradually shifted his body for a better view. Crack! A branch snapped underfoot, and Lin Mo's expression froze. The wood wolves looked over. They found him. The wood wolves roared and charged over. Lin Mo thought, peeping was wrong of me, but I'll explain later. He then jumped down from the branch and fled quickly, while the wood wolves pursued him relentlessly. Chapter 3. Cave in the Woods. Lin Mo looked around at the wood wolves, feeling a bit overwhelmed, but the leading one charged directly at him, tail whipping like a dragon. As Lin Mo turned and kicked backward, that wood wolf shattered into pieces. Wow, sorry about that. But now you know how powerful I am, right? Saying that, he charged forward again, delivering a mighty punch. Warrior hooves, trampling everything. After Lin Mo smashed 2 more wood wolves, a third wood wolf stood up and grabbed his hind hooves, gazing deeply into his eyes. The wood on its body seemed to regain vitality, significantly enhancing its abilities. Is it too late to apologize now? Lin Mo's expression was very sincere, but the wood wolf showed no gratitude and tossed him away. Lin Mo twisted his body in the air, rolling twice before standing up. However, the 3 wood wolves he had just smashed had already recovered, and not only that, but they also radiated with energy alongside the other wood wolves. Lin Mo shook his dizzy head and looked at the slowly approaching wood wolves. How about I sing a song for the brothers? If that doesn't work, I can dance too. Lin Mo attempted to buy time to think of an escape method. Don't you really accept apologies? I'm very sincere. But the wood wolves showed no signs of being moved. They growled lowly, as if they were about to tear him apart. All right, you forced my hand. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly became somewhat cold, and the wood wolves also stopped, preparing to attack. I didn't want to use this magic, but you scorpion-tailed lions. His eyes suddenly widened in terror, pointing his hooves towards the diagonal rear of the wood wolves. But there was not a horse to be seen. It had long since disappeared. The anger was evident on the wood wolves' faces as they growled and searched the area, ultimately chasing after the direction where the apples and vines had fallen. Once the wood wolves left, Lin Mo cautiously crawled out from the other side of the bushes, glancing sadly at the apples that had been trampled into mush by the wood wolves, then quickly fled to another place. An hour later, Lin Mo, holding a pear, searched for a place to spend the night. The shelter he had originally planned to build would definitely not be completed today, and various troubles would arise after dark. So he needed to find a safe place to rest for the night. Hong Zheng was thinking about where would be a suitable place when another change occurred beneath Lin Mo's feet. He fell into a pit created by the collapsing ground, with pears scattered around him. This story teaches us to watch our steps while walking, although it might not help anyway. Lin Mo looked expressionlessly at the sky, deciding to lie down for a while in the spot where he fell. He took down the pear that he had pierced with his horn and wiped it clean, eating it while turning his head to look around. Not far away, it seemed there was an entrance to a cave that was half submerged. Lin Mo threw the remaining pear into his mouth, patted his front hoof, and walked over. From the collapse, it appeared he had just been next to the entrance of this pit. Through the opening in front of him, he should be able to reach deeper into the cave. Lin Mo dug away the soil around the entrance. It seemed that no animals had passed through this cave for a long time. If possible, he decided to spend the night here. He climbed up to find a rock to block the entrance, and then began collecting branches, tying them with vines to cover the pit above, and laying smaller twigs and larger leaves on top, finally covering it with dirt to conceal it. Lin Mo entered the cave through the reserved space. Inside, he had already made a bed out of leaves, and there were some branches prepared for making a torch nearby. He would explore the cave tomorrow after making the torch. Now, it was pitch black outside, and there was nothing else to do but sleep. By the time Lin Mo finished making the torch, it was already noon the next day. He moved the rock blocking the entrance and held the torch as he went down. The passage was quite large, clearly left by a large animal. Although it was a bit cramped, he had no major issues walking with the torch. As Lin Mo ventured deeper, the cave became increasingly spacious. When he exited the passage, he found himself in a large cavern, with passages leading in unknown directions all around. Lin Mo was a bit dazed looking at a wheelbarrow in the cave. Had humans once lived here? No, this wheelbarrow was too small. It didn't seem like something humans would use. Perhaps dwarves or goblins had lived here. Although the cave was still relatively stable, the tools around had already begun to decay. The cave walls were covered in claw marks from beasts. Had they been driven away by wild animals? Was that a collar? So they had kept dogs? Lin Mo approached what seemed to be a collar, and suddenly, huh? Who is it? How extravagant to inlay gems on a collar. Lin Mo picked up the collar and carefully removed the gems one by one. There was one oval red gem about 2 centimeters high and 8 round blue gems, each with a diameter of 1 centimeter. So this was a mine. Lin Mo set the gems aside and looked at the surrounding tools, wondering how they could be so lavish. He walked around the entire cavern, feeling this place didn't resemble a mine. Even dwarves could only accommodate at most 5 people here for resting, and the surrounding passages sloped upwards, not resembling other mines. However, the tools clearly indicated they were for mining, which was becoming increasingly strange. Lin Mo felt the ground beneath him was somewhat soft with distinct footprints. His eyes lit up as he brought the torch closer. Animal footprints. Could it be that? Lin Mo carefully inserted the torch in a safe spot and began digging cautiously, afraid of anything splattering onto him. He wasn't wearing clothes, and there was nowhere to change if he got dirty. Before long, feeling something hard, Lin Mo eagerly used his pickaxe to dig away the dirt on top. It seemed to be a box. He immediately threw the pickaxe aside and leaned forward, quickly digging out the box with his hooves. The box wasn't locked and had no patterns on it, but its weight and burial method indicated it was important to its owner. Chapter 4. Treehouse in the Forest. Calm down. Calm down. Maybe there aren't any gems inside. It could just be photographs or children's toys. Lin Mo tried to steady his excited heart, but thinking about the possibility of a large number of gems made his heartbeat quicken. Who? Lin Mo lifted the box with his left hoof and placed his right hoof in front of the lid. May Buddha bless. May God bestow grace. May the 3 pure ones show their divine power. Urgently, as per the law. Amen. Open. As the box opened, Lin Mo stood frozen for 3 seconds, utterly astonished. There really were gems inside, and they were so big. The immense surprise made Lin Mo shout and scream, and after a while, he finally calmed down. This must be a relic. At that moment, Li stretched out his hand towards a shameless unicorn, gently covering his eyes. He must have been buried deep in the mine. Poor thing, he probably didn't even have a grave. Li removed his hands and looked at the incredibly sad stallion in front of him. Brother, don't worry. Once I get out, I'll use this box to build you a proper grave. I've even thought of a name, the Tomb of the Gem Man, to commemorate your selfless act of leaving wealth for future generations. He patted his chest, tears in his eyes, and vowed. Lin Mo closed the box, picked up the torch, and solemnly bowed towards the depths of the mine before turning to leave with the box. Meanwhile, Li stayed in place, marveling at how rapidly his power was increasing. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lin Mo had learned many spells through the memories in his mind, but most of them remained at a usable level, and deeper applications would require a long journey ahead. He discovered that so-called magic is about using the mind to manipulate magical power in certain ways, altering its properties and operation to leverage the laws of nature to achieve specific goals, similar to how scientists use instruments to borrow physical rules. These discoveries reminded him of a saying he had heard a long time ago. The end of science is magic. Perhaps magic is the result of science evolving to a certain extent and continuously improving. For example, the fire rain meteor spell he had seen in his memories didn't actually summon a meteor. Instead, it collected, compressed, and altered the nature of energy rays that were ubiquitous in the universe through magic, causing them to fall like fire rain meteors and inflict massive damage. The attack range might not be as wide as a real meteor, but it could deal more harm to enemies on multiple levels. So in his view, magic is a one-time device or weapon created by manipulating magical power with the mind. Its advantages are controllability and adaptability, while its drawback is that all magical casting is limited by one's own level. Merely casting spells typically doesn't consume resources. On the other hand, machinery is a long-term instrument or weapon manufactured by scientists using various energy sources. Contrary to magic, machinery is less controllable and harder to modify, but its advantage lies in its low requirement for personal skill. As long as it can be produced, it can equip everyone. And the use of instruments almost always consumes resources. In short, the difference between science and magic is magical power, and this very point has stumped countless individuals. After Lin Mo began learning magic, he continuously verified and enriched his own knowledge through what he had learned in his past life. Of course, merely reading books isn't a good habit, so he was currently using magic to renovate his small treehouse. He stood still, and things inside the treehouse began to fly out on their own. As the light from his horn flickered, several whirlwinds formed in the air, rapidly rotating and transforming into wind blades that constantly cut and reshaped the interior of the giant tree. That's right. His treehouse wasn't built on the tree, but inside the giant tree. It was a natural tree hollow located near the ground. and he had arranged a concealment array around it using materials found in the forest. He had discovered traces of artificial objects in the northern part of the forest. Continuing in that direction should lead him out of the forest. However, he didn't plan to leave just yet, firstly because of the various resources in the forest, and secondly because he hadn't fully mastered the transformation and illusion spells. Lin continued tidying up his tree hollow, planning to use it as a secret base in the future. He horizontally opened 3 pits inside the tree hollow, planning to lay something down as a bed, similar to the cartoon Bears Can't Sleep. He also made a hole in a thinner part to create a window with wooden boards, and finally used a large wooden board to make a sliding door. The power of magic is indeed convenient. After cleaning out the wood shavings from the tree hollow, he floated in some wooden stumps and other items from outside to tidy them up. Lin looked at his treehouse and gave himself a score of 101. Not feeling proud at all, he threw himself onto the prepared bed, stretched lazily, and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Finally, he had a decent home. Lin couldn't help but reminisce about his 2 months in the forest, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. However, every time he went out, he would see the figures of the wooden wolves. These guys not only became stronger, but also started to resemble real wolves. Lin was sure they were looking for him, as he had followed them a few times using his concealment magic. If he hadn't learned some magic, they would definitely have been a big problem. However, it was strange, they only chased him away and didn't seem to really want his life. So he always tried to find ways to avoid them whenever he went out, especially in the past couple of days when he had nothing to do and didn't go out at all. Unfortunately, today he had to go north. Lin slowly crawled out of bed, thinking he couldn't just leave like this. A sly smile spread across his face as he made a cool expression and said, "Let me set up some defenses for my domain." Concealment. Lin's horn flickered with white light, and the location of the treehouse was also enveloped in sparkling points of light. Then, nothing happened. Lin's expression became somewhat stiff, and he cleared his throat twice to cover up his embarrassment. This was only a magic he could barely use. It could be used, but whether it would succeed and how effective it would be remained to be seen. Half an hour later, Lin finally set up a few spells that could last half a day: concealment, protection, error sensing, and illusion. This way, even if an animal accidentally entered the magic array, there would still be a layer of protection. Magic is just like that. Lin shook his mane and turned to leave the magic array, strutting out with an air of authority. Chapter 5, Space Horseshoe. Lin headed south, with a clear target in mind: a silvery metal star silver iron ore that sparkled like starlight. This was a gold mine he had discovered a few days ago in a cave, an important material needed for making space storage. This month, he had mainly been learning to create space storage magic, so he wouldn't have to see good things and be unable to take them. Concealment. A flash of light shone from his horn, and Lin's figure disappeared from the spot. This magic was quite stable when used on himself. Not far ahead, a group of wooden wolves appeared. How did they know my location? Lin felt confused. Every time he swaggered into the forest, this pack of wooden wolves always managed to arrive in a short time. Shaking his head, Lin quietly maneuvered around them, using the surrounding trees as cover. Simple concealment magic could still be spotted if they looked directly at him. These guys could see through magical disguises to a certain extent. The afternoon breeze in the forest was cool, the surrounding trees stood tall, and the flowers were vibrant, but Lin had no mood to appreciate them. His mind was filled with thoughts of star silver iron ore and his space storage device. Lin slowly approached the large cave, stopping about 100 meters away. The bear bee's antennae seemed to have a special sensing ability, and hiding within 50 to 60 meters posed a risk of being discovered. He had almost been caught last time. He hid behind a large rock and quietly listened to the sounds coming from the cave. Thump, thump, thump. The bear bee slowly walked out of the cave, covering its mouth with its paw and yawning. It had a white head, a black body, bee wings, antennae, a stinger, and thick 6 limbs. After looking around, it found the right direction and flapped its wings to fly away. I never expected this creature could actually fly. Lin watched the bear bee fly away, fantasizing about one day growing wings himself. Once the bear bee flew far away, Lin rushed to the cave, taking out the prepared net bag to collect various ores that the bear bee had accidentally knocked down until he couldn't fit anymore, then stealthily ran out of the cave. Lin hurried to the location of the underground tunnel in the forest. The bear bee was fast, but with the cover of the trees, Lin successfully ran into the tunnel. After searching in vain, the bear bee let out an angry roar, smashing the surrounding trees. On the other side of the forest, Lin crawled out from the tunnel entrance. This underground tunnel seemed to have been dug out for the ores in the cave. Someone had once had the same idea as him. Lin rearranged the net bag. Many ores had fallen out during his hasty escape, but fortunately, the important ones were still intact. Back at the tree hollow, Lin took out the materials he needed from the net bag and retrieved some from a certain spot in the tree hollow. Finally, reluctantly taking out a few gems and setting them aside, Lin took a deep breath and carefully drew the array diagram on the ground. Then placed the gems in their corresponding positions in the diagram and put the ores in the center to release magic power. By the time the magic array began to stabilize, Linmo's magic power was nearly exhausted. With Linmo's current magical ability, he could only rely on the magic array to have any chance of creating a space storage device. The practice he had done over the past few days, combined with what he would need later, meant he had very few gems left. Lin hugged the box and fell asleep with a pained expression. Creating the space device would take several more days. This magic array was only for refining the ores. After that, there would be arrays for melting the ores together, shaping them, and adding enchantments, and only after everything was completed could he obtain the space device. 3 days later, as various metals were melted together, Lin moved the gems to activate the shaping magic array. As the shaping array was activated, a golden liquid that sparkled like starlight slowly transformed into a wider ring. And at the moment of completion, Lin placed the gems into the array for the additional enchantment. Lin looked solemnly at the ring before him, his horn radiating magical light as mysterious patterns were engraved onto the ring. As the engraving was completed, the ring slowly shrank into a golden horseshoe with mysterious patterns, stabilizing itself under the glow of the magic array. Finally, it's over. Looking at the horseshoe quietly suspended in the magic array, Lin breathed a sigh of relief while feeling a bit nervous. The final result would have to wait until the horseshoe came down from the array. Waiting is the longest torment. During the half-day of stabilization, Lin couldn't stay in one place for more than 5 minutes. Ding! The horseshoe suddenly burst forth with silver starlight, which slowly dissipated, leaving only faint traces on the horseshoe. Lin stretched out his hooves to gently catch the horseshoe, eagerly putting it on his right hoof to recognize its master. As soon as he succeeded in recognizing it, Lin felt the space within the horseshoe. Linmo's eyes widened in surprise. There was actually a full 10 cubic meters of space inside this horseshoe. 10 cubic meters is quite large, about the height of a 3-story building, enough to stack 6 people or 5 beds in length. Wearing the horseshoe, Lin excitedly arranged and rearranged the items in his treehouse, having a blast. From today on, you will be called MOU, Lin said to the horseshoe. His mood felt like he had just acquired a luxury mansion, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Time passed unknowingly. Like sitting on the toilet playing on the phone, a long time had gone by. Chapter 6, Joyce. The training of magic is far more difficult than imagined. It has been 8 months since he made the space horseshoe. During these 8 months, Lin not only mastered transformation and illusion magic through continuous practice, but also learned through magic that his current body age was 15, who has ever wandered alone in the forest since 14. He was originally prepared to go out, but still wanted to gather some star silver iron Oregon. The last bit of refined horseshoes he had picked up was used up, so he decided to venture deeper into the forest one last time before heading out. Lin packed up the things he might need and placed them into the horseshoe ring. After checking once more to ensure he hadn't missed anything, he stepped out of the door and headed toward the depths of the forest. The forest was as vibrant as ever, with plants and animals full of vitality, displaying abilities stronger than those on Earth, and some even showing unimaginable strength. For example, the wooden wolf in front of him. With a thud, Lin was violently thrown away, shaking his head as he got back up. The wooden wolf across from him opened and closed its mouth as if laughing, saying, "Kid, you're floating. You actually didn't avoid us. That brother, you all worked hard. Goodbye, brothers." Lin glanced back at the approaching wooden wolves and turned to run, not forgetting to taunt them before leaving. The wooden wolves roared angrily and chased after Lin, who was frantically escaping while also gathering magic power at the tip of his horn in preparation for using teleportation. The meditation method Lin used was somewhat special. It might be the same for little Maria. It didn't accumulate magic power in the traditional sense, but instead enhanced his own certain traits to increase magic power. The early stage of magic power enhancement was very slow, but it would accelerate increasingly faster, with a short period of rapid growth in between. Lin just happened to be in the first rapid growth stage of magic power, which left him feeling somewhat lightheaded. After being interrupted several times, Lin finally found an opportunity to cast teleportation, disappearing right in front of the wooden wolves. Huh, what is this little thing? It looks a bit familiar. Lin looked at the small creature that had flown over from somewhere. It had 4 dragonfly wings and a body resembling a small fluff ball, with large eyes that had pupils like little flowers. In short, it was very cute. Lin raised his right hoof, and it slowly flew over to land on it. The little guy was about to act cute, but was instantly frozen in place by a flash of light from Lin Mo's horn and was then collected into the horseshoe ring. Better to collect it now. It might be useful later. As he said this, he saw a red, unidentified bird fly down from the sky, circle around, and then fly away. A natural enemy? Speaking of which, although the horseshoe ring couldn't collect living creatures, it seemed that as long as life activities were reduced to a certain extent, it was possible. By the way, what exactly is that little thing? Why does it seem like I've seen it somewhere? Lin Mo furrowed his brows and muttered quietly. But he couldn't recall. Forget it, I must have seen something similar in Earth's mythology. That said, he still had a frown on his face. Deep in thought, after a while, he shook his head and stood up to continue moving forward. After all, transitioning from a two-dimensional world to a three-dimensional one isn't easy to perceive all at once, especially since many of the magical creatures in the forest also have similar counterparts in Earth's legends, which left Lin Mo completely unaware of where he had crossed over to. Not long after, Lin Mo arrived at a lake, where strange flowers were blooming in the center. They could also be described as bizarre flowers, not in a positive sense. Joyce, are you there? Lin Mo shouted into the lake. Who? What is up? Oh, it's you. Have you finally come to talk to me? Just after he shouted, a large snake with fish fins and a horn hurriedly slithered out, looking excitedly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo had met this large snake 3 months ago, but they hadn't talked much then, only knowing that this guy also didn't understand the outside world very well. He said the last time he spoke to someone was a dragon from 300 years ago, and Lin Mo felt that 300 years was too long for things to change, so he gave up on delving deeper. He only knew it was a peaceful country where gold coins were the currency, and once he established himself as a mage there, he wouldn't be lacking in opportunities. He was shocked when he heard that this creature had lived for at least 300 years, but then felt excitement at the thought that he might also live that long. Good afternoon, Joyce. Lin Mo greeted Joyce by raising his right hoof. Good afternoon, Mo. I've missed you so much. Joyce excitedly grabbed Lin Mo's hoof with his tail and shook it several times. Finally, having someone to talk to made him somewhat uncontrollable. Mo, you have no idea how long I've been stuck here. Ever since I got trapped here, I haven't been able to get out. Joyce chattered on, continuously lamenting to Lin Mo. I tell you, since I've been stuck here, I haven't even had a girlfriend. Boo-hoo. Mo, do you know? A handsome snake like me is a once-in-a-thousand-years encounter, but ever since I got trapped here, no girl has been able to see me. Do you know how cruel this is? You're right, Joyce. When I get out, I'll definitely tell all the female snakes in the world that there's the most handsome snake in the world right here, Lin Mo said earnestly, even patting his chest with his front hoof. Seeing this, Joyce was moved to tears. Mo, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his tail, gazing at Lin Mo with gratitude. By the way, Joyce, who locked you up here? Lin Mo awkwardly shifted the topic, while also feeling puzzled. He knew this guy's strength. So who could possibly trap him here? Well, about that, I'm not really sure, Joyce said thoughtfully while scratching his head. I vaguely remember standing in the middle of the lake, unable to move, watching someone seal me here, Joyce said uncertainly. As for who it was, I can't remember. Don't you hate him? Lin Mo was even more confused. Why did it seem like this guy was talking about someone else? Had he been fooled by this guy? I don't know, Joyce replied, his tone unchanged, but Lin Mo found it hard to believe. You don't know? That guy locked you here for at least 300 years. Lin Mo's voice involuntarily raised. How can you say you don't know? Then should I hate him? Joyce said hesitantly, and Lin Mo was even more baffled. Are you asking me? Shouldn't you be asking yourself? No, Joyce, I mean. When you were sealed, didn't you feel anything? Chapter 7. Encountering Danger. Joyce, I mean, didn't you feel anything back then? Lin Mo's tone was somewhat on the verge of breaking down, and he felt even more confused. It feels like I didn't feel much? Joyce showed a somewhat innocent expression. Then is it possible that the magic affected your mind? After all, you've been trapped here for hundreds of years without freedom. Lin Mo reminded Joyce, hoping he could recall something. Impossible. With my strength, I can't be affected by such magic. As for the hundreds of years, it might be because I've only been awake for a few years in total. It's indeed pretty lonely when no one talks. Joyce first denied the magic's influence, then scratched his head and spoke. Lin Mo felt something was off. Have you been sleeping for hundreds of years? Who sleeps for that long? Besides, even if you were in a deep sleep, you shouldn't feel no anger. I'm not sure, but it's pretty nice to have gotten so strong while sleeping, Joyce said, grinning and swaying. Damn it. I knew you didn't train by yourself. Oh, by the way, I came to see you this time to get some of those flowers from the center of the lake. Is that okay? To avoid a heart attack. Lin Mo quickly shifted the topic and stated his real purpose. Oh, that? I can get it for you. Joyce said, then picked a few flowers and handed them over. Lin Mo extended his hoof and collected them into the horseshoe ring. Just as he was about to thank him, he saw Joyce's eyes widen, staring at the horseshoe ring, then turned to look at him with a face full of desire. Hey, Joyce, I still need this. And next time I have a chance, I'll definitely get one for you. Lin Mo was sweating under the intense gaze and quickly made a promise. As for whether it could be realized, that's why he said there would be another opportunity. It's a deal. By the way, I have some gold here. I'll give it to you as a gift. Joyce felt a bit disappointed, but quickly took out the gold and handed it to Lin Mo, thinking he shouldn't just take his friend's things. That would be too embarrassing. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you one next time. Lin Mo was dazzled by the brilliance of the gold, making another solemn promise as he stored the gold in the hoof ring. I'm sorry, Joyce. I can't stay here for long, but I will come to see you every year and find a way to help you get out. Looking at this pure kid, the big boy Lin Mo felt a bit emotional. How many people in modern society are so easily trusting of others? Hurrying along, Lin Mo finally arrived at the Bear Bee's cave at the scheduled time. After 8 months, the Bear Bee's life had returned to normal. However, today, Lin Mo decided to explore the bear's den again. From a distance, Lin Mo saw the Bear Bee leave and wondered why it was leaving so late today. Once the Bear Bee went far away, Lin Mo began to head towards the cave. Before that, he found a secluded spot, took out his longbow, aimed it at the cave entrance, and knocked an arrow. Both the bow and the arrow were enhanced with a one-time long-range trigger magic, which would shoot an arrow capable of killing the Bear Bee as soon as he activated it. After a quick check, Lin Mo stepped out of the woods and entered the cave, pulling out a pre-carved magic circle board and burying it in the ground. This time, he was fully prepared and wouldn't make any mistakes. With everything ready, Lin Mo began to venture deeper into the cave and soon saw the star silver ore again. He took out the tools he had prepared in advance and began mining the star silver ore. Very quickly, he finished collecting all the ore here. After all, the amount of star silver ore in this area wasn't very much, and what remained would require digging down several dozen meters. This conclusion was reached using magic detection. Lin Mo stared at the collected star silver ore in a daze. After all, it was few compared to other ores. But what he had gathered was enough to make 4 or even 5 more hoof rings. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of the Bear Bee running, accompanied by a roar. Lin Mo hurriedly activated the magic circle hidden at the cave entrance. Damn, what a coincidence! Lin Mo thought as the magic circle temporarily restrained the Bear Bee. And he quickly tried to bypass it. But at that moment, the sound of dozens of giant bees buzzing approached the cave entrance rapidly. With a roar, the Bear Bee broke through the magic circle, and the Bear Bee that burst out of the magic circle slapped Lin Mo with its paw. With a loud bang, the magical protection vanished, and Lin Mo fell heavily to the ground, rolling backward. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo stood up and saw the Bear Bee charging right at him. Teleport! Lin Mo silently chanted in his heart, appearing behind the Bear Bee just before its paw reached him, and he dashed towards the cave entrance. Shoot! Lin Mo shouted as he jumped to the side. Whoosh! A silver needle grazed Lin Mo's abdomen, almost causing him to fall. Whoosh! An arrow struck the Bear Bee, causing it to crash into another Bear Bee. Silence! As the light on the unicorn horn flickered, all sounds generated by Lin Mo's movements disappeared, leaving only broken branches and crushed dry leaves behind. Lin Mo safely escaped the Bear Bee's pursuit, but the danger was not over. Although the cuts on his body weren't bleeding profusely, his condition was deteriorating, leading to an increasing possibility of poisoning. At that moment, the magic circle on the ground released specks of starlight, continuously drilling into Lin Mo's body to purify the toxins, and the cuts on his body gradually disappeared. Lin Mo felt as if he were dreaming, his hazy consciousness wrapped in mist, the starlight bringing warmth and comfort. He could vaguely see a silver-gray circular ring around him, releasing streams of light that washed over his body and soul. In a daze, he seemed to see the myriad of external phenomena, communicating, interacting, and playing with them. But as the light from the ring gradually faded, he found himself growing distant from them, leaving only a faint connection. Chapter 8. Leaving the Forest. The morning sun spread across the world, awakening all living things. In the woods, the early rising insects were snatched away by flying birds, regretting not listening to their mother's teachings, while the chirping chicks opened their mouths wide, waiting for their mother's feeding. In the treehouse, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Just now, when he used magic to sense himself, he noticed something was off. The recovery of his injuries seemed not entirely due to the magic circle's effect, and the new memories that had emerged in his mind confirmed this suspicion. Is it because of this mark? By the way, it seems my strength has increased significantly since last night. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Lin Mo suddenly stood up joyfully. only to see the scattered materials around him. Ah, the materials I painstakingly collected. Lin felt a bit pained as he began to tidy up, realizing that due to the special circumstances last night, the magic circle not only consumed a lot, but could only be used once. After counting the losses, Lin felt pain for a full half-hour. First, his magical power had grown significantly. He could now contend with a bear one-on-one and could escape even when facing two at once like yesterday. Then there were the new magical memories, which were deeper and more chaotic. Lastly, and most importantly, he had acquired the basics of communicating with and controlling natural elements. Although he could previously use natural element magic, it was very laborious and not worth the effort. But from now on, this magic would no longer reject him, becoming a part of his strength. As for why he gained such abilities, he suspected it was due to the patterns on his back, but they seemed incomplete, making it hard to discern what they were. After summarizing all this, Lin began preparing to leave the forest. The transformation and illusion magic had been fully cultivated, and he had almost collected all the materials he needed. He just needed to perfect the magic circle around the treehouse, and he could leave this afternoon. As Lin walked along the path out of the forest, his form gradually changed. His limbs elongated, standing upright. The fur on his body transformed into clothing. His tail disappeared, and after a few minor adjustments, he became an ordinary human, a plain boy in a white coat. This is not the true appearance of the protagonist as a human. It basically only appears this once. Lin quickly adapted and began to walk out. At this moment, he merely looked like a human on the outside, while inside, he was still the original unicorn. This change caused some discomfort in his body, but fortunately, it was manageable and wouldn't truly harm him. Lin felt the flow of magic within him and casually cast a spell to obscure the traces around him, preventing the wooden wolves from finding him. He transformed into a human before exiting the forest, just in case. Once he was out, he would add another layer of illusion and cognitive obstruction. Who would have thought that beneath the magic, there was more magic? After magic, there was still magic. A mere group of otherworldly people. Would they ever think of this? But what he didn't know was that someone had witnessed the entire process from the moment he cast the spell. The transformation puzzled the horse, its hooves walking in a strange manner. Was a conspiracy brewing? I must go investigate. Not far behind Lin, a zebra with gleaming eyes and an empty bottle on its hoof looked in Linmo's direction and spoke in a rhyming tone. Lin continued on his way out of the forest and soon saw a carriage parked on the road in the distance. Mr. Lewis was originally just an ordinary merchant, until he had the opportunity to present his ideas to the cosmic princess. The princess greatly appreciated his ideas, and from then on, he became the kingdom's financial minister, right up to the present. But today was unusual. Mr. Lewis saw a monster. Originally, he came to Ponyville to inspect the fruit harvest and passed through the Eternal Freedom Forest to see if there was any commercial value here. After all, the princess's former castle was located within it, and if he could get the princess's consent, there would be great potential. Lewis thought to himself as he pushed open the carriage door, preparing to step down. At this moment, Mr. Lewis seemed to have considerable musical talent. But he had no such thoughts now. He was just pointing towards the forest and gesturing in terror. The guards, who hadn't seen the earlier scene, looked at Mr. Lewis with suspicion and wariness, as there was nothing there at the moment. Lin thought to himself that his luck was indeed extraordinary. He had just exited the forest and encountered a carriage. Although it felt a bit off, he still walked out of the forest and locked eyes with Mr. Lewis. At Mr. Lewis's high-pitched scream, Lin was kicked out by a hoof. Immediately afterward, one hoof stepped on his back and another on his head. Change your appearance and shape. What are you up to, little pony? Don't think you can deceive me. I can see through everything about you. Reveal your secret. You strange little pony. Keela's patience is running thin. Saying this, she prepared to kick down. Wait, sister. Real sister. I'll tell you. I'll say it all. Lin hurriedly begged for mercy while also making a request. You can get up, but don't think about escaping my control. Saying this, she moved her hoof to let Lin stand up. Linmo's form slowly changed, returning to that of a unicorn. It wasn't that he was cowardly. This sister really kicked hard. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Just don't resort to personal punishment, okay? Lin said cautiously while also thinking of a strategy. At this moment, a few guesses formed in his mind, but he still needed to verify. By the way, my name is Lin. What is your name, sister? Keela, tell me what you've done. Upon hearing this name, Lin understood where he was and the origins of the zebra in front of him. Keela, the potion master zebra from a distant continent, wore golden rings and earrings. There also lived water monsters that could use elemental magic and water magic. Keela came here to learn how to use magic and eventually mastered potion making. And this place was the eternal freedom forest outside Ponyville. Little Pony, tell me what you've done. Seeing Lin Mo standing there in a daze, Keela became a bit angry. Why wasn't Teehee speaking? Oh, I was thinking about where to start. Chapter 9 Keela. Oh, I was thinking about where to start. Lin Mo quickly explained, beginning to recite what he had already prepared. It's like this. I once traveled through time and space for special reasons to a world full of humans, just like the creature I just transformed into. Lin Mo made an embarrassed expression while looking at the thoughtful Keela. This should be the most reasonable explanation, right? If you don't believe me, you can check. I am indeed a little pony now. No need for that. I'll take you over to clarify things with them. Keela's tone softened as she began walking towards the carriage, but Lin Mo felt a bit panicked. There exists magic that can traverse time and space here. And there are even pathways to the human world. If he wasn't careful, he might leak information. This doesn't need to be known by everyone, right? After all, I don't want to be seen as an outcast. You don't need to worry. The little ponies are very friendly. Besides, that gentleman over there was frightened and needs to be calmed down. Also, I apologize for what happened earlier. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo gave up struggling. After all, he was now a little pony, and having a few secrets wouldn't lead to anything bad. It's fine. My earlier behavior was indeed suspicious. You did nothing wrong. Wanting to protect your kind isn't a mistake. Moreover, Lin Mo was also a bit envious of Keela's potion-making skills. It was always good to build a good relationship. Keela's lips curled slightly as she felt good and led Lin Mo out. However, this good mood didn't last long. Mr. Lewis, are you sure you saw a monster come out of the forest? Applejack looked at Lewis with a serious expression, surrounded by the Apple family's little ponies. This kind of thing is no joke. I swear to you, miss, I did see a terrifying, well, somewhat good-looking monster. It stood on its hind legs and looked quite aggressive. Its appearance definitely exceeds your understanding. Lewis gestured repeatedly with his hooves, panic still evident in his tone. Calm down. Mr. Lewis, that might just be a runaway monkey, and it didn't harm you, did it? Although she said this, Applejack herself didn't relax. The eternal freedom forest was very strange in their eyes, and it was quite concerning for monsters to come out. This matter was beyond her control. She only hoped that it was really just a runaway monkey. But, I'm very sure. She. Following the direction Lewis pointed with his hoof, Keela led Lin Mo out of the forest, and Applejack, Lewis, and the other little ponies fell into a stupor. Everyone, I'm here. It's Keela, the evil witch. She has also controlled a poor little pony. She will cook us all into a pot of porridge. Did she just speak? What did she say? Did she cast a curse on us? Before Keela could finish her words, the opposite side immediately became chaotic. And all of this formed a famous painting in Lin Mo's eyes, panic. But he couldn't watch anymore. The low pressure emanating from Keela was almost suffocating him. Everyone, listen to me. I'm not controlled, and Sister Keela is not a witch. She is a zebra from a distant continent. Oh my gosh, does she think we are too noisy and wants to eat us? Look at that little pony. He is being controlled to say such insincere words. He must be very sad. All right, they huddled together and whispered. But being scared like this is no escape. You truly live up to your reputation. All right, everyone, let me say a few words. At this moment, Applejack, who had been slapping Lewis for quite a while, finally woke the fainted Lewis. Keela, how will you prove you are not a witch? But why do you think Keela is a witch? Lin Mo raised his hoof very obediently to speak. This girl is really ruthless. Mr. Lewis's face is swollen. The victim pony shouldn't speak first. I'll call you to speak later. Nursery rhymes. They are songs from my hometown, sung in the language of my hometown. Keela felt a bit helpless and finally got to the point. No wonder it was always silent every time she visited Ponyville before. Then why are you different from us? Why do you speak so rhythmically? I'm a zebra from afar. That guy just told you that I speak because of studying ancient texts. So you are just a zebra living in the eternal freedom forest, not a witch, and you want to cast curses? Seeing Keela nod, Applejack's expression became a bit embarrassed, or rather, the surrounding little ponies all looked a bit embarrassed, their gazes wandering as they rubbed their hooves. This matter has passed. There's no need to mention it again. Upon hearing this, Applejack felt relieved, but she felt sorry for Mr. Lewis, who was still staring at her resentfully. However, Applejack did not regret it. After all, such opportunities were not common every year. I knew you did that on purpose. Mr. Lewis stepped back 2 paces and said with indignation, inadvertently pulling at his wound, while Applejack hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. Who is reading the narration anyway? Applejack's gaze quickly locked onto a certain horse trying to hide among the herd, and with a fierce, cold, and murderous look, she approached him from behind. So you want to become a real victim horse, huh? Mr. Victim Horse. Do you believe me if I say I was just possessed by the narration? Looking at Applejack stretching her muscles, Lynn Mo weakly asked. I believe it. So I'll help you kick him out right now. With that, she gave Lynn Mo a beating. Sorry, Mr. Lewis, I absolutely didn't mean that. By the way, Mr. Lewis, are you here to inspect Sweet Apple Acres? After dealing with Lynn Mo, Applejack hurriedly apologized to Lewis and quickly changed the subject. Oh, of course, shall we go now? But it's already getting a bit late. It's fine. Just a quick look is enough. I still trust the Apple family. Is it this direction? With that, she headed towards Ponyville, and Mr. Lewis's smile became a bit stiff. Applejack lifted her foreleg, thud, and Lynn Mo was on the ground, holding his head. Who do you think caused this? Chapter 10, Preparing to Depart. Startled refers to feeling fear due to sudden fright or threat. For example, the suddenly flying birds, an apple bloom, and Lynn Mo trembling in the cabinet. What did you do? Why does your sister look like she wants to eat a horse? I just did what you told me to do. Faced with Lynn Mo's breakdown, Apple Bloom looked innocent and conveniently shifted the blame onto him. But Lynn Mo insisted, I won't take the blame. Although he had made Applejack angry yesterday, it was to get closer to the main character group. After all, playful fighting is one of the fastest ways to enhance relationships. Besides, if he hadn't spoken up then, all the ponies would have probably forgotten about him. Did I tell you? I don't remember telling you to do anything. You forgot. Last night I asked you about the cute mark, and you told me your thoughts. You said that the cute mark might be related to what one loves and excels at, and maybe even to one's characteristics. You told me to be brave in trying things I want to do. Apple Bloom spoke seriously, not feeling that her logic was flawed. And Lynn Mo had already realized the problem. So did you play a prank, or just let loose? I just changed my sister's main color. Oh, really? I thought your sister changed her hairstyle. But if that's the case, can't you just go out and apologize? Looking at Apple Bloom, making a cute expression, Lynn Mo spoke with a puzzled tone. It's the kind that won't fade for half a month. This has nothing to do with me. Saying this, he pushed Apple Bloom out of the cabinet. If you don't take responsibility, I'll tell my sister that you made me do it. What did I do? You incited me to prank. Humph. Do you think your sister will believe you? Others might not. Looking at Apple Bloom, who still had a cute smile, Lynn Mo felt as if she had transformed into countless versions of herself bouncing over him. But before he could say anything, a voice with a sneer rang out. Hey, what are you plotting? Do you want to tell me to? Apple Bloom and Lynn Mo stiffly turned to look at the figure at the door that seemed to exude killing intent, frantically thinking of countermeasures in their hearts. Look, it's a mouse. Thud. Lynn Mo rubbed his head and lay on the ground, not understanding why he was suffering this ordeal. Apple Bloom, on the other hand, lowered her head in fear and nervously apologized. I am sorry. I just thought this might be something I excel at and could earn me a cute mark. Applejack quietly looked at her, rubbed her head, and said, let's go play. It's time to prepare for dinner. Don't do this next time. Lynn Mo, who was on the ground, brightened his eyes and prepared to apologize like Apple Bloom. But before he could say anything, he was drafted. Then I'll go get busy. My little sweetheart. Goodbye, sister. I promise I won't do this again. As Applejack left the room, Lynn Mo silently followed with an apron, thinking, this isn't fair. I clearly didn't do anything wrong. You just came to draft me. Isn't that what you said? A rare opportunity. With that, she even winked at him, helpless. Lynn Mo could only accept this reality. After breakfast, Lynn Mo lamented about the hard life he had in the forest, not expecting that vegetarian food could be prepared in so many ways. He had always wanted to try eating meat, but now he didn't have to. Why are you following me to Canterlot? Lewis asked Lynn Mo, somewhat puzzled. Lynn Mo clearly wasn't from Canterlot, so what was his purpose in going there? Of course, to learn more advanced magic. I heard Canterlot has the largest library in all of Ponyville. And what kind of look is that? Hearing Lynn Mo's words, Lewis's face was full of distrust. To be frank, you don't look like someone who would study magic diligently. What do you mean I don't look like it? I am someone who studies magic diligently. All right. I just think you might not be able to stick with it. Since we're leaving, have you packed your things? We're setting off soon. Facing Lynn Mo's words, Lewis showed no concern, while Lynn Mo felt relieved that Lewis was willing to take him along. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to get to Canterlot alone. He immediately gestured to his horseshoe. Of course, all my belongings are here. Just as Applejack walked over, she heard this and immediately smiled. Lewis also frowned and regretfully told him, I'm sorry to tell you, young man, that while money isn't everything in Ponyville, studying does require a lot of it. Lynn Mo didn't think too much about it. He raised a hoof and waved, and a piece of gold appeared on the table, looking smugly at Applejack and Lewis, who widened their eyes in shock. Is this enough? I have plenty more gold like this. How did you do that? Applejack touched the gold on the table and then pulled Lin Mo's hoof over to examine the horseshoe closely. What is this? Is it connected to a distant space? Seeing Applejack's curious gaze, Lin Mo suddenly realized he might have done something foolish. There are very few magical items in Ponyville, or rather, in the entire My Little Pony world. Some of these magical items are naturally born artifacts, while others are accidentally created after the death of powerful beings. No one even knows if anything was truly created, but his horseshoe was a magical item he made himself, and if this became known, trouble would follow. Unless he stopped using it, otherwise, it would eventually be discovered. Unless. Lin Mo glanced at the sun in the sky, his mind calculating. However, it was still too early to say that. He should first get through the current situation. But before he could speak, Lewis opened his mouth first. Young man, you might be in big trouble. Now tell me, do any other ponies know about this thing? Lewis's tone was somewhat serious, and he unconsciously lowered his voice. If not, it's better not to tell the others later. Some nobles are not as harmonious as you think. Lewis sighed as he spoke. After being an official in the kingdom for so long, he was aware of the actions of certain nobles. If they were to learn about this hoof ring, it could lead to borrowing without repayment. After all, while magic obtained from afar isn't unheard of, something this convenient certainly doesn't exist. Chapter 11. Departure for Canterlot. Upon hearing Lewis' words, Applejack quickly followed suit, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder and assuring him, "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about this." Lin Mo felt a bit touched by their words, but he had already thought of a solution. "Thank you for your kindness. But I don't intend to keep it a secret. Otherwise, there would be no point in creating it. Mr. Lewis, could you help me meet Her Highness, the Cosmic Princess? I would like to present her with something." Indeed, his plan was to find someone to endorse him instead of relying on horses. As long as the Cosmic Princess knew, he didn't believe those guys would dare to act against him. At most, they'd throw a couple of inferior items at him. As for whether the Cosmic Princess could keep them in check, nonsense. If she angered Celestia, the entire nobility would likely have to change. 1,000-year-old princess. Did she really think she hasn't seen blood before? Are you planning to give this to Her Highness? Applejack and Lewis were both a bit stunned. Although Princess Celestia was considered a faith in Ponyville, few would offer such a precious item to their faith. Not this one. I'm going to make a bigger one. This hoof ring, which I named MOU, is a piece of spatial equipment. It has 10 cubic meters of space, and once it recognizes its master, it can be accessed freely. I plan to make a larger hoof ring to present to Her Highness. After Lin Mo finished speaking, Applejack and Lewis were shocked, their jaws dropping to the ground. You mean, this thing is made by you? This thing can actually be created. How much does it cost? Can you make one for me too? A smaller one would be fine. Well, Applejack, I'm a bit short on materials, and the refining process takes time. I'll find a way to get you one next time I come. Applejack was initially incredulous, but then looked at Lin Mo with eager eyes. However, Lin Mo didn't directly agree to her request. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was just that if he agreed, it would be difficult for Lewis to refuse since the materials were really limited. No need, I just thought it looked fun. Applejack seemed to feel she had been too rude and became a bit embarrassed, though there was a hint of regret in her eyes. This item would indeed be very useful for the Apple family, which had a large apple orchard. All right, we should be setting off soon. Lewis snapped back to reality after a moment of distraction, checked the time, and reminded Lin Mo. He was also quite happy that Lin Mo could present something to the Cosmic Princess. Then, Lewis took Lin Mo away amidst the farewells from the Apple family. Along the way, Lin Mo kept trying to stay close to Lewis. Although Lewis was a decent horse, Lin Mo couldn't fully trust him yet, so he stayed by his side to control the situation if needed. During this journey, Lin Mo was also doing something else, dividing part of his mental energy to organize the magic in his mind. The new magic that emerged felt not only profound but also chaotic. Some of it didn't even belong to his system and required certain adjustments to use. In this organization, Lin Mo needed to adjust the newly emerged magic according to his current standards and also prepare to adjust his own magical path for future needs. Of course, completing all this was not a matter of a day or two, so for now, it was more about making a plan. After roughly finishing the planning, Lin Mo began to try adding chanting magic to his magical path and optimizing it. For example, appropriately reducing some power to allow him to move, or transforming the elemental power gathered for protection during chanting into a stronger shield. Although it was challenging, these requirements seemed not impossible under the knowledge of various magical systems. Besides these, Lin Mo also had his eyes on a magic related to consciousness. After all, to realize all his ideas, the workload was enormous. What are you thinking about? Lewis, noticing Lin Mo had been silent for a long time, felt a bit puzzled. After all, Lin Mo had initiated sitting with him. He thought Lin Mo had something to ask. Nothing much, just making future magical plans. Lin Mo felt his behavior was a bit odd and quickly explained. Although Lewis still felt something was off, he didn't dwell on it. You don't need to worry about housing. You can stay at my place when you get to Canterlot. And then take your time looking for a room. By the way, have you considered attending the Genius Unicorn Academy for further studies? The education level there is said to be quite high. Although I haven't been there, many famous great magicians have graduated from there. Lewis recommended the Genius Unicorn Academy to Lin Mo, as going to an academy for learning was a normal thing. After all, having someone teach is better than figuring things out by oneself. As long as you have a plan, that's good. I'm just making a suggestion. The carriage fell silent again. However, thinking of the academy reminded him of the now-declined potion-making field. If he could get the Cosmic Princess's consent, perhaps he could ask Kira to help establish a potion academy? However, he felt there was something suspicious about the decline of potion-making. So it was better not to mention the academy for now, especially since he didn't even know if Kira would be willing. After thinking about this, it was already noon, but the temperature hadn't changed much. Lin Mo once again divided part of his mental energy to continue with his previous tasks, while Lewis enjoyed the scenery around him. Feeling quite good, time passed just like that, and the central city of Canterlot, located in the middle of the mountains, was now in sight. Waterfalls cascaded down from its base, and numerous ivory towers stood tall, with the famous royal sister castle seemingly hovering in the air, overlooking the entire Canterlot. Seeing the whole of Canterlot, Lin Mo was deeply impressed. It was much stronger than what was portrayed in the anime. The carriage slowly entered the city and came to a stop. Lin Mo followed Lewis out, greeting the two guards who had been driving the carriage, marking the end of this journey. Watching the guards leave, Lewis said to Lin Mo, "Come with me. I'll first take you to see my house, and then help you find a room." Chapter 12, Magical Artifacts. Lin Mo followed Lewis to his residence in the inner city of Canterlot, where the surrounding prosperous scenes continuously caught his eye. If it weren't for those snooty ponies, one might think that those living here must be high-quality ponies. Mr. Lewis, is it really okay for them to act like this? After holding back for a while, Lin Mo finally asked this question. Their arrogance was a bit ridiculous. Lewis felt a bit awkward upon hearing this question. Perhaps they were just a bit proud? Then they must have done something quite remarkable. Lin Mo's tone was very certain, which piqued Lewis's curiosity. For example, they might have saved Ponyville, or made significant contributions to Ponyville. Lewis chuckled in disbelief, seemingly recalling something, shaking his head with a hint of sentiment. Many of them are descendants of the meritorious officials and nobles from the founding period of Little Maria, and it seems that being a bit arrogant isn't a big deal. I see. They pride themselves on their bloodlines and glory, and they are no longer ordinary little ponies. If it weren't for the fact that there is still a cosmic princess above them to keep them in check, they might even punish anyone who looks at them too long. Probably not, right? Really not. Lewis stared blankly as Lin Mo walked past him, feeling that something was off, but it also seemed like nothing was wrong. Lewis shook his head and followed, no longer thinking about it. He had said too much earlier, and this was not something he should discuss. Meanwhile, Lin Mo quietly observed Lewis's behavior. Although he didn't explicitly express his agreement with Lin Mo, his tone was filled with hesitation, which often represented many things. By the way, I need to report to Her Highness the Princess soon and inform her of your intention to offer a tribute. Lewis awkwardly changed the subject, clearly uncomfortable discussing this further. As they spoke, they soon arrived at Lewis's large mansion. Speaking of which, Mr. Lewis, how much have you embezzled over the years? Don't worry, just tell me quietly. I won't say anything. Although Lin Mo knew this was unlikely to have been acquired through embezzlement, he couldn't help but feel that, as a poor student with limited experience, he had never seen such a mansion in reality in his past life. Don't talk nonsense. This is a residence specifically allocated to officials, not what you think. Clearly, this teasing made Lewis a bit nervous, fearing he would be misunderstood. Don't worry, Mr. Lewis, I'm just joking. By the time they entered the mansion, there was nothing particularly novel inside. Apart from being tidy, there were no highlights. Where's my room? I need to prepare for the crafting right now, Lin Mo said to Lewis, as the crafting of spatial equipment didn't originally take that long. But this time he needed to improve the crafting method and expand the capacity of MOU. Are you in such a hurry? Go upstairs, counting from left to right. You can use any room except the first one. Lewis was somewhat surprised by Lin Mo's statement, as it seemed that crafting spatial equipment was indeed quite difficult. He then handed the choice of room over to Lin Mo, as he also needed to leave immediately to report to the princess and couldn't accompany Lin Mo to choose slowly. After going upstairs, Lin Mo didn't choose. Instead, he directly entered the second room. Immediately, one magical spell after another was released from his horn, from blocking prying eyes to stabilizing space. It took quite a while to finish the preparations, Lin Mo took out the materials for inscribing the magic array. This time, the process was much simpler than last time. But the inscribing of the magic array was also likely to be much more obscure. Fortunately, this time he didn't need to use gems as consumables. He only needed to absorb the elements of heaven and earth. Once the magic array was inscribed, Lin Mo placed the star silver iron ore and some other ores inside, watching as the various ores slowly refined within. He then began to inscribe another magic array. As the magic array was completed, Lin Mo took out the bow he had used against the bear bees or fly bears. He had just been thinking about crafting the hoof ring when he suddenly remembered the noble phantasm from the Type Moon anime, followed by the golden sword of the war god from Godslayer. In terms of performance, Type Moon's noble phantasms have a setting where reciting the true name releases the noble phantasm. From the perspective of chanting magic, it resembles a spell that only requires the name to be spoken after almost completing the chant. Researching and creating his own noble phantasm based on these two settings is feasible. Moreover, the release and attack of the noble phantasm do not necessarily require it to be held, which is very suitable for his current state. At that time, whether crafting a spellbook to casually release powerful magic or inheriting Gandalf's will to become a great melee mage are both good options. Although crafting it is certainly not something that can be done in a short time, and even if crafted, it might not have the same power as the original. For Lin Mo, the possibility makes it worth studying, not to mention the possibility is quite high. For now, it's just a slight attempt. Just as Lin Mo was working hard for his dream, Lewis had just finished reporting his work to the Cosmic Princess. In summary, this year's fruit harvest has reached saturation. So I suggest trading the excess fruit externally, and I hope the great Cosmic Princess will give her instructions. In that case, you can take care of this matter. Lewis, do you have anything else? Yes, great Cosmic Princess. During my inspection of the sweet apple orchard, I encountered a young man who wishes to present a treasure to you. Chapter 13, Explosion. Yes, great Cosmic Princess. During my inspection of the sweet apple orchard, I encountered a young man who wishes to present a treasure to you. Oh, what treasure? Reporting to the great Cosmic Princess. That treasure will take 3 days to craft, and it is. Wait, since it can only be crafted in 3 days, why not keep a bit of suspense? Lewis's words were interrupted by Celestia, who wanted to keep the anticipation a bit longer. After hearing the Cosmic Princess's words, Lewis spoke again, reporting to the great Cosmic Princess. That young man may be schemed against due to his ability to craft treasures, so he hopes the great Cosmic Princess can grant him protection. Looking at Lewis, who never hesitated to speak every time, Celestia's eyes twitched slightly. Lewis, you don't need to use honorifics every time you speak. Just relax a bit. As for that young man, you can tell him that every kind little pony and little Maria will receive my protection. Understood. Great, Princess. I will definitely convey the message to him. That's good. I plan to hold a banquet on the evening of the 3rd day, so let's set the time for then. After considering her schedule, Celestia decided to hold a banquet at that time, as a reminder to those with ulterior motives not to set their sights where they shouldn't. That settles it. Lewis, if you have no other matters, you may take your leave. Yes. Great. Princess, I take my leave. After Celestia issued the dismissal order, Lewis left the hall. He saw that a door in a room on the 2nd floor had been blown off, with thick black smoke billowing out, and Lin Mo was lying on the floor of the hall, covered in traces of being blown away, with some incomprehensible magic array beneath him. Hey, young man. Lin Mo, what happened to you? How are you doing now? What happened at home? Don't be afraid. Just hold on for a moment. I'll go find a doctor to check on you. After a brief moment of shock, Lewis hurried over to check Lin Mo's injuries, constantly speaking while dragging Lin Mo out of the magic array on the ground. Once he confirmed that Lin Mo wouldn't have immediate issues, he quickly went to find a doctor. Due to the lack of space for the inscribing magic array, Lin Mo went to another room to conduct the experiment. The ideas in his head made him exceptionally excited, causing him to neglect the possible dangers. As the light of the magic array continued to rise and the materials inside changed, boom. Lin Mo crashed through the door on the essay. He thought hard, but the pain surging through his body interrupted him. At this moment, survival was the most important thing. Lin Mo was drawing a healing magic circle on the ground. If he hadn't used some low-level materials earlier, he probably wouldn't even have had the strength to draw the magic circle now. Once the magic circle was completed, he lay down inside it and fell into a deep sleep under its magical power. However, he felt that he hadn't slept for long when someone pulled him up. It seemed to be Lewis. Drowsily, he saw him seemingly saying something, and then he was pulled out of the magic circle. As his consciousness gradually became clearer and he wanted to say something, he realized he had already left. When Lin Mo woke up again, he found himself in a large bed at Lewis's house, with serious and somewhat noisy voices coming from outside. He lifted the covers and got out of bed, discovering that his body had completely recovered. This wasn't the effect of his magic circle. Listening to the voices outside, Lin Mo slowly opened the door. When the doctor used magic to heal Lin Mo and left him in the room, the armored guards had already arrived at the scene. After a search, they found that the room where the explosion occurred was utterly unrecognizable, and nothing could be discerned from it. As for the magic circle in the hall, it was evident that it was related to life, resembling a variant of some healing magic circle, but it could not be ruled out as an evil sacrificial magic circle. Mr. Lewis, we would like to inspect the room that had the magical defenses applied. We hope to receive your consent. The captain of the guards made a request to Lewis. After all, aside from that room which had yet to be investigated, the only remaining clue outside was this magic circle. However, since the perpetrator had placed this magic circle outside without taking any action, it likely wasn't an important clue. The investigation could not be delayed. Who knew what would happen if the perpetrator was given more time? But Lewis did not want to do this. That room was likely a gift for Princess, and if it became widely known now, what would happen to her? The princess was really looking forward to this surprise. Moreover, Lin Mo hadn't encountered any issues. Couldn't he just ask him when he woke up? Just as he was about to refuse, the sound of the door opening reached him. Captain, the victim horse has woken up. Hearing this title again made Lin Mo feel a mix of emotions. And then he saw Lewis quickly approaching with an armored stallion. Hello, young one. Do you remember what happened? Mr. Lewis, I'm really sorry about blowing up your room, but there's no need to have someone arrest me, right? The subsequent events were simple. With Lin Mo's own statement and the clarification of the magic circle's effects, the guard captain recorded everything briefly and then left unhappily with the broken wooden stick and wood chips. Of course, they were not informed about the effects and uses of the magic circle in the room. After closing the door, Lewis looked at the mess in the room and sighed. I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis, it wasn't intentional. How about this? I'll cover all the repair costs for the house, and then I'll help you redecorate it. Lin Mo wanted to take care of the matter of finding a horse for help, but he thought better of it since he was unfamiliar with the place. However, it was already dark, so this would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 14. Chanting. I'll cover all the repair costs for the house, and then help you redecorate it. Lin Mo turned to look at the destroyed room, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was really no one's fault that he had asked for help and ended up blowing up their room. No need, it's not worth much. I didn't expect that refining this spatial equipment would be so dangerous. Actually, I could propose extending the time to Princess. Given her love for her people, she would definitely agree, so you don't have to work so hard. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hooves to refuse Lin Mo's goodwill, and then asked Lin Mo earnestly for his opinion. Although he didn't want to keep the princess waiting, he also didn't want a young horse to make sacrifices for it. Hearing this, Lin Mo understood that he had misunderstood. He had thought both rooms were for refining the hoof ring. Mr. Lewis, actually, the room that exploded was for researching personal items. One of Lin Mo's front hooves slightly lifted as he awkwardly interrupted Lewis, who was about to say something else. The hoof ring to be offered has already been refined. The process is very clear, and there won't be any possibility of explosions. So let me bear the costs. Otherwise, I would feel a bit guilty. Lin Mo had put his front hoof down and looked directly at Lewis. Although he didn't know how much his gold was worth, he could tell from the fact that Lewis hadn't mentioned money to him again that it was a considerable amount. In that case, compensation should naturally be borne by him. There was no need to leave such a matter unresolved in his heart. If that is the case, then I want refuse. Since you just arrived in Canterlot, I'll go find a pony to do the repairs. Don't worry, I want to be polite. Hearing that it was due to research that caused the issue, Lewis's eyes twitched slightly. After all, if he had really blown himself up, without any leads on the perpetrator, wouldn't he have become the prime suspect? However, if he wanted to research certain things in the future, he needed to be fully prepared. Situations like today where he blew himself up were extremely dangerous. In Canterlot, it wasn't anything new for unicorns to conduct magical research. Even young ones like Lin Mo had locked themselves in towers to study magic. However, even so, it was rare for a pony to get blown up. Or was it that researching magical equipment was inherently dangerous? Thinking of this, Lewis hurriedly reminded Lin Mo, it's best if you can find some ponies to help. That would be safer. Okay, I will definitely take your advice seriously. Now I'll go observe the refining of the hoof rings. Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to Lewis's reminder. He nodded and was about to leave for the hoof ring area when a wave of hunger surged over him. How about we go later? There's hay in the kitchen downstairs. We can go eat a bit together first. Lewis saw that Lin Mo didn't seem to take his words to heart and knew his advice had been in vain. However, he didn't bring it up again. instead inviting Lin Mo to have dinner together, as such situations couldn't be resolved with just a few words. After addressing his physiological needs, Lin Mo arrived at the room where he would refine the hoof rings upstairs. After making some minor adjustments to the magic circle, Lin Mo began to fall into contemplation while watching the magic circle operate continuously. His actions this time were indeed a bit reckless. He had clearly made plans beforehand, but still let excitement cloud his judgment and attempted something that couldn't be done. He went over his plans for the future again, beginning to cultivate according to the original set process, and for those new ideas that had emerged, he would note them down and adjust them as necessary. The first step was still about the development of chant magic. This was the fastest way to enhance strength in a short period. Enchanting magic could improve communication with the elements of nature, which would be very helpful for future plans. The starlight emitted by the magic circle shone on Lin Mo's expressionless face. He closed his eyes and slightly parted his lips to emit an almost inaudible hum. The magical power attached to the soft sound changed with the modulation of the tone. The hum began to resonate with the elements of nature, and his mind merged into the hum with the changes of thought and emotion. Each note seemed to represent a thought, a rhythm, and an intersection with several elements. If there were a little horse standing nearby at this moment, it would see that the entire space around Lin Mo seemed to come alive, while Lin Mo's body appeared hazy within this vibrant space. Faint sounds of gentle singing could be heard, causing the little horse's spirit to sink into a rhythm, as if it were to merge with the world and never awaken again. Lin Mo continued to hum softly, gradually transforming into a beautiful melody, which slowly revealed enchanting lyrics that seemed to transcend any known language, depicting the myriad manifestations of the soul and the world. As the gentle humming changed, the elements of nature around became even more active, beginning to follow certain patterns, chasing after lines that would appear and disappear in the space. These lines gradually formed an indistinct image. At that moment, a vibration belonging to the soul suddenly emerged from the singing. As if one could hear the roar of a king, the commands of the gods, the joy of birds and beasts, and the sorrow of a maiden, all while various worldly phenomena manifested in the space. As time passed slowly, the singing gradually faded to a soft hum, and the myriad phenomena reduced to the active elements, until everything returned to calm, and Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. The morning sunlight poured through the window, filling the room, and the chirping of birds caused Lin Mo, who had fallen into a certain state, to begin to return to his usual self. He stood up, stretched lazily, exhaled, and the patterns on his back concealed him once more. The changes from last night were dazzling, but for Lin Mo, it was merely a deepening interaction with the elements of nature. In that special state, he didn't know what he had done. However, last night's cultivation was evidently progressing well for him, and if this continued, he would be able to develop his own singing magic within half a month. Since he already possessed the ability of the Pegasus to communicate with all things, he could take an unconventional approach in his method of singing. All he needed was a template in his mind for the development process of singing magic, and he could use the abilities of the Pegasus to develop the most suitable singing method for himself in a very short time. After all, the most important aspect of singing magic is to communicate with all things. Chapter 15, Spike Dragon. After communicating with the elements of nature for an entire night, Lin Mo slowly withdrew from that state. He aimed to use the most suitable singing method for himself as a bridge between him and the elements, so that he could gain the enhancement of the elements through singing without entering that state, using different lyrics to cast different spells. Lin Mo joyfully opened his eyes, unable to suppress the delight in his heart. He glanced at the operating magic circle, humming a tune as he bounced over to make modifications. Watching the modified magic circle operate steadily, Lin Mo turned and left the room. Outside, the room that had been blown apart was still in disarray, and the staircase railing directly facing the door had crashed into the living room along with the door yesterday. However, when the guards left last night, they had conveniently taken away the debris. What a good bunch of people. Lin Mo walked into the chaotic room, where the tables, chairs, and bedding were all torn into pieces scattered all over the floor, and the magic circle on the ground had long since vanished. The only thing left was a curved, elongated object. It was that bow from yesterday. Lin Mo used levitation magic to bring the bow to his eyes. This weight doesn't seem right. A layer of fluorescence radiated from Lin Mo's eyes as he scrutinized the black bow. After a moment, he realized it had been sent into his hoof ring. This bow, if it could still be called a bow, had merely melted together with other materials during the explosion, causing a change in the material of the bow body. However, upon initial observation, this bow was most likely ruined. Leaving the room, Lin Mo was still in a good mood. After all, He hadn't expected to leave anything behind. However, this seemed a bit. Momo, you're quite happy, huh? Seeing Lin Mo happily emerge from the destroyed room, Louis felt a sense of unease. Momo? Is Mr. Louis calling me? But I'm really quite happy. Lin Mo looked at Louis with some confusion, even taking a long time to lower his raised hoof. The nickname Momo had been commonly used in the orphanage, but he hadn't heard it since leaving. After all, I can't keep calling you young man, right? So I decided to call you Momo. It sounds friendlier. Louis glanced subtly at the room behind Lin Mo, forming some suspicions in his heart. Momo, what do you think about explosions? Explosions? Explosions. Right. Art is an explosion. That's a good choice, but where to explode? Hearing Louis's words, Lin Mo felt puzzled, and then his eyes widened as he thought of something. His singing method was taking shape, and the first magic to transform should be put on the agenda. Lin Mo became even happier, but Louis felt a bit sad. Why was his mouth so reckless? What now? The awakening of the explosion maniac? Momo, about that explosion yesterday. Mr. Louis, you don't need to worry. That explosion yesterday didn't affect me at all. Noticing the worried expression on Louis's face, Lin Mo assumed he was concerned about him and immediately waved his hoof to explain. However, the look of concern on Louis's face deepened. He opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something but unsure how to express it. Finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Are you sure? If there's any problem, you must speak up. Don't keep it bottled up inside." Of course, that unicorn doctor from yesterday was indeed impressive. I have no issues with my body. I actually wanted to ask if you had any psychological issues, but is that so? That's good. Are you planning to go out? Where do you want to go? Louis ultimately didn't ask the question in his heart, but instead inquired about Lin Mo's destination. I'll just wander around. You don't need to worry about me, Mr. Louis. Lin Mo said without any hesitation. After yesterday's incident, he still trusted Louis very much. Oh, I see. Here are the gold coins you asked me to exchange yesterday, but it was too late yesterday, and I didn't see any rare flowers or plants. Louis took out a bag of gold coins and tossed it to Lin Mo, his expression seemingly returning to normal. No worries, then I'll take my leave. You don't need to prepare my food for today. Goodbye, Mr. Louis. After receiving the coins, Lin Mo headed downstairs. He could sense that Louis's later expression was a bit off, but it seemed like he was just worried about his own state, so he didn't think much of it. After Lin Mo left, Louis sat silently in the living room chair, unsure of what he was thinking. No way. Louis suddenly rushed into the study. Moments later, he came out of the house holding a piece of parchment, heading toward the royal sister castle where Celestia was located. Lin Mo walked down the streets of Cantlot, surrounded by various buildings primarily in white. The first impression these buildings gave him was that they were large, surprisingly large, much more grand than what he had seen in the outer city yesterday. However, considering this was a city of extraordinary races, it made sense. After all, with the strength of the road horses, the flight of the Pegasi, and the magic of unicorns, building such a city was not difficult. Lin Mo wandered around for a while, not seeing any stalls by the roadside. There were quite a few shops of various sizes, and he went inside to buy some clothes and small trinkets, but he didn't find any shops selling magic materials. It seemed they weren't located here. Just as Lin Mo was looking around, he suddenly heard a childish shout. "Make way. Quick, make way. Hey, hey, hey." As soon as Lin Mo turned his head, he saw a towering stack of books coming crashing towards him. Bang! Crash! The unicorn glowed with fluorescence, and all the books flew up and landed aside, including the one that was stuck on the unicorn. Lin Mo was a bit angry, but when he saw the purple little dragon lying on the ground, rubbing its head, all his anger disappeared. Using magic, he pulled the dragon up from the ground and stared at it with sparkling eyes. But the little dragon was still a bit dizzy and didn't notice. "Are you okay? My cute little dragon baby." Lin Mo quickly retracted the light in his eyes and spoke the gentle term he used when he first met the sway dragon. Yes, the purple-scaled little dragon with green hair in front of him was indeed the sway dragon. Chapter 16, The Library. Lin Mo lifted the sway dragon from the ground and asked, looking at its still dizzy state, "Are you all right? My cute little dragon baby." Upon hearing this, the sway dragon immediately looked up at Lin Mo, momentarily stunned. "Oh, I'm fine. No, wait, I'm sorry, I bumped into you." Hee hee. The sway dragon still had its claws on its head, but this time it scratched its head a bit shyly and smiled awkwardly. "It's okay. How could I get mad at such a cute little dragon baby? But what are you going to do about that book with a hole in it?" Thank you. As for that book with a hole in it, it has a hole." The sway dragon felt a bit happy when Lin Mo called it cute, but also a bit embarrassed since it was being called that by a male pony. However, it quickly realized what Lin Mo said afterward and ran over to check. There was a big hole in the middle of the book, and clearly, it was unreadable. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is bad. Yeah is definitely going to kill me. Wait. Sway Dragon. Calm down. You must stay calm. There's a way. There must be a way. Ah, what way is there? I'm doomed. The Sway Dragon looked at the book in its hands, falling into despair, panicking. It then let the book drop to the ground, staring wide-eyed and scratching its head frantically with its claws. Finally, its claws hung down weakly, and its eyes blankly gazed at the sky. Disheartened little dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was watching with great interest. Seeing the Sway Dragon sitting disheartened on the ground, Lin Mo approached and poked it with his hoof. Seeing that the Sway Dragon still had no reaction, his movements became more forceful. After a few minutes, Lin Mo stopped petting the dragon, as continuing would make the surrounding ponies think he was a pervert. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Mo lifted the Sway Dragon and placed it on his back, with the books floating around him. Just as he was about to leave, he didn't know where to go. Sway Dragon, where is the library? The Sway Dragon showed no reaction, still staring blankly at the sky. Noticing the Sway Dragon's state, Lin Mo frowned. Sway Dragon, where is the library? Lin Mo asked again. This time his voice seemed to carry a special rhythm, and although the Sway Dragon was still disheartened, it instinctively pointed in a direction. Lin Mo's mouth curled up. This was something he had worked hard for all night. Although it was just conveying meaning to a specific creature, it was quite impressive. While Lin Mo was thinking, he walked toward the library, but what he didn't know was that a cute unicorn with a purple star-shaped mark on a black shield, deep blue mane with cyan highlights, and a white body was watching them from the shadows, twitching its mouth and following them. At this moment, the sun in the sky had risen higher and higher. Although it wasn't hot, there weren't many ponies outside under the blinding sunlight. After a while, Lin Mo arrived in front of the library. It seemed that the Sway Dragon had also come out from here and hadn't gone far. After entering the library, Lin Mo walked to the front desk, placed the Sway Dragon and the books on the ground, and took the damaged book out to place it on the counter. There was a nameplate on the counter. Hello, Mrs. Saroff. May I ask if this book was borrowed from here? Lin Mo asked the female unicorn at the counter, who was gray-black and had a cute mark of 2 books. She had been engrossed in a book since Lin Mo entered and only lifted her head when she heard his question. Child, treating a book like this is not right. Mrs. Saroff's brows slightly furrowed as she slowly placed the book in front of her for careful examination, then took out a form. I'm sorry, ma'am. Because I borrowed too many books, an accident happened. I feel very guilty, as treating a book like this is wrong. Lin Mo pretended to look disappointed and sincerely apologized in a low voice, but more so to gain the lady's goodwill, since he might come to this library frequently in the future. I found it, explanation of magical properties. It was indeed borrowed from here. Mrs. Saroff looked up at Lin Mo, and her expression visibly softened, her tone becoming gentler. No need to feel guilty. Child, have you finished reading the book? Not yet, Mrs. Saroff. So I would like to ask if there is another copy of this book. Lin Mo looked at Mrs. Saroff with a hint of eagerness in his eyes and nervously asked, and even the Sway Dragon, who didn't know when it had woken up, was peeking over the counter with an expectant expression. Of course, I'll go get it for you. Mrs. Saroff glanced at the Sway Dragon, nodded, and walked to the back. After a moment, she returned with the book, and during that moment, Lin Mo stuffed a gem into the Sway Dragon's mouth. But the Sway Dragon, focused on the book, instinctively chewed without realizing what had happened. Thank you, Mrs. Saroff. May I ask how much I should compensate? Lin Mo held the book in his arms and wrote his name on the form beside him. No need. I believe you didn't do it on purpose. No, Mrs. Saroff. The book was ultimately damaged by me. Please let me take responsibility for my mistake. Upon hearing this, the Sway Dragon looked at Lin Mo in surprise, wondering if there was something wrong with its memory. Since that's the case, then including the borrowing fee, it totals 510 gold coins. Upon hearing Mrs. Saroff's words, Lin Mo took out 5 100 value coins and 1 10 value coin. My setting is that the value of gold coins varies based on the gold content, and handed them to Mrs. Saroff. Thank you, Mrs. Saroff. This will ease my conscience. Don't be too hard on yourself. Child, knowledge is eternal. Books will also decompose in factories and form new books. That's too cruel. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly wanted to say this, but he forcibly held it back, as he was a bit worried about embarrassing himself. Thank you for your guidance. Please allow me to say goodbye, Mrs. Saroff. Seeing Mrs. Saroff nod, Lin Mo left the library with the Sway Dragon and the book. Lin Mo took the Sway Dragon to a secluded corner, then placed the book down, looking at the Sway Dragon with a half smile and not saying a word. About that book The Sway Dragon lowered its head, not daring to look at Lin Mo, occasionally stealing glances at the newly borrowed book, wanting to say something but feeling a bit embarrassed. What is wrong with this book? Lin Mo pretended not to understand, shaking the book in front of the Sway Dragon. I want you to lend me this book. I really need it right now. You can ask me to do anything. The Sway Dragon took a deep breath and spoke loudly, then stared at Lin Mo intently. But this is the first time Yia asked me to help borrow a book. I don't want to let her down. Chapter 17, The Poem of the Pegasus. But this is the first time Yia asked me to help borrow a book. I don't want to let her down. Suelong's tone was filled with seriousness. So much so that Lin Mo was left stunned in place. If I remember correctly, Ziyue is currently focused solely on her studies. It's more accurate to say she hardly cares about anything outside of learning. In this situation, the only one who can influence her, besides her teacher, Princess Universe, is Suelong. Because for Ziyue, Suelong is the dragon she has raised since childhood. So what is Ziyue to Suelong? Or what is their relationship? They are definitely not friends. Nor are they employer and employee. It can't possibly be a master-servant relationship either. Their interactions resemble that of siblings, with a hint of mother-son affection. Therefore, Suelong's liking for a little pony didn't surprise Ziyue at all. This is why Suelong doesn't want to disappoint Ziyue. It was such an obvious thing that I had never noticed before. So I guess you really are Ziyue's little dragon baby. Hey, I'm not a little dragon baby. I'm Yue's assistant. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Suelong immediately patted her chest in denial, and Lin Mo did not rebut. All right. So, what will you offer in exchange for this book in my hand? But I don't seem to have anything to exchange. Not even the 10 gold coins for borrowing the book? Yue is afraid I'll spend it recklessly. So she wants me to tell her what to buy before I can take the money out. However, Yue said that I won't need her help for long, and I can save money myself soon. So do you have any shed dragon scales? I can pay some reward. And we can consider this book as part of the deal. I do have some, but Yue has collected them, and she won't let me give them to other ponies. Lin Mo nodded at this. It makes sense. After all, this is a world with magic. So it's natural to pay attention to these things. But I can't just give them to you. How about this? You can come help me during your free time. Wanting dragon scales was just a sudden thought. This was his real idea. Raising a dragon, just thinking about it makes one happy. Really? You have great insight. I, Suelong, am really powerful, and I'm free this afternoon. What do you want me to do? Lin Mo, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, tucked the book into his hoof ring and then threw Suelong onto his back. Lead the way, my dear little dragon baby. That way. By the way, how did you do that? You just tapped once, and those books disappeared. Lin Mo walked towards Ziyue's tower with the chatty Suelong, while not far behind him. In the shadows, the little pony that had been following him was watching them. During this period, Ziyue was still focused on her studies. Even if she saw them, she wouldn't be able to speak. By the way, Mo, what kind of books are you looking for? I'm very familiar with this place. I can find it in no time. Hello, Mrs. Saroff. Suelong followed Lin Mo into the library again, confidently patting his chest to assure Lin Mo and greeting Mrs. Saroff. After seeing Mrs. Saroff nod, they continued walking inside. I want to find some books related to Pegasus and some basic magic books. Mo. Why are you looking for these two kinds of books? It seems you won't need them. Suelong looked at Lin Mo with confusion and whispered to him, curious about the Pegasi and hoping to see if he could gain anything from it. The basic magic books are because the original version from my hometown was accidentally destroyed. These kinds of books are basically transcribed by unicorns, adding their own ideas, so I want to see what's different here. I see. I'll go get them for you. Let's go together. It's good to understand the environment. Lin Mo followed Suelong to the area where basic magic books were stored. Because the books related to Pegasi were too far away, they came here first. I have to say, the Canterlot Grand Library is indeed huge. Several stories high and filled with bookshelves and desks. The nearest basic magic books occupy quite a large area. After arriving in this area, Lin Mo and Suelong went around several times before finding the books they wanted. After checking, Lin Mo found that they were similar to his own magical essence and lost interest, only picking out a few books like magic summaries. So, are they the same as yours? Seeing Lin Mo put down the book, Suelong looked at him expectantly. They are quite similar, basically no difference. Let's go to the shelf related to Pegasi. Saying this, Suelong used magic to categorize the books, then turned and left with Lin Mo. Meanwhile, a unicorn in the distance was watching quietly. We dance with wind and thunder. We accompany rain and snow. We are not integrated, but we scatter together. Not integrated, yet scatter together, written while managing the sky alone. Enjoying myself alone, yet saying we. Lin Mo thought of the feeling he had in his dream that day. Do all things have spirits? What does it mean for all things to have spirits? It's nothing. I just think this poem is really good. It describes the Pegasus. Anyway, it's very flavorful. Suddenly, Suelong appeared beside him, startling Lin Mo, who hurriedly changed the topic to attract his attention. This one, Yue has also read this poem. She said it's a poem that's even more Klitsch D than Klitsch S. Maybe my appreciation ability is too poor. It's getting late. When are you free tomorrow? Noticing it was getting late, Lin Mo said his goodbye to Suilong. The magical array in the room needed to be adjusted. In the afternoon, I'm free this afternoon for the next few days. Then let's meet at the library tomorrow afternoon. Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon, they said as they left the library, walking in different directions. At this moment, Celestia was sitting on the throne in the palace hall, overlooking the shining armor below. If you look closely, you would find that it was the little pony that had been following Lin Mo. Your Highness, after a day of observation, I did not find any desire for destruction in the target pony. I wonder why the finance minister would have such thoughts. Thank you for your hard work, Shining Armor. You may not know, but there was an explosion at Lewis's house yesterday, and this morning. He felt that the boy named Lin Mo seemed to have a desire to create explosions through their conversation. So he hopes I can find a reputable teacher for the boy to guide him away from the wrong path. Chapter 18, Discussion. Lewis hopes I can find a reputable teacher to guide him away from the wrong path. So Shining Armor, what do you think about this matter? Celestia quietly looked at Shining Armor, wanting to know his opinion after observing for a day. Your Highness, in my opinion, Lord Lewis is probably taking that child's joke seriously. Shining Armor recalled the scene of Lin Mo colliding with Suilong. He could definitely do such a thing, but he should not have any malicious intent. Shining Armor then added, even if there are some personal motives, he is still someone who helps unfamiliar dragons with their troubles. Oh, so he's a little guy who likes to joke around. Then we can put aside the matter of finding a teacher for now. I believe Lewis will handle it himself. Celestia said with a squint and a smile, looking quite pleased. However, Shining Armor thought of something. Your Highness, I think this matter is still very important. Didn't you say he has no malicious intent? Celestia paused, her tone filled with confusion. You see, Your Highness, that child lacks discretion when joking, and I worry he might do something he will regret in the future. However, the real reason was not this. He was simply concerned that Lin Mo might come into contact with his sister, Ziyue, through Suilong. After all, Lin Mo seemed to have a preference for feeding Suilong gems, which could lead Ziyue to eventually discover that Suilong was being fed outside. The two little ponies would then argue about Suilong's diet, and upon realizing they both liked Suilong, their relationship would begin to warm up. They might even end up sitting together reading because of Suilong's promise, then argue about the content of the book, and gradually become accustomed to each other's presence, deepening their feelings and stepping into the halls of marriage. Although he wasn't a siscon, such a situation. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. After shouting this out, the Shining Armor also came to his senses, awkwardly looking at Celestia on the throne, unsure whether to put down his raised hoof. Don't ask me how he did that. Since you care so much about that boy, perhaps we can discuss this matter with the Minister of Education. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. I thank you on behalf of that boy. However, Shining Armor didn't really care about this matter. As long as Lin Mo didn't have time to approach his sister, that was enough. Let's leave this matter for the upcoming banquet. It would be perfect to tell him this good news when he presents his gift. Celestia nodded, confirming this. As for whether Lin Mo would agree, she didn't think it would be a problem. Lin Mo had come to study and had expressed to Lewis a desire for a mentor. In this country, it is not easy for a highly respected unicorn to take on a disciple. Your Highness, so he is that little pony presenting the gift. If that's the case, I might have some guesses about what he will offer. Certain images appeared in Shining Armor's mind, and after considering it, Celestia asked, oh, what kind of gift is that? If she didn't ask now, she might be the last to know. That child too, afraid of being remembered, yet still had to flaunt himself. But she also didn't consider that the two little ponies who knew were one was Lewis, who had known for a long time, and the other was the powerful yet hidden captain of the palace guard. Fortunately, the news hadn't leaked out. Otherwise, with Lin Mo's current strength, he really wouldn't be able to fend off the investigation lurking in the shadows. Moreover, it could be done without consuming very little magic power. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Celestia's smile froze slightly. To ensure the safety of Canterlot, there had been a magic circle prohibiting spatial teleportation for many years. If what Shining Armor said was true, then this gift would not be a trivial matter. Today, as afternoon approached, he had stored a large number of books somewhere outside the library and then retrieved them from another place. The whole process was very relaxed and did not consume much magic power at all. Are you sure it can only store and retrieve objects? Celestia's expression became serious. If this horseshoe could also collect living beings, then things would become serious. For example, a certain little pony colluding with a changeling, releasing them somewhere in Canterlot. Was it when he was with Suilong? Celestia's gaze became thoughtful, not knowing what she was considering. Shining Armor, this time I need you to take some guards and watch over him, while also checking the city. Yes, I'll get right on it. The next afternoon, after leaving the library, Lin Mo, carrying a large number of books, once again came to that corner with Sui Long, storing the books inside the horseshoe. I promised to help you find books, but when I got here, you not only found them all, but also had been looking since this morning. Sui Long felt a bit discouraged, eager to help, but ended up doing nothing. Don't worry, my dear little dragon baby is very useful. Lin Mo smiled, reaching out his hoof to rub Sui Long's head. So what do you want me to help you with? Don't rub my head, I'll stop growing. Sui Long immediately put his hooves on his hips, regaining his enthusiasm, then angrily took Lin Mo's hoof down. Help me find a beautiful environment that won't attract Little Pony's attention. Preferably not in the city. Can you do it? My capable little dragon baby. He really needed such a place, as communicating with the elements of nature couldn't always be done in a room. You sure have a lot of requests, but fortunately, you met me, Sui Long. There really is such a place. Previously, Yia always read there. Sui Long raised a paw and pointed a finger, proudly saying, then paused to seriously remind Lin Mo. But from now on, only I can take you there. You can't go there by yourself. Chapter 19, Out of the City. But from now on, only I can take you there. You can't go there by yourself. Sui Long's tone was somewhat serious as he looked at Lin Mo and said, of course. I'm just borrowing the place. I absolutely won't have the idea of monopolizing it. Lin Mo smiled at Sui Long, waving his hoof to indicate he understood. This is what you said, you can't back out. Sui Long shook his outstretched finger and then turned to lead Lin Mo away. However, they hadn't taken 2 steps when Lin Mo, annoyed by Sui Long's slowness, threw him onto his back and walked in the direction he was heading. Behind them, Shining Armor was closely following. Since last night, Shining Armor had already searched all of Canterlot and investigated every little pony who had come into contact with Lin Mo. After notifying Lewis, he arranged for guards to stand guard day and night around his house, and there were also guards disguised as servants inside the house. The focus of their watch was the room where Lin Mo was crafting the horseshoes. Now that room was off limits to any pony except Lin Mo. Until Lin Mo took out the horseshoe, they would need to enter to record everything and eliminate all traces. Meanwhile, Shining Armor kept following Lin Mo, monitoring and ensuring Lin Mo's safety, preventing any pony from obtaining the horseshoe or any potential crafting methods from Lin Mo. Are you sure no ponies will come here? Lin Mo gazed absent-mindedly at this beautiful environment. Although it was somewhat remote, in terms of concealment, it wasn't that great. Lin Mo was puzzled. This didn't look like a place where no ponies would come. Of course, Yaya and I have been here many times and have never seen any other ponies. Except for Princess Celestia. Hearing Sui Long's words, Lin Mo faintly understood something. Perhaps Celestia often relaxed here, so other ponies mistakenly regarded it as her private area. After all, Celestia had lived for over 1,000 years, and no living pony had arrived here earlier than her. Therefore, later arrivals, seeing Celestia resting here, would tactfully leave and advise others not to disturb her. As for other possibilities, Sui Long would know if it was classified as a royal area. By the way, Mo, what are you doing here? Just practicing a spell. By the way, my loyal little dragon baby will keep it a secret for me, right? Lin Mo looked intently at Sui Long, his eyes filled with anticipation, mainly because Zue's character should not believe such a thing, even if it were exposed. With the goodwill of sending gifts to Celestia, I feel somewhat protected, so I'm not too worried. Having doubts. It's quite normal to casually kill a little horse when calling a killer to execute a task. Of course, I'm just watching here. Of course not. If you find anything wrong with me, just hit me on the head with this. Lin Mo said as he took out a baseball bat from the hoof ring and handed it to Sui Long. What kind of wrong is that? Sui Long was somewhat at a loss for what expression to make. He had seen Yia practice magic, but she had never made such a request. Perhaps it's an excessive emotional change or a painful struggle expression. The normal reaction would be to close one's eyes and hum a song, and the expression wouldn't change much. Just hit if there's something unusual. Lin Mo actually didn't know what the specific performance would be like. But communicating with the elemental forces often causes a spiritual touch. If there are significant emotional changes, it probably means the spirit is starting to sink. After all, deeply feeling the elemental forces certainly has its risks, somewhat similar to the rumored transformation path, but it hasn't reached that height. Of course, he was prepared. So the risk was almost non-existent. Sui Long was just a last resort in case of emergency. Do we really have to hit? Sui Long hesitated, wondering if Lin Mo was joking with him. Since practicing this magic carries some risks, it needs our brave Sui Long to protect. No problem, just leave it to me. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, telling Sui Long to step back a bit. Then he cast a shielding spell on his back and slowly entered the state. Sui Long looked at the baseball bat in his paws and then at Lin Mo, scratching his head, still confused. He had never seen such a thing before. The shining armor behind also felt it was strange. To be honest, he was one of the most powerful unicorns in Ponyville, but he had never heard of such magic. Practicing magic might indeed be dangerous, but relying on hitting the head to get out of danger seems a bit absurd. However, his attention quickly shifted elsewhere. Just now, when Lin Mo cast a spell on his back, Suelong couldn't feel the magical fluctuations, so he couldn't see it, but it was impossible to hide it from his eyes. He just didn't understand what Lin Mo's intention was in doing this. What? Is he going to grow wings? Is that possible? Thinking of this, the shining armor dismissed the idea of using magic to see through the barrier. After all, as Lin Mo thought, he sent gifts to Celestia, such valuable gifts. Regardless of how Celestia thought, he would first gain the unanimous goodwill of their royalist faction. Just like now, unless necessary, they wouldn't pry into his secrets. Time passed slowly, and the cool evening air made the ponies feel comfortable. Occasionally, the sounds of birds and beasts echoed around, and the breeze rustled the grass. As a leaf fell, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Lin Mo open his eyes, Suelong immediately perked up, tightly gripping the baseball bat and walking over, carefully observing Lin Mo's expression. No need. I'm awake. I'm awake. Looking at Suelong raising the bat, Lin Mo shouted in horror. Hearing this, Suelong regretfully put down the bat in his paw. But you're so excited right now. Don't you really need to hit once? Why am I so excited you don't know? No need, by the way. Has my loyal little dragon baby been guarding all afternoon like this? Of course, I'm Suelong. Chapter 20. The true name of the Blazing Sun Dome. Of course, let's go. Wait a moment, my dear little dragon baby. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, he noticed the sun about to set on the horizon and called out to Suelong. With Lin Mo's current abilities, casting chanting magic was still somewhat insufficient, because the elemental forces he communicated with might abandon their posts. However, if he could use some external force and slightly modify the prepared spell, perhaps he could cast some specific chanting magic. What's wrong? Momo, my brave little dragon baby, do you want to cast a spell with me? Huh. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Although I'm very willing, but I don't know magic. Moreover, what does it mean to cast it together? Suelong was somewhat dazed. He had seen casting magic together before, but that was only if both ponies knew magic, and different races have different understandings of magic. Would casting the same spell not cause problems? Of course, there would be problems. So this spell from Lin Mo was actually him helping Suelong to cast together. All Suelong needed to do was to expend magic power and follow the feeling to recite the incantation given by Lin Mo. Lin Mo did this to see how much enhancement he could achieve by indirectly collaborating with Suelong. However, the sun was about to set, so Lin Mo didn't explain clearly to Suelong, only telling him the chanting words and asking him not to resist, just to release his magic power and follow the feeling to recite. At this moment, a dragon and a pony faced the direction of the sun, beginning to gather the magic power within. The surrounding elemental forces became increasingly active, and the patterns on Lin Mo's back became clearer. Even the magic was somewhat unable to conceal it. The shining armor watched the active elemental forces around them, and then turned to look at Lin Mo's back, his expression becoming serious. As they heightened their state to the best, Lin Mo and Suelong began to chant, brilliant flowing light, reflecting the myriad forms of the forest. Restraint, resistance, attraction, and flow. Follow the melodious and graceful melody. Shatter the silent bones. Here, I call upon the true name of the Blazing Sun Dome. In the name of Princess Celestia, arise from the void. Blazing Sun Spear. Magic mixed with elemental forces inscribed a huge magic circle in the sky, pulling various elements to operate in a certain way, and finally, through Celestia's authority, forcibly completed and released this magic. As the chanting ended, the world seemed to pause for a moment. Then, as if countless rays of light shot from the setting sun on the horizon, a fiery red spear of light formed in the sky, fiercely striking the ground not far in front of them. Boom! After a blast of flying sand and rocks, Lin Mo, somewhat exhausted, opened his eyes and saw Suelong running towards the struck area. Suelong didn't lose much magic power. This, did we do this? Momo, come and see, this pit is so big. Suelong shouted excitedly, feeling that he was really amazing. Lin Mo nodded without speaking. He had almost exhausted his magic power and didn't want to talk. At this moment, the shining armor behind them was shocked and fell to the ground. The magic Lin Mo used was something he had never heard of, and it could erupt with a power far beyond Lin Mo's own level. However, this wasn't enough to move him. What truly shocked him was the true name Lin Mo shouted when he released the magic and the patterns on Lin Mo's back. Just now, when Lin Mo cast the magic, the patterns on his back appeared for a moment, which the shining armor saw. Peeking out to look at Lin Mo's direction, the shock in the shining armor's eyes was still hard to calm down. At this moment, Celestia was looking around in confusion. After all, with her current strength, it was impossible for her to mishear something like this. Your Highness, what happened? Hearing the inquiry from the Minister of Education, Celestia chose not to tell him. It's nothing. Let's continue our previous topic. What should we do now? Lin Mo had just taken a moment to rest and was about to stand up when he suddenly heard Suilong shout loudly and hurriedly ran over. Suilong, what's wrong? What happened? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Suilong's claw trembled as it pointed to a large pit in front of them. What should we do about this? Following Suilong's claw pointing at the pit, Lin Mo froze in place. All right, this place is just temporarily borrowed, so what should we do about this pit? After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo slowly walked down into the pit, buried some things inside, and then came back up. Let's go? My trustworthy little dragon baby. Are you sure this is really okay? After watching the whole process, Suilong's eye twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. What are you talking about? My honest little dragon baby. Did we come here today? Isn't this pit made by someone called Lin Jiankingfeng? Out of guilt. He even left an apology letter and some gold. Looking at the gold, Ziyue definitely wouldn't use magic to find the truth with the unicorn, right? Lin Mo insisted confidently, as if it were indeed true. But we can directly apologize to Yaya, right? Are you sure she will forgive us? What are you talking about? Momo, have we done anything? Lin Mo turned his head and gave Suilong a disdainful glance, unaware that a little pony behind them was also looking at the two with disdain. By the way, Momo, why did you shout Princess Celestia's name when you cast magic just now? Suilong was somewhat puzzled. Casting magic is just casting magic. Why invoke Celestia's name? Because calling the sun directly doesn't work. What do you mean? But ever since Princess Celestia started pulling up the sun, it's been different. She doesn't consume magic power, but increases it instead. Do you know why? Isn't it because the princess is a powerful alicorn? Lin Mo's retort left Suilong puzzled. He had never thought about this question before. There is indeed a causal relationship, but it's not the main reason. Chapter 21 Divine Authority. There is indeed a causal relationship, but it is not the main reason. The real reason lies in divine authority or sovereignty. Unicorns pull up the sun by sacrificing the essence of magic power in exchange for brute force, while the princess does the opposite. She commands the sun to rise based on her sovereignty over it, and thus accumulates magic power. In a sense, she is the manifestation of the sun on earth. So borrowing her name has miraculous effects. Lin Mo shared his understanding with Suilong, but Suilong still seemed confused. So, does it mean that Princess Celestia is the sun, and we borrowed the power of the sun? No, my dear little dragon baby. We are not borrowing the power of the sun. We are borrowing the sovereignty of the sun, which is the dominion over what it symbolizes. What we are doing is like fox borrowing tiger's might, but how effective it is still depends on ourselves. Lin Mo said with a light smile, patiently explaining to Suilong. Is that really okay? But will the princess be angry if she knows? Of course, as long as there is no prohibition in law, and the princess hasn't forbidden it. It means we are allowed to use it. Moreover, if more little ponies use it, it also enhances the sun's sovereignty. Besides, at our level, it wouldn't even reach the princess's ears. Although Lin Mo's words were not wrong, this was the first time such a situation had occurred in this world. And the first time is always special. So, my dear little dragon baby, see you at the banquet tomorrow night. Momo, see you tomorrow night. Princess, I have important matters to report. Then, Minister, the matter is settled. As you wish, Your Highness. Seeing the shining armor leave in a hurry, Celestia ended her conversation with the Minister of Education, who also wisely left the place. What happened? You seem a bit flustered, Shining Armor. It's like this, Your Highness. After listening to Shining Armor's statement, even Celestia, who had been a princess for 1,000 years, found it hard to believe. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Celestia thought that if Shining Armor wasn't crazy, then she must be going crazy. She had been an alicorn for over 1,000 years. When it came to the combination of elemental forces and magic, and the utilization of solar authority, she dared to say that no creature could surpass her. She was the best at it. But today, reality gave her a hard slap, telling her that there was a child who understood solar authority better than she did. If all this is true, then, what the heck, Celestia? After 1,000 years, this is what you figured out? In fact, if she hadn't yet awakened the life force of a land pony, she might have suffered even more blows today. Although all of this was probably not something that child had researched on their own, it was still a blow to the alicorn. Your Highness, this matter is absolutely true. Shining Armor shattered Celestia's last bit of fantasy. I see. Speaking of which, I did hear a call today. The magic was released around evening, right? Celestia pretended to be calm and spoke normally with Shining Armor. Yes, Your Highness. Then about impossibly becoming an alicorn. The questioning shining armor didn't realize that his focus was completely different from Celestia's. I have my arrangements for this matter. You may leave for now. Yes, Your Highness. After shining armor left, Celestia quietly sat on the throne in a daze. Tonight, it would be a sleepless night. Suelong, where do you want to go? Today. If there isn't a reasonable explanation, don't even think about letting this go. Yeah, you're still not asleep? Suelong stiffly turned his head to look at Ziyue, forcing out an ugly smile. Yes, I'm still awake, so don't you have anything else to say to me? Really? Of course it's true. Yeah, why would I lie to you? Oh, then it seems I was overthinking it. The little dragon that Moondance saw with a little pony today wasn't he you, right? My dear little dragon baby. Ziyue's eyes suddenly turned very dangerous. She had even learned to deceive, and this matter could not end well. That might be, probably, should be, perhaps me. Suelong's eyes became erratic, and his two claws were in a flurry, not knowing where to put them. Is that so? It seems you went out together. Can you tell me where you want to play? Ziyue's tone was very gentle. If one didn't look at her eyes. We went to Sugar Cube Corner. Sugar Cube Corner? I remember Minity and the others were there today. Did you see them? Ziyue's eyes emitted a chilling light, contrasting with her cold, murderous aura and gentle tone. In an instant, Ziyue's expression returned to normal, and all of this went unnoticed by the low-headed Suelong. All right, Suelong. Actually, I know where you went today and what happened. But I want to hear you tell me in person. Is that okay? Suelong raised his head and looked at Ziyue, hesitating a bit about whether to speak. Ziyue smiled and nodded at him. All right. Yeah. Actually, it's like this. That's about it. But it's really great that you can forgive us, oh my. Facing the suddenly appearing Ziyue with a dark expression, Suelong was so scared that he fell to the ground, trembling. Take me to find him. It's no wonder Ziyue was so agitated. That place was told to her by her teacher, Princess Universe. If the princess comes one day, how are you going to explain it to her? As for the peculiar magic that Suelong mentioned, she just felt it was some special kind of magic. Suelong didn't tell her much more. Chapter 22 Banquet. That yeah, I don't know where he lives, but I know where to find him tomorrow. Looking at Ziyue's dark face, Suelong silently apologized to Lin Mo in his heart. Oh, where? At tomorrow night's banquet. Tomorrow's teacher's banquet? Why is he going there? Ziyue was taken aback, and even the dark energy around her lessened a bit, doubting whether Suelong was lying to her. Yeah, don't you know? It seems that not many little ponies know. He will present a treasure to Her Highness the Princess at tomorrow's banquet. The princess is worried that he might be spied on, so she held this banquet. Didn't Her Highness tell you? As Ziyue's gaze became less terrifying, Suelong let out a sigh of relief and spoke out. Really? The teacher probably forgot. Ziyue felt a bit embarrassed. The teacher did mention this yesterday, but she didn't plan to attend the banquet, so she turned around and forgot. Suelong said as he walked towards his room, but at the door, he saw Ziyue's expressionless face again. With the arrival of dawn, Celestia's sun rose on time from the east. Under the sunlight, one could see a few little ponies moving around the streets of Canterlot, and some shops had already opened their doors to welcome customers. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Mo, whose room's windows were still tightly shut. The faint light filtering through the curtains didn't catch his attention. His eyes were fixed on the magic circle in front of him, engraving various complex patterns onto the two hoof rings inside. Around him were some unknown liquids stored in bottles. From time to time, he would pick one up and pour some of the liquid, controlling it to seep into the patterns of the magic circle. But Lin Mo didn't stop. After slightly modifying the magic circle, Lin Mo placed his hoof ring along with the other 6 hoof rings into another prepared refining circle, along with a tail ring. After spending a lot of time repeating the previous operations, Lin Mo finally stopped. Due to limited ability and materials, the space inside the hoof rings wasn't large. The 2 princesses' rings had 50 cubic meters, the other 6 had only 7 cubic meters, while his had 10 cubic meters, and Suelong's tail ring had 6 cubic meters. Although the space was small, these hoof rings could be upgraded once they had materials. Of course, he also made a few non-upgradable versions from some really poor scraps, each 3 cubic meters in size. At this moment, Lin Mo sat on the ground in meditation, waiting for the refining to finish, with the items that were originally in the hoof rings scattered around him. Before this, Lin Mo couldn't believe he had so many things. It seemed he needed to tidy up a bit later. Time passed to the evening, and Lin Mo rode with Louis to the royal sister's castle. Although it was getting late, the animals around were still active. Occasionally, a small animal would peek out from the bushes on the sides of the road, and the sounds of insects and faint bird calls made him feel very good. The refreshing breeze in the forest also made the little pony feel comfortable. Perhaps due to his increasingly close contact with the elements of nature, the surrounding animals were very curious about him, as they had never seen a pony like him. Occasionally, Some bolder ones would fly in front of him and perch on the window beside him. Under the curious gaze of the surrounding animals, Lin Mo and Louis crossed the suspension bridge to the royal sisters' castle. I have to say, this castle is really tall. After entering the main gate, there was a spacious courtyard, and behind the castle was a large garden filled with various plants and animals. Inside the castle was a vast hall, and apart from tables, there wasn't much else, but there was a band playing music. Obviously, today's banquet was being held in this hall, and there were already quite a few little ponies talking and moving around. As they passed by the band that had just finished a song, they bowed, and Louis continued to walk forward. Did you see that high platform, MOMO? The princess will be on that high platform soon. When the princess calls your name, you can go up to present your gift. Louis pointed to the high platform and carefully explained to Lin Mo what he needed to pay attention to. Don't worry, mister. Louis, I won't go too far. Lin Mo nodded, smiled, waved his hoof at Louis, and turned to leave. Walking around the hall, occasionally chatting with the little ponies around, Lin Mo returned to the area around the performance stage. He didn't really understand what art meant, but he could feel the musician's dedication. The beautiful melodies of the music were enough to keep him there until it was time to go on stage to present his gift. However, he still needed to find Suelong first. Lin Mo searched around with his gaze and finally found Suelong near the entrance. He didn't walk directly over, but took a big detour to approach Suelong from behind. Hey, my dear little dragon baby, what are you doing here? Lin Mo startled Suelong a little, teasing him with a big smile. However, seeing Suelong's somewhat flustered appearance, he wondered if it was a bit too timid for him as a dragon. Hey, burp Mo. Suelong seemed genuinely startled, hiccuping with every word. Lin Mo's mouth twitched a bit, and he used magic to heal Suelong's hiccups, causing his horn to glow. Thank you, Mo. That, I actually. Lin Mo suddenly turned to look out the window. He felt like some pony was staring at him with killing intent just now, but after looking for a while, he found nothing. Lin Mo turned back to Suelong. Sorry, my dear little dragon baby. What were you going to say just now? The corner of Suelong's eye caught a glimpse of Ziyue outside the window, making a "I'm watching you" gesture, but would he, Suelong, easily succumb to that? Oh, I wanted to ask what you were going to present to Her Highness the Princess. Can you tell me? Chapter 23 Ziyue. In the end, Suelong still changed his question about the gift, as he figured Yia wouldn't really kill him. Oh, my clever little dragon baby, don't you know? I thought you would have guessed it already. Lin Mo cautiously observed his surroundings. The earlier gaze made him quite uneasy, but after observing for a moment, he relaxed a bit. After all, this was Celestia's banquet, and no pony would dare to act here. Could it be that hoof ring? But isn't it on your hoof right now? Of course not this one. I made a bigger one. Also, I made 2 smaller ones for you and Ziyue as gifts. Really? Is it really too precious? Lin Mo's words left Suelong somewhat flabbergasted. Although Lin Mo called him Little Dragon Baby every day, he had never received such a precious gift. By the way, you don't know Yia yet, right? Why are you suddenly giving her such an expensive gift? Suelong's expression was a bit strange. After all, Lin Mo had only been in Canterlot for a few days, right? Had he even met Yia? Is it strange to like a confident and serene girl? Suelong. Ziyue. Haha. I'm just joking, my cute little dragon baby. Ziyue, this talkative scoundrel. Suelong. Momo, you haven't told me why you're doing this yet. Why are you doing this? Of course, it's to build a good relationship with the real protagonist. But I can't say that here, because Ziyue has a lot of magic books. If I build a good relationship with her, I can go see the books anytime, right? Moreover, Ziyue is indeed a beautiful girl. My cute little dragon baby. So what about our gift? I still don't know what it looks like. Suelong was stunned by Lin Mo's words and turned to ask about his gift. In response, Lin Mo waved his hoof, indicating that it couldn't be done now. If other little ponies saw me give you something similar first, it might embarrass the princess, even if the princess is the best. Doing this in the almost faith-like country of Celestia would be asking for trouble. Alright, do you want to go listen to music with me? My dear little dragon baby. Lin Mo didn't wait for Suelong to continue speaking and invited Suelong to listen to the performance together. Sure, but I still have to find Yia. So I can't go listen to music with you, even though I actually really want to. Just when Suelong was about to agree, she saw Ziyue not far behind Lin Mo and thought for a moment before refusing. Lin Mo seemed to have seen something and teased Suelong. What? Of course not. It's just that I was taught a lesson. Wanting to refute, Suelong looked at Lin Mo's teasing expression and then at Ziyue behind him, nodding in acknowledgement. How about we say a few words about her here to vent? Don't worry, if you don't say it, I won't say it. No little ponies will know. Suelong looked at Lin Mo, then glanced at Ziyue, and then back at Lin Mo. For example, Yia must have read so much that she got silly. Yia is just a big homebody, huh? Is that so? It sounds really funny. Are there any other funnier things? Why not say them out loud? Huh, haha. Lin Mo glanced at Sualong, who was playing with her own hooves, and his smile gradually stiffened. Damn, the main character heard the bad talk behind her back. Wow, who is this beautiful girl? I know. You must be the legendary, beautiful, and elegant girl Ziyue, like a celestial being. Just seeing you feels like enough for a lifetime. You must be here looking for Sualong, right? Then I won't disturb you too, goodbye. Aren't you inviting me to listen to the performance? This gentleman. Ziyue remained smiling and quietly watched Lin Mo's pretentious act, waiting until he finished before responding. This scene fell into the eyes of the passing shining armor. If it weren't for the banquet, if Ziyue wasn't there, if there wasn't a mission, he definitely wanted to make that kid suffer. Carefully shifting his gaze towards Ziyue, he locked eyes with her, who was smiling dangerously. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Lin Mo's confusion, the music began to play, and this melody seemed to carry a feeling of first love, which could also be called a crush between a boy and a girl. Wait, she can't think it was me, right? Lin Mo quickly turned to look at Ziyue. Oh no, she's smiling even more dangerously. Time passed slowly, and Lin Mo finally saw Celestia standing on the high platform. He was eager to say goodbye to Ziyue and Sualong and head towards the platform. But before he could speak, let's go together. I also want to see what gift you brought for the teacher. You've been joking about me. Haven to you. Don't you like me? Are you happy staying with me now? As for the music, she knew it was a misunderstanding by the performers, but she just wanted to scare Lin Mo a bit. Watching Ziyue walk ahead, Lin Mo bowed to the stage and then followed along with a sense of despair. When he and Ziyue and Sualong reached the bottom of the platform, it was already crowded with little ponies. They struggled to squeeze to the front. After all, he still had to go on stage later. He couldn't stay in the back. Of course, this banquet was mainly to serve as a warning to those nobles, so he might be brought on stage in a roundabout way to show that he was protected. On the platform, Celestia stood at the front, ready to address the little ponies attending the banquet, while the ministers and officials of the country surrounded her, posing as servants. Soon, the performers were invited to move the stage to this spot. The main topic was about to begin. Chapter 24, Taking an Apprentice. Celestia smiled as she looked down at her subjects, or rather, she always had this expression. Dear subjects of Equestria, welcome to this banquet hosted by me. Of course, today we also welcome a boy who came to Canterlot to study. Mrs. Seraph told me that he respects every book and feels guilty if he accidentally damages one. He loves knowledge like bees love flowers. Therefore, I have made a decision. Come up, child. Celestia looked down at Lin Mo and softly said, while the little ponies around also turned their heads to look at him with scrutinizing or curious expressions, sizing him up. On the platform, two little ponies were also smiling at Lin Mo, one of whom was naturally Lewis, and the other was the Minister of Education, Mrs. Seraph. Yesterday, she was called to the royal sister's castle by Celestia to discuss finding a teacher for Lin Mo, because she had a good impression of him. When Celestia asked her if she was interested in taking him as an apprentice, she nodded in agreement immediately. Therefore, when she came today, she dressed up specially to give Lin Mo a good impression to make everything go smoother. However, hearing the princess's words, why did she feel a bit uneasy? Could it be that the apprentice she was about to take could still fly away? With such thoughts, she watched Lin Mo step by step walk up the platform and stand in front of Princess Celestia. Lin Mo walked nervously to Celestia, not knowing what she wanted to do, but it would definitely have a significant impact on his future. As for whether the outcome was good or bad, it depended on what the princess thought. I greet you, great cosmic princess. May your glory be eternal, existing alongside the sun and the moon. When he reached Celestia, Lin Mo raised his front hoof to bow and recited the lines he had prepared long ago, but upon hearing these words, Celestia seemed a bit taken aback. And the ponies above and below the stage also appeared to be pondering. Your name is Momo, right? No need to be so formal, just relax a bit. I heard Lewis say that you want to find a well-respected teacher. I wonder if you still have such thoughts now. Celestia's gaze held a hint of expectation, clearly having some arrangements in mind. Great cosmic princess, I do indeed have such thoughts, after all. Studying alone as a little pony can lead to many mistakes and waste a lot of time. Furthermore, for you, who have protected Equestria for a millennium, such respect is only fitting. As soon as he stopped, Lin Mo realized he had said the wrong thing. Oh no, how could he mention her age in front of a woman? Until Lin Mo saw that Celestia's expression did not turn unpleasant, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What I did was just my responsibility, no different from my predecessors. However, that is not what I want to say. Although it is a bit inappropriate to bring it up here. Celestia's tone became serious, and Mrs. Sorrow was already prepared to step forward. Now that things had developed to this point, Lin Mo felt he could see the conclusion. But Mrs. Sorrow, she is indeed a good choice. Do you wish to become my disciple, Momo? Celestia's gaze flickered, and she ultimately made this choice. What? Are you unwilling? No. I am deeply honored. Great princess of the universe, it's just. Is it really okay to toy with Mrs. Sorrow like this? It's just a bit hard to believe. I thought I misheard. Hearing Lin Mo say this, Celestia smiled and rubbed his head. So, from today on, you are my disciple, with the right to enter and leave the castle freely. Additionally, you have a senior sister, Ziyue. Since you came here together just now, I assume you know each other. By the way, I heard from Louis that you have a gift for me. I wonder what it is. Celestia said, blinking her eyes playfully. Oh, it's like this. Princess, teacher. This is a spatial storage equipment capable of receiving and storing items. I hope it can be of help to you. Lin Mo lifted both front hooves, using the empty one to touch the hoof ring, pulling out a box adorned with a pattern resembling taiji. The box slowly opened, and 2 hoof rings floated up, each depicting the sun, moon, and stars. What a nice gift. But how does it store items? I remember that teleportation is banned throughout Cantlot. Celestia was momentarily taken aback by the 2 hoof rings, picked up the one decorated with the sun and everything. But her gaze lingered on the other one for a long time. Then she asked with some confusion. She was genuinely curious about this. Although she knew the function of the hoof ring beforehand, she still did not understand the reason. After all, the My Little Pony world really does not have this concept. It's like this, teacher. Its storage feature does not rely on teleporting to a certain place. The space is within it. There is a space of 50 cubic meters inside, and once recognized as a master, it can be used freely, but living creatures cannot be stored. Celestia stared intently at Lin Mo, but did not see any change in his expression, even feeling puzzled about her own gaze. She looked down at the hoof ring, using magic to recognize the master, feeling the vast space inside. So, besides living creatures, are there any other limitations? Perhaps some artifacts with special spatial powers cannot be received, but there should be no other limitations. Anything that can be picked up at once can be instantly stored within. Swish. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he noticed that everything in the entire hall, except for the high platform beneath him and the surrounding ponies, had vanished. Even the stairs on the wall had been taken down. Of course, this also included the musicians' instruments. Celestia, however, was still quite interested in the hoof ring. Chapter 25, The Banquet. In the spacious hall, everything had returned to its original state, completely unnoticeable that everything had disappeared for a while. Celestia placed her hoof with the hoof ring down and also stored the box and the other hoof ring within. My dear student, tonight I will trouble you to stay behind me with Yaya, Celestia said, waving her hoof at Ziyue. Signaling her to come up here and stand behind her with Lin Mo. Ziyue saw her teacher wave and happily walked up to the high platform, while Suilong remained below, waving his paw at Lin Mo and Ziyue. Teacher, I'm so happy to be with you. I have so much to say. Facing the excited Ziyue, Celestia also appeared very pleased. For this student who had been buried in books for years, Celestia hoped she could go out more often. By the way, this is Momo. You should have known each other for a long time, right? He will be your junior brother from now on. You must not bully him. Noticing Lin Mo's somewhat timid demeanor, Celestia found it amusing and reminded Ziyue. Teacher, how could I do such a thing? Facing Celestia's teasing, Ziyue retorted a bit angrily, giving Lin Mo a glare. If it weren't for this guy, how could I be misunderstood by the teacher? All right, you 2 siblings can chat for a bit. I still have some matters to attend to. Thinking the time was about right, Celestia prepared to start receiving the guests below. After all, with her benevolent image, she could not sit on the throne like a tyrant, coldly treating all the ponies, even though she could do so anytime. Hearing her words, Ziyue and Lin Mo obediently walked to Celestia's back. Oh, so your name is Momo, not Xingfeng. You already knew. Suilong, is this how you keep secrets? Yes. Some pony buried gold to apologize. Junior brother, why are you silent? Teacher asked us to chat more. Don't you know why I'm not speaking? With that look, how can I say anything? No, senior sister, I just am not good at talking. Really? But I saw you chatting very happily with Suilong just now. It's because I get nervous when I'm with such a beautiful girl like senior sister. And then I get nervous and can't speak. Junior brother, junior brother, junior brother. Once I stand up, just wait until I call you little Yaya every day. Is that so? Junior brother really knows how to talk. Ziyue's expression visibly darkened, and she no longer spoke to Lin Mo, running over to Celestia's side. Lin Mo watched Ziyue leave, puzzled, unsure why she suddenly got angry again. However, since Ziyue had gone to the front, Lin Mo could not stay behind alone, so he followed her up. Although everyone was very enthusiastic, it was indeed a bit too much. Lin Mo raised a front hoof and sat in the garden outside, which felt a bit dangerous for him now. Almost every pony wanted to get to know him, but Lin Mo was not very happy, as their intentions were too obvious. Just to observe the hoof ring while shaking hooves, he almost had his hoof with the ring taken off. It was hard to find an opportunity to run out. Lin Mo had no intention of going back inside for the time being. Momo, so you are here. Turning around to see Suilong coming over. Lin Mo pulled him into his embrace and covered his mouth, rubbing his head fiercely. Keep it down. Are you trying to attract that group of ponies over here? How did Ziyue find out about that so quickly? Do you know, my dear little dragon baby? Seeing Suilong stop struggling, Lin Mo released the hoof covering his mouth and watched him with a strange smile. Well, you know, I live with Yaya, and I will always be found out. Suilong said in a low voice, his eyes dodging. It's not that he is not capable. Who would have thought that Yaya would even deceive a dragon baby? Humph. I'll let you off this time, my dear little dragon baby. Lin Mo said, rubbing Suilong's head again before letting him go. But don't you want to go back in? Momo, there are many ponies waiting to meet you inside. Suilong tidied his hair with his claws and turned to Lin Mo, saying, if possible, I really don't want this kind of acquaintance. Lin Mo's tone was somewhat helpless, but as he looked at Suilong, he suddenly thought of something. Suilong, do you want to see your gift? Lin Mo took out a small box and waved it in front of Suilong, successfully capturing his attention. Is this for me? Of course not. Didn't I say that before? Hurry up and put it on to see how it looks. Momo, you are really too nice. Seeing Suilong happily twirling around with the tail ring on his tail, Lin Mo also revealed a mysterious smile. By the way, where is Ziyue, my dear little dragon baby? Yaya? She's in the hall right now. Didn't you see her when you were inside? Is that so? I was surrounded by a group of little ponies, so I didn't notice. After learning Ziyue's location, Lin Mo planned to have Suilong attract the attention of the little ponies. After all, Suilong seemed to really enjoy playing with them. Yeah, Momo, are you coming with me? No, you go play with everyone first. I want to sit here a bit longer. Remember, you can't promise me anything. Absolutely cannot let anyone know, okay? As he said this, he grabbed Suilong's shoulders and stared into his eyes intently. Only after a moment did he release his hooves. Got it. Watching Suilong happily leave, Lin Mo felt a bit uneasy. However, he would be going in soon, as long as he made sure to stop Suilong before he got too carried away. Lin Mo watched Suilong walk through the door, rubbing his hooves and silently calculating the time in his heart. Chapter 26. Blue Blood Prince. The night air was a bit damp and cold, and a gentle breeze swept through the dimly lit and tidy garden, bringing a slight chill to the little ponies. However, Lin Mo was not paying attention to any of this. At this moment, he was entangled with a toothless old gardener, hoping he would allow him to plant a peculiar flower in the garden and help take care of it. But judging by the gardener's expression, he was quite unwilling, and his words were exceptionally resolute. How can such a flower that challenges imagination appear in the princess's garden? Even if it appears, it mustn't be planted in such an obvious place. What will the princess think if she sees it? She will definitely kick me out of this position. Old man, just let me plant it here and help take care of it. Trust me, it will definitely survive. No, this flower absolutely cannot be planted. Such a peculiar flower must never appear in the princess's garden. If you say it will turn to ash by tomorrow morning, I might agree. Just let me plant the flower here. It will definitely surprise us. Lin Mo pleaded with a flower that had fiery red lips at the front, a shape resembling a bud at the back, and bizarrely shaped stamens growing outside, all covered in ugly spots. The princess will never allow it to appear here. Besides, it has already brought me a great surprise. As a flower, its existence in this world is a mistake. I am the new student taken in by the princess. I will go tell my teacher. The gardener didn't doubt the truth of this. After all, he had heard some news outside just now. But, child, you're really not afraid of being expelled from your teacher's school? No way, unless you can bring the princess here. Smelling the indescribable stench, the old gardener was very resolute in his refusal. Really not possible. Lin Mo showed a pitiful expression in the night, hoping to move the hard-working gardener. But the result was, no way. Clearly, the old man's will was even more steadfast than expected. He had originally thought he could plant the flower first before going to find the teacher. But was it not said that hard-working gardeners love flowers and plants? How could they look at it with such prejudice? A while had passed, and he didn't know how Suilong was doing over there. At this moment, in a room within the castle, Your Highness, the results of the investigation are here. Please take a look. Shining Armor said as he bowed and handed 2 pieces of parchment to Celestia. Thank you for your hard work, Shining Armor. Celestia looked at the parchment in front of her with a grim expression. She really didn't expect that it hadn't been long before that group of little ponies started bouncing around again. It seemed this time it couldn't just be a warning. I understand the situation. You will lead the monitoring of these little ponies tonight, and we will deal with it uniformly tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. I will take care of it right away. Seeing Celestia wave her hoof, Shining Armor exited to notify those below to start executing the task. After Shining Armor left, only Celestia and the Minister of Education, Madame Sorrow, who had been watching her, remained in the room. Feeling this gaze, the anger on Celestia's face was replaced by embarrassment. I'm sorry, Minister Sorrow. The earlier situation was unavoidable. I had my reasons for doing it. Only by becoming an alicorn could one understand that being an alicorn is not simply about possessing the powers of the 3 tribes. Becoming an alicorn is definitely not just about growing wings. Therefore, since Lin Mo appeared at the banquet, Celestia had been paying attention to him. In fact, before tonight, she had always thought Lin Mo had just used some magic to gain some traits of a Pegasus, although Madame Sorrow was her confidant. When it came to a newly emerged alicorn, she decided to cultivate him herself. I believe in you, Your Highness. I'm just a bit regretful. Faced with Celestia's statement, Madame Sorrow did not doubt it. She had known this princess since she was very young and naturally would not let such a small matter create a rift. It was just that her expectations turned into disappointment, which felt a bit uncomfortable. I sincerely apologize for your regret. If there is anything you need in the future, please feel free to mention it, and I will do my best to help you. For having snatched Madame Sorrow's student, Celestia felt quite embarrassed, and she knew Madame Sorrow well enough to not fear any excessive demands. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I don't need anything. It's okay. My promise is always valid. Do you have time tomorrow to join me for afternoon tea? Of course, it would be my honor, Your Highness. Lin Mo was peeking in from outside the window and saw many little ponies gathered around a table inside, with Suilong shaking his tail on the table, seemingly saying something. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. These little ponies were too curious, unlike him, who remained unfazed by everything. Putting on a pair of glasses, Lin Mo lifted his hooves and walked into the hall, searching for Zue's direction, sneaking in from the least noticeable direction. However, halfway through, he was stopped by a somewhat familiar little pony. You are Lin Mo. Humph. The princess really has poor judgment to choose you as a student. Confirmed. The narcissistic blue-blood prince. A little prince who is all show and no substance. He even doubted whether this guy could perform magic as a unicorn. Lin Mo pushed him away with his front hoof and continued toward his destination. You rude country pony. How dare you touch me with your hoof? If you know what's good for you, you should bow your head and apologize, you blind princess's student. Gravity. Thud. The blue-blooded prince knelt on the ground, unable to move, feeling as if his bones were creaking. The intense pain twisted his expression. This is the punishment for your disrespect towards Her Highness the Princess. I will report this to the princess, and if you dare to do it again, perhaps it will require your Queen of Chimea to come and explain herself. Lin Mo said loudly, drawing the attention of the nearby ponies. After all, if he didn't clarify things today, this idiot would likely come out tomorrow and turn black into white. Chapter 27, Speculation. After all, if he didn't clarify things today, this idiot would likely come out tomorrow and turn black into white. Although with this guy's intelligence, it was mostly self-inflicted humiliation, but who would want such disgusting trouble? Unless one was truly bored. It was hard to understand how a mere prince sent from a small kingdom dared to flaunt power in the capital of his sovereign nation. And now he had even insulted the ruler. How had he lived this long? As for whether today's incident was a test by some ponies and what their purpose was, that was no longer something he needed to worry about. After teaching this idiot a lesson, Lin Mo turned to leave, and the surrounding ponies shifted their attention, whispering among themselves, looking at the blue-blooded prince who lay on the ground, unable to get up with disdain. Lin Mo waved his hoof at Zue, who had looked over, and walked quickly towards her. What just happened? Zue asked curiously, having only heard that some pony had disrespected the princess. As for who it was, her line of sight was blocked, so she couldn't see that side. The blue-blooded prince. He insulted my teacher out of a moment's arrogance because he looked down on me, so I taught him a little lesson. How could he do that? The teacher is for this country. Wait, doesn't he know the consequences of insulting the teacher? After the anger came confusion. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to insult the princess here. I also find it strange. He started off with cold mockery towards me. I only pushed him away. And then he seemed to be stimulated and began to insult others without recognizing anyone. I suspect he might have been under a spell, Lin Mo said thoughtfully. But he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations just now, indicating that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Magic? Is it a contact-triggered mental induction spell? She didn't doubt what Lin Mo said. At least from the contact, the quality of the pony was still guaranteed. So she continued down this line of thought. Is it possible that he is just a narcissistic clean freak with some mental issues? Impossible. After all, he is a prince. He should have some family education. Zue immediately retorted, having never seen such a pony in her life. But it's not impossible. After all, who would send their normal pony to a foreign land where they have no relatives? They probably don't want him to participate in the succession struggle. Brother, what are you doing here? Shining armor? I'm the captain of the royal guard of Her Highness the Princess. Is it unreasonable for me to appear here? No. I mean, how did you end up near us? Just passing by on a mission. Mission? Shining armor squinted his eyes, staring intently at Lin Mo, and got closer, making Lin Mo's skin crawl. Hello there, brother? Lin Mo was sweating profusely, nervous about how to address him. Humph, you have a bit of charm. I'm off to carry out my mission now, sister. After finishing his words to Ziyue, Shining Armor turned to give Lin Mo another glance before turning to leave. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, brother? Why does your brother look at me like that? Seeing Shining Armor leave, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. But feeling a bit strange about what had just happened, he turned to curiously ask Ziyue, cough. She flipped open the book on the table again, frowning as she pondered over the text. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the book, examining its contents carefully. Is this book about the essence of magic and how to enhance it? Can you understand this ancient script? Ziyue looked up at Lin Mo, surprised. I can understand it, but it's quite difficult. Has the barrier between various languages and scripts disappeared from me since then? However, Lin Mo didn't tell Ziyue the real situation. He didn't want to completely turn into a translation tool pony. By the way, this is a gift for you. Seeing Ziyue about to return to her reading, Lin Mo pushed a box across the table towards her. Looking at the box on the table, Ziyue began to brainstorm. She had already guessed what Lin Mo would give her, but she hadn't thought about what to do when the item was actually in front of her. She had just made Lin Mo go through some trouble, and now receiving his gift seemed a bit inappropriate, right? But if she didn't accept it, she really wanted this item, and if she refused it now and later went to buy it, what would Lin Mo think? After all, this item might only exist with Lin Mo in all of Ponyland. Moreover, would not accepting it make Lin Mo feel embarrassed? After all, it was quite reasonable for them, as senior and junior, to exchange gifts. But why would Lin Mo want to give her a gift? Did he really like her? Had he fallen for her without even seeing her? Was her charm really that great? Or was it simply because he hadn't seen him before? Was it because of Suilong? But it didn't seem like that. As for whether it was for her collection, he was already the teacher's disciple. Wouldn't it be easier to find the teacher for any book he needed? Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Seeing that Ziyue had been staring at the box for a long time without speaking, Lin Mo cautiously reminded her, as he really couldn't afford to offend her. Ziyue nodded and opened the box, revealing a purple hoof ring engraved with stars in some pattern, and the stars flickered with light from time to time. How is it? It looks pretty good, right? Lin Mo said proudly. Indeed, a work of art that came from his own hands. It's really beautiful. But how did you manage to put space inside it? Ziyue took out the hoof ring, placed it on her hoof, and observed it carefully. After recognizing its ownership, she curiously asked, magic is a big reason, but the main thing is the material. Lin Mo thought for a moment and spoke directly. This thing didn't need to be hidden. Ponyland's spatial magic is actually quite strong. It's just that the concept has never been there before. As long as there's direction, it should be possible to create it within 2 years, but it might not be comparable to my current technology. Material? Yes, to have space within it. Ordinary materials can't achieve that, unless your magical ability is strong enough to forcibly change the essence of matter. Oh, what material? Forget I said anything. Ziyue was about to ask, but suddenly stopped, realizing it was a bit excessive to inquire about such confidential matters, especially since she had just received a gift. Chapter 28. A room forged from star silver. Ziyue felt a bit annoyed at her momentary impulsiveness. Was it really appropriate to ask such things? I used a silvery white iron ore that has a bit of starlight. Its spatial extensibility is excellent, and it seems to carry a bit of spatial characteristics. So was I being too picky? Lin Mo was indifferent. These things were not important to him. He had more advanced methods for crafting spatial tools in his memory, but they were not applicable at the moment. Did you find it in the Eternal Freedom Forest? Is eavesdropping a tradition of Cantrelot? Do I need to inherit it? Teacher, why are you here too? Ziyue. Teacher, are you talking about the Star Silver Mine? It was indeed found in the Eternal Freedom Forest, in a cave of a fly bear. Lin Mo was a bit confused as to why his teacher would ask such a question. Could it be that she had once collected such ore? Lin Mo thought, and spoke honestly. Is it really that kind of ore? Don't mind it. I just came here through teleportation to find you, with Celestia's power. She can ignore restrictions on teleportation, and just happened to overhear you. In fact, Celestia had been observing them with great interest for a long time. But she came over because she thought of something regarding the ore. Teacher, is there something you want from us? By the way, teacher, about the Blue Blood Prince. I already know about that matter. I've assigned officials to handle it, so you don't have to worry. Now come with me to a place. Celestia interrupted Zue's words, saying this as she led them upstairs, her expression a bit strange. Shortly after, they arrived in front of a room, and a patrolling guard happened to come in front of them. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Guard, please help open this door." "My honor, Your Highness." The guard bowed again, turned around to take out the key, and opened the door, standing aside waiting for Celestia to enter. "Thank you for your hard work, guard. Come in with me, my dear students," Celestia said as she entered first, with Lin Mo and Zue following closely behind. "All right, yes, teacher. Good evening, hello. Guard, sir. Good evening. Nice to see you, Miss Zue, young Master Lin Mo. Is there a habit of addressing the princess's students as Miss and young master here?" Unlike Zue, who went in after greeting. Lin Mo suddenly stopped, still thinking, but some words slipped out. "Can you tell how happy you are, guard?" Zue nearly fell over upon hearing this. Very happy." The guard felt a bit awkward, having never been asked like this by a little pony. "Can you find a way to describe it? You come in with me." "Sorry, guard." Zue quickly ran over and pulled Lin Mo inside. Before going in, she didn't forget to apologize to the guard. "Oh, my gosh, what are you doing?" "Just making a joke." Facing Zue's somewhat angry question, Lin Mo seemed to be in a good mood. "Ha ha ha. It really is a funny joke, so it makes you happy to be my student?" Obviously, Celestia also heard this and used it to tease Lin Mo. But Lin Mo was already prepared for this. Of course, it's as happy as drinking hot porridge in winter. Oh, what kind of metaphor is that? Hot porridge in winter? It's indeed something that makes little ponies very happy. Zue expressed her inability to understand with her hoof on her head at the banter between Lin Mo and Celestia. "Teacher, you let us. I go. This is too extravagant." Zue's words were interrupted again, and she looked at Lin Mo with a shocked expression as he stared at the wall of the room. "Is it really? What is it?" In response to Zue's question, Celestia turned off the lights in the room, and in an instant, the entire room was filled with starlight. "Oh my gosh. Could it be that the forging materials were mixed with that kind of ore?" "No. You should say how much other materials were mixed with the ore." "Teacher, did you use the ore in this room?" "Well, not really. Lin Mo. There's actually the room next door." "Lin Mo, is this ore particularly precious?" Zue asked Lin Mo, surprised by his shocked expression, although she felt it was probably true. The 2 hoof rings of the teacher used a total of 100 kilograms of material, although the use of profound magical materials greatly reduced the reason is. The space equipment increases significantly with every 10 cubic meters, and the material usage per cubic meter increases a lot. But it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps this place can be transformed into a huge space. Lin Mo was thinking about the transformation method in his mind while walking over to knock on the wall. It seems that the materials used here are even more terrifying than he imagined. He couldn't even imagine how big it would be inside after completion. But for now, it's just not feasible. "Are you saying to create a livable space using the method of forging hoof rings?" Zue looked at this already large room and imagined its future size. "My current magical ability is still insufficient. It's a bit too early to think about transformation. Moreover, it would be a bit difficult for a little pony to complete it. It seems the teacher needs to find some little ponies to learn this magic." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said this. This world is not just about little ponies. His teacher can handle the kingdom and surrounding kingdoms. But that's not necessarily true for farther places. Besides, as mentioned earlier, this thing is indeed not that important to him. Even other things can be appropriately released in the capacity of a teacher. "You want to send out the forging magic?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zue looked at him in disbelief. Although it doesn't seem that important to Lin Mo, that's because he has more profound magic in his mind. It would be better to release such magic so that he can use it with fewer concerns, but in Zue's and others' eyes, Lin Mo, who can release this magic, can no longer be described as generous. "Mo, my student, it's just 2 rooms. You really don't need to do this." Although for Celestia, knowing the principle allows her to quickly deduce the forging magic. How many 1,000-year-old alicorns are there in this world? "Teacher, I'm not doing this because of this room. Magic needs to benefit from the wisdom of many to become stronger. Moreover, releasing it can also reduce the prying eyes of ill-intentioned little ponies." Chapter 29, Spike. Moreover, releasing magic can also reduce the prying eyes of ill-intentioned little ponies. Lin Mo explained to Celestia and Zue. "Besides, changing the world because of me. Isn't that a very interesting thing? Since you have made such a decision, as your teacher, I will respect you." Celestia rubbed Lin Mo's head, her eyes radiating a loving glow. "We are teacher and student, so I will support you." Zue also rubbed Lin Mo's head, but Lin Mo, with a face full of black lines, pushed her hoof away. "However, you must teach me first," Zue said as she tried to put her hoof on Lin Mo's head again. To avoid her, Lin Mo ran behind Celestia. But Ziyue was not going to let him go, so it turned into a chase around Celestia, running in circles. All right, stop it. My students. If you keep playing, I'm going to get dizzy. Celestia stretched out her 2 front hooves to stop them. It's already very late. I still need to conclude this banquet later. So let me find you 2 rooms here first. Celestia said as she led them outside. Well, using magic to float them along. Because Ziyue originally had a room here. It was just a matter of letting Lin Mo choose a room around Ziyue's. After Lin Mo chose a room, Celestia was about to leave when Lin Mo called out to her, "Teacher, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it, Momo?" "Don't be shy. You can treat this place like your home." Lin Mo fidgeted a bit, finding it hard to express himself. Celestia looked at him gently and said, "Is it really okay?" "Teacher? Then can I plant this flower in the garden?" Momo, may I ask why?" Celestia's eyes twitched as she looked at the thing that could barely be called a flower. She really didn't want to plant it in her garden. But seeing Lin Mo's eager expression, she felt it was difficult to directly go back on her promise. "Teacher, although it looks ugly and smells bad, and it makes strange noises in the wind, I believe it will surprise us in the future. It just has high requirements for the cultivation environment, and your garden is just right for it." "I see. This thing not only has a lot of drawbacks, but is also very difficult to take care of. If you want to, then go ahead and plant it. I'll inform the gardener." Celestia was unwilling deep down, but still stubbornly agreed. "Thank you for your understanding, teacher. But this flower won't last long, so you don't have to worry about it affecting the garden for too long. Then see you tomorrow, my student." Lying in bed, Lin Mo's thoughts drifted as memories of coming to this world began to surface in his mind. Speaking of which, he had only been out of the forest and into Ponyville for 4 or 5 days, and it had only been 3 or 4 days since he arrived in Canterlot. Yet he felt like he had experienced a lot here and had become quite accustomed to it. Indeed, humans, or intelligent beings, are social animals. Although he could talk to Joyce in the forest, it was too dangerous there, and his slight wariness of Joyce meant they hadn't talked much, making him feel more like a wild pony in the forest, with memories of training and constant running. After arriving in Ponyville, not only did he have a place to stay right away, thanks to Applejack's kindness, but he also went to his home in Canterlot with Lewis, who was worried about leaving him outside, had a dragon companion when going out, who helped deal with trouble. And now he was even taken as a disciple by the princess, who regarded him as a new celestial unicorn. Especially after tonight's experiences, he felt as if he had been accepted by the world and had become a part of it. That's why he took the initiative to give away his magic instead of using it for something else. After all, this place could be considered his home now. With that thought, Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. A minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and Lin Mo opened his eyes again. So much had happened tonight that he was still quite excited. After lying there for a few more minutes without feeling sleepy, Lin Mo left the room to get some fresh air. The corridor was quiet, with the dimmed lights specially adjusted for rest illuminating the space. As Lin Mo walked down the slightly dim corridor, he occasionally turned his head curiously to look around, softly humming a pop song from his past life. Suddenly, he saw a figure sitting on the balcony at the end of the corridor and quickly walked over. "Are you also unable to sleep and out for some fresh air?" Seeing Ziyue, a little pony, sitting there, Lin Mo felt something was off. "Really? I felt the same way when I saw you earlier, like something was not quite right." At this moment, at the entrance of the royal sister's castle, "Guard, my 2 friends seem to have not come out since the banquet ended. Can I go in to look for them?" Suilong, who had been waiting there since the banquet ended, had not seen Ziyue and Lin Mo come out even when the door closed. After thinking about it, Suilong rejected this possibility and decided to look inside the castle. "We can find a little pony to take you in, but remember not to make too much noise." Saying this, he called another guard to take Suilong inside. Once Suilong entered the castle, the 2 guards exchanged glances and closed the door. One went to report, while the other kept a closer watch on the surroundings. "Forget it. Maybe it's because I put all the books in my hoof ring." Ziyue took the books out and spread them on the ground. "Is this much better?" Ziyue turned to Lin Mo and asked, but saw Lin Mo still frowning, deep in thought. "Something still feels off. But everything I brought today is right here." "Is it your stuff, Suilong?" Suilong, finally realizing what was missing, the 2 little ponies widened their eyes. "Thank you for still remembering me." Chapter 30, Missing. Thank you for still remembering me. Lin Mo and Ziyue turned to look at the furious Suilong, feeling quite embarrassed. "Suilong, we were just about to look for you." "Is that so? I thought you 2 were just unable to sleep and came out for some air." Suilong crossed his forelegs over his chest, still wearing an angry expression. "How could that be? We came out to ask if the other had seen you, because we were worried. You still don't believe me, my dear little dragon baby." Lin Mo quickly defended himself, trying to play the emotional card, while Ziyue looked at him speechlessly. "Oh, so that's how it is. Did you have to come to the balcony to ask?" Long narrowed his eyes at them, sounding quite distrustful. That's because you can see outside from the balcony. Long, you don't even trust me? We've lived together for so many years. Ziyue used the family card this time, and the effect was visibly strong. Long's tone softened. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, Ziyue, that seems to be in the backyard direction, right? Upon hearing this, Ziyue's expression stiffened for a moment. And Lin Mo quickly added, it was just that we were too anxious, which led to running to the wrong place. Right. You two boys should just sleep together tonight. Long, you have to be good and not run around. The two guilty parties cooperated to change the topic, which left Long confused. Is the reason for this incident because I ran around? Well then, Ziyue, you should sleep early too. The two little ponies didn't give Long a chance to speak anymore. Lin Mo walked over and led him back to the room. Call me senior sister. Don't call me Ziyue. Then you shouldn't call me Momo. Call me. Damn. No matter how I call it, I lose out. Got it. Junior brother. See you later. After Ziyue finished speaking, she opened her room door and went in, slamming the door shut. Lin Mo looked at the smirking Long as he brought him into the room. By the way, Long, you didn't promise to do anything weird, right? Of course not. Am I that unreliable of a dragon? Well, it should not be, right? Be more confident. Seeing Long's angry expression, Lin Mo nodded perfunctorily. A night quickly passed, and the shining armor had already begun to report to Celestia on the throne in the hall, or rather, it seemed he hadn't slept all night. Then, shining armor. Let's do it this way. A piece of parchment floated toward the shining armor with Celestia's words. This time, Celestia's tone seemed somewhat indifferent, and even the usual smile on her face had vanished. As you command, Your Highness. The shining armor, with a serious expression, accepted the parchment, bowed, and turned to leave. Clearly, he was not going to carry out the castle's guard duties this time. It wasn't until the shining armor left the great hall that Celestia's expression slowly returned to normal. Reporting to Your Highness. Your student Lin Mo requests an audience. Please bring Mo in, soldier. Where's my tail ring? Lin Mo, who had just woken up and was still a bit dazed, quickly came to his senses at Long's startled voice. He maintained the expression he had when he got up, his eyes flickering. He had indeed noticed Long's tail ring on the balcony yesterday, and he remembered that Long hadn't taken it off when he went to sleep. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Long. Long. The brilliance of magic enveloped Long and brought him before Lin Mo, whose eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Long's tail, where a trace of magic flickered faintly. Mo, your expression seems a bit scary. Is it because I lost the tail ring? Long looked at Lin Mo, whose expression was cold and emotionless, feeling a bit frightened. You're mistaken, my dear little dragon baby. I just woke up, and my expression hasn't returned to normal yet. Don't worry, it might have just fallen somewhere. If we really can't find it, I'll make you another one. Lin Mo rubbed his face to restore his expression, then patted Long's head, jumped out of bed, and used magic to restore everything. That won't do. This is the first gift you gave me, Mo. Since that's the case, we should search for it properly. It's obviously not in the room. So let's first check with Ziyue's brother. Lin Mo said with a smile to Long, but he didn't think so in his heart. The tail ring had clearly been taken by some malicious individuals, and they had probably used an illusion spell to avoid detection. Or perhaps it was more than just an illusion. He never expected to make such a big mistake, nor did he expect them to dare to meddle during the teacher's banquet. However, fortunately, they hadn't targeted Long. Otherwise, he would have regretted it. As for finding out who did it, that probably wouldn't be necessary. Did they really think the royal guards were just for show? A cosmic princess who had lived for 1,000 years, her political skills, even if honed only by time, would surpass the vast majority of emperors. Not to mention the bonuses of magic and the essence of life. The royal guards she selected couldn't be lacking in ability. The tail ring was probably already in the hooves of the shining armor. Lin Mo and Long found a patrolling guard and learned that the shining armor had temporarily left to carry out a mission. So, they asked the guard to inform Ziyue later, and they would go find their teacher, the cosmic princess. Lin Mo and Long followed the guard to the great hall, where his teacher Celestia greeted them with her usual smile. Greetings, dear teacher. Good morning, my dear student. Did you come so early to find me because of Long's tail ring? Celestia raised a hoof, clearly not surprised by Lin Mo's arrival. Yes, teacher. Long woke up this morning and found his tail ring missing, and he was very anxious. So, we hope you can have the soldiers help look for it. But from the looks of you, has the tail ring already been found? The tail ring is indeed with me, my dear student. So, make sure not to lose it again, little Long. Saying this, she magically sent down the tail ring and playfully teased Long. Thank you, your highness. I promise I won't lose it again. Chapter 31. Residents thank you, Your Highness. I promise I won't lose it again. Suilong joyfully accepted the tail ring, bowed to Celestia, who nodded with a smile, then turned her eager gaze to Lin Mo. Are you still living at Lewis's house? Celestia's intentions were quite clear, and Lin Mo instantly understood what his teacher meant. On the right side of the castle, next to Yeye's white tower, there is another white tower. You can go check it out, and if you like it, I'll give it to you. After all, you can't keep living at Lewis's house. It wouldn't sound good if it got out that the student of the Cosmic Princess was staying at a minister's house. Moreover, considering Celestia's protective nature, she wouldn't want Lin Mo to be living under someone else's roof, even if their relationship was quite good. Also, if Lin Mo were to find a house on his own, he might end up with something either too far away or too small due to financial issues. So, after thinking it over, she decided to gift Lin Mo a tower, solving all the problems at once. But teacher, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Lin Mo could have never imagined that his teacher would gift him a house, but he certainly didn't expect it to be a white tower. The value of these two things was entirely different. In a sense, the white tower here was a magic tower, although it couldn't be used for combat. As long as different magic arrays were inscribed according to the owner's requirements, it could assist in training and various magical experiments. In short, Lin Mo felt a bit overwhelmed. The white tower had been empty for a long time and didn't need to remain so. And I believe only it is worthy of you. And you will be its best master, my dear student. I'm a bit at a loss for words, but I won't let you down, my dearest teacher. This white tower wasn't much to Celestia, but it held significant meaning for Lin Mo. Although some things didn't necessarily require a white tower, they would be complicated to do, time-consuming, and resource-intensive to modify. The value of the white tower was something he couldn't afford. Over time, it would become a vicious cycle. Spending a lot because he couldn't afford the white tower, and not being able to afford the white tower because of the expenses. He knew his teacher wouldn't ignore his situation, but there were many ways to solve it that didn't involve directly gifting a white tower. However, Lin Mo was still trapped in a misunderstanding. The white tower was indeed precious, but its value lay in its proximity to the royal sister castle. Then it's settled. Starting the day after tomorrow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon, I will teach you and Yaya, so remember to come with her to listen. I still have some official business to handle, so I can't continue chatting with you here. I certainly won't miss your lessons. Now, please allow me to take my leave, my dear teacher. Goodbye, my dear student. After bidding farewell to Celestia, Lin Mo and Suilong left the Great Hall and headed towards Ziyue's residence in the castle. Along the way, a soldier came over to hand Lin Mo a key, which was for the White Tower. Lin Mo was in a great mood with the key in hand, but upon turning around, he saw Suilong holding the tail ring with a frown. What's wrong, my dear little dragon baby? A sad face isn't good. I was thinking, should I put this tail ring at home? What if I lose it again next time? Hearing this, Lin Mo's mouth twitched a little. This item was made for convenience. What was the point of keeping it at home? Don't worry. You have already recognized the tail ring as your own, and with magic, it's easy to find my sad little dragon baby. Lin Mo rubbed the head of the Suilong and smiled at him, saying, hey, why didn't you use magic just now? Suilong looked puzzled, thinking that since it could be found easily, why didn't they use magic earlier? This is the teacher's castle. Of course, we need to inform the teacher first. My dull little dragon baby. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. Suilong retorted. Besides, looking at you, you wouldn't have stayed up all night reading and just fell asleep this morning, would you? Lin Mo and Suilong both felt a bit innocent. Who are you blaming for sleeping too late? But such an important matter, couldn't you have come to call me? It's not a good habit to just enter a girl's room. And besides, what if you weren't dressed? But Yaya usually doesn't wear clothes, right? That's different. There are distinctions between genders. A girl's room should not be entered, especially a room of a girl who isn't dressed. Lin Mo explained seriously to Suilong, emphasizing that there is a huge difference. Thank you, if you're not scolding me for being indiscreet. Ziyue said expressionlessly, raising an eyebrow, her voice cold. Of course not. Yaya, you just trust us more. Lin Mo realized he had accidentally mocked Ziyue, but fortunately, she didn't take it too seriously. Humph. I hope you really think so. All right, let us go eat together. Of course we do. But for eating, you should take Suilong. I want to go. Although Lin Mo was a bit hesitant, he still refused Ziyue and pushed Suilong over. Hey, Mo, aren't you coming with us? Ziyue looked puzzled. Did the dinner last night scare him? But didn't they chat quite well afterward? Although I really look forward to having breakfast with a beautiful girl like Yaya, there are still some matters to attend to. So I can only regretfully refuse. After all, there will be many opportunities in the future, right? Then, let us go down together first. Ziyue raised an eyebrow and walked down first, while Lin Mo hurriedly followed with Suilong. After saying goodbye downstairs, Lin Mo parted ways with Ziyue and Suilong. After turning around and walking a couple of steps, Ziyue suddenly looked back at Lin Mo, who was running off into the distance. Yeah, what's wrong? Suilong looked at Ziyue with some confusion and then at Lin Mo, not knowing what was happening. It's nothing, Ziyue said and turned to leave. In fact, she didn't know why, but she was inexplicably a bit concerned. Chapter 32, Minity. After leaving the royal sister's castle, Lin Mo began to head towards the library. The day before yesterday, he learned from Lady Saloff that the only remaining copy of a brief discussion on the concept of time in the library had already been borrowed by Little Horse, and the return time was this morning at 9 o'clock. After all, he was not the only one eyeing this book. May I ask who you are, beautiful lady? Behind the counter was a blue-bodied unicorn with a mane of deep blue and light white and blue-purple eyes. Her cute symbol was a golden hourglass. Since Lin Mo entered, she had been frowning at a book on the table. It seemed that all the librarians were book-loving little horses. Who? Are you talking about me? Thank you. I'm so glad to meet you. I'm Minity. Are you here to borrow a book? The moment Minity heard Lin Mo speak, she lifted her head. And the little horse suddenly became very cheerful and lively, completely unlike her earlier deep thinking. Nice to meet you, Minity. Are you the librarian here today? Lin Mo was taken aback by Minity's demeanor, but continued to ask his question. Yes. I often help out here. Is this your first time in Canterlot? I haven't seen you before. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Minity spoke quite quickly, nodding her head with her eyes closed. Yes. My name is Lin Mo. I just arrived in Canterlot 4 days ago. But didn't you attend last night's banquet? I was quite famous at last night's banquet. Lin Mo recalled who this girl was. With her personality, she should have attended last night's banquet. Are you talking about the princess's banquet? We regretted it together for a long time. Is that so? Actually, last night's banquet wasn't very fun. At least not for me. As Lin Mo spoke, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening as he struck his right hoof against his left hoof. Wait a minute. Let me check. Found it. This book was borrowed by Yu Wu, and she will return it shortly. We can chat for a while longer. The little horses here are so quiet, not saying anything. So, should we talk in the library? Oh, I see. Then we can indeed chat a bit more. What were you reading just now? You seemed quite absorbed. Lin Mo was curious. Although she didn't appear frequently, she seemed not to be the type who would study hard. I was looking at party decorations. I was wondering if I could use magic to make the iron mats float like balloons and then use them for an activity at the party. But I haven't figured out how to do it yet. That would indeed be very interesting, but wouldn't there be safety issues? Don't worry. If I didn't consider safety, I would have figured it out long ago. It's just that I don't even know where the party will be held. After all, everyone wants to go to a new place this time. Minity smiled and waved her hoof, then rubbed her head, looking a bit troubled. A new place, huh? Speaking of which, I happen to be moving to a new house today. If you don't mind, you can come over. Really? We don't mind. By the way, where's your house? If we're having a party, we need to check the arrangements. Are you serious about having a party at the house of a horse you just met? Besides, I'm just being polite. Oh. But I haven't even seen it yet. I'm afraid I'll have to tidy up for a while. No problem. If we're having a party at your place, of course, we'll help you clean up. I've been watching all morning. So we can go check it out together. Have you finished talking? Lin Mo nodded, but hadn't spoken when a voice came from the side. He turned to look, and there was a white-bodied little horse with red hair streaked with purple eyes, tied up in a high ponytail with hair beads, wearing black-framed glasses. Her cute mark was 3 stars surrounding a moon. Yu Wu, when did you arrive? Minity exclaimed in surprise, causing the little horse's reading to frown and look over. So she smiled apologetically at them. I've been here for a while, but you just didn't notice. Yu Wu raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, making no other move. We were so into discussing the party that we didn't notice you. Wait, you can come to our party too, Yu Wu. Minity felt a bit embarrassed, but happily invited Yu Wu to join the party again, her voice unconsciously rising, drawing the attention of the little horses again. I don't know. Sigh. I have to read tomorrow, so I won't be attending your party, sorry. Upon hearing Minity's invitation, Yu Wu paused for a moment, then her head drooped slightly, her gaze drifting as she rubbed her right front hoof on the ground, her voice filled with hesitation. But in the end, she still refused. I see. That's really. Since you agreed, let's go to my house to take a look later. Lin Mo's eyes twinkled as he interrupted Minity's words, winking at her. Actually, I can't right now. I have work for a little while longer. So you'll have to wait a bit. Minity paused at Lin Mo's gaze, then understood and began to cooperate with him. No, I mean. Okay, I'll call Ziyue and Suilong too. It's definitely more lively with more people. Alright, as long as you all are happy. Although I don't know why you know Ziyue. I think Ziyue probably won't come to the party, right? Faced with these two ponies who were talking to themselves, Yuewu finally gave up struggling. As for whether Ziyue would attend the party, she could only say maybe. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Now, let me introduce myself again. My name is Lin Mo. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, revealing a strange smile, then extended his hoof to introduce himself to Yuewu. My name is Yuewu. Yuewu looked at Lin Mo, then at Minity, thought for a moment, and still extended her hoof to shake Lin Mo's, saying her own name. Great. That way we can go to Lin Mo's house together, and then go to the party tomorrow. Chapter 33 Yuewu. Great. That way we can go to Lin Mo's house together, and then go to the party tomorrow. Getting Yuewu to join the party clearly made Minity very happy. Not only did she solve the venue problem today, but she also invited two new friends. Minity clapped her front hooves, smiling at them. In 5 minutes. We can leave together. I'm really a bit impatient. Oh my. Actually, in these 5 minutes we can do something else. Yuewu covered her forehead with her front hoof, feeling a bit helpless. What's the matter? Isn't 5 minutes a bit short? In response to Minity's inquiry, Yuewu twitched her mouth, raised her front hoof again, but this time covered her eyes. Not short. Help Yuewu handle the book returns. Help me handle the book borrowing. Fill out 2 forms. 5 minutes is just right. Just right. I borrowed all of Yuewu's books. Lin Mo lined up the books Yuewu placed on the counter, then gathered them in front of him, nodding to Minity and saying, that's really great. I'll get you the forms right away. Glancing at the books on the counter, Minity's face showed obvious embarrassment as she quickly found the forms to hand to the two little ponies. By the time Lin Mo and Yuewu finished filling out the forms, it was just in time for Minity to finish work. Are we there? Are you sure you didn't go to the wrong place? This location seems a bit off. At this moment, after following Lin Mo around for more than half an hour on the right side of the royal sister's castle, Minity could no longer hold back her doubts. You must have gone to the wrong place. Oh my, please let me see the map. As Yuewu said this, without giving Lin Mo a chance to refuse, she used her magic to bring the map in front of her. Follow me, in this direction. Surprised, Yuewu glanced at Lin Mo, then turned to lead the way. For Lin Mo, getting lost this time was completely not his fault. It must be that the maps for ponies are too different from those for humans, which made it impossible for him to understand. Weavy arrived. Finally, Yuewu brought Lin Mo and Minity to a high tower and stopped. The tower before them was no different from the others, with the same golden top and white body, standing tall. At the foot of the white tower was a patch of grass, and a circle of stairs of the same color surrounded the tower, leading directly to the door above. Is this your house? You live next to Ziyue. Why didn't you say so earlier? We wasted over half an hour. Minity looked at the white tower in front of her, then at another one not far away, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Everyone knows Ziyue. Couldn't you just say you live next to Ziyue? It turns out we ran for over half an hour for nothing. I forgot. Lin Mo felt awkward and couldn't describe it. He was the only one among the 3 ponies who couldn't find this place even with a map. If he had to find it by himself, he'd probably have to spend the night outside. What? You said Ziyue also lives here. Oh my. It seems she's never brought me here. At this moment, Yuewu also felt a bit overwhelmed. What is this? Self-proclaimed best friend of Ziyue. Yet she's the only one who doesn't know where she lives. Wait. Hi. Minity. Hi. Yuewu. Are you here to help tidy up? Hearing the commotion outside, Suilong walked out from the high tower door, but was surprised to find not only Lin Mo but also Minity and Yuewu below, and immediately greeted them happily. Suilong. Are you here helping me clean? I'm so touched, my dear little dragon baby. Hi. Suilong. Good morning. We really are here to tidy up because there's going to be a big party here tomorrow. Seeing Suilong, both Lin Mo and Minity were very happy. But Yuewu looked a bit dejected. What a moving scene. Sorry, I'm feeling a bit down, so I want to attend the party tomorrow. Yuewu shook her head and was about to walk away, but fortunately, Minity noticed in time, pushed her shoulder, and turned her around towards the stairs. If you're feeling down, you need to attend the party even more. You are an indispensable part of this. And believe me, Ziyue definitely hasn't realized that her best friend has never been to her home. Minity pushed Yuewu upwards, with Lin Mo following closely behind, thinking whether he should bring Ziyue over to meet Yuewu later. Inside the white tower, apart from the dust, there wasn't much to tidy up, or rather, there were basically just a few pieces of furniture, so it wouldn't appear messy. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this, as it meant he could arrange the place as he pleased, with the magic of the 3 unicorns. It didn't take long for the tower to be cleaned inside and out. Next, they needed to buy furniture and party supplies. Sigh. Thank you for inviting me to the party, but I feel that perhaps quietly reading books suits me better. Sitting on the stairs outside the tower, Yuewu, feeling down, tapped the edge of the stairs with her hoof, making Lin Mo hesitate to speak. Reading is great. Later I can bring Ziyue over for a book club, and we can all chat about the contents of the books here while having tea. Lin Imo thought for a moment and proposed to Yuwu. Feeling he shouldn't let her leave right now. He also wanted to save his own stares, hoping she wouldn't continue tapping. Book club? That sounds interesting. Can I bring other ponies along too? Of course, you can also bring your favorite books to read together. What do you think, Yuwu? Okay. I'll participate. Seeing Lin Imo and Minity looking at her expectantly, Yuwu once again gave up on rejecting their invitation. Have you all discussed it? Then I'll go call Ziyue down, and we can go shopping together. Wait, Suilong, let us go together. Yuwu, Minity, please wait down there for a bit. Suilong waved his paw and walked towards Ziyue after they finished speaking, while Lin Imo followed, not knowing what he was thinking. Yuwu, let us go wait below for a bit. I'm okay with that. I have no objections. What are you looking at? Put a bookmark in it for later. I need your help with something now. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Wait, where are you taking me? Chapter 34, Preparation for the Book Club. Ziyue was still in a daze when she was taken outside. She looked around confusedly and then glanced down at Suilong, who was about to enter. So where are you taking me? I still have a lot of books to read. Momo plans to take you shopping for daily necessities and then join the book club. By the way, to clarify a misunderstanding and comfort a girl's sad heart. Lin Imo continued Suilong's words as they walked down together. Sad. Ziyue's expression became strange. Who are you talking about? Yuwu. Yuyue, you have never brought her here. You've known each other for so long. Yuwu, haven't I brought her here before? Ziyue was very surprised by Suilong's words. Yuwu was clearly her best friend to talk to. Have you brought any little ponies here? Aren't they supposed to find their way here themselves? Lin Imo felt like he had hit the nail on the head and might have to bear the backlash of fate. Ziyue squinted at Lin Imo, doubting his words. Facing Ziyue's skepticism, Lin Imo sighed inwardly, realizing that the backlash had indeed come. Fortunately, he had thought of a countermeasure. I've been spending a lot of time with Suilong these days. And of course, the pony she talks about the most is you. So have you figured out how to talk to Yuwu? Just say it directly, right? I didn't intentionally not bring her. I just forgot while studying. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, Lin Imo and Suilong immediately stopped her. If Yuwu heard that, it would surely cause trouble. But, Yuyue, that would make things worse. But isn't that the truth? The truth? Lin Imo was a bit helpless. So you want to tell her that you forgot her? And she is worth less than studying? But that's a fact. I can't deceive her. Ziyue frowned at Lin Imo, unsure of what was wrong with her doing this. So what are you going to do? Smash a girl's confused heart? Actually, it might not be that serious, right? Then what should we do? She knows my habits. Ziyue glanced at Suilong, who spoke uncertainly and made a helpless expression. The simplest way. You should go up and kiss her, preferably a passionate one. Trust me. She will never think you don't care about her again. You might even gain some other feelings. Ziyue, Suilong. Suilong was stunned, staring at him in shock. So what's the plan? Ziyue asked expressionlessly, secretly vowing that if this guy dared to suggest such an opinion again, she would make him pay. This was the answer given based on the original work, and the current situation was clearly not that bad. They might even reconcile on the spot. Any other plans? My time might not be that ample. Tell her you love her. And to ease the relationship, you should do some things together. Like today's book club and tomorrow's party. Facing Ziyue's murderous gaze, Lin Imo sincerely changed his words. Let us do it this way. Let us go. Ziyue hesitated for a moment and agreed to this suggestion. Ziyue, you finally came down. We were about to go up to find you. Minity waved her hooves excitedly. It was usually hard to invite Ziyue. Yuwu, Minity, good morning. We were tidying up some things upstairs, so we came down a bit late. Yuyu, good morning. Did Lin Imo tell you about the book club this afternoon? Of course. I will join you, Yuwu. Now let us go shopping first. In response to Yuwu's question, Ziyue spoke the answer she had prepared in advance, and vaguely felt that she seemed to have overlooked a lot before. Okay, ladies. Let us assign some tasks first, and then we'll split up. My plan is this. Suilong, Ziyue, and Yuwu will go shopping for furniture, while Minity and I will go pick up her friends and buy party supplies. What does everyone think? As Lin Imo spoke, he secretly winked at Suilong and Ziyue. This arrangement was not only reasonable, but would also help eliminate some of the barriers between Ziyue and Yuwu. I have no objections, or rather, I'm very happy to be with Yuwu. Ziyue felt a bit helpless. She had been a student of the Cosmic Princess for a long time and had always been proud of this identity. However, this identity brought not only pride but also immense pressure, which was why she had been working hard to study, hoping to be worthy of this identity. She also hoped to take on great responsibilities in the future and become her teacher's pride. Compared to these, the weight of socializing was much lighter in her heart, although she still didn't want any little ponies to be hurt because of her. Me too, Yuyu. Compared to Ziyue, Yuewu's thoughts were much simpler. She could guess what Lin Mo had said to Ziyue, but no matter what it was, Ziyue was willing to put down her studies for her. Even if it was just for one day, which made her very happy. Okay, then it's settled. Lin Mo and I will go find my friends first. Let us go. So my opinion doesn't matter? Watching the group of ponies leave after discussing, Suilong couldn't help but say something and quickly followed Ziyue. Yue, I really didn't expect you to be willing to attend tomorrow's party. I thought you weren't too interested in these things. Yuewu raised a front hoof and smiled at Ziyue, and it was clear that she was really in a good mood now. Not really. I'm just usually busy. But Yuewu, you seem to be looking forward to tomorrow's party. Ziyue looked at Yuewu, who was slightly more lively than usual, feeling a bit emotional. As Yuewu's friend, she rarely got to see her so happy. Yes, I'm indeed looking forward to it. But the real reason I'm looking forward to it is that you will be there, dear Yue. At this point, Yuewu turned to Ziyue and smiled. Chapter 35, Love? But the real reason I'm looking forward to it is that you will be there, dear Yue. There was nothing wrong with this itself. If only Ziyue hadn't just recalled what Lin Mo had said. So, with words, actions, expressions, and a little colored glasses, the scene in Ziyue's eyes transformed into. You might even gain some other feelings. Hiss. Ziyue suddenly turned around, took a deep breath, covered her pounding heart with her right hoof. And her expression was very panicked. Ziyue, don't panic. You must have seen it wrong. It must be a misunderstanding. Yuewu definitely didn't mean that. Yue, what are you doing here? Yuewu found a nice piece of furniture and is calling you to take a look. Suilong had just followed Yuewu into the store and saw a beautiful piece of furniture, wanting to ask for Ziyue's opinion, only to find that she hadn't followed. I'm fine. Sorry. What did you say? Furniture? Then we need to hurry, so we don't keep Yuewu waiting. After Ziyue finished speaking, she ran towards the direction Suilong came from, only to realize she had run into the wrong store. By the time Suilong brought her out, Yuewu had already bought what she wanted and came out. Sorry, Yuewu, I delayed helping you look at the furniture because I ran to the wrong place. It's okay, Yue. It's just a few tables and chairs. I've already picked them out according to Lin Mo's request, Yuewu said, raising her hoof to gesture at the tables and chairs beside her, while Ziyue walked over and collected them into her hoof ring. By the way, having this thing is really convenient. Let's go to the next place together, yeah? Sure, let's go together. Wait a minute, Ziyue. Yuewu seemed to see something and walked towards a shop. Over here. Ziyue, come here for a moment. Ziyue curiously ran over and saw Yuewu picking through some necklaces. When she saw Ziyue coming, she held up a necklace and measured it against Ziyue's neck, then switched to another when it didn't fit. She wanted to buy a pair of best friend necklaces with Ziyue, but couldn't see clearly, so she leaned in closer to check if it was suitable. After a long time, she finally picked out two types but hesitated about which one to choose. She held the two necklaces up to Ziyue's neck, carefully observing which necklace matched her skin tone better, and after more than 10 tries, she picked one she was satisfied with and nodded. She lifted Ziyue's mane to help her put on the necklace, and the air made Ziyue's neck feel a bit itchy, but it didn't last long. Yuewu stepped back to see the overall effect, but found Ziyue's expression exaggerated. She didn't think much of it, and placed her front hoof on Ziyue's lips to help her adjust it. Then checked one last time and nodded in satisfaction as she put on the matching one. Oh, yeah, this is the first time we've done something like this together. Thank you for accepting my gift. After Yuewu paid, she took Ziyue out of the shop. They had known each other for many years, and the most they had done together was read books. Shopping together like best friends was the first time, which made her feel that their friendship had grown closer. Really? Actually, I'm also very happy to be shopping with you. Ziyue felt uncomfortable all over, and as mentioned before, Yuewu's behavior was perfectly fine. But Ziyue couldn't stop her mind from wandering. Good heavens, this was the first time she had done something so intimate with another pony besides her family. If Yuewu at least had some knowledge in this area, it would be good enough that Ziyue hadn't thrown any related books in the trash. What's wrong? Yeah, don't you like being with me? At this moment, even Yuewu, who was usually slow, could sense something unusual about Ziyue, which made her feel a bit anxious. No, of course not. I actually really enjoy shopping and being with you. It's just that it's my first time going out with you, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. I knew it. Yeah, you are my best friend. Lemonheart, I'll leave the planning of this party to you. No problem. I'm the pony who can plan state banquets. A party is just a piece of cake for me. However, Minity, where are we holding this party? Hearing Minity's request, Lemonheart patted her chest proudly and agreed. Then asked about the location of the party, as not knowing the location would make it impossible to make the best arrangements. It will be held at Lin Ma's house, where he just met some new friends. Speaking of which, where did he go? Shining Bright said as she turned to look around. Lin Ma was just here. I'm here. I went to invite a new friend to the party. Let me introduce her. This is the traveling magician Trixie. Hey, it's the great and all-powerful Trixie. As soon as Shining Bright's words fell, Lean Ma walked over with Trixie, but Trixie seemed displeased with his introduction. That's her catchphrase. It's a bit cringy, but she's not bad. Moreover, although Trixie's magic isn't strong, her tricks are really impressive. Lean Ma leaned in to quietly explain Trixie's words to Minity and the others, then praised Trixie's magical abilities. But such praise made Trixie a bit unhappy. Hey, the great and all-powerful Trixie is the strongest. It is your honor to attend the party with her. Minity and the others exchanged glances at this statement, and Lean Ma quickly pulled Trixie aside. Hey, tone it down. Do you still want to make friends? At this rate, no pony will invite you to parties in the future. All right, the great and all-powerful Trixie is actually honored to attend your party. Chapter 36, Ponies Gather. All right, the great and all-powerful Trixie is actually honored to attend your party. Trixie turned her head to the side, gently rubbing her hoof on the ground. Lean Ma felt relieved to hear Trixie say this. It was worth the time he spent giving her a psychological pep talk. Ha ha ha, you are so interesting, Trixie. Yes, yes. You really have a way with words. Exactly. So we are very happy you can attend our party, and also the book club this afternoon. Hey, Minity, you didn't tell me about this, didn't I? Well, now I'm telling you. The three ponies exchanged glances again and suddenly burst into laughter, finding Trixie very interesting. So, is there any other pony that needs to be invited? Watching them gather around Trixie and chat happily, Lean Ma had to remind them that they still had important business to attend to. Right, there's Tang Tang and Tianqin, since they often hang out together. Finding one means finding the other. Do they admire the great and all-powerful Trixie like you do? Of course, those two ponies have great personalities. Girls, let's pause our chat here. How about we continue our conversation after we prepare for the book club at my place? So, who will go shopping with me? Who will invite Tianqin and Tang Tang? Lemonheart and Trixie, you go shopping. I and Shining Bright will find Tianqin and Tang Tang. Trixie needs to buy some props for her magic show, right? Of course, the great and all-powerful Trixie will show you the most grand magic. Awesome. Then let's head out right away. This is Otelia, who has performed at royal banquets. Hello. Ziyue first greeted the ponies that Minity signaled to and introduced Otelia to everyone, and Otelia also greeted all the ponies in turn. Yeah, come here for a moment. Seeing Ziyue and Yuwu wearing the same necklace, Lean Ma instantly became interested, but this was not something to discuss in public, so he wanted to call Ziyue to another place. Sorry, everyone. I need to step out for a bit. I might need to put something away. Goodbye, Yaya. Ziyue said goodbye to the ponies and walked towards Lean Ma. Otelia was someone she had bumped into on the street, and after chatting for a bit, she invited her to the party, as she would feel uneasy if it was just her and Yuwu. I didn't expect, Yaya. You have this charm. Silently captured a moody literary girl. Teasingly looking at Ziyue, Lean Ma joked, don't you know my charm? I heard that a certain pony fell in love with me before even meeting me. Do you know who it is? Ahem, let's talk about the book club first. How about on the grass down there? But can I go to your place to grab some books? Lean Ma tapped his nose with a hoof and quickly changed the subject. While Ziyue didn't seem very interested in discussing this, as long as the books wouldn't be thrown around everywhere, she was fine. As for where to hold the book club, you need to ask Minity about this. No problem. How could a group of beautiful fillies do such a thing? Then I'll go find Minity first. Yeah. After discussing with Minity and Lemonheart, the location for the book club was set on the grass outside Lin Mo's house. As the time was drawing near, Lin Mo sought help from Ziyue to set up the venue. Thanks to the space equipment, Minity and the others hardly had to lift a hoof for the setup. He and Ziyue only needed to place the items within the hoof ring at specific locations. Since most of those present were unicorns, they only needed to use magic to lift and place the surrounding items without even raising their hooves. This resulted in the venue being prepared in just a few minutes, instead of the long time they had anticipated. On the green grass stood several low tables, spaced apart with mats and dining cloths for the little ponies to lie on, along with flower stands displaying fresh flowers. Snacks and cakes were placed on the low tables and dining cloths. The perimeter of the venue was decorated with simple fences covered in flower vines, and there were small bookshelves inside the fences to hold the books they would be reading later. Outside the fences, a large magic circle was set up to prevent sudden weather changes. Although there were Pegasus ponies maintaining the sky to control the climate, it was still possible for someone to cause mischief, even though it was unlikely within Canterlot. However, even though the venue was nearly ready, the number of ponies attending the event exceeded expectations, so they still needed to buy some snacks for the activities. Lin Mo hurried towards the royal sister's castle, greeting the guards at the entrance before heading to the back garden. The gentle breeze rustled the grass, and the birds chirped amidst the fragrant flowers. A beautiful scene indeed. Old gardener. Lin Emo stood not far from the old gardener, speaking with a tone of nostalgia. Yes, it truly is a warm and harmonious scene. The old gardener looked at the fruits of his labor for the day, feeling a sense of satisfaction amidst the floral aromas. If only I could add that odd flower from last night, it might yield unexpected results. A certain little pony had already revealed her fox tail, and her facial expression appeared cunningly wicked. If it can add? What are you doing here? Upon recalling the odd flower from last night, the old gardener instantly snapped out of his reverie, glaring intently at Lin Emo. At this moment, Lin Emo appeared to him with a squinting smile, maliciously eyeing the garden before them. In his eyes, he seemed to envision how the garden would transform into an absurdly bizarre scene. Chapter 37 Book Club. In his eyes, it seemed he could already see how the garden would turn into a bizarrely absurd scene. The old gardener staggered backwards 2 steps and crouched down, covering his heart with his right front hoof and pointing at Lin Emo with his left front hoof, trembling as he said, what are you here for? Hearing this, Lin Emo opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile as he raised his right hoof to reveal the odd flower. Casting a teasing glance at the old gardener, I just wanted to add a special touch to my teacher's garden. Shouldn't you have anticipated this, old gardener? I have already obtained my teacher's consent, so can you help me plant it now? Lin Emo stopped at the already prepared spot, turned his head, and raised his eyelids again to invite the old gardener to plant flowers with him. The old gardener's expression was pained as he stiffly stood up and moved towards Lin Mo's position, planting the odd flower beside him. At the moment the flower was planted, the entire garden seemed to be desecrated, and the flowers and grass around the odd flower wilted, unable to stand up any longer. Glancing at the surrounding flowers and grass, the old gardener left that area and slumped down in another part of the garden, thinking, is it really that exaggerated just to plant a flower? Seeing the old gardener's disheartened appearance, Lin Emo walked over to his side, using magic to place him on a blanket. Actually, it only needs to be planted here for a few days, and then I will take it away. The old gardener's eyes seemed to regain some light as he turned to look at Lin Emo expectantly. Really, I will take it away later. Seeing him breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Emo couldn't help but smirk before leaving. Ha ha ha, it's quite amusing, isn't it? Sorrow. After watching everything unfold below, Celestia couldn't help but laugh, realizing that her disciple was truly adorable. Of course, Ziwe was also very cute. It was just that their points of cuteness were different. It really is an interesting scene, but Lady Sorrow's expression became somewhat strange. How should she put it? She suddenly felt less regretful. It's okay. After all these years, I've gotten a bit tired of it. Perhaps the garden will really become interesting because of this. As long as you're happy, then I'll take my leave now, Mr. Shopkeeper. Lin Emo walked out of the donut shop and headed back home. The afternoon sun was warm and pleasant, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Occasionally, birds flew overhead, but there were no Pegasi among them, as flying was prohibited in Canterlot skies. However, compared to the sparse birds in the sky, the streets of Canterlot were bustling with ponies, middle-aged ponies strolling together, young ponies chatting and shopping, and foals playing and frolicking, creating a harmonious and peaceful scene. However, it seemed not all ponies could enjoy this beautiful afternoon, such as Shining Armor, who was walking out of a villa with several guards, attracting no attention from any ponies. I have to work hard to buy things while you all enjoy the music here. It's so unfair. Yeah. Lin Emo quietly approached Ziwe's side, whispering to her about their actions. You were the one who wanted to go, right? Ziwe turned a page of the book on the table, not even giving Lin Emo a glance. She suddenly found reading in such an atmosphere to be quite enjoyable. Being a single pony felt too quiet. Amidst the solo performance, Lin Emo and Ziwe fell silent, and when the solo ended, the book club quietly began. Minity, Shimmering Shine, Lemon Heart, and Trixie were sitting together, laughing and chatting. Mostly with Trixie speaking while the other 3 occasionally chimed in. Attilia was with Lyra and Sugarbell, discussing some music-related books. Ziwe and Yu merely changed spots to read together, which was a common occurrence in the past, but today Ziwe felt somewhat uneasy. As for Lin Emo, he was watching Sui Long run over, taking out a box of gems from the hoof ring, intending to team up with Sui Long for a snack group. Since gems weren't that precious in Canterlot, Lin Emo had bought a few more over the past few days. Momo, let's go watch Trixie's magic performance together. It's really interesting. It was indeed strange. Although magic was common in this world, it hadn't affected the market for magic shows at all. Who knows why? Then let's go together. But remember to keep your voice down, my dear little dragon baby. Lin Emo didn't dwell too much on the matter of magic. Handing the box containing the gems to Sui Long, and following him towards Trixie's side. After Trixie's performance ended, they discussed what Sui Long would be like when he grew up. The other ponies didn't pay much attention to this discussion, including Sui Long, who was just a bit curious about what he would look like in the future but didn't care too much about the specifics. However, Lin Mo was somewhat concerned. He didn't really want Sui Long to become that future version of himself. Lin Mo had seen 2 images of Sui Long as an adult in anime. One was Sui Long becoming huge for unknown reasons, his body elongated and enlarged, looking ugly and useless except for strength, and most importantly, his consciousness was problematic. The second was Sui Long's appearance after Zeus sat on the throne, a somewhat petite muscular dragon. His specific abilities were unclear, and apart from not being as ugly as the first, there seemed to be no other differences, and he had very uncoordinated limbs. Moreover, neither the first nor the second had flying abilities. He couldn't understand why Sui Long, who was neither a low bloodline beast dragon nor a special subdragon type, wouldn't be able to fly under these conditions. The reasons for all this, he thought, could only be the influence of the environment or the teachings of the ponies around him. Chapter 38 Trixie. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned his head thoughtfully towards Ziwa, who was just lifting her head to drink water, looking completely bewildered before turning to Sui Long. Although it was still too early, a training plan for Sui Long could be drafted first. It was too abstract to just talk about it. How about drawing it out instead? It didn't matter if the drawing wasn't good, as long as there was a rough idea. The first step of the training plan for Sui Long, cultivating an aesthetic sense. He must not develop the idea that becoming that future version of himself is actually not bad. Great. Let us all draw and see whose idea is the best. Minity's eyes widened in excitement, eagerly raising her hooves in response. It was her idea to bring this topic up, so naturally, she was interested. It sounds really fun. I want to give it a try too. Lemonheart immediately chimed in, thinking that having planned banquets before, drawing would be a piece of cake. Humph. Just wait and see the great and versatile ideas and creativity of Trixie. Trixie placed her hooves on her hips, ready to show off her talent in this area. Count me in. Count me in. When Shiny Spark saw that everyone was interested, she also wanted to join, saying, then I'll draw one too. But it seems there's no paper or pen for drawing right now. Sui Long also wanted to see what he looked like in the eyes of the other ponies in the future, but then thought that there didn't seem to be any drawing tools here. Looking at Lin Mo in confusion. Considering that just reading and chatting was a bit dull, I also prepared drawing paper and chess pieces and such, which are over on the bookshelf. My preparations are quite sufficient, my dear little dragon baby. Seeing Sui Long's puzzled expression, Lin Mo rubbed his head and explained. And as he spoke, sheets of drawing paper flew over from the bookshelf and landed in front of the group of ponies. Then let us get started. This way, you can witness the great and versatile power of Trixie. Okay, then I'll start. When Lin Mo lifted his head again, a lithe dragon shape close to a human figure had already appeared on the drawing paper beneath his hooves. Looking at his effort, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. In truth, his original drawing skills weren't that good, but with the enhancement of his magical power, his drawing talent seemed to have improved a bit. The great and versatile Trixie has completed her masterpiece. Who wants to admire it? After finishing, Trixie tossed her paintbrush aside and placed her hooves on her hips. Looking around at the other ponies, completely ignoring where the paintbrush had flown off to. Let me see, wow. Is this the work of the great and versatile Trixie? Just as Minity finished her drawing, she was surprised to see Trixie's work. She didn't expect Trixie to be so good at drawing. In the drawing, Sui Long was flying, his body several times larger than it is now, with wings twice the size of his body, resembling a standard Western dragon. His eyes were covered in flames, and flames were brewing in his dragon mouth, seemingly ready to spew towards the city below. I wouldn't spray fire at a city. Seeing the content of the drawing, Sui Long said angrily, you've watched too many stories about brave heroes fighting dragons. The point is you up there. Don't you think it looks very mighty? Sui Long shook his head, feeling it was too big and not very good looking. How about this one? Lemonheart pushed her drawing forward. It was also Sui Long flying in the sky, but this time it leaned more towards dragons that were somewhat humanoid. Looking at the other drawings, they were mostly created based on these 2 images, while his own drawing seemed a bit too idealistic and had a completely different style from the other ponies. To put it simply, he had gotten carried away with the drawing, and there were bloody scenes in it. Watching the chatting ponies, Lin Mo sneakily glanced at his own drawing. It's probably better not to take it out. Is it done? Trixie. A sly voice came from behind Trixie, and at that moment, Tianqin was glaring at Trixie. Her blue-white mane stained with purple, and the paintbrush floating nearby showed signs of being broken, with the culprit already very obvious. Hi, Tianqin, what a coincidence. Yes. The brush you threw just happened to hit my head. What a coincidence. Tianqin squinted her eyes and said sarcastically, while Tang Tang behind her was laughing secretly. And Otelia beside her picked up Trixie's masterpiece to take a look. Humph. Since it was me who threw it, what are you going to do about it? Trixie pretended to be tough, but halfway through, looking at Tianqin's expression, she softened again. What to do? Get ready, Trixie. No way. I'm the great and versatile Trixie. I want to let a cake smash into my face. Seeing the little cake getting closer to her, Trixie decisively teleported away, with Tianqin following closely behind, and then the two ponies began to chase each other around the entire book club venue. How SMOMOS drawing? Sui Long looked curiously at the drawing paper that Lin Mo was pressing down on the table, as he had just seen Lin Mo quite satisfied with the drawing. But now he didn't understand why it was pressed down on the table and not shown to them. This is... Lin Mo hadn't finished his sentence when a piece of cake hit his face. You too, stop it, Lin Mo said as he instantly teleported in front of Trixie, blocking Tianqin, who was throwing cake. I'm telling you, today is the book club, the party is tomorrow, okay? Trixie, come here for a moment. Why are you calling me over? Just to be clear, I want to apologize to her. I've already been very restrained, just like I promised you. Trixie followed Lin Mo to a secluded spot, her unease making her decide to take the initiative. I know you've been very restrained. It's just that habits are hard to change. The most important thing is that you enjoy playing with them. You like them. What a joke. I'm just attending the party to fulfill your request. It's all just a game. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Trixie lifted her hoof to scratch, indicating she didn't care about them. Don't say that. Again, Trixie and the others might actually really like you. If it weren't for you smashing the cake in my face, I wouldn't have even planned on coming over. What are you joking about? They like me? Trixie widened her eyes in disbelief, raising her hoof to point at herself, asking, are you talking about me? It seems you're really not good at interacting with ponies. Chapter 39, Apology. It seems you're really not good at communicating with ponies. We, the great and all-powerful Trixie. Lin Mo was somewhat speechless at Trixie's shock. You all sat together and played for half a day. What are you shocked about? You should know, they are all very willing to be your friends. Of course. That's obvious. I am the great and all-powerful Trixie. That's quite normal. Trixie forcibly suppressed her inner joy, putting on a look as if it were normal. Seeing Trixie's reaction, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Is that so? It seems our great and all-powerful Trixie looks down on them and wouldn't want to continue attending tomorrow's party. Ahem. Actually, I will attend tomorrow's party, and I can reluctantly accept their friendship. Trixie waved her front hoof, trying to appear generous. This won't do. How can I let you suffer such humiliation? I will talk to them, and I will never let you lose face. However, Lin Mo seemed to care a lot, appearing as if he was thinking of her. Actually, it's not that forced. I'm still very willing to be friends with them. Trixie's tone softened. Not wanting to leave now. Did you forget how Tia chased after you just now? Minity and the others were right there watching and didn't come to help you. Can you swallow this? Lin Mo questioned, raising his hoof to point at Trixie in surprise. That's different. It was my fault with Tia first. Besides, Tia is also Minity's friend. Furthermore, Tia wouldn't do anything to me. Trixie hurriedly explained. Even so, Tia chased you over such a trivial matter. That's too much. And Minity and the others didn't help you, which shows they don't actually care about you that much. Lin Mo expressed a completely different opinion from Trixie's, nodding as he spoke. No, throwing a paintbrush with dye on someone else's head is very excessive. Moreover, Minity and the others didn't help me. But they didn't help Tia either. Perhaps to them, Tia was just playing around with me. Facing Lin Mo's opposition, Trixie instinctively considered things from Tia's perspective. How can you think like that? Setting aside all facts, don't they have any fault? Lin Mo seemed unwilling to give in easily, bringing out his ultimate argument. You threw away all the facts. What fault could they possibly have? Trixie was simply amazed by Lin Mo's unreasonable words, and as for Trixie's rebuttal, Lin Mo suddenly calmed down. So, isn't that thinking about her? Have you thought about how to apologize? You are mocking me. Trixie's words were filled with grievance and accusation. So you really don't want to, right? So what should I do? Trixie said despairingly. She shouldn't have come over with this guy. You dyed her mane. So of course you need to apologize and make it up to her. Lin Mo said as a matter of course. How to make it up? How about taking her to get a new mane? Trixie stroked her chin thoughtfully. There's not enough time. How about giving her this instead? Lin Mo shook his head, taking out an instrument from his hoof ring. Isn't this the harp you promised to give me? So what? This harp was something Lin Mo bought casually while shopping. And as soon as he bought it, Trixie took a liking to it. Unable to resist Trixie's entanglement and not needing that little bit of gold, he invited her to the party in exchange for it. Trixie had originally planned to use it as a magic prop, but giving it to Tia seemed just right. After all, Tia's cute mark is a harp. After hesitating for a moment, Trixie walked over to Tia with the harp, and Lin Mo followed closely behind, because Tia, Ziwa, Minity, and Suelong were gathered together at the moment. As they got closer, Ziwa and the others also noticed Lin Mo and Trixie, waving their hooves to signal them. Mo, is this your drawing? Ziwa floated the painting in front of Lin Mo with a frown, looking somewhat unhappy. Doesn't it exude a sense of might and power? Lin Mo pretended not to care, not yet realizing what else was wrong with this painting in their eyes. Might and power? Isn't this just a bad guy? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Ziwa's dissatisfaction deepened. A bad guy? Why would you think that? Clearly, it's a warrior, okay? Look at those powerful limbs, determined eyes, flame-covered scales, and blade-like wings. I even drew a magic circle in front of his mouth, representing that he would have very strong magic. Lin Mo moved the painting back in front of himself, looking more and more satisfied, his face revealing an uncontrollable smile. However, while he was satisfied, Ziwa was quite dissatisfied. A warrior? It looks very dangerous. How will Suelong get along with the ponies in the future like this? How can you be sure that if he looks like this, the ponies won't want to get along with Suelong? Shouldn't we try to persuade them a bit? Or maybe not. Didn't you see that Suelong doesn't even dare to get close? Shining Bright watched the two ponies who had already started arguing, hesitating whether to step in and change the topic, but Lemonheart dismissed this idea and pointed at Suelong, who was hiding aside, not daring to come over. Just now, he was happily showing the painting to Ziwa. I'll go over and talk to them. It's not good for them like this. Yuwu looked at Ziwa and Lin Mo, thought for a moment, and prepared to raise her hoof to step forward. However, before she could take a step, the two ponies over there seemed to have reconciled. And then they came over together. Sorry. We made everyone worry, and because of us, this good book club was ruined. Ziwa apologized somewhat awkwardly to all the ponies, thinking that her argument with Lin Mo must have ruined the atmosphere here. Yes, everyone should forgive Ziwa. She didn't mean to do this. Chapter 40. Chess. Yes, everyone should forgive Ziwa. She definitely didn't mean to do this. Ouch. Bang. Sorry, everyone. I really didn't mean to let this guy ruin everyone's mood. Ziwa put down her right hoof, which seemed to be smoking. The veins on her forehead couldn't stop throbbing, and she glared fiercely at Lin Mo on the ground before turning to smile at the ponies. It's okay. Ziwa, we weren't affected by you or him. That's right. Just like that. Shining Bright and Lemonheart expressed their support one after another, as Ziwa couldn't be provoked at this moment. That's right. This is all Trixie's fault. That's right. If she hadn't thrown the paintbrush on my head, none of this would have happened. Hey, didn't you just say you'd forgive me? I even gave you a harp. Hearing Tia blame everything on her, Trixie exploded instantly. What do you mean by that? The front hooves still say to treat themselves as friends, while the back hooves have already sold themselves. All right. There's also my reason. I shouldn't be throwing cake around. Looking at Trixie's south face coming close, Lyra helplessly added, in her eyes, Trixie is quite an interesting character. Although she is far behind Tang Tang, but being friends is still nice. However, Trixie clearly gets along better with Minity, Shining Bright, and Lemonheart. We haven't been affected. Yeah, but everyone seems a bit nervous now. As Moondance's words reached her ears, Ziwa, who had already calmed down, suddenly paused, feeling a bit at a loss. However, Moondance was right. Most of the little ponies here don't particularly like quiet personalities. The book club chatting together might make them feel happy, but getting rowdy would make them even happier. As for the only two ponies who would be affected, Moondance is looking forward to tomorrow's party more, while Ziwa is the pony involved. Sorry, everyone. I was a bit excited just now. Momo, where did he go? Ziwa scanned the area and found that Lin Mo, who was just here, had already disappeared. Are you talking about Lin Mo? He just replaced me at the chess table. Now he is playing chess with Otelia. It's a game called chess. Seeing Ziwa looking around, Minity pointed in the direction where Lin Mo was. So he just left without saying anything. The veins on Ziwa's forehead started to bulge again. That is not it. He just gave us a hoof gesture before leaving, Shining Bright said, raising her hoof to gesture a few times, and the surrounding ponies nodded along. He was called over by Tang Tang. We were just watching the painting while he was playing chess with Otelia. Lemonheart explained to Ziwa, saying they had just finished a round and were a bit dazed. Then turned around to see Ziwa looking at the painting. I remember there's more than one chessboard, right? Ziwa saw Lin Mo set up the chessboard, clearly. Every little bookshelf has one, right? The point is not to play chess. Lemonheart's expression became serious. The point is to play chess with Otelia. Lyra added seriously. It's a wheel battle for her. Shining Bright's eyes suddenly sharpened, her tone revealing a determination to win at all costs. Did you guys have an argument with her? Ziwa felt a bit confused, She hadn't seen them particularly enjoy playing chess before. It actually started with me and Otelia playing, but they kept chattering around us. Moondance spoke up with a calm expression, even smiling a bit. So I said, even if you all team up, you still can't win against Otelia. So you haven't won until now? That's too lame. Trixie, who had been listening the whole time, waved her hoof and looked at them with amusement. If it were Trixie, she might lose even faster. At most, she'd be slightly better than Shining Bright. Hey, Shining Bright, who was nodding along, immediately turned to Lemon Heart with an annoyed look. But Tang Tang had already called Lin Mo over. He brought the chess set, so it should be fine this time, Minity said as she waved her hoof, turning to lead them toward the chess table, her face always wearing a confident smile. When they reached the side, Lin Mo was standing with his front hooves on the table, looking down at Otelia, who was also unreservedly meeting his gaze. After a long while, Lin Mo's expression finally changed, and he looked at Otelia seriously and said, "Can I take back my move?" Can. Compared to Lin Mo's seriousness, Otelia seemed very casual. Heaven knows what kind of mental struggle he went through to say such a thing. But is this girl really playing chess for the first time? Although he was a terrible player back on Earth, he had at least played before. Playing against a novice shouldn't be too easy. So when Tang Tang called him to play chess, he ran over without hesitation, intending to teach the newcomer a lesson. So they would know that playing chess isn't that easy. As for the result, he hadn't played for long before he felt as if he could hear the voice of a football commentator. However, after carefully observing the situation on the chessboard, he felt he might have found a way to break the deadlock. He was pushed down by Trixie. However, Lin Mo was not discouraged. He decided to help Trixie strategize from the side, combining the wisdom of the two ponies, and they could definitely defeat Otelia. It just seemed like everyone had the same idea, leaving him with no chance to interject. Only Ziyue was carefully observing the chess game while holding the rules, occasionally chatting with Moondance and Tang Tang beside her, and occasionally Lyra would come over to add a few words. Lin Mo quietly approached Ziyue. "Do you need my help? Just don't talk later." Ziyue didn't even look at him, continuing to study the chessboard in front of her. Lin Mo didn't say more. After all, she was the last hope here. If Ziyue failed, then they would fall into Otelia's dark rule. After Trixie's expected defeat, Ziyue stepped up. But the fact proved that even Ziyue, the true protagonist of this world, couldn't win just by a moment of study. Although she had lasted the longest here, she still fell under Otelia's hooves. Chapter 41. Over. After Ziyue and Otelia finished their game, the book club of the afternoon quickly came to a close. The setting sun gradually fell below the horizon, and the evening breeze swept past the white tower and the grass below it. This originally lively place gradually became cold, not only losing the sounds of laughter, but even the birds that occasionally stopped by disappeared, leaving only the increasingly loud insect chirps, embellishing this empty area. As the ponies left one by one, Lin Mo also followed Ziyue and Suilong, heading towards Ziyue's white tower. After a while, Lin Mo followed Ziyue to the top of the tower, which was divided into 2 levels. The walls were filled with bookshelves, but there were still books that couldn't fit, piled all over the floor. Speaking of which, if all the books here were taken out, they would definitely be enough to open a small library, although no one would actually put these precious books in a library. Momo, you can say any kind of book you want. Yaya's collection is quite complete. If Ziyue were left alone here, it would probably take her a lot of time just to find books. Then you can look for them. Just don't disturb me while I read, Ziyue said as she walked towards the desk. She had gained some inspiration from her conversation with Moondance today and needed to read to verify it. Lin Mo watched Ziyue walk to the desk and continue reading, deep in thought. The events of the last 2 days probably hadn't had a significant impact on Ziyue. Perhaps for her, it was just an additional junior who might occasionally interrupt her plans. Oh, and there's also Moondance, who needs occasional attention. Are there any books about learning? Follow me. Suilong waved his paw, indicating for Lin Mo to follow, turning and walking towards a certain direction. Although Lin Mo followed behind Suilong, he was still thinking about Ziyue. Ziyue's real change began after the Nightmare Moon incident, which was about her teacher's sister, Princess Luna. Ziyue learned the importance of friendship in that incident, or rather, the importance of practice. She realized that she needed to engage with and understand this world, as well as the little ponies in it, rather than just reading dead books. Ziyue was truly moved during that incident, making friends with the main 5 from Ponyville and becoming best friends. After all, that was a bond that could be trusted with each other's backs. The main 5 were also the only ponies in Ponyville who genuinely wanted to do something, aside from dealing with a series of issues in the government department. But one question remained. How did they defeat Nightmare Moon? Was that artifact really so powerful that it defied reason? While pondering this, Lin Mo had already placed a stack of books beside him, carefully flipping through the table of contents to find the parts he needed to take. After gradually getting the hang of spell chanting, the next step was to enhance his learning ability. This would be difficult to achieve back on Earth, but perhaps not here. While learning the magic of this world, he was also studying the magic that appeared in his memories, and in those memories, more magic might emerge in the future. Therefore, he didn't need to unleash those spells to create more derivatives. Instead, he needed to find ways to digest this magic to become stronger. After all, the villains in this world were still quite powerful, and he did not want to become a tool to stimulate the protagonist's growth. Nor did he want to be the little pony in their memories. Among the methods available in this world to enhance learning ability, the one he was most familiar with was entering a book through Black Carl. Not immersing himself in the book, but actually entering it. He had a crazy idea: to disperse his consciousness while ensuring his self-awareness remained absolute. It sounded contradictory, but it indeed had the potential to be realized. Its function was somewhat like the parallel computation of the Cute King, but it would be much less effective. He called it multidimensional consciousness image spreading projection. The name is long and straightforward, projecting various aspects of consciousness through mirrors, and since consciousness is not an ordinary thing, and mirrors are not real mirrors, projecting it out is equivalent to spreading it out. After spreading out, he would basically complete it and then project it out again, connecting them to form a system. Finally, using Black Carl's method, he would let all these consciousnesses enter the book for study. However, the drawbacks were quite obvious. During use, there was almost no perception of the outside world, and the projected consciousness could only perform preset tasks, and it was extremely cumbersome to use, with subjective consciousness falling into a silent state to maintain the system. If someone with ill intentions approached him while he was using it, he would have virtually no ability to resist. However, thinking about these things now was too far-fetched. Lin Mo packed the selected books into his saddlebag, patted Sui Long's head, and then turned to say goodbye to Ziyue, who was preparing to rest. All right. Ziyue frowned slightly, nodding to indicate she understood. She actually felt that it was okay not to participate. After all, Yu seemed to have forgiven her, but since she had already agreed, she did not refuse. Seeing Ziyue agree, Lin Mo quietly handed Sui Long a box of gems before leaving. At this moment, aside from the chirping of insects, there were no other sounds on the grass below. Lin Mo looked up at the starry sky above, feeling a bit emotional. After returning to the tower, Lin Mo went straight to rest. The next day, Lin Mo, along with Minity and Shining Armor, who had arrived here earlier, set up the venue. During this time, Sui Long also came over to help. The venue setup was nothing unusual. It was just some modifications made to the location of yesterday's book club, such as replacing bookshelves and low tables with long tables and some game items, and then placing a large cake and some other food, which basically completed the setup. Compared to yesterday, more ponies came to today's party, such as Shining Armor, and several ponies who seemed to have gotten the news from somewhere, as well as Otelia's roommate, Rock Pony Vanille. This big brother, for some reason, immediately pulled Lin Mo to play chess at the party venue. Playing chess at a party. Although he hadn't participated in many parties, he knew that wasn't how parties were supposed to be held. Chapter 42. Teacher. Lin Mo pondered in front of the chessboard, carefully moving a piece, then looked up and smiled shyly at Shining Armor, who merely glanced at the chessboard, casually moved a piece, and continued to stare at him intently. Lin Mo felt he couldn't look up, as if every second was torturous. He felt targeted. This big brother definitely had an opinion about him, but why? After analyzing the situation on the board, Lin Mo despairingly moved a piece. Having lost hope for victory, it didn't matter if he lost badly. The key was not to keep the big brother waiting too long. Strangely, after giving up hope for victory, he ended up persevering longer. So all the decisions he had agonized over earlier were actually terrible moves? After being checkmated, Lin Mo restored the chessboard, mentally preparing for a whole day of being toyed with, or rather, a day of being beaten. Time passed slowly. Unlike the surrounding noise, there was a sense of tranquility here. Lin Mo captured an opposing piece and looked up to see Shining Armor's expression was a bit off. Lin Mo looked down at the board. There was no problem. He had indeed captured an unimportant pawn. Why did this big brother seem a bit unhappy? Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Although Shining Armor had been staring at him earlier, it was really just staring without any other meaning. But now, not only was his gaze off, even the corners of his mouth were turned down. Any pony could tell he was unhappy. It was as if he had suddenly done something shameful. Lin Mo was puzzled and chose to continue playing chess. He moved a piece, but Shining Armor's counterattack was exceptionally fierce, and within a few moves, Lin Mo found himself in a dead end. Just when Lin Mo was rubbing his head, unsure of what to do next, a front hoof tapped the chessboard. Lin Mo turned to see Ziyue, who had appeared beside him at some point. and then looked back at Shining Armor. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why Shining Armor was unhappy. Focus on playing chess. As Lin Mo turned his head back to Ziyue, Shining Armor's slightly annoyed voice came through. Lin Mo's mouth gradually lifted as he moved a piece to the spot Ziyue pointed to and leaned closer to her. You've been tormenting me all morning. Even as a sister Khan, you can't forgive that. You're finally here. I've been playing with your brother all morning and haven't won once. Seeing Lin Mo act so intimately while complaining to Ziyue, Shining Armor's expression darkened immediately. As for why he didn't stop it, that stemmed from a beautiful misunderstanding at the banquet. However, Ziyue was currently focused on the chess game and didn't notice any of this. She simply nodded without saying anything. Sister, what brings you here? Shining Armor asked casually while making a move. It's too noisy over there, so I came here to avoid it. Lin Mo glanced over, noticing that Shining and the others were laughing and playing, while several gentlemen were gathered together arm wrestling. Given Ziyue's current persona as a literary girl, it was understandable that she would come over. Watching their interaction, although Shining Armor felt a bit dissatisfied, he didn't say anything. Lin Mo's chess skills were too poor, and refusing would make his sister think he was targeting her. As Lin Mo observed Shining Armor's dark expression, he thought for a moment and decided to maintain some distance from Ziyue again, but not too far. After all, she was a beautiful girl. Time quietly passed in such an atmosphere, and Lin Mo played chess with Shining Armor until the party ended. However, this was also the first time Lin Mo won a game, even though he could only be considered Ziyue's chess-moving machine. After all, he did manage to move the pieces to the end. Watching the little ponies gradually leave, Shining Armor also bid them farewell and left. He still had some matters to attend to and could not continue to linger here. After the party ended, Lin Mo's life began to progress regularly. Morning was for chanting magic practice, noon for meditation to enhance magical power, afternoon for research on consciousness magic, and evening was flexible, with Sunday arranged based on circumstances. Of course, he also had to pause his research on consciousness magic occasionally to attend lessons from his teacher, Celestia. During the first class, he handed over his potion-making magic to Celestia. Celestia's teaching methods were somewhat unconventional. In simple terms, students first chose subjects and formulated study plans, and then she would offer suggestions for adjustments, followed by regular classes and QA sessions. What if he and Ziyue had different courses? It was just a matter of creating a clone. Celestia could even create a few more to handle administrative affairs. The courses were running smoothly until Lin Mo discovered that Celestia could almost answer any question he had regarding magic. He began to slip in personal queries within his questions, and after doing so a few times and still feeling unsatisfied, he directly wrote down the magic and questions in his mind, asking Celestia for solutions. Celestia lived up to his expectations, providing answers to these questions by the second class at most. As for why this was the case, he believed that the magic he had in his mind, though varied and abundant, was on a level that was 1 or even 2 tiers below Celestia's field. For Celestia, the theories of these magics were indeed novel and unseen before. It would be somewhat difficult to create them from scratch. But since the complete magic was already in front of her, understanding it was quite easy. Lin Mo did not stop there. For some questions that did not require Celestia's input, he directly brought Ziyue over to study together. In his words, he could not always rely on others and needed to learn to think for himself. And since it was too slow for one little pony to ponder alone, he invited Ziyue to join him. However, Ziyue noticed that their research content was increasingly deviating from her original plan. Another noteworthy point was that during this process, Celestia also developed some things and granted both him and Ziyue several of her protective enhancements. However, it seemed that due to certain reasons, the enhancements did not reach their full potential, and more were passive types, euphemistically named to encourage them to learn to strive on their own. But in Lin Mo's view, it was likely due to matters concerning the Princess of the Moon. After Ziyue united with 5 others to defeat Nightmare Moon, Celestia had once said she believed in Ziyue, trusting she could use the power of friendship to defeat Nightmare Moon. This almost implied that everything was arranged by her. The reason for doing this was not merely to hope Ziyue could make a few friends. The real reason was probably related to the Princess of the Moon. 1,000 years ago, Celestia had sealed Nightmare Moon on the moon with the power of harmony, but at that time, she could not restore Nightmare Moon to her original form. However, after Ziyue and the others defeated Nightmare Moon, she returned to her true form as Princess Luna. This choice was likely established by the Rainbow back then. Therefore, if they truly helped her maximize the enhancements, they might indeed be able to exchange a few moves with Nightmare Moon, who had been trapped for over 1,000 years. Even if Nightmare Moon regained some consciousness, allowing her to exert a bit more strength, it would be challenging to arrange the initial trials. For example, could they be sure that the injured scorpion-tailed lion would not be immediately exorcised by Ziyue upon appearing? But if they set up something too strong as a barrier, Ziyue would certainly be unwilling to let Ruru pass. Thus, they could only minimize the impact of the enhancements, with most abilities being for self-preservation. Another reason was that Lin Mo and Ziyue might both become alicorns in the future. They needed their own authority. In fact, Joyce did not only send him this peculiar flower, but after placing these flowers into the hoof ring, they quickly wilted, leaving only the last one. That was why he was eager to plant it and restore its vitality. This peculiar flower had a very special characteristic. Joyce once mentioned that there used to be a variety of flowers and plants in his place, but since that peculiar flower appeared, all the original flora gradually transformed into this peculiar flower. Note, it was the other flowers that gradually turned into the peculiar flower. Not that this peculiar flower spread by itself. When Lin Mo went to collect this peculiar flower from his garden, some surrounding flowers had already developed some of its characteristics. So he gathered them all, as that gardener old man would definitely not want to keep them anymore. Although he became busier due to the increased tasks, Lin Mo's original plans, with Celestia's help, also did not fall behind. The chanting-type magic was nearly perfected, and the consciousness-type magic he aimed to develop now had a basic framework. However, Celestia did not actually agree with him using the consciousness-type magic. As for why, she only said he would understand in the future. Although it was not necessary to use star metal, it would still take some time to transport other ores from the quarry. As for safety issues, Celestia had already given him a map of the Everfree Forest, marking the locations of dangerous areas, and with the protection of the enhancements, it was unlikely for any incident to occur. At noon, on the right side of the Royal Sisters Castle, in the tower next to where Z was, Lin Mo was meditating by the wide-open window. As he breathed, a swirling mist of white light surrounded him. After a long time, Lin Mo awoke from his meditative state, and the swirling light mist around him began to dissipate gradually. He exhaled, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up, stretching lazily and regaining his energetic demeanor. The reason for the light mist swirling around him earlier was that it was Celestia's light enhancement, which could strengthen his meditative state, symbolizing prosperity and stability under the sunlight. The reason Lin Mo woke up at this time was that today was the day he was leaving for the Everfree Forest. He had already said goodbye to the ponies he knew yesterday, and he only needed to inform Ziyue and his teacher before he could leave. Planning to set off in the afternoon, he would arrive at Ponyville by evening, rest there for a night, and enter the Everfree Forest the next morning. That was the plan. Thinking about this, Lin Mo walked outside, opened the door, descended the long staircase, and arrived on the grass outside, where he could see Ziyue reading in the venue beneath the tower across from him. It had been a few months since the party ended, and since then, Ziyue occasionally invited Yuewu and others to join a book club during her free time. It seemed she found parties too noisy but could not leave Yuewu and others aside. So she organized a book club, which was an activity that could both facilitate learning and strengthen relationships, feeling it was the most suitable for her. She never considered that if she just sat aside reading, she wouldn't be able to build any relationships at all. Fortunately, Yuewu actually enjoyed reading with her, and Shining and Tang Tang occasionally wanted to find a place to chat together. Otherwise, this book club would not have been able to continue. Lin Mo entered the venue and sat down next to Ziyue, who was sitting with Yuewu. You can't just sit here and read all the time. It's important to relax a little. Good afternoon, Yuewu. Good afternoon, Momo. Yuewu, who was beside Ziyue, greeted each other, while Lin Mo settled down next to Ziyue. Thank you. I'm much more relaxed now than when you asked me to help you study. Don't be so angry. Besides, you like that new knowledge too, don't you? Ziyue didn't refute Lin Mo's words, but she was still a bit unhappy about being treated as a laborer. Are you leaving now, Momo? Yuewu turned a page in her book and curiously asked, as Lin Mo usually meditated in the tower at this time. And it shouldn't be time to finish yet. That's right. I'm going to become a great mountain bandit king. Okay, I wish you all the best. Chapter 44, Emotions. A sweet breeze gently brushed by, bringing a sense of spiritual pleasure, under the gradually warming sunlight. The rustling sound of turning pages gave a sense of comfort to the little pony. Lin Mo picked up Ziyue's teacup, poured some tea, and gently placed it where she could reach it. Forgive me, yeah. I promise there won't be a next time. Lin Mo sincerely apologized, folding her hooves together and showing a humble expression. Where are you planning to go this time? Ziyue set her teacup down and lightly huffed as she asked. I'm going to the Eternal Freedom Forest. There might be something I want there, and I also plan to gather some star silver iron ore. Seeing that Ziyue intended to let the matter go, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and continued her conversation. Well, have a safe trip. She actually wanted to say more, but felt there was nothing else to say. Okay, goodbye. Hearing Ziyue's words, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. She topped up Ziyue's tea again and turned to leave. The low table stood on the lush grass, and the gentle breeze turned the pages of the book again. The focused young girl seemed to form a beautiful scene of tranquil time. She gently pressed down the pages, lifted the teacup to her lips, and the way she slightly raised her head and closed her eyes was captivating. With her gaze lowered, her delicate brows slightly trembled, and her eyelashes fluttered gently. Her pupils slowly widened, sparkling like gems in her heart. The moment Lin Mo's eyes met Ziyue's, she felt a sudden panic and turned to leave. Not noticing the confusion and helplessness in Ziyue's eyes, or how she buried herself in her book. Lin Mo didn't know how she left the grass, how she crossed the streets of Cantlot, how she ignored the sounds around her, or in what state she entered the castle, or why she found herself lying on the ground next to her teacher. When she regained her senses, she saw her teacher looking at her with excitement in her eyes. Old teacher, how did you end up here? No, I mean, how did I end up here? Lin Mo shook her head, scanning her surroundings until her gaze settled on Celestia. Celestia raised her eyelids, looking as if she was asking Lin Mo what she was doing, her smile completely unhidden. All right, I wanted to say goodbye to you. Seeing Celestia's expression, Lin Mo rubbed her head in annoyance, recalling her purpose for being there, but felt as if she had overlooked something. Is Yaya pretty? Thud. Hearing Celestia's voice, Lin Mo immediately panicked and fell to the ground, flailing her limbs, taking some time to remember how to get up. Teacher, I'm leaving first, goodbye. Thud. After saying that, Lin Mo awkwardly ran out, but after only a couple of steps, she fell again, scrambling to get up and run out once more. She only stopped running when she reached the streets of Cantlot, at which point she remembered what Celestia had asked. Is she pretty? This seemed obvious, but it felt like it was more than just being pretty. Hey, wake up. What are you standing there for? Trixie, do you need something? Lin Mo asked, feigning calmness as she looked at the frowning Trixie, trying to cover her embarrassment. I don't have anything, but why didn't you say anything when I called you just now? It was the same before. Did something happen today? Trixie rubbed her chin, looking at her curiously. She felt that Lin Mo was acting unusually today. Very unusually. What happened? Nothing happened. It's getting late. I have to go first. Otherwise, I won't make it to Ponyville before dark. Watching Trixie's probing expression, Lin Mo casually made an excuse to leave. She needed to calm down and figure out what was going on with her. At the city gate, she encountered the carriage her teacher had arranged to take her away. After greeting the guards pulling the carriage, Lin Mo was pulled along towards Ponyville. In the carriage, Lin Mo finally had time to contemplate her feelings. She indeed liked Ziyue. But, did that kind of liking count as infatuation? Perhaps it did? She couldn't make sense of it. Her mind was a jumbled mess, all her thoughts tangled together, unable to reach what seemed like a simple answer. So, does she like me? Lin Mo's body stiffened. A wave of indescribable panic surged within her. What if she doesn't like me? Will she distance herself from me because I like her? What if she likes another pony? Suddenly, a boy with blue hair appeared in Lin Mo's mind. In an instant, she had the thought of crossing two realms to erase his existence. Not to kill him, but to erase his soul and any possible traces of existence. Or, could I turn him into nutrients to consume? Is it possible to gain the traits Ziyue likes from him? Please be careful, we just sensed hostility. The guards reminded Lin Mo with serious expressions. The momentary killing intent made them a bit tense, as if a deep abyss of malice was firmly locking onto someone, mixed with deep-seated hatred. Then let's hurry to Ponyville and find a way to inform the teacher. Lin Mo seemed to suddenly awaken, carefully turning her head to speak, looking as if she had just realized what was happening, if one ignored the lingering depth in her pupils. All right, please hold on tight. The carriage continued on, and Ponyville was getting closer. Lin Mo lowered her head and closed her eyes to calm her feelings, to avoid being discovered by the ponies there. Normally, Lin Mo's moral standards were quite decent, but being normal also meant there might be times when things wouldn't be normal. Lin Mo never considered himself particularly noble. In fact, he felt he could be quite selfish. He thought he could even kill for something he wanted, but the fleeting thought just now had even scared him. Just because of a possibility. He even began to wonder if he had been cursed. Can love really bring about such terrifying thoughts in an instant? Or did he really abandon that thought? Chapter 45, Biki. The sun slowly set on the horizon, seemingly igniting a fiery cloud, mixing into a passionate picture. Lin Mo gazed at the magnificent scene at the horizon, wondering when he could possess such great power. The intense emotions from earlier had now stabilized. After all, nothing had really happened yet. It would be a long time before Ziyue and Thunderbolticon met in person, so it was indeed a bit too anxious to worry about these things now. As Lin Mo looked at the approaching Ponyville, he He felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness in his heart. The air currents brushed against his body, causing a few tiny sprite fireflies to emerge from his mane. But they clung tightly to his hair, wanting to burrow back in. With a bump, one of the sprite fireflies that had been trying to rush forward collided with Lin Mo's horn and then wobbled as it fell to the ground. These sprite fireflies were the mutated variants that split off from the first one he caught. Thinking about the human world across from him, where magic couldn't be used directly, but various artifacts were completely unrestricted, he wondered if he could refine the sprite fireflies into a special magical item, allowing him to use magic there as well. After all, transitioning from luxury to simplicity is difficult. Having powerful magical energy, but being unable to use it was a frustrating thought, due to the lack of the life force of land horses and other research projects. The current effectiveness of these sprite fireflies was rather limited. They were somewhat like Lin Mo's miniature avatars, possessing some of their own sentience and no longer easily able to split into other individuals. Though they could assist him in using some minor magic, excessive magical energy would drive them mad and uncontrollable. He wasn't in a hurry to complete these tasks, but it seemed he needed to prioritize them now. Sorry for the trouble, my two guard brothers. Lin Mo got off the carriage, standing on the main street of Ponyville to stretch his legs. He turned to thank the two guards. They had set off later than planned, but still arrived in Ponyville by evening. Although influenced by special factors, it was indeed quite speedy. The two guards nodded at Lin Mo and pulled the carriage towards the mayor's residence. Today's matters needed to be reported to Her Highness the Princess through the mayor's magic, and they also needed to strengthen Ponyville's defenses. Watching the two guards leave, Lin Mo felt a bit worried. If his teacher found out that the source of that killing intent was himself, even if it wouldn't lead to any trouble, it would be harder to take action against Lightning Akon in the future. He could only hope that his teacher had not focused on him anymore at that moment. At this time, the sky had begun to darken, and Lin Mo no longer thought about those unrelated matters. He identified the direction and turned to head towards Sweet Apple Acres. Yo, welcome to Ponyville. Wow, Lin Mo was startled, his limbs stiffening as if electricity coursed through his body, making his mane stand on end. Hey, quiet down, everyone needs to rest. Before he could recover, a pink pony with a peach-colored mane covered his mouth. Her blue eyes scanned the surroundings, and she greeted the startled ponies with a big smile, waving her hooves at them. Hi, good evening, everyone. Lin Mo looked speechlessly at the divine horse beside him and the little ponies around them greeting each other. He gently patted her hoof that was covering his mouth, signaling her to let him go, as he was starting to feel a bit suffocated. Phew, luckily I was here. You can't shout like that at night anymore, except for parties. Seeing that the surrounding ponies had returned to their own activities, Beaky released Lin Mo, patting her chest as if everything had been resolved. However, Lin Mo's eyes twitched at the trumpet that had fallen to the ground. He wanted to say, if you hadn't put the trumpet next to my mouth, I wouldn't have shouted so loudly. You're just too funny, friend. Lin Mo looked up at the small face that was too close to his forehead, forced to gaze into her inquisitive eyes. The seriousness in her expression made it hard for Lin Mo to move. You're not happy. Is it because of me? But if you're not happy, why are you smiling? I didn't mean to hurt you. As Beaky's emotions grew more agitated, darting around like a short-distance teleportation, flailing her hooves, and talking nonstop, Lin Mo had no choice but to use magic to catch her and bring her in front of him. If he didn't clarify, this girl would probably be depressed for a while. Alright, I just have a bit on my mind today. If I hurt such an optimistic girl, I'd feel terrible. As he spoke, Lin Mo rubbed Beaky's head with his hoof. So you see, don't tell lies in front of Beaky. Her super sensitivity is just unreasonable. Really? Is it really not because of me? Even though I'm scared, you have to say it. Beaky leaned in anxiously, her hooves pressing on Lin Mo's shoulders and shaking him continuously. Of course it's true. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll be back to normal. Maybe I'll even be as lively as you. Lin Mo removed Beaky's hooves from his shoulders, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her, especially since he actually had secrets. That's great. I almost thought you were going to hurt the ponies. Do you have time tomorrow? I want to throw you a big party. Trust me, your mood will definitely get better. Party, party, party. Beaky looked at Lin Mo with excitement and anticipation, trembling all over, her expression barely containable. Oh, although I really want to join the party you're organizing, I really have something to do tomorrow. As for hurting ponies, do I look like a terrorist indiscriminately killing innocents? The first part of that statement was true. He did want to attend Beaky's party. Knowing all the ponies in Ponyville, Lin Mo genuinely wanted to befriend her. The second part was not a lie either. He really couldn't do anything like indiscriminate killing. Even if you look at me like that, I have things to do tomorrow too. Besides, it's not like we have to do it right now. Glancing at Beaky's pitiful expression, Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Really? Of course. Even if I can't come, she will. Chapter 46. Returning to the forest. Of course. Even if I don't come, she will. Facing Lin Mo's declaration, Beaky found it hard to accept. Wasn't there always one pony who couldn't make it? However, she didn't press further, as it would be unreasonable to continue. Alright. Where do you want to go? I know all of Ponyville like the back of my hoof. Leave it to Beaky, you won't be disappointed. Beaky danced around excitedly, patting her chest after speaking, her face beaming with confidence. Sweet apple acres from the apple family should be very famous. I went there once before, but I entered from a different direction. Since Beaky was willing to take him, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. He looked around to determine the direction, pointed towards Sweet Apple Acres, and said, "Let us hurry over there. Maybe we can even have a small party with the apple family," Beaky said as she hopped ahead. And Lin Mo was also infected by her energy, hopping along behind her. After a moment, Lin Mo and Beaky arrived at the entrance of the apple orchard. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, but the orchard was brightly lit. Inside the orchard, there was still a lot of activity. And although the surrounding insects chirped sporadically, it couldn't drown out the sounds of chatting and playing inside. The two little ponies entered the apple orchard together, originally intending to head to the hall, but halfway through, Lin Mo was taken away by Apple Lily. So Beaky went alone to inquire if they could hold a small party in the hall. Lin Mo followed Apple Lily to meet her friends, Sweetheart Baby and Smart Lulu. The three little ponies formed an adorable team together, striving to earn the cute mark. The reason they called Lin Mo over was simple, to ask about the cute mark. However, this time Lin Mo didn't dare to say much, as he clearly hadn't forgotten the lesson from Apple Lily last time. If something went wrong again, Applejack probably wouldn't let him off easily. So Lin Mo began to tell them a story, such as the one about Lindayu failing to bury flowers and instead pulling up the horseradish tree, which angered the garden and got her beaten half to death, ultimately being transformed into a Terminator to fight against interstellar insect swarms. What kind of lesson does this story teach you? Lin Mo raised his teacup and took a sip of hot tea, softly asking the three little ones, telling them that we shouldn't pull up trees, especially those in other ponies' homes. Apple Lily raised her hoof to speak, although she was already speaking when she raised it, telling us that when encountering powerful ponies, we should be humble and not act rashly, otherwise, we might end up like the handsome Terminator, telling us that burying flowers is fine, but don't do anything superfluous. Sweetheart Baby and Smart Lulu also expressed their opinions, but their tones were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Lin Mo shook his head in denial of their answers, telling them that nonsense comes with a price. Lin Mo opened his eyes in confusion and looked with the three little ones towards the source of the sound behind them. Isn't it about to happen now? Standing behind the three little ones, Applejack's expression was grim as she glared fiercely at Lin Mo and said, "I need to talk to this brother about some things. You all go play by yourselves. Lin Mo, come with me." Applejack smiled gently at the three little ones and then called Lin Mo to leave. "All right, then we'll go play. Goodbye, Sister Applejack, Brother Lin Mo." "Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, brother." The three little ones looked at each other, but didn't think much of it, waving their hooves to bid farewell. "Goodbye. You all go play. How can you make up stories in front of children?" I was just joking. It shouldn't be that serious, right?" "Not serious. You are." "Forget it. Don't do that kind of thing again. Got it? The party is about to start. Let's go over." "All right. Calm down. This is for you." "What is this? What do you think?" Lin Mo lifted his hoof adorned with a hoof ring to indicate, "This is too precious." "How much is it?" "I'll buy it." Applejack was taken aback for a moment and quickly stopped Lin Mo, as she knew how precious this item was. "It was originally made for you. How could I charge you? If I really took money from you, I would feel bad." "Okay." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Applejack stared at him blankly, not knowing what she was thinking, and smiled in agreement. After that, the two little ponies arrived at the party venue, which had already gathered many little ponies from the Apple family thanks to Beaky. Since they had met before, everyone was not strangers, and the party quickly became lively. All the little ponies played and had fun until midnight. If it weren't for the consideration that Lin Mo had to leave the next morning, the party might have lasted even longer. In the morning, near the Eternal Freedom Forest, Lin Mo walked towards the forest amid the farewell voices of all the little ponies. Walking on the solid dirt path, he could feel the fresh natural air surrounding him, which made him feel very comfortable. However, after entering the Eternal Freedom Forest, the path became less clear, surrounded by all kinds of strange flowers and grasses. Lin Mo carefully picked a few blue flowers and continued deeper into the forest, as he certainly didn't want to be infected by the poison of the poisonous joke, wasting a lot of time. He took out the map to recognize the direction slightly and adjusted his walking angle to avoid wasting time by going off course. He walked from morning until noon and stopped under a large tree, putting the map back into his hoof ring and turning to walk in another direction. Lin-Mo realized he had made a mistake. How could he look at a map in the forest? Everywhere had the same trees, so it was no wonder he got lost. He remembered that when he didn't have a map, he easily found the way out of the forest and never had the experience of going in circles in the same place. Chapter 47. Escape. Looking up from within the eternal freedom forest, he saw the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, casting endless light across the world. Countless rays of light danced, paused, and flickered on the branches and leaves, leaving patches of shadow in the woods. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow through, flowing everywhere, swirling and causing the flowers and grasses in the forest to scatter. The branches and leaves overhead swayed incessantly, causing the shadows on the ground to dance along with them. But amid the constantly moving shadows, there seemed to be a barely perceptible dark figure, unreasonably silent in place. Suddenly, a pair of insect-like compound eyes opened in the shadows, coldly staring at the little pony quietly moving in the forest ahead. He slowly walked into the sunlight, took out the map, and placed it in front of him. But his pupils kept shifting towards various corners of the map. One front hoof lightly touched the ground, and his body was secretly gathering strength. Behind him, in a position out of sight, a dark figure was stealthily approaching him from the surroundings. Lin-Mo slowly closed the map, his body gradually moving forward. His ears subtly twitched, and he opened his lips, gently closing his eyes as if to yawn. In the darkness to his side, there seemed to be slight movements like a poisonous snake. The hunt was about to begin. Lin-Mo reached the boundary of light and shadow, his eyes closed, mouth wide open, while his horn controlled the map to fly in the air, the magical light slightly changing. The moment had come. The shadow darted out like a poisonous snake, striking directly at Lin-Mo's neck. Whoosh! His eyes suddenly opened, revealing a cold glint, teeth clenched, and his horn shone dazzlingly in the sunlight as his body weight shifted to one side, spinning and kicking. Bang! Both of his hind hooves struck the shadow heavily, and at the same time, a circle of light began to gather around his body, becoming rotating and dazzling. Rotating light wheel slash. Whoosh! The shadow flapped its remaining wings and swiftly shifted its body. Bang! Crack! The shadow touched the ground and disappeared, while the light wheel cut through the surrounding trees, obscuring its presence. Lin-Mo stepped back a few paces into the sunlight, and the light on his horn flashed again. Flowing light rain. Countless rays of light converged into raindrops scattering forward, creating holes in the woods. Hiss! At the edge of the light rain, where the raindrops made contact, a black smoke was corroded out, emitting a sulfur-like smell. Magical beam. Lin-Mo immediately released a beam of light towards the black smoke ahead and turned to let the light slice through the air in a circle. Unfortunately, he felt no hint of hitting the assassin hidden in the shadows. Undeterred, Lin-Mo charged past the fallen trees, but after a search with no results, he unleashed several spells in succession. Seeing no effect, he cast a magical shield and communicated with the elements of nature within the shield to scout the surrounding forest. Yet still found nothing. Opening his eyes, Lin-Mo felt a wave of frustration. He had kicked the ground too hard earlier, giving the opponent a chance to avoid the slicing attack of the light wheel. The opponent's physical strength was not particularly strong. If it came to a direct confrontation, Lin-Mo could easily take him down. The truly troublesome aspect of the opponent lay in his stealth, speed, and explosive power, making him a perfect assassin. To make matters worse, that guy was also a shape-shifting spirit, making stealth and transformation even more dangerous, especially now that the enemy was hidden while he was exposed. Who knew if there were helpers on the other side? However, even if there were helpers, Lin-Mo was not overly worried. After all, he was not a weakling. Besides, wasn't there a way to determine if the opponent was nearby? As long as he set up magic around him while resting, there shouldn't be any significant issues. By a river in the eternal freedom forest, a robust shape-shifting spirit stared at his reflection in the water. In the reflection, a terrifying scar could be seen across his face, which looked quite fresh and almost cut through his entire face. Behind him, 3 other shape-shifting spirits were resting in the forest, appearing somewhat hungry as they were feeding on the love essence from several animals. However, even though the animals had withered to mere bones, the shape-shifting spirits still felt little satisfaction, as ordinary animals could not provide much love essence. This was something that typically occurred in intelligent beings. At that moment, another shape-shifting spirit approached from afar, carrying an injured shape-shifting spirit on his back. Looking at the one by the river, or rather, Morris, his expression was somewhat conflicted, asking, what happened to him? Morris shifted his gaze to York, the one carrying the injured spirit, and the wounded Kroll on his back, his tone laced with indifference. Let me explain. At this point, Kroll, who had regained some strength, got down from York's support and turned to look at Morris with a serious expression. I just discovered a pony. All the shape-shifting spirits instantly turned their heads, their eyes fixed on Kroll with a look of longing. A mocking voice came from the riverbank, seemingly ridiculing Kroll's overestimation of himself, while also waking the other shape-shifting spirits from their fantasies. Yes, his strength is formidable and exceptionally cautious. I was discovered the moment I attacked. If I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life back then. Taking 2 steps forward, Kroll revealed his injuries to all the shape-shifting spirits. He had a large gash on his chest, and one of his hind hooves, charred and still emitting black smoke, made him appear utterly weak. He will definitely be more cautious from now on. Looking at the silhouette by the river, his tone was very serious. And the other shape-shifting spirits looked at Morris alongside him, knowing Kroll's strength. If even he could only escape, then they would simply be walking to their deaths. Huh, have you all forgotten why we are called shape-shifting spirits? Morris's words momentarily stunned all the shape-shifting spirits. Are you saying? Kroll's tone was somewhat uncertain, and the surrounding shape-shifting spirits began to ponder. Didn't you say there was a dragon? Chapter 48, The Dragon. Didn't you say there was a dragon? The image of the red and silver dragon surfaced in Kroll's mind, his eyes narrowing as his tongue licked his sharp teeth, revealing a sinister smile. York, find that mad dragon. Kroll patted York beside him, giving him orders, then turned to the other 3 shape-shifting spirits, grinning with malicious intent. As for you 3, come with me tonight to meet our brave master. Ah, shut up. Do you want to attract that group of wooden puppets? Morris coldly reprimanded Kroll, who was laughing uncontrollably. Ha, cough, cough. York, you should go now. After Kroll finished speaking, under Morris's icy gaze, he walked over to the other 3 shape-shifting spirits, closed his eyes, and began to rest, hoping to recover from his injuries quickly. Seeing Kroll quiet down, Morris turned back to stare intently at the river. His eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as he gazed at the gruesome wound on his face. Insect cocoon. Phyrus, I will make you pay for this. Especially you. Phyrus, you good for nothing with no ambition. One day, I will surpass you one day. How could he? How could he? I am his supporter. Taking a deep breath, Morris closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down, his heavy breathing gradually slowing, and his trembling body slowly calming. When he opened his eyes again, only coldness remained. The bright moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars, casting a cool light over the forest. But the dense leaves still left large areas of darkness. Within that darkness, predators were poised to pounce, the chirping of insects around them muffling their sounds. In the deeper shadows, several dark shapes seemed to truly blend into the darkness, swiftly moving and lurking towards their destination. The tranquil lake reflected the bright moon above, as well as the unicorn floating by the lakeside, its crystal-like diamond-shaped magical shield enveloping its body, sensing the flow of the elements in the forest. The pitch-black shadows lingered several hundred meters away from the lake in the depths of the forest, as a few shape-shifting spirits emerged, greedily gazing at the floating pony in the distance, watching him hover in the air and then land, dispelling his magical shield on the ground. They wished they could rush up and absorb the love essence from him immediately, but now was not the time. If they charged in now, they would likely be reduced to nothing. They carefully gathered together, whispering about their long-established plan. Meanwhile, as they had just been gazing at the ground, Lin opened his eyes and sighed. This time, his scouting revealed nothing unusual. The opponent seemed to be able to block elemental perception to some extent and acted very cautiously. He certainly hoped that the shape-shifting spirit had been frightened and had long left, but considering the characteristics and usual behavior of this race, he felt it was better not to harbor any illusions. A few drops of dew around the lakeside twinkled imperceptibly, while a gathering sphere in the water was continuously rising and falling. An invisible magic circle on the ground was also quietly operating. Lin lay on the camping chair, confidently waiting for guests to arrive, if he or they dared to come. After all, normally, no intelligent race would enter the eternal freedom forest in large numbers. So even if he had accomplices, how many could there be? Unfortunately, Lin miscalculated. The opponent had no intention of confronting him head-on. They were just here to put on a show and would leave once it was over. Time quietly passed, and in the distance, the phantom spirits began their serious preparations. Kroll stepped forward, his body began to twist and expand, gradually transforming into a giant dragon with a red heart and silver scales. 2 phantom spirits ran forward and rushed into the dragon's body, making its aura even stronger. Even if a small pony watched the entire process, they would doubt whether he truly possessed dragon might. The dragon slowly opened its mouth, and the black flames inside gradually transformed into a fiery red flickering with silver light. Roar! A blazing pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The last phantom spirit transformed into a flying horse and fled into the sky, with the dragon closely following, continuously spitting flames. Lin Mo was startled by this momentum and saw a flying horse panicking towards him from a distance. Just as a giant dragon appeared behind the flying horse, the dragon had already spotted him, its eyes revealing a sadistic pleasure. Without time to think, Lin Mo's unicorn brilliance surrounded him, and he stomped heavily. Leap fiber. The spherical object in the lake rapidly leaped out of the water, its light passing through the surrounding diamond mirrors, shooting towards the suspended water droplets, which then continuously converged and reflected into beams of light aimed to pierce the giant dragon. Seeing the beams of light approaching, the dragon unleashed its pent-up flames, roaring. Countless beams collided with the flames, resulting in a violent explosion. The energy from the two converged and spread in all directions, causing numerous trees to collapse and break, while dust flew up, obscuring the view. Lin Mo was preparing to cast a spell to bring the flying horse over when he saw flames already igniting in the dust behind the flying horse. Light fiber. Countless beams shot towards the flames, hoping to interrupt the source and reduce its lethality. Roar. In an instant, a furious roar echoed from the dust, but the flying horse had already transformed into a fireball. The raging wind blew away the dust, and the dragon flew out from within, a wound now visible on its right arm. After casting a cold glance at Lin Mo, it flew off into the distance. Lin Mo ignored it and rushed towards the shrinking fireball on the ground, gathering magic power in his horn, preparing to cast a spell to save it. But it was nothing but an unrealistic fantasy. The other party was already beyond saving. The brilliance of magic gradually faded, and the fireball on the ground was now just ashes. Even if he wanted to cast a spell, there was no target left. Light fiber. The floating water droplets arranged and combined, refracting a thick beam of light that surged towards the direction the dragon had flown. Lin Mo continuously released magic attacks, venting the anger in his heart. Regardless of the reason, he wanted the behind-the-scenes mastermind to pay the price. Chapter 49, Combat. The intense anger burned in his heart, the light on his horn flickering constantly, making the hovering sphere shine brilliantly. The surrounding diamond mirrors combined, enveloping the light sphere and causing it to spin, while the surrounding water droplets also began to rotate, transforming into larger beams of light that randomly shot in all directions. In the forest surrounding the lake, trees were destroyed and pits were blasted into the ground. Lin Mo looked at the devastation around him, then turned his head towards the ashes in front of him, a sense of frustration swelling in his heart. He could see that this was premeditated, but he did not know the other party's purpose. Was it merely to provoke him? But what good would it do to anger him? Would it incapacitate him with rage? Shaking his head, he packed the ashes into a box and turned to leave this place. If he didn't leave now, it would be difficult to escape when the wooden wolf arrived. Under the night sky, several shadows fell from the sky, hidden in the dark corners of the forest. Are you sure there are no mistakes? That guy is quite sharp, Kroll asked, his voice somewhat weak as he looked at the phantom spirit beside him. Don't worry, Lord Kroll. I specifically found suitable animals to replace them. Besides, they have already turned to ashes. How could there be a problem? Although his body was weak, the phantom spirit still raised a hoof to pat its chest, showing a confident expression. But what if they notice something is wrong? Will they discover that we deceived them and come looking for trouble? Another phantom spirit asked worriedly. After all, their appearance was too abrupt. Even if they notice something is wrong, their anger won't allow them to sit down and discuss it together. Let us go. We have another performance to put on. Kroll nodded, feeling much better, raised his hoof to signal them to follow, and then headed into the distance. The other phantom spirits exchanged glances and shrugged, following suit, as last night's events had been too strange, not to mention why a pony would come into the Eternal Freedom Forest, and why it would be chased by a giant dragon right in front of them. Even stranger, after the dragon killed the pony, it turned and left without hesitation. Although, in this world, as an extraordinary race that was also striving to cultivate, his current strength was not much different from that of an ordinary giant dragon. But with the dragon's arrogance, shouldn't he have thoughtlessly wanted to eliminate him as well? Moreover, the phantom spirit from yesterday had also vanished without a trace. If the dragon's matter was related to him, it didn't seem implausible. Perhaps the pony from yesterday was indeed him, wanting to incite a battle between himself and the dragon, but unexpectedly brought about his own demise. This was the most comforting possibility for him, though it was still somewhat unlikely. Lin Mo continued forward, a bit worried that the other party had set a trap for him, just like he had prepared a position for them last night. However, suddenly, A strong wind blew violently, and looking up, he saw a red-silver giant dragon swiftly flying towards the distance, which was exactly the direction where he had been yesterday. A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he followed the dragon in that direction. It was daytime now. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he could still retreat safely. What was there to fear? Let us go for it. Although it was better to have a plan, Lin Mo didn't care about that now. He still had some things to verify. Lin Mo sped towards the dragon in the sky, casting enhancement magic on himself as he ran. When he was close enough, he teleported above the dragon. Immortal Sun, descend the radiant sun of light. Grant him the holy celestial melody like poetry. Purify all filth. Have compassion, O Son of Light. Holy chant. As the chant concluded, a white magic circle appeared in front of Lin Mo's mouth, and a grand, magnificent chant echoed, passing through the magic circle and transforming into a blinding beam of light that surged down towards the dragon. Not only that, but they also transformed into the shape of a pony to try to exploit him. If they hadn't underestimated his strength, they might have really tricked him. Unfortunately, after chasing them all night, he found no trace, so he had to head to where they had come from to try his luck. As a result, he saw a pony teleporting directly above him and attacked, just the one they had transformed into. As for why it wasn't a disguised phantom spirit, could that group of charcoal possibly use holy magic? As the attacked party, he could responsibly say that this was holy magic and definitely not some superficial other magic. But let us set that aside for now. Knowing that this pony had already been fooled, he decided to help by knocking him awake first. Trek spewed out a blazing dragon breath, but was still struck down by the holy chant. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured thanks to the cushioning from the dragon breath. Earth-shattering blow. Following Lin Mo's raised front hooves was a, seemingly stepping towards Tarek with immense gravity. Tarek hurriedly rolled on the ground and managed to shake off his tail. But in the rush, he was still knocked away. However, this gave him a chance to regroup. As he watched the continuous stream of light rain coming his way, Tarek stood up and spewed out a breath of flame. Bang! The sound of magic colliding with fire wasn't particularly startling, but it still kicked up a large cloud of dust. Lin Mo used the dust as cover to shift positions, but Tarek's vertical pupils followed his movement. Tarek leaped forward and swung his tail fiercely at Lin Mo, only to hit nothing but air. Lin Mo suddenly appeared beneath Tarek's neck, his hind legs entwined with light. Kicking towards Tarek's chin. Bang! Tarek, propelled by the inertia of his tail swing, flipped onto the ground and reached out with his right claw to grab Lin Mo, who was still too slow to teleport away. Seeing the claw reaching for him, Lin Mo's horn glimmered, ready to strike. Chapter 50, Alliance. Lin Mo looked at the claw coming towards him, his horn flickering with light, prepared to slice it. As he noticed a circle of light wheels gradually surrounding Lin Mo, Tarek's right arm suddenly became thicker and stronger, faintly glowing red. Spin wheel slash. Crack. The rotating carousel wheel was crushed, and Tarek's right claw tightly grasped Lin Mo's body. Are you done making a fuss? Tarek's roar interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts of escaping with protective magic. He glared at Tarek. What do you mean by are you done? You killed my kin, and you think you have a reason? From early on, Lin Mo had regarded the intelligent beings in this world as humans, or rather, they should be seen as such. After all, everyone had their own counterpart in parallel worlds, completely different from the ordinary animals and magical creatures of this world. Moreover, this guy had pushed one pony in front of another to kill it. The provocation was off the charts. It seemed like they could talk it out. I can clearly tell you, I have never killed any pony. So can we clarify the situation first? Faced with Lin Mo's angry accusation, Tarek's expression didn't change. His deep, heavy voice naturally exuded a sense of authority, causing Lin Mo to involuntarily think about why he couldn't transform into a dragon himself. Lin Mo shook his head to dispel his chaotic thoughts. Is what you said true? No need to lie to you. Upon careful reflection, it was indeed unlikely that he was the dragon from last night. Although they looked similar and hadn't really fought, it felt somewhat different now, and moreover, Tarek's right arm didn't have that wound. Let me down first. Regarding Lin Mo's request, Tarek didn't refuse. Since there were other ulterior motives wanting to turn them against each other, he decided not to hold a grudge against Lin Mo. My name is Lin Mo. I saw you drive one of my kin in front of me and kill it last night. That's all I know. Lin Mo was actually still testing the waters. After all, there were some differences between kin and kind. Though he often got them mixed up, this dragon should be able to distinguish between them. Tarek, doesn't your kin have teleportation? Tarek frowned slightly. A unicorn with teleportation would be hard to chase in one direction. Moreover, a unicorn that couldn't even teleport dared to wander around the eternal freedom forest? It was a Pegasus. I saw him turn to ashes right in front of me. Seeing Tarek's seemingly genuine expression, Lin Mo relaxed a little. Did that Pegasus come with you? Is it possible that it was a shapeshifter's disguise? Tarek immediately thought of that possibility. Although he found it hard to believe that those shapeshifters could turn into themselves, he didn't think they could burn a Pegasus to ashes. Perhaps a monkey would be more believable. No, even though it appeared suddenly last night, the ashes are still there. As for the shapeshifter you mentioned, I did indeed have a conflict with one yesterday. Those ashes were the reason Lin Mo believed a Pegasus had been killed in front of him. There had indeed been a life force present during the burning. Take me over to take a look. Perhaps there are traces of the murderer left behind, which could help us pinpoint our target. Tarek pondered for a moment, changing his wording to be more tactful, not directly saying it was likely that Lin Mo was blind and mistook a beast for kin. When Lin Mo heard Tarek's words, he took out a box from his hoof ring, which contained the ashes from last night. As for whether his hoof ring would expose him, he still had stock. And if he really wanted to give him one, he could just add a locator to it. Tarek quietly glanced at Lin Mo's hoof ring, then took the box in his claw, but after opening it and only taking a glance, he threw the box away. What are you doing? Seeing the box thrown by Tarek, Lin Mo immediately became furious and rushed over, trying to salvage the situation. But he was grabbed by Tarek by the scruff of his neck. So your kin is actually a monkey? Tarek said, glancing sideways at Lin Mo. And his words left Lin Mo frozen in midair. Blinking, he stammered, monkey? The scent is too obvious. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, raising his head to look at Tarek and involuntarily remarked, your nose is really sharp. Tarek's forehead immediately bulged with veins, glaring at Lin Mo. I mean, we should find those guys now, then wipe them out. Lin Mo shrank his neck, his gaze evasively shifting the topic, realizing he had accidentally revealed his true feelings. Tarek, upon hearing Lin Mo's change of subject, twitched his mouth but didn't expose him. Can't wipe them out. Why not? Those guys aren't strong at all. If I hadn't been fooled last night, I could have wiped them out then. Lin Mo was somewhat shocked by Tarek's words. Those guys couldn't even defeat him. Yet Tarek actually said they couldn't be wiped out. What you saw were just some small fries. That assassin had some ability, but the real powerhouse, Morris, you probably don't even know about. A few days ago, if he hadn't had no intention of making a move, even if I entered a berserk state, it would be hard to say who would win. But aren't you a dragon? A legendary powerful dragon. There shouldn't be many creatures in this world that can defeat you. Right? Lin Mo's voice carried a sense of incredulity and amazement. This dragon actually didn't charge in. It was unbelievable. Firstly, I'm still young and don't rank highly among dragons. Secondly, don't you unicorns have world-destroying magic? I didn't see you use it just now. Tarek's meaning was clear. If you dare to believe the rumors out there, you'll be fooled sooner or later. So what now? Are we just going to let them go? Lin Mo was somewhat unwilling. If they just let them go, his safety couldn't be guaranteed. Who could say whether Morris would suddenly want to eat him? I'll go up and confront Morris. You help me hold them off from the side. It would be best if you could take them down, and then I can run with you. In response to Lin Mo's dissatisfaction, Tarek thought for a moment and said seriously, but if Morris is really that strong, I can't outrun him. What if you leave me behind and run away? Anyway, with me here, Morris wouldn't want to eat you. So even if you're serious, my problem still isn't solved. Chapter 51, Conspiracy. Why don't we set this aside for now? Let's slowly gather information and formulate a plan, and then execute it. How does that sound? Considering that if Morris is really that strong, it probably won't be possible to achieve a one-time solution in a short period. And it might be better to plan everything over the long term. Of course, I know that I will benefit more from this, so once the matter is accomplished, there will definitely be a generous reward. Lin Mo raised his hoof to indicate that he wouldn't let Trek suffer any losses. Since that's the case, let the plan be based on your ideas. After all, I can't just take your things for nothing. But how will you ensure the solidity of our cooperation? Aren't you afraid that I might steal the things and run away, and leave you in front of Morris? Trek was truly puzzled. As the strongest one between the two, he believed it wouldn't be difficult for him to accomplish these tasks. So, what exactly does Lin Mo rely on to maintain the normal operation of their cooperation? Hearing his words, Lin Mo calmly took out a piece of parchment from the hoof ring and said, of course, it's to sign a truly effective magical contract. As he spoke, he unfolded the contract paper, and words began to appear densely on it. Lin Mo signed his name at the bottom right of the contract and then handed it to Trek. This contract was something that little Maria already had. Lin Mo had obtained some from Celestia before coming here to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Trek took the contract paper, examined the contents in detail, and left his mark on it. Once both parties to the contract had left their marks, the magical contract flew between them and burned to ashes in a flash of light. 2 beams of light flew into their bodies from the ashes. All right, since the contract has been signed, what is the first step to take next? Do you want to hide first? Seeing that the contract was in effect, Trek was also in a good mood, as he felt that the contract was clearly more favorable to him. However, he still had some doubts about how to gather information about the shape-shifting spirits. The shape-shifting spirits were adept at hiding and going unnoticed, so investigating them wouldn't be easy. But if Lin Mo could make himself disappear from their sight and hide in the shadows, then perhaps some progress could be made. Let us capture me first and take me to your place. We need a reasonable excuse for me to vanish from their sight. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with Trek's suggestion, signaling him to make a big deal out of it, so that the shape-shifting spirits would believe he had really captured him. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Trek raised his paw and grabbed him, flying into the sky towards the other side of the forest. In the distance, Kroll looked up at the giant dragon flying in the sky, and with a grim expression, slapped himself. This was not the outcome they wanted. The original plan was for them to hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity, ideally letting Lin Mo and Trek injure each other. Who would have thought that Trek would discover them last night, and today Lin Mo would inexplicably charge up directly? Shouldn't they have set up a position for Trek to infiltrate like last night? Let us go, we need to catch up, Kroll said as he took the lead and raced after Trek. He wanted to confirm whether Trek would actually kill Lin Mo, as they didn't want Lin Mo to die. Otherwise, everything they did last night would have been in vain. These are all yours. Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on the various ores and treasures before him. Even though Trek had stepped on his tail, his forehooves were still scratching the ground, trying to get closer to the small mountain made up of those treasures. At this moment, Lin Mo's gaze was somewhat vacant, and his mouth was slightly open, almost looking like he had lost his mind. However, what Lin Mo truly wanted wasn't those gold and silver treasures, but those various ores with special properties. He had never seen such a massive ore reserve before. Trek lifted Lin Mo by the scruff of his neck, gently shaking him, but Lin Mo showed no response. Just as he was about to put him down, Lin Mo suddenly turned his head to look at him, and his gaze made Trek shiver. Lin Mo had basically recovered from his daze. He was looking at Trek, trying to figure out how to persuade him to let him use those ores. They're coming. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, Trek suddenly looked towards the cave entrance and quickly locked Lin Mo inside a nearby iron cage, pretending to be indifferent as he lay on the pile of treasures, coldly watching Lin Mo. In the face of Trek's gaze, Lin Mo couldn't help but shift his focus back to the ores on the treasure mountain after just a few seconds, causing Trek to involuntarily twitch his mouth. Lin Mo's appearance, in the eyes of Kroll and several other shape-shifting spirits peeking outside the cave, seemed as if he had completely not expected to end up in such a situation, filled with endless regret and a vacant stare. This made them inwardly curse. Where did your caution go? How could you charge up like a mad horse without thinking? Trek pretended to suddenly sense someone spying and turned his head towards the cave entrance, scaring Kroll and the others into quickly hiding and carefully concealing their presence. Feeling that the gaze was no longer on them, Kroll and the others didn't dare to linger and left for ManeSix's location. After they left, Lin Mo launched a frenzied verbal assault on Trek, hoping to convince him that giving him the ores would create greater value for both of them. Shadows of trees spread across the ground, and a gentle breeze brushed past the walking unicorn. After all, who could tolerate their own food not growing well? Later, Lin Mo left an inconspicuous locating spell on Kroll and the others, and after leaving a dummy in the cage for Trek to control, he left the cave under the pretense of going out to set up a position. Chapter 52, XS, Part 3. Lin Mo cast an invisibility spell on himself and quietly headed towards a certain location. The place he was going to was the lake where Joyce was. He wanted to see if he could negotiate with Joyce about setting up a magical formation there, and then lure Morris over for a fair 3-on-1. However, he still needed to see how capable Joyce was in battle. He didn't have high demands, as long as he didn't end up being a hindrance. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the lake. Looking at the peculiar flowers in the center of the lake, Lin Mo felt as if time had passed by like playing on a phone during work, slipping away without notice. Facing the lake, if he didn't already know, Lin Mo wouldn't have been able to tell that Joyce was sealed here. Joyce, I'm here to see you. Joyce suddenly leaped out of the water, his eyes hazy as he turned around, finally spotting Lin Mo standing by the lake. Early today? Mo. You're here to talk to me again. Joyce yawned, shook his head to dispel the sleepiness, and happily looked at Lin Mo. In his mind, time hadn't passed too long, and he was simply happy because Lin Mo was willing to come over to play with him. Moreover, I brought you something good. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel happy seeing Joyce's joyful expression. He took out a small box from his hoof ring and waved it at Joyce. Wow. Thank you, Mo. This is the first time I've received such a nice gift. Joyce used magic to open the box, took the horn ring from inside, and put it on his horn, tilting his head and happily moving around. His eyes kept glancing upwards, wanting to see the horn on his head. All right. There's plenty of time to play later. You wanted to chat with me, right? We can have a good talk today. Watching Joyce giggle like a child, Lin Mo's expression began to soften as well. Sure. Sounds good. Is there anything interesting happening outside? Does it look the same as before? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Joyce instantly seemed to bounce over, shaking her head back and forth while constantly asking Lin Mo. Time passed as they chatted, and Lin Mo had a good conversation with Joyce all day, never mentioning Morris until he left. He felt that even just thinking about it brought a sense of guilt to his heart. He was just a child. Having such thoughts made him feel like he was not human at all. Lin Mo ran through the forest, carefully avoiding the areas where the shapeshifters would pass, quietly dodging the gaze of the wood wolves, and headed towards his treehouse. Just yesterday, he had obtained what he was looking for from Tarek, and the ore had been traded from Tarek's cave, but now he had to stay here because of the contract with Tarek. Of course, even without the contract, it would be impossible to leave without saying a word to Tarek. However, his arrangements were almost complete, and in 3 days, he could start planning to sanction Morris and the other shapeshifters. Unlike his original plan, this time they intended to capture Kroll and the others alive. Morris was too strong, so he made preparations for both scenarios. He wondered if Ziyue had seen that book recording events from 1,000 years ago again, and what kind of emotions she would have when heading to Ponyville this time. Shaking his head, Lin Mo entered the treehouse and began arranging for tomorrow's work. This matter was too dangerous. He had to be fully prepared. On the morning of the 3rd day, Kroll quietly arrived at Tarek's cave entrance, carefully peeking inside. He expected it to be the same as usual, but this time he did not see Lin Mo in the cage. He turned and scanned the entire cave, still not spotting Lin Mo, which made Kroll a bit nervous. Fortunately, after observing carefully again, he found that there were also no bones of Lin Mo in the cave, and the cage was still in place, not carelessly tossed aside by the dragon. Kroll breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo must have escaped on his own and wasn't eaten by Tarek. He turned to leave, planning to call York and the others to search for Lin Mo's whereabouts together. In his view, although Lin Mo had been receiving food from them these days, he had been trapped in the dragon's lair, facing the dragon's threat every day, and his condition must be at its lowest point. After Kroll left, Lin Mo quietly walked out from behind Tarek. Would there be any problems? Don't worry, once I capture them, you can act. I'll be waiting for you at the other side. Seeing Kroll walk far away, Lin Mo turned and waved his hoof at Tarek before leaving. In the forest, Kroll led 4 shapeshifters to quickly search for places where Lin Mo might go. They had to hurry, otherwise, once Lin Mo recovered, he would be much harder to deal with. They passed through the shadows, swiftly darting through the woods, always paying attention to signs that might have been left by unicorns. Eventually, they found Lin Mo unconscious beside a lake. The most dangerous place is the safest place? Huh, ridiculous. Looking at Lin Mo, who seemed completely unguarded, Kroll scoffed disdainfully. But he didn't recklessly approach. Instead, he sent a nearby shapeshifter to check carefully. Only after confirming that there were no issues did they all walk over to Lin Mo's side. Kroll looked down at the sleeping unicorn on the ground, gathering magic at the top of his head. He planned to seriously injure Lin Mo first, as that would be safer. Chapter 53, Intense Battle. Shivering his lips, Kroll exhaled a breath, looking at the sleeping unicorn on the ground, trying to suppress his excitement, but he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. Huh. After wasting so much time, it finally fell into our hands. Magic gathered at the top of his head. Kroll squinted his eyes slightly. A cold light slowly moving towards Lin Mo's horn. His front hoof lifted to press against Lin Mo's neck. As food, that annoying horn was unnecessary. No. The front hoof pressing on the neck felt not like flesh, but something else. That's right. How could such a cautious guy not wake up, even when so close? However, even though he realized something, it was too late. The unicorn in front of him exploded like a popped balloon, instantly releasing a force that made the surrounding air thick, hindering their movements within it. Then, the thick air began to contract inward, forming a gigantic sphere that suspended them, binding them tightly within. Control-type magic, swamp. It has some characteristics of a swamp. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Of course, I'm not as cruel as you. You won't suffocate to death inside. Through the sphere, Kroll saw Lin Mo jump down from a tree, his eyes widening as he pointed a hoof at Lin Mo, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it was filled with something strange. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't intend to listen to him. He simply lifted his front hoof slightly, and the sphere was simultaneously moved to hover above the lake's center. Then, with a gentle downward push, the sphere slowly submerged underwater, leaving only the top parallel to the lake's surface. After doing all this, Lin Mo turned and walked away. A circle of magic arrays at the lake's edge flickered with light, concealing everything here. The trees and foliage, which had unknowingly recovered, swayed in the wind, extending layers of branches and leaves into the distance. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at a clearing close to Ponyville. In the center of the clearing was a diamond-shaped crystal, quietly floating in the air, gathering the light of heaven and earth. Above it, a barely noticeable halo surrounded the entire clearing, with the surrounding trees thriving with even more vitality. As Lin Mo moved, some magic arrays floating in the air briefly appeared, as if something was carrying them. Approaching one of the floating magic arrays, Lin Mo took a deep breath. Then, a loud sound reverberated through the air, creating a fierce wind that howled into the distance. In Ponyville, surrounded by the Apple family and sweet apple acres, Ziwa seemed to sense something and raised her head. The surrounding ponies looked curiously in the direction of the forest. Was there a sound coming from over there just now? Raising her hoof to point towards the forest, Ziwa asked Applejack beside her. Don't worry. It's normal for there to be some noise in the ever-free forest from time to time. Besides, everything there is quite strange. Many things can't be explained. Now let's try the delicious food from our apple family. Looking at the mountain of apple dishes piled on the table, Ziwa's confusion was instantly dispelled. She twitched her mouth, wanting to escape, but she couldn't bear to ruin the expectations of the surrounding ponies. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie was nearby, chatting with Soren about the party activities. Since she knew about Ziwa's arrival in advance, she had already prepared for the party, so there was no need to notify all the ponies now. Moreover, she had been waiting at the spot where Ziwa landed, being the first pony Ziwa saw upon arriving in Ponyville. Did you hear that? I heard it. What a loud voice. Pinkie Pie excitedly pointed towards the depths of the forest, describing to Soren. She thought such a loud voice was really cool. Was it the roar of an animal? Although it was a bit far away, it really did seem quite loud. Right? It must be very lively at the banquet. Seeing that Soren also thought it was loud, Pinkie Pie immediately wrapped her hooves around his shoulders, shaking him excitedly. All right, I got it. Swailong pushed aside Beaky's hooves with his claws, and said somewhat dazedly with his mosquito incense eyes spinning. He felt like his brain was about to scatter. He didn't know what was happening over there, and Mo shouldn't be there, right? Somewhere in the eternal freedom forest, Trek stood on a higher hill, closing his eyes to enjoy the tranquility of the forest. As the howling sound passed through here, he slowly opened his eyes, letting himself tumble down the hill. In the moment of falling, he spread his wings in the air and turned to soar into the sky, disappearing into the distance. After soaring for a moment, Trek saw Morris weaving through the forest. Flames surged in his throat, and a hot dragon breath transformed into a pillar of fire that shot straight towards him. Boom! Smoke and ash mixed and spread over the ground, and a shadow flashed out like lightning, charging straight towards Trek in the sky. Dragon breath erupted again, but he dodged it agilely. Just as Morris was about to get close, Trek shook his wings, and the right wing cut towards him like a blade, forcing Morris to flip backward. Trek once again spewed a pillar of fire and quickly distanced himself from him, intending to fight while running, making Morris exhausted and conveniently leading him to the first ambush point. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered among the fire pillars, and Trek flapped his wings to avoid falling down. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, creating a wave of heat. Morris charged towards the falling Trek again, his right hoof heavily wrapped in black light, smashing towards him. Trek hurriedly flapped his wings, spinning in the air and swinging his tail towards Morris. Exchanging blows to create distance once more, Trek quickly flew forward, feeling relieved as he saw Morris chasing from behind. This should not seem too abrupt. Although Morris was knocked back further, the pain from his tail and the nonchalant look in the opponent's eyes indicated that the previous attack didn't cause much concern for him. This guy might be stronger than anticipated. Fortunately, this time he was already well prepared. Trek thought to spray a few more dragon breaths at the approaching Morris. The scorching fireballs smashed towards Morris one after another, forcing him to slow down a bit to dodge and shatter the incoming fireballs. When Morris looked up again, several fireballs were coming his way. He frowned, gathering his magic power towards the front, directly shooting at the incoming fireballs without avoiding them. Chapter 54, Ambush. Morris frowned, gathering his magic power towards the front, directly shooting at the incoming fireballs. The magic power formed a black linear shape in front of him, cutting through the fireballs in its path and charging straight towards Trek. Bang! Trek, unable to dodge in time, was struck on the back by Morris and began to fall towards the forest. He gritted his teeth in agony and flipped over to spray a dragon breath, flames shooting like a pillar towards the sky, halting Morris while also sending a message to Lin Mo, urging him to make some noise to attract Morris's attention. preferably leading Morris into a fair 2-on-1. Unfortunately, due to distance and communication errors, Lin Mo did not understand his intention. Is it that much fun over there? Trek actually told me not to act first. Is this a misjudgment of Morris's strength? Looking at the fire pillars shooting into the sky, Lin Mo felt his understanding of the dragon's combativeness deepening. Since that's the case, Lin Mo took out a reclining chair and began to lay on it, swaying. Trek, facing the approaching Morris, slashed with his wings, spraying several fireballs towards him, using the opportunity to quickly escape. What the hell is he doing? He doesn't feel like the contract is a problem. As Morris approached again, Trek flapped his wings, using the airflow to swing his tail and repel him. But because of the tail's swing, his body began to fall. He looked at Morris in the sky and sprayed another pillar of fire, then turned and spread his wings to shoot far away. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave the recliner, he paused his actions upon seeing the reappearing fire pillar, waved his hoof, took out a cup of milk tea, and took a sip, saying, "We agreed on a fair 2-on-1, but it seems he's having a blast." Bang! Trek delivered a headbutt, knocking Morris back, and then gathered his dragon breath again to spray out. After Morris dodged this dragon breath, he did not immediately pursue, but instead gathered a black energy cannon to stop Trek. Where did Kroll and the others go? Huh. As if saying it would make you let me go. Trek coldly laughed on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing wildly. Lin Mo, are you blind? Can't you feel the commotion this big? Speak. At least give me a break. Morris dodged upwards, the fire pillar formed by the dragon breath chasing him upwards. Morris, seeing the pursuing fire pillar, charged directly towards Trek. Seeing this, Trek stopped his dragon breath, his right claw surged, and he heavily struck at the charging Morris. Bang! Trek fell downward again, adjusting his body to prepare to enter a berserk state. Although it wasn't meant to be used here, there was no other choice now. Trek looked at the descending Morris, feeling furious, and decided, "Tonight, I'll feast on unicorn roast." Just then, a booming sound came from the distance, and both Trek and Morris froze in place. Morris looked at the still capable Trek, hesitated for a moment, then turned to shoot towards the direction of the sound. Trek hurriedly chased after him. Looking at the fire pillars shooting diagonally from a distance, Lin Mo, this time, did not hesitate to directly use magic. He felt that things might not be as he thought. Although he didn't know where the problem lay, he still decided to lure Morris over first. The magic circles around began to reveal their power, intertwining into a vast domain, with the diamond crystal at the center shining even brighter, surrounded by many small diamond crystals that seemed to resonate with the surrounding magic circles. The circular rings in the sky continued to fade, and Lin Mo walked to the side of the diamond core, quietly watching the black figure shooting in from a distance. Morris slowly landed on the outskirts of the domain, casting a disdainful glance at the grand display before him. Where are Kroll and the others? For Lin Mo's apparent preparation, Morris clearly understood something, but he didn't believe he would be overwhelmed by them joining forces. Oh dear, why the rush? Come over for a couple of cups of milk tea first and take it easy. The perspective captured Trek flying in behind Morris, and Lin Mo smiled and waved his hoof. However, Trek's expression was somewhat grim, looking angry. So, you came to look for those phantom spirits? But they're not here now. Seeing the difference in state between Morris and Trek, Lin Mo decided to chat with Morris for a while to let him recover. Don't waste my time. Tell me the location of Kroll and the others. I can't tell you that. I finally got him. Lin Mo looked at the incoming energy cannon and quickly activated the magic circle for defense. Boom. Instantly, the entire domain seemed to shake, and he turned to see Morris charging from a different direction, hurriedly launching a magical attack, Lightning Leap. In an instant, several magic circles and crystals in the area resonated, granting greater power to the refracted beams of light, which shot fiercely towards the charging Morris. Black light gathered in front, forming what appeared to be dragon scales, blocking the incoming beams. At the same time, Morris kicked back the approaching Trek with his hind hooves. This time, Morris did not hold back. He just needed to be careful not to kill the unicorn in front. Morris lunged forward again, raising his right hoof as the black light gathered into a claw shape, striking fiercely at Lin Mo on the ground. Light suppression. A massive ring that had been hidden in the sky revealed itself, exerting tremendous pressure on Morris below. However, Morris was only surprised for a moment before he aimed to strike Lin Mo with his claw again. Bang! As he turned and clashed with Trek's swinging tail, Morris had to halt his attack, shaking his hooves and looking at the one dragon and one horse in front of him, their momentum slowly rising. Roar! Seeing Morris preparing to attack, Lin Mo and Trek naturally would not sit idle. Trek's whole body began to swell, molten lava seemingly flowing between his scales, exuding a scorching aura. Meanwhile, the crystal beside Lin Mo began to spin rapidly, the surrounding magic circles glowing brilliantly. And the ring in the sky also began to solidify and become heavy. The crystal core flew towards Lin Mo, sticking to his chest. And the entire area began to move slowly with Lin Mo seeing Morris watching coldly from the opposite side. Lin Mo and Trek decided to take the initiative. Chapter 55, Narrow Victory. Morning had passed, and the rising sun began to unveil its endless light and heat, along with the sun's ascent. The tense atmosphere in the forest clearing thickened. Lin Mo and Trek exchanged a subtle glance, confirming their thoughts, and immediately launched an attack against Morris. The thick dragon tail struck fiercely towards Morris, engulfed in intense flames, aiming to ensure that this blow achieved its intended effect. Boom! Bang! Black magic gathered around Morris, forming a scale-like armor that defended against the incoming lightning beams. He raised his forehooves and slammed them against Trek's tail. Stomp! 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 Trek was pushed back several steps, and at that moment, Lin Mo had just bypassed him, arriving in front of a magic circle. The crystal on his chest sparkled along with his horn, and through the magic circle, a massive cold current surged towards Morris, accompanied by Trek's dragon breath transforming into a pillar of fire. Hiss! A large amount of steam began to boil around Morris, and the surrounding magic circles flickered, gathering air currents to compress the steam inward. Whoosh! A shadow darted out from the steam, charging towards Trek against the fire pillar. Trek hurriedly stopped his dragon breath, swinging his tail again towards Morris. Bang! Under the heavy blow, Morris was forced to stop and adjust his stance alongside the 2 steps he had been pushed back. However, several thick lightning beams relentlessly struck him. Boom! Bang! Although he had magical scales protecting him, Morris still felt discomfort, and then he was blasted away. Bang! Morris, who fell to the ground, immediately rolled over and stood up, but before he could make any move, a dragon claw ferociously swiped at him. Bang! Just barely avoiding the dragon claw, he soared into the air, but several lightning beams shot towards his face. Boom! Bang! As Trek was heavily knocked away, Morris turned and shot towards Lin Mo, striking the magical shield he hastily created and shattering it. Crack! Who? Taking advantage of the moment the magical shield held, Lin Mo teleported behind Morris, and before his breath had settled, he teleported away again. He couldn't stray too far from this area, otherwise, everything he had set up would soon vanish. And since the area moved too slowly, it couldn't follow him in a teleportation, forcing him to flee from Morris's pursuit. Fortunately, at that moment, Trek had charged back in, one claw reaching towards Morris again. Bang! Rain of arrows. The steam that had floated into the sky was gathered by the ring above, turning into droplets of water under the influence of the ring and crystal. The droplets traversed through the numerous magic circles around before gathering with the small crystals in the air, carrying immense impact towards Morris. Bang! Trek, who had managed to hold Morris briefly, was blasted away again, the magical protection around him violently pierced through by the flood Lin Mo had gathered, forcing Lin Mo to teleport away once more. When Lin Mo attempted to regain control over the flood, it had already been mostly scattered, and the rapidly approaching Morris clearly wouldn't give him another chance. The horn flickered again, releasing a magical shield, and Lin Mo's face appeared somewhat panicked. Bang! Run! Trek suddenly whipped his tail, striking Lin Mo's shield, and sending him flying far away. The area lost its core and began to collapse rapidly. Bang! A burst of white light shone from Lin Mo, his internal magic quickly recovering under the sun, and the sounds of impacts grew closer behind him. Lin Mo was also getting nearer to his destination. At the moment the roaring sound was about to reach him, Lin Mo decisively teleported into the air, causing the rapidly charging Morris to miss. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, suspended in the air, was caught by Trek, who flew forward, heading directly towards the destination. Morris looked at the dragon and horse in the sky, gathering magic within himself, and fired a luminous cannon. Boom! Trek tossed Lin Mo into the sky, then turned and unleashed a dragon breath that collided violently with the light cannon. The blinding light obscured vision for a moment, and then Morris burst through the explosion again, his right hoof gathering black magic as he smashed Trek away, then turned to attack Lin Mo, who was falling. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came, and Morris felt his movement being instantaneously suppressed. A larger ring appeared in the sky, the air inexplicably becoming thick and viscous. Several magic circles extended one after another beside him, and below on the ground lay a uniquely shaped longbow, its arrowhead aimed precisely at this position. Morris turned to see Lin Mo pulling down his right eyelid with his hoof and sticking out his tongue, making a face at him. Furious, yet having no time to deal with it, Morris's magic trembled violently, shaking the surrounding air apart, intending to break free from the pressure of the ring above. Unfortunately, there was little time left. As he pushed the air away, the bow had already shot out, piercing through the layers of magic circles and striking his magical armor. Morris tried to flap his wings to take off but felt utterly drained of strength, a burning pain radiating from a wound on his waist. He opened his eyes to see Trek catching the falling Lin Mo and flying down. Bang! Lin Mo and Trek landed on the ground, cautiously approaching the weakened Morris. After checking and confirming that Morris was indeed unable to fight any longer, Lin Mo began to apply various sealing and imprisonment spells on him. What's going on? How could this guy be so strong? Is he really of the same race as those other illusions? If I hadn't set up a backup plan in advance, we would have been done for today. Looking at Morris, who was covered in seals in the air, Lin Mo couldn't help but complain to Trek. 2 against 1. And still almost lost despite preparations. This strength is truly enviable for a little horse. How did you know he would definitely stop at that position? Morris frowned as he glanced at the vast sky, then lowered his head to ask Lin Mo Chapter 56, Water Monster. I'm not sure. Lin Mo walked to the place where the bow and arrows were kept, dismantled the already shattered longbow, and placed it into the hoof ring. I just used a trigger-type magic to allow it to move between 4 directions. A guy with combat abilities leaning towards melee. As long as we don't leave there, he will eventually stay in a specific position. Trek showed a knowing expression and nodded, then dragged his weary body, preparing to leave. Although they defeated Morris today, it was a narrow victory. Lin Mo, who assisted from the back, was fine, perhaps just overly drained of magic power, but Trek, who took damage up front, had been knocked away more than once and was now in pain all over. No need, I still have to deal with this guy. And, Lin Mo said, tossing a box to Trek, this is the promised reward, remember to keep in touch. Trek took the box and nodded again, then flapped his wings and flew away into the distance. If he didn't leave, he was planning to lie down here and rest. The forest was cold and dangerous under the night. Although the moon and stars shone brightly in the sky, they could not illuminate all the darkness. However, the moon was particularly bright tonight, and some stars slowly approached it, heading to rescue the princess bound within. But Lin Mo was unaware of all this. The battle during the day had drained him of a lot of energy, and at this moment, lying in bed, he had no intention of getting up. What made Lin Mo realize all this was the sun that had yet to rise in the morning. Looking at the increasingly bright moonlight, he couldn't help but think of the story of the white-bearded star Xian leading many unicorns to lift the sun thousands of years ago. He wondered what kind of thoughts white-bearded star Xian would have about today's events if he were standing here right now. Shaking his head, Lin Mo walked out of the forest. He didn't need to worry about Ziyue and the others. The teacher was probably always watching the situation develop nearby. If there were any real dangers, he would intervene in time. By a river at the edge of the Eternal Freedom Forest, Lin Mo pushed aside the grass and saw a long water monster posing there. Hi. Hello. You're really dirty, all messy. You don't know how to tidy up. Come look at my beautiful mustache. Isn't it handsome? The water monster said, twisting its body and extending its head towards Lin Mo. Lightly poking at the purple tuft of mustache with its finger, its tone full of pride. At this moment, it was completely different from Lin Mo, who had just come out of the forest with a small branch still hanging from his mane. He was clean and tidy, meticulously groomed, though it seemed he had nothing else to manage besides his fur. Yeah, so handsome. Simply the most handsome water monster in the world. I have something to do, so I won't chat with you. Goodbye. Regarding the water monster's vanity, Lin Mo glanced at the rising sun, frowned, and perfunctorily replied, then prepared to turn and leave. Lin Mo swore he wasn't a perfectionist demanding absolute symmetry. But seeing the water monster's 2 mustaches clearly different in color and with significantly varying curves, he really couldn't appreciate it. The water monster waved goodbye as Lin Mo turned, thinking Lin Mo was leaving in a hurry because he felt inferior to its beautiful appearance. Ah, what a poor little pony. I can't believe he has endured until now without cleaning up. Really not like that beautiful lady at all. No, it's about symmetry. Just as the water monster was halfway through its thoughts, it looked down and saw Lin Mo squinting his eyes and staring intently at it, inevitably getting startled. It's nothing. Just wondering if you've heard of the legendary 4 great dark arts. As for whether the water monster liked the modified mustache, it didn't care too much. Cough, cough. It would definitely be amazed. What are the 4 great dark arts? What do you want to do? The water monster was frightened by Lin Mo's gaze, instinctively feeling that Lin Mo had some ill intentions. It's nothing. Just helping you fix your mustache. After saying that, Lin Mo used magic to forcefully press the water monster's head down, embarking on a bold reform. In fact, he just cut off both sides of the mustache, mixed them together, used magic to straighten and curl them, and then reattach them. Also dyeing the water monster's hair with dye that had somehow been put into the hoof ring, to match its new colored mustache. This was basically unrelated to makeup skills. Momo, what are you doing here? Cough cough. Yeah, teacher, Applejack, Beaky, and everyone, hello? I'm just chatting with this water monster. Haha, right. Lin Mo's tone was a bit guilty. But thinking he only fixed a mustache, he straightened his back again. You made his two mustaches symmetrical? I said it didn't look good that way. Yunbao noticed the change in the water monster's mustaches and immediately ran over to observe. I just couldn't bear to cut off the mustache on the other side. Besides, when did you say it didn't look good? Hearing Yunbao's words, Jinqi's face turned pale with anger. She had cried her eyes out when one side was cut off. Who knew if she would go crazy if the other side was cut off too? Moreover, there was an urgent situation at that time. And there was no time to groom his mustache. All right, stop arguing. What is most important for us now? What is a celebration for her? It's just a super big party. Chapter 57, The Elven Firefly. Beaky was instantly excited at the thought of being able to participate in the grand party later. Her pupils dilating and filled with stars. Hey, ladies, in front of the two princesses, could you please be a little more reserved? Applejack raised her hoof to cover her forehead, her eyes rolling uncontrollably. Could these guys not consider the occasion? Heh. All right, goodbye, Mr. Water Monster. Lin Mo saw everyone over there, so he followed them and ran over to Ziyue and Princess Cosmos. Good morning, teacher, yeah, and everyone. It should be morning now. Right, teacher? Of course, my dear student. Now let me introduce you. This is my sister, Princess Luna, and also Jinqi, Yunbao, and Ruru. As for Beaky and Applejack, you seem to know them, so I won't say much. Celestia's smile was still as usual, but it seemed to be somewhat different from usual. Narrowing her eyes and cheerfully introducing the nearby ponies to Lin Mo, hello, Uncle Master. And Yunbao, Beaky, Ru, hello, I'm Lin Mo. You can also call me Momo. I really hope to become friends with you. Lin Mo first slightly bowed to Luna, then turned to wave his hoof to introduce himself to Yunbao and the others. Gathering 6 at once, today was a good day. Thank you, I'm very happy. Of course, dear, we are friends now. I'm also very happy to become your friend. Although Ruru's voice was slightly low, perhaps because her friends were all around, she still confidently greeted them. Her soft voice seemed to be a congenital reason. As Celestia saw they had greeted each other, she led the ponies to bid farewell to the water monster. While the water monster appeared cautious in front of the two princesses, carefully thanking Lin Mo and Jinqi with a gesture. Lin Mo thought that upon seeing Ziyue again, he would be so excited he couldn't speak, but just at the moment he saw Ziyue, his heart instantly became warm and calm. The various anxieties and resentments towards Jidiana-kun that had once lingered in his mind vanished, as if they had never existed. The same feeling was shared by Ziyue beside him. The entire little pony felt unusually comfortable, with a more tranquil and clear mind. She leaned slightly towards Lin Mo, her eyes showing a hint of subtle shyness that quickly disappeared. At that moment, they did not notice that several tiny fireflies were flitting between them, connecting their hearts, and occasionally reflecting their inner selves like a mirror, allowing them to confront their own feelings when they felt lost. Perhaps it had also magnified Lin Mo's emotions and thoughts at one time. After all, parting is an indescribable sorrow for both Lin Mo and Ziyue. It was the same for the fireflies, which were about to separate from some of their companions. Fortunately, they did not possess the power to seduce or confuse the mind. What was magnified must be genuine emotions. As for why this was the case, Lin Mo and Ziyue might have forgotten that these fireflies originated from the same source and were magically split into variants in an instant. They had established a connection with these fireflies on the same day, in the same area, at the same time, transforming them into their little avatars. At that moment, the fireflies had also been flitting between them, just like now. Perhaps this was the reason Lin Mo did not perceive anything unusual that day. After all, the hardest magic for each pony to detect is the magic they cast upon themselves. Princess Luna looked at Lin Mo and Ziyue with surprise, wondering if the issue of early romance among children was becoming more serious, contemplating whether to mention it to her sister, but when she turned to look, she decided to let it be. After all, she was enjoying the gossip. Wow, hey, look what I caught. It's different from what I've seen before. Just as she was about to speak to Ziyue and Lin Mo, Pinkie Pie caught sight of the flying fireflies and instantly dashed between them, raising her hoof to catch one, which startled the other fireflies, causing them to hide cautiously in her mane. Pinkie, let it go? These are not what you think they are. These fireflies are different from what you know. Seeing what Pinkie had caught, Ziyue almost said the wrong thing out of nervousness. And hearing the commotion, Rarity and the others turned to come over. Is this little thing called a firefly? It's so cute. Ziyue, do you have any more? Can you give me one? Rarity, who loved beauty, was immediately attracted by the fireflies and, seeing Ziyue's flustered expression, assumed they were just Ziyue's pets. Although a bit embarrassed, she still managed to say, sorry, Rarity. I should be able to give you some soon. Really? Can you give me one? Me too. Me too. I want one too. Before Rarity could finish, Applejack and Rainbow Dash rushed over eagerly, and even Fluttershy looked at Ziyue with anticipation. Of course. These are all my best friends, Pinky. Stop waving it around. These are definitely not those bad guys. Ziyue, hearing the sound of hooves waving behind her, turned around and was startled, quickly rushing over to intervene. Can't you be a bit gentler, Pinky? Ziyue, what's wrong? Hearing Lin Mo call her, Ziyue turned around in confusion. I just wanted to say, it's best if you don't let Moondance hear what you just said. Chapter 58, Celebration Tickets. I just wanted to say, it's best if you don't let Moondance hear what you just said. Lin Mo's casual remark left Ziyue frozen in place. Ahem. I meant to say, everyone here in Moondance are all my best friends. Ziyue awkwardly revised her statement and then looked sadly at Rainbow Dash and the others. No need to worry, my dear student Ziyue. You should know, it's you and MOMO. Would you like to stay in Ponyville and study the mysteries of friendship and magic? Celestia walked over and gently ruffled Ziyue's mane, speaking with a tone of affection. Thank you, teacher. I would like to stay here to continue studying the mysteries of friendship and magic. Ziyue was so touched that she immediately hugged Celestia. What about me? What, you don't want to? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Celestia teased, of course not. I completely agree to your arrangement. Oh, dear, isn't that wonderful? Rarity was the first to come over, excitedly leaning next to Ziyue. Yeah, we can still do a lot of fun things together. Right, MOMO? Applejack put her hoof around Lin Mo's shoulder, nodding in agreement with Rarity's words, and Fluttershy also nodded in approval. And we can throw you a big party again. Last night's doesn't count. We can really have a great time at the party. Pinkie Pie had finally let go of the poor Firefly and rushed over, looking very excited, and she and Rainbow Dash quickly decided on the party plans. Although Ziyue didn't rest upstairs like in the original story, she was just staying at the party venue and had hardly interacted with everyone. How could that count as attending the party for Pinkie? All right, girls. Celestia estimated the time and had to interrupt this joyful scene, then led all the ponies towards Ponyville. As for this celebration, the level of excitement was simply unimaginable, with cheers rising and falling everywhere. The entire celebration venue was filled with laughter and joy, and all the ponies seemed to be full of energy, running around and playing. A few days later, in the Sweet Apple Acres, Lin Mo was carrying apples with Ziyue and Applejack towards the barn. Hey, you wouldn't believe what Big Mac promised me. As long as I can deliver the apples to the barn before lunch, he will wear Granny Smith's dress for a walk down the street. Thank you all for helping me. I can't use the hoof ring to carry these apples because of the bet. Applejack turned to them with an uncontainable smile on her face. No problem. Applejack, we can also get some exercise to avoid getting rusty sitting in the library. We'll go eat at your place later. I'm so hungry. Me too. Me too. My stomach is about to flatten. After Ziyue finished speaking, the little dragon perched on Lin Mo's back chimed in. I remember I gave you a box of gems this morning. Right, Spike? And don't throw the apples around. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Spike, gathering the scattered apples on the ground. Wow, look at this apple. Thanks, Spike. Ziyue, take this to fill your stomach first. Seeing Spike handing over the best apple he had picked out, Lin Mo quickly used magic to lift it and give it to Ziyue. Wow, thank you. And thank you. Spike. Ziyue caught the apple with magic and put it in her mouth, while Spike looked on with a pained expression. Applejack couldn't help but laugh at Spike's expression and then turned to signal them to follow. Burp. Spike was about to say something when suddenly a jet of green flame erupted, and when the flames extinguished, a piece of parchment appeared. This is a letter from the teacher. Although Lin Mo knew that Sui Long had this ability, it was indeed the first time he had seen it. Sui Long took the parchment, glanced at it, and coughed seriously a couple of times. Cough, cough. By the will of heaven, I hereby announce, esteemed Princess Maria of the universe, that I am pleased to announce that the Galloping Horse celebration will be held in the capital city of Canterlot, at a time to be determined. I hereby invite my two dearest students to bring a guest to the celebration. After saying this, Sui Long happily raised his head, and Ziyue and Applejack jumped up joyfully. Galloping Horse celebration. I advise you not to be too excited. The Galloping Horse celebration may be very different from what you imagine. Even without seeing the original work, Lin Mo knew that the celebration wouldn't be what they wanted. After all, in the eyes of the politicians and nobles in the capital, noisy celebrations were not what they should look like. How could that be? MOMO, didn't we just participate in a celebration a couple of days ago? It will definitely be just as lively. I'm really looking forward to it. Sui Long, what do you think? Hearing Ziyue's words, Sui Long, who had just pulled out 2 tickets, shook his head. Come on. I'm not planning to attend such a flashy celebration. Oh, my dear little dragon baby. It's the galloping horse celebration. It will definitely be great. Ziyue leaned close to Sui Long, looking as if he couldn't deny it. You all talk first. I'll take Apple over there. Watching Ziyue becoming more and more lively, Lin Mo's eyes were full of smiles, but after glancing at the time, he decided to take Apple to Maytosh first. He couldn't keep them waiting. Goodbye. Mo Ziyue, what you said is incorrect. This celebration is not just good, it's simply. Listening to Applejack's lengthy speech gradually fading away behind him, Lin Mo pondered how to prevent them from being too disappointed. As he thought, he saw Maytosh at the barn door, gradually losing his smile. Chapter 59, Ziyue's Dilemma. Looking at Lin Mo who walked up to him, Maytosh lifted his head to estimate the time, and his entire face was filled with frustration. This is Applejack's apple. It needs to be delivered before lunch. Remember to keep your promise. Lin Mo winked playfully at Maytosh after unloading all the apples from his back, but Maytosh looked down at the apples, then turned to Lin Mo, wanting to struggle a bit more. Remember to tell me the day you dance, so I can go enjoy your beautiful dance moves. Maytosh might be pitiful, but unfortunately, Lin Mo waved his hoof and turned to leave, not giving Maytosh a chance to speak. Hey, girls. These tickets are mine and Mo's. It should be up to me and Mo to decide who to give the tickets to. Ziyue ran between the 2 arguing ponies to prevent their conflict from escalating further. Yeah, you decide. I'll listen to you. All right. Then I'll decide based on whose reasons are more compelling, and I'll give the tickets to whoever has the better argument. After Ziyue said this, she looked at the 2 of them, waiting for their performances. I want to generate income for the Apple family. I want to join the Lightning Pegasus team. Applejack was the first to state her goal, followed closely by Rainbow Dash. Miss Smith's legs are getting worse. This is related to my dreams and future. Seeing the conflicted expression on Ziyue's face, they continued to state their reasons. Hee. Right, Mo. Originally thinking that a conclusion would come quickly, but seeing Rainbow Dash and the others with their expectant expressions, Ziyue awkwardly stepped back. It was really hard for her to choose. By the way, I remember Mo seems uninterested in the galloping horse celebration, right? Watching Ziyue's troubled expression, Applejack suddenly recalled how Lin Mo had seemed disinterested earlier. If Lin Mo doesn't want to go, wouldn't that mean there are just 2 tickets available? Sorry, although I really don't want to go to the galloping horse celebration, I still can't give you these tickets. Facing the expectant expressions of Applejack and Rainbow Dash, Lin Mo raised his front hoof, making a helpless gesture. Why? My teacher, Princess of the Universe, specially wrote today to invite her students to attend the celebration together in the future, but it turned out that she didn't invite me. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Facing their incredulous expressions, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, looking equally helpless. Oh, Sui Long. Humph. I don't want to go to that so-called celebration. Of course, I don't have to attend. Seeing Rainbow Dash and the others looking worried, Sui Long waved his paw dismissively, signaling them to relax. He wouldn't be competing with them for tickets. All right, since that's the case, we'll leave first and give you a reply later. Is that okay? Just as Applejack and Rainbow Dash breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Ziyue bidding them farewell, as Lin Mo followed closely behind with Sui Long on his back. So have you decided who to give the tickets to yet, yeah? Walking along the road, Sui Long curiously looked at Ziyue, still intrigued by the outcome of this matter. Oh, Sui Long, I don't know. Plus, I really can't think on an empty stomach. Do you have any good ideas, Mo? Hearing Sui Long's words, Ziyue shook her head. This was not an easy choice to make. However, she then turned her head towards Lin Mo, hoping he could offer some advice. But before Lin Mo could speak, a figure suddenly burst out from a nearby shop, and Lin Mo quickly caught her and set her down. However, Sui Long on his back was flung off, and the 2 tickets in his paw flew into the air. Wow, that was an amazing catch, Mo. Hey, those are tickets to the galloping horse celebration. Being set down, Beaky closed her eyes and cheered, then opened them to see the tickets slowly floating down from the sky. With a flash, she dashed over and grabbed them. That's the most exciting, most spectacular, most thrilling, most fun, most grand, most incredible party in all of Equestria. The galloping horse celebration. That's my favorite. Thank you. This is definitely the best gift in the world. Actually, Beaky. Watching Beaky's excitement filled with stars in her eyes, Ziyue was about to tell her that this wasn't a gift when Jinchi walked out from the side. I didn't see this, right? These are tickets to the galloping horse celebration. Yes, that's right. Ziyue was just saying she would take me to the celebration. Going to the celebration. Oh, I do every year. Confirmed, Jinchi was about to express her feelings, but unfortunately, Lin Mo didn't plan to give her a chance. Alright, let me summarize for you. 1. You are very excited to attend the celebration. 2. You design outfits for the celebration every year. 3. You have a compelling reason to go. Is that right? And over there, Ruru, you must want to see those rare animals in the royal garden, right? Okay, Zun knows all your requests. Now she needs to replenish her energy to think about who to give the extra tickets to. Goodbye for now, including Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Lin Mo quickly finished speaking, turned around, and took Zun away. If they continued talking, it would be difficult to have lunch. Is it really okay to just leave like this? You should worry about yourself first. This matter will eventually come back to you. Isn't it you who threw all the problems at me? So I'm helping you come up with a solution, right? Under the furious gaze of Zun, Lin Mo carefully defended himself. Oh, do you have any good ideas? Zun sat listlessly at the outdoor table in the restaurant, using magic to pluck petals one by one. There's no choice but to ask the teacher for help. No way. How can we ask the teacher for such a trivial matter? Zun couldn't accept it. She didn't want the teacher to think she couldn't handle even such a small issue. However, with 5 little ponies sharing one ticket, it would be unfair no matter how it was divided. The best solution would be for no one to go, but we had to go. Chapter 60, Rare Treasures. Why don't you just agree to it all? I'll think of a way. Lin Mo mimicked Zun's posture, resting his chin on the table. Seeing the soldiers approaching from a distance, he decided to outsource the matter. No, what if you can't think of a solution? They will be very disappointed. Zun didn't like making empty promises. If she couldn't deliver, it would be embarrassing. Just a moment, I'll go talk to the soldiers. Hey. Hearing Lin Mo's confident words, Zun was about to say something, but she saw he had already teleported away. As for why the soldiers were there, it was probably to deal with those illusionary spirits in the forest. Hello, soldier brothers. Lin Mo stopped the approaching soldiers and greeted them. Hello, young Master Lin Mo. We are here on the orders of Her Highness the Princess to deliver these to you. The leading soldier, the captain, bowed and handed over a letter and a diary. It seemed the teacher's subordinates had learned the alchemy method, and it was uncertain if those 2 rooms had already begun their transformation. Thank you. I was wondering if I could trouble you with one more thing. Lin Mo thought of his acquaintances in Cantrelot and made a request to the soldiers. Please go ahead. Just say I need some tickets for the galloping celebration. I do appreciate your help. Handing a box to the captain, Lin Mo nodded at him. Inside the box was a hoof ring and a tea set. As a thank you gift for Lewis. The reason he didn't pack the tea set inside the hoof ring was that once an item was placed in a space equipment, it couldn't be put into another space equipment. Is this enough? The captain did not take the box, but directly produced 7 tickets. Lin Mo glanced at his hoof ring and realized that this soldier's status was probably not low, so obtaining tickets didn't seem too strange. Is this really okay? What will you do with these? Lin Mo asked, pretending to be embarrassed. It's fine, these are not ours. I was dispatched from the Royal Guard to carry out a mission and also deliver tickets to various little ponies, inviting them to the celebration. However, due to some nobles violating the law, we have some leftover tickets, which we can report back. The teacher's subordinates are the Royal Guards? Thank you very much. Please continue to deliver that box to Mr. Lewis. Thank him for his care. No need to be polite. We still have to escort those illusionary spirits. So we'll take our leave. After Lin Mo accepted the tickets, the captain turned and left with the soldiers. Lin Mo put the tickets away and turned to look at Zun, only to see her drenched like a drowned rat, being pulled into her clothing store by Jinchi. So we can go now, right? Yunbao landed next to Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She had just come from Zun's side and saw the soldiers handing a stack of tickets to Lin Mo. As soon as she saw the soldiers leave, she couldn't wait to swoop down. What do you think? Lin Mo took out a small box and placed a ticket on top, handing it over. Hooray. Thank you. This is amazing. Woohoo. Here I come, Wonderbolts. Yunbao opened the box, took a glance, and immediately excitedly hugged Lin Mo, then flew out, spinning wildly in the sky. Lin Mo watched her unable to stop for a while, then turned and walked towards Jinchi's clothing store while rubbing his shoulders. As one of the Wonderbolts, Yunbao had always given Lin Mo the impression of being incredibly fast, but this one hug made Lin Mo suddenly realize how strong Yunbao's physique must be. Capable of producing a sonic rainbow. Perhaps she was still far from Applejack, but she was definitely not someone he, as a current fragile mage, could compare to. Having taken a bit longer, Lin Mo walked into Jinchi's clothing store and only saw Zun being pulled out by Applejack. Mo. Jinchi froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Mo enter, then suddenly beamed with joy. You came at just the right time. I have a design for you. Come and try it on. Watching Jinchi rush over, Lin Mo felt for a moment that she was possessed by Pinkie Pie. Before he could say anything, Jinchi had already pulled him behind the curtain. Wait. Ouch. Oh, don't be shy. Moments later, the curtain in front of Lin Mo was pulled away, revealing a mirror. In the mirror, Lin Mo was wearing a green patterned outfit that somewhat resembled a saddle and a ranger-like outfit. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Mo felt it wasn't bad, but there wasn't much joy on his face. If it weren't for the fact that ponies generally didn't wear clothes, he would truly feel like he had been violated. How does it feel? My skills are pretty good, right, Mo? Honestly, if you wear such a dress and still don't attend the celebration, that would be such a pity, don't you think? Jinchi held a dress against herself. Her intentions were quite clear. That's not wrong, but the celebration site might not be what you imagine. Lin Mo nodded. Jinchi's talent for clothing design was indeed strong, and this dress would not disappoint ponies at the celebration. However, the celebration site would probably make her very disappointed. How could that be? I will definitely shine like the stars at the celebration and meet that pony who makes my heart flutter. Jinchi didn't pay much attention to Lin Mo's words. She was already lost in her own fantasies. The Blue Blood Prince, huh? How do you know? Because there's a photo of him on that wall. Lin Mo pointed to the wall opposite, where there was indeed a photo of the Blue Blood Prince. Yes, that's him. My prince. I will. Stop. Jinchi. Although I don't want to ruin your beautiful love story, I've met the Blue Blood Prince, and he definitely won't be the pony you imagine. Seeing Jinchi about to fall into another beautiful vision of the future, Lin Mo had no choice but to interrupt her, thinking it was better not to let her hold on to too high expectations. Chapter 61. As everyone knows. Oh dear, you must have some misunderstanding about him. The rumors say he is the gentlest and most graceful pony. As she spoke, Jinchi fell into a trance again. So have you considered that the rumors might be false? Although he knew it was unlikely, Lin Mo decided to give it a try. As a friend, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. How could that be? He is the nephew of Princess Celestia. He has a noble royal bloodline. Jinchi confidently shook her head, gently tousling her hair with her hoof and adjusting herself in front of the mirror. Where did you hear that? You know the teacher only has one younger sister. This younger sister has just been released after sleeping for 1,000 years. If we really want to talk about royal lineage, we can only pull it to Princess Inyun. But as a Tian Jiaoshou, who became one later, her previous form was a Pegasus, raised by the Lu couple. And it seems she has no connection to unicorns at all. Let's not talk about that for now. How does this outfit feel? Is the dress fitting? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jinchi's expression suddenly stiffened. Yes, even if there really was a unicorn that had a connection, allowing him to be called the nephew of Her Highness the Princess, there absolutely couldn't be any royal bloodline. However, after liking him for so long, she still held some expectations for the blue-blooded prince. Of course, as one of the best fashion designers for Little Maria, Jinchi, you need to have a bit more confidence in yourself. Seeing that Jinchi had already wavered, Lin Mo fortunately didn't say more, believing that with some mental preparation, she would find it easier to let go in the future. Oh, Mo, you really know how to talk. But such a precious dress can only be worn at the celebration. Let me go get you a bag to pack it up. Seeing Jinchi turn to get a bag, Lin Mo also took off the dress she was wearing and noticed the two sets of dresses on the ground, which should be for Ziyue and Suilong. Lin Mo used magic to pick up the dresses on the ground and handed them to Jinchi, who was walking over. No problem. This was specifically designed for them. Well then, safe travels. Mo. Jinchi happily organized the dress and then packed it into the bag and handed it to Lin Mo. This is for you, Jinchi. See you later. Goodbye. Lin Mo handed a box to Jinchi, turned to say goodbye, and Jinchi waved her hoof to bid farewell. Applejack, what is wrong with you? At the entrance of Jinchi's clothing store, Applejack was sitting beside a cart looking a bit down, and the cart was piled high with all kinds of delicacies. Sigh, it's nothing. I just might have lost hope for the ticket. No, I can't just give up like this. Mo, I have something to take care of right now. Let us talk about it next time. After saying that, she hurriedly left, leaving Lin Mo, who wanted to buy some apple pie, stunned in place. That was too rushed. Lin Mo shook his head and turned towards the Oak Library. Ziyue didn't know how long she had been gone. Hoping she hadn't been dragged out by Beaky for a party. Otherwise, the whole Ponyville would be a terrifying scene to imagine. Oh, Ro, you wouldn't be after that ticket too, would you? Before Lin Mo reached the entrance of the Oak Library, he heard Ziyue's slightly frantic voice inside. Of course not. Well, yes. Ziyue, I really want to see those rare little cuties. Ro was about to deny it when Angel reminded her, and she hurriedly changed her words. Sometimes it really feels like Angel is taking care of Ro, or rather, without Angel, it would be hard for Ro to feel at ease in her daily life. After Ro finished speaking, Angel immediately brought the grass salad in front of Ziyue, with a smile on the rabbit's face. Sorry, Ro, I don't wish. Wow, it's so refreshing. Ro. Did you do this with Angel and the others? Before Ziyue could finish her sentence, Lin Mo walked in. He didn't mean to interrupt Ziyue, but such a large library would probably take quite some time to clean up, even with magic. It must not have been easy for Ro to tidy it up so neatly. Angel stood on the ground with her paws on her hips, happily nodding. This was her idea for Ro. Thank you, Ro. But before making a decision, I can't accept your kindness anymore. Rolling her eyes at Lin Mo, Ziyue turned to Ro to express her stance, making it increasingly difficult for her to choose. This is no longer unfair. It feels like a debt. You've worked hard. Angel, this is a gift for you. Take it to Ro. While Ziyue was speaking, Lin Mo took out a small box again and quietly handed it to Angel, saying, Angel took the box, took a look, patted her chest with shining eyes, and ran towards Ro. But, bang, Ziyue, come here. I've thrown a grand party for my best friend. Before Ro could finish her sentence, the door suddenly burst open, and Beaky cheered as she pulled Ziyue out. At this moment, the outside had already been arranged as a party scene, with many ponies lifting Ziyue and tossing her up repeatedly. Saying they were having a party, they could immediately start one. Such was Beaky's terrifying pony nature. Beaky, stop it right now. Hearing Ziyue's words, the crowd of ponies immediately dispersed. Lin Mo had anticipated this and rushed up to catch Ziyue and set her down on the ground. Ziyue, are you happy? I threw such a big party for you. Are you willing to give me the ticket now? Beaky, appearing like a flash, excitedly and openly said to Ziyue, oh, Beaky. At least Yunbao and the others are a bit more reserved and wouldn't be so straightforward as you. Ticket? What ticket? Other ponies nearby, hearing Beaky and Ziyue's conversation, curiously gathered around. Just a concert ticket, right, Ziyue? Seeing the curious gazes of the other ponies, Lin Mo quickly helped cover it up. Although today's party was slightly different from the original story, with Beaky's straightforward personality, she would probably still directly reveal it. How could that be possible? It's Ziyue with an extra ticket for the Galloping Gala. I saw it with my own eyes. Beaky easily pulled Lin Mo's hoof away from her mouth and said something that made both Lin Mo and the nodding Ziyue freeze. The Galloping Gala. Chapter 62, Event Conclusion. It's a ticket for the Galloping Gala. Oh, you look so beautiful, Ziyue. A pony began to walk towards Ziyue. Thanks, haha. I never expected this ticket also has beauty-enhancing effects. Your mane is so beautiful. Perhaps it needs some mane care too. Ziyue, let me help you wash the dishes. I'll help you comb your hair. All the ponies around began to approach Ziyue, constantly complimenting her and saying they wanted to do something for her. This scene startled Suilong, who had hurried over, pulling Ziyue to leave, but unfortunately, they hadn't walked far before being blocked by incoming ponies. What do we do now? What do we do? We, of course, have to run. With Suilong backing up 2 steps, Ziyue took advantage of the encirclement not being complete yet and hurriedly made her escape. Watching Ziyue and Suilong being chased by a group of ponies, Lin Mo was just about to think of a way to assist them when unexpectedly, this fire burned to his own head. Wait, he seemed to have been with Ziyue just now. Would he also attend the Galloping Gala? A pony suddenly stopped and pointed at Lin Mo. And then the remaining ponies who hadn't left also followed suit. Yes, he also has a ticket for the Galloping Gala. Hearing Beaky's words, Lin Mo was instantly dumbfounded, and the surrounding ponies wouldn't wait for him to explain clearly. They were already crowding over one by one. Oh, Lin Mo, you look so handsome today. Your mane is styled so well. Thank you. Although I used to be just as handsome. Look, a flying saucer. As the crowd of ponies continued to approach, Lin Mo awkwardly smiled. For them, there was probably nothing more important than the tickets right now. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes rolled, and he pretended to be confused as he looked behind them and said, did they get the tickets? Sure enough, the little ponies immediately turned to look behind them, and Lin Mo seized the chance to hide. Quick, close the door. Yeah, what you did was too abrupt. It might draw more attention. Momo, where did you pop out from? Ziyue was startled by Lin Mo's sudden voice, but after realizing it was just a false alarm, she patted her chest to calm down. Because of Beaky, I've been chased by the remaining little ponies for a long time. Luckily, she still has a bit of conscience and helped me hide. So you all just watched me being chased by all the little ponies? Wait, are you saying Beaky is also here? Ziyue looked at Lin Mo with some dissatisfaction, and then suddenly realized something. To be precise, everyone except for Yunbao is here. Applejack's voice came from the attic, and then bright lights illuminated the entire oak library. Applejack, Jinshi, and Ro were peering down, and Beaky also walked out from behind Lin Mo. I can't decide. I don't know who to give the tickets to. I don't want any of you little ponies to be unhappy, but I can't do it. Looking at her friends who were there, Ziyue poured out her heartaches. And then, feeling a bit overwhelmed, She hugged her head and laid down on the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't realize I put so much pressure on you. I don't want the tickets anymore. No matter who you give them to, I won't be angry. I promise. Seeing Ziyue in pain, Applejack was the first to come down, placing a hoof on Ziyue's shoulder and sincerely apologizing to her. Me too. I'm really sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Me too. It's not fun for things to turn out this way. I'm sorry you were chased for an afternoon. Dear, I'm sorry, we were too much. After hearing Applejack's words, Ro, Biki, and Jinshi also apologized one after another. Ziyue looked at her friends and felt a surge of emotion called gratitude. Momo, don't speak yet. Everyone, I really appreciate your understanding, but I still don't want to disappoint all of you little ponies, so I've decided. Yay. Awesome. Awesome. I have tickets. I can go to the Galloping Gala. I want to show off my best self at the gala. Let all the little ponies cheer for me. Before Ziyue could finish her sentence, Yunbao flew in excitedly. She lowered her head and saw Applejack and the others frowning at her. What's wrong? Didn't Momo's tickets mean there were enough for every little pony to have one? Yunbao looked at them in confusion, her forehooves crossed, revealing the tickets she was holding. That's what I wanted to say just now. Seeing that Ziyue and the others were looking at her, Lin Imo shrugged and took out the tickets. But why didn't you tell me earlier while we were in the library? Biki arrived earlier than I expected. It caught me off guard. For Ziyue's question, Lin Imo could only look at her helplessly. I can only say, Biki is often beyond expectations. Awesome. Going to the biggest party in Ponyville with friends. What do you have in your hooves? Biki happily bounced over, holding up a ticket she picked up from the ground. When she turned around, she saw Ro putting a ticket into her hoof ring. Looking around, she noticed the other little ponies had tickets too, and in an instant, her cheeks puffed up as she approached Ziyue and Lin Imo, looking at them with a pitiful expression. Didn't you forget about being chased? Lin Imo smiled awkwardly and handed her a small box. Biki immediately took the box, happily hugged both him and Ziyue, and then turned and bounced away. So, what is the use of these 2 extra tickets? Ziyue rubbed her shoulders and turned to ask Lin Imo. With Suilong included, there were only 8 tickets needed, but now there were 10 tickets. What was the use of the 2 extra ones? Trixie and the others might need them. Better to be prepared. Ziyue thought for a moment, nodded, and didn't say anything more. She lifted her hoof to pick up the 2 tickets on the ground and smiled at the happy faces around her. Then they were pulled away by Jinshi, who said they needed to prepare a set of prettier new dresses for everyone, and they would wear the new dresses to attend the gala together. Chapter 63, Applejack. As night deepened, the stars surrounded the bright moon, shining in every nightfall throughout the years. Under this night sky, a little pony was having trouble sleeping inside the large oak library. Tiny lights surrounded the desk, casting a clear but not overly bright glow. Lin Imo rubbed his eyes and picked up his pen to revise the content on the parchment again. After a detailed check, he nodded in satisfaction, put away the parchment, and then extinguished the magical light. Last night, Yunbao and the others had stayed up too late, so they directly stayed in the oak library. As the only boy, Lin Imo naturally offered his room, resting with Suilong in the living room. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Suilong beside him, Lin Imo gently rubbed his head, then turned to look at the moon outside the window, contemplating how to approach Princess Luna to ask for a blessing of dreams. A few days later, outside the tower at the center of Ponyville, Ziyue excitedly stepped onto the stage to host the celebration party for Applejack. The reason was that Applejack, along with her pet Winona, had stopped the panicked cow herd from stampeding, thus saving Ponyville from economic loss. However, speaking of the relationship between the ponies in Ponyville and the cows, it truly opened Lin Mo's eyes, as the cows were basically raised by the ponies of Ponyville. Yes, you heard that right. These talking, intelligent cows, while not officially belonging to any pony, were indeed assets of Ponyville. The milk that ponies often drank mostly came from them. There was a definitive master-servant relationship between the two, so at that time, whether the cow herd rushed into Ponyville causing damage to buildings or protecting the buildings leading to casualties among the cows, it was a significant loss for Ponyville, with the latter being even more serious. It could even lead to the cows seeking other ponies to raise them, thus affecting Ponyville's milk supply and economic situation. Therefore, to thank Applejack for her contributions, all the ponies in Ponyville attended this celebration party. All right, great. Can I finish my speech first? Then, Ziyue, I just want to say a little bit. Applejack will also help me conduct a bunny census this week to find out how many little bunny babies were born this year. She will use her cowgirl skills to help me gather them together. Haha. Seeing Ziyue's not-so-happy expression, Ro tactfully stepped back. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? No? Then I'll continue. Oh, forget it. Ziyue asked a couple of questions to the audience below, and seeing that no little pony was coming up, she had already sighed in relief. Turning around, she saw Mayor Laura waiting beside her, who probably wanted to compete for the position of hosting the Little Pony event. There was no way out for Ziyue, so she had to go down to the stage and let the eagerly anticipating Laura take over. Let's understand this. Mayor Laura is so old and has done so much for Ponyville. It's only right to give her a chance. Lin Mo noticed that Ziyue still looked a bit unhappy and quietly leaned into her ear, making Ziyue's ears turn slightly red as she pushed him away with her hoof. Saying, I know. Let's just continue watching the stage. Ziyue nodded helplessly. She wasn't unaware of these things, but she felt a bit upset about being interrupted time and again. Couldn't there have been a prior arrangement? Seeing that Ziyue wasn't too bothered by it, Lin Mo stopped talking and turned his gaze to the speech manuscript at Mayor Laura's feet. To be honest, he had breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ziyue walking down from the stage. That thick stack of papers would take a long time to read. The most trustworthy, the most loyal and reliable, the most honest and kind little pony, Applejack, the most dependable friend of Ponyville. All right, long live Applejack. Applejack is the best. Applejack is amazing. What's wrong with her? The curtain was pulled aside, revealing Applejack standing there asleep. All the little ponies sensed something was off, and only Swaylong continued to cheer without looking, but after a moment of silence without any agreement from the others. He opened his eyes to see everyone looking awkwardly at him, then sheepishly smiled and asked, What's going on? What happened? Oh, right. I came to accept the award. Mayor, I really appreciate everyone giving me this outstanding pony award. It's such a shiny. Wow, it's really a shiny trophy. Applejack suddenly woke up, looking dazed as she glanced around, finally realizing what she needed to do, but she was just too tired, more so than in the original story. The hoof ring did save her a lot of trouble, but also increased her workload. The process of transporting apples had provided her with some relief, but now she had to keep kicking the apple trees. The apples would fall directly into the hoof ring, and she would then move on to kick another tree, without a moment's rest. However, if it were just the business of Sweet Apple Acres, she wouldn't be so anxious. But the problem was that she had promised to help many little ponies. To make it to a specific time, she had to keep working overtime, which left her body and mental state in a very precarious condition. Applejack, how are you feeling right now? Ziyue quickly walked over to Applejack, frowning with concern as she looked at Applejack, who seemed like she could fall asleep at any moment. What? Don't worry. I'm feeling great. Applejack opened her eyes, but in her dazed state, she could barely hear Ziyue's words, her voice instinctively getting louder to prove that she was fine. But Jinchi looked at Applejack's condition and wanted to say something, but Lin Mo stepped forward and patted her shoulder, exchanging glances with Ziyue and Yunbao, then looking back at Applejack. Everyone, don't worry about me, I'm now. Ziyue's horn flashed with light, and before Applejack could finish her sentence, she fainted and fell into Ruru's embrace beside her. Her current condition is very serious. We can't consider her opinions any longer. Chapter 64, Stubborn Applejack. Her condition is very serious. We cannot consider her opinions any longer. Ruru, you and Yunbao take her to the hospital. Make sure to keep an eye on her. Don't let her run around when she wakes up. Jinchi, go get some things needed for her hospitalization, then switch places with Yunbao at the hospital. BG, you and Momo go help pick apples at Sweet Apple Acres. I'll go talk to Mayor Laura for a bit, then I will rush over with the swapped Yunbao. Ziyue's expression was very serious as she quickly assigned tasks to the little ponies around her, then turned to walk over to Mayor Laura. Meanwhile, the ponies in the audience were frowning with worry, whispering among themselves. She needed to explain the situation to prevent any misunderstandings. Lin Mo also split off to join Yunbao and the others, heading towards Sweet Apple Acres. As long as the issues at Sweet Apple Acres weren't resolved, Applejack wouldn't be able to rest easy. Arriving at Sweet Apple Acres, Lin Mo looked at the vast expanse of apple trees alongside Maytosh. You left all this to your sister? Lin Mo turned, his eyes filled with shock mixed with dissatisfaction as he looked at Maytosh. Is there really such a brother? Even if you are injured, can't you help your sister find some ponies to assist? The ponies helping out were sent away. Lin Mo was speechless. Indeed. Given Ponyville's situation, helping to kick apples was basically voluntary. Such help would obviously not be accepted by Applejack due to her personality. Hey, what are you all waiting for? BG shouted at them from under an apple tree, then turned her gaze to the orchard, her eyes showing fierceness. Come help with the apple transport. Hearing BG's words, Lin Mo was also inspired by her enthusiasm, tossing a box to Maytosh and charging out, ready to work hard as BG suggested. However, this burst of energy didn't last long. As the little ponies attending the party followed Ziyue over, the apples in the entire orchard were rapidly disappearing. Oh, My poor Applejack. We have time to help her celebrate, but of course, we also have time to help kick apples. Why doesn't she say anything? Mayor Laura wiped her tears, her tone filled with heartache. Don't worry, Mayor. As friends of Applejack, we will definitely not let her become like this again. Yunbao, Momo, Biji. Let's quickly gather all the apples that everyone kicked down. Ziyue observed the progress of the apple kicking, turned to promise Mayor Laura, then called out to Lin Mo and the others before running into the orchard. You don't need to do anything. I can gather all the apples by myself. Yunbao twisted her neck and moved her hooves, striking a pose before charging down. Oh, awesome. When Applejack gets better, we can throw a big party to celebrate the apple harvest. Biji cheered and dashed around sweet apple acres, picking apples even faster than Yunbao, and noticing this, Yunbao's competitive spirit was ignited, increasing her speed once more. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and the pile of apples before them suddenly vanished. Lin Mo shook his head and turned to Ziyue, who was also blown into a frizz. Should I remind them not to damage the apple trees? Don't worry. They won't make that mistake. All right. Lin Mo nodded and said no more. He just wondered how Applejack was doing. Not feeling well. In the hospital, Jinchi and Ruru stayed by Applejack's bedside, listening to her mumbling. The light on Jinchi's horn flickered slightly, and a silvery glow enveloped Applejack, while Ruru's wings gently fanned, helping to alleviate her fatigue. Oh, my poor Applejack, she really doesn't take care of her body. Gently smoothing Applejack's mane, Twilight Sparkle softly said, where am I? Wait. How did I fall asleep? I still have a whole bunch of apples to harvest. Just as she started to move, she was immediately pressed back onto the bed by Twilight. Come on, dear. The most important thing for you right now is to rest. It's best if you do nothing but rest. Trust me, the apples will be harvested soon. Now lie down and don't move, okay? Twilight looked at Applejack's anxious expression, her tone filled with helplessness. Yeah, Twilight is right. Fluttershy smiled and leaned over, nodding as she said, Hey, don't worry. I just got a bit dizzy from the sun, but I'm completely fine now. Looking at Twilight's serious gaze, Applejack paused for a moment, allowing Twilight to press her down on the bed, pretending to look energetic as she said to her, but unfortunately, 2 yawns betrayed her. Oh, really? Do you think I should believe you or the doctor? Twilight raised an eyebrow and said half to her, then slowly shifted her gaze to the doctor who had just entered. What? Am I actually in the hospital now? Applejack's eyes widened instantly, first turning her head to the smiling doctor beside her, then looking around the room, her face filled with shock. The doctor smiled and handed over a form, then waved a hoof and left. I'm just a bit tired. The doctor is being too dramatic. And I heard some hospitals intentionally exaggerate patients' symptoms to charge exorbitant medical fees. Watching Twilight release her, Applejack retorted, then earnestly whispered to Twilight, Don't worry. This checkup won't cost anything. The voice from behind made Applejack freeze in place, mechanically turning her head. Doctor, I was actually talking about hospitals and other places. Haha, please don't mind. Since Twilight was near the window, Applejack, who was whispering to her, didn't notice the doctor entering again behind her. Dr. Little Horse smiled and nodded, turning to leave again, but Applejack felt that her smile carried a deeper meaning. I brought some herbal soup. Do you want to drink some before you sleep? Chapter 65, The Two-Headed Dog. I brought some herbal soup. Do you want to drink some before you sleep? Fluttershy held a large bowl and smiled as she offered it to Applejack. All right, thank you. But what about the apples all over my farm? I can't just leave them unattended. Plus, I promised to help you all with a lot of things. Applejack took the herbal soup and looked down at it. Her expression troubled as she lamented, Maytosh is injured, Granny Smith is old, and Apple Bloom is too young. How did our family suddenly become filled with the old, the young, and the sick? Don't worry, dear. The work in Sweet Apple Acres is already being handled by Little Horse. Twilight rubbed Applejack's head, closing her eyes and smiling as she said, Actually, Angel can help me with the bunny census. He's always been the one helping me with that. Fluttershy pointed with her hooves, shyly saying, referring to a certain bully rabbit, not exactly like a rabbit. Is that so? But. There's no but. Leave everything to us. You just need to rest here. Okay. All right. Applejack wanted to say something more, but Twilight interrupted her, waving a hoof and seriously cutting her off, and Fluttershy weakly nodded beside her. So, the matter was settled, and after finishing the herbal soup, Applejack fell back into a dream. The next morning, Lin Mo once again set off on the road to the Eternal Freedom Forest. The gentle breeze brushed through his mane. The branches swayed slightly, and the rustling sounds continued. The birds and beasts hidden among the grass and trees each played the roles of hunter and prey, cautiously observing the little horse that was strolling forward. Lin Mo once again avoided the flower bushes filled with toxic jokes and headed toward Cola's residence based on Apple Bloom's description. Last time, he had left too hurriedly, and didn't he get a chance to say goodbye to her in person? This time, he was going into the depths of the forest to seek help from Trek, and it was just right to visit Kola along the way. As his hooves continued to move forward, after carefully confirming the direction a few times, Kola's residence came into view. It was also a hollow tree house, but the tree had not withered because of it. It still radiated vigorous life. Among the branches and leaves of the tree hung various peculiar objects and potion bottles. The glowing green light inside dyed the windows green, giving the entire tree house a sinister and eerie feeling. One could only say that Kola had been misunderstood for a reason. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Kola, I'm here to see you. Are you home? Bang, crack, come in. Hearing Kola's voice, Lin Mo pushed open the creaking door and saw Kola gently rubbing her head, raising her front hooves to wave. Lin Mo walked into the tree house. Good morning. Sister Kola, have you always lived here alone? Lin Mo greeted her, curiously scanning the furnishings of the tree house, and asked Kola about his doubts. With Kola's abilities, it wouldn't take much time to establish a residence in Ponyville, and procuring supplies would be more convenient. Even if there was a need to enter the forest, couldn't it just be timed for exploration? The location here is great. There are many materials needed for potion making. Kola nodded, tossing some herbs into the large pot in the center of the room, making the light emitted from it even brighter, instantly illuminating everything in the tree house. Due to the geographical location, Kola's house appeared quite dark even during the day. But these odd green liquids also turned the atmosphere in the tree house into another type of eeriness. Haven't you thought about settling in Ponyville? Noticing that her question was somewhat inappropriate, Lin Mo asked again. No, it's very quiet here, suitable for studying and researching in peace. Besides, I've lived here for so long, I can't bear to leave. Kola looked around the tree house, which resembled her home in her hometown. But if she moved to Ponyville, it might scare those poor little ponies. What brings you here? I have some things to do in the forest. And I happened to come by to chat with you, Sister Kola. By the way, what kind of medicine are you cooking in that pot? What is it for? After answering Kola's question, Lin Mo looked at the bubbling liquid in the pot, curiously asking Kola. It lights up the whole room and sets the atmosphere here. As for its name, it doesn't have one. After chatting for a long time, Lin Mo gave Kola a hoof ring before waving his hoof to say goodbye and leaving. He was also stuffed with a bunch of various potions by Kola, who said that having these potions in the forest would be safer. Perhaps due to her continuous research, Kola's potions were extremely rich in both variety and quantity. It was hard to imagine what kind of talent it would take to go so far in potion making, relying almost solely on numerous ancient texts. It's worth noting that Kola was not very old. Possessing such knowledge at her age was truly remarkable. The brilliance of magic enveloped the entire body. And then the hind hooves pushed up strongly, leaping onto a tree to observe quietly. In the distance, a two-headed dog was looking around curiously. Lin Mo learned from a side description in a certain book within the Canterlot library that the two-headed dog seemed to have some blood relation to the three-headed dog of Tartarus. In Ponyville, it often appeared as a pet for the ponies. The two-headed dog in front of him was likely the one he encountered when he first arrived in the forest, as all two-headed dogs basically originated from Ponyville. And there weren't many that ended up elsewhere. Watching the two-headed dog yawn and prepare to lie down, Lin Mo jumped several times between the branches until he reached the top of its head. He then jumped down from the tree, dispelled his magic, and stood in front of the two-headed dog. Upon smelling the scent of a pony, both heads of the dog lowered to look at him. One head leaned closer, sniffing around Lin Mo, while the other head approached directly without sniffing. Lin Mo observed their behavior and confirmed his guess. Dogs have a particularly keen sense of smell, and especially for a two-headed dog like this, how could it not have detected him when he first appeared in the Eternal Freedom Forest? Lin Mo relaxed and extended a hoof to meet the head that came closer, but unexpectedly, the other head licked him. Chapter 66. Departure. Lin Mo relaxed and raised his hoof to block the approaching head, but did not expect to be licked hard by the other head. Momentarily stunned by the licking, Lin Mo was licked several more times. Seeing the dog extend its tongue again, Lin Mo hurriedly jumped away to avoid it. Stop. Lin Mo jumped again to the side, tapping each of their heads. Woo woo woo. The two-headed dog, instead of getting angry, looked at him with a wronged expression. Then, it angrily turned its heads away and closed its eyes, no longer paying attention to him. Lin Mo shook off the drool covering his body and raised a hoof to sniff. Ugh. After gagging a few times, he forced himself to ignore the smell on his body and hesitantly walked over to the two-headed dog, gently patting one of its heads to smooth its fur. Seeing the two-headed dog lean its head closer again, Lin Mo tapped its head once more. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo spoke softly to the two-headed dog. Originally not expecting any reaction, Both heads exchanged glances and shook their heads together. After waving goodbye to the two-headed dog, Lin Imo quickly found a lake and dove in, washing off the dirt from his body. Although he could use magic to remove the drool, he always felt uncomfortable if he didn't wash in water. This two-headed dog was just too large. Being licked a few times felt like taking a bath in a stinky ditch. And the key point was that this two-headed dog had terrible breath, extremely foul. After putting it down, he began to set up a magic array around him, pulling out countless materials, which were continuously consumed. The complex magic array began to shimmer on the ground, various colored orbs slowly rising and floating in the air. And thin mist started to form in the air, with faint flashes of colored light, like lightning passing through. Finally, several fairy fireflies flew out from Lin Mo's body, stopping at specific positions, with mist gathering around them. Lin Imo slowly walked to the center of the magic array, pouring out the powdered substance from the bottle on the ground, using magic to lift it, allowing it to spread around his body. Then he closed his eyes, his breathing gradually slowing down, magic energy radiating from him and slowly enveloping his entire body. The surrounding fairy fireflies began to fly around Lin Imo in specific trajectories. The complex magic array on the ground reacted with the mist and light orbs in the space, projecting some strange images in the air, which were slowly adjusted and changed after the fairy fireflies flew by. Under the enveloping magic array, Lin Imo's magical brilliance shone even brighter, the surrounding powder swirling around him in the air, causing some irregular spots to appear on his body. These spots quickly emerged and then continuously disappeared, until the surrounding powder drifted onto Lin Mo's body with his breathing. Everything began to escalate. Various colors danced chaotically on him. At this moment, the surrounding light orbs slowly changed shape, forming thin, irregular lenses connected to the ground, reflecting several patterns of the magic array on the ground. The magical energy within them caused the reflected patterns to begin to move slowly. The fairy fireflies began to fly to specific positions and come to a halt, the patterns on the mirrors starting to respond to them, forming a three-dimensional, multi-layered complex magic array together with the magic array on the ground. Just then, the fairy fireflies in the surrounding space suddenly began to shout and move chaotically, several streams of light quickly swirling around them. And the fairy fireflies gradually began to quiet down. Crack! A slight sound of cracking emerged, and a look of pain appeared on Lin Mo's face. The ring on his hind leg had started to rotate at some point. Slowly, a perfectly identical ring appeared in the void next to Lin Imo. It seemed as though something in his body was suddenly shattered, and the patterns on his back quickly completed into the shape of wings. Inside Lin Imo, all the life force surged continuously, evolving into a power that kept growing, granting his physical body greater strength. Then, this power quickly surged towards his back, wanting to fill and materialize the image of wings. This shock released a force that instantly shattered the surrounding mirrors into powder, and the fairy fireflies, infused with silver light, went into a frenzy, continuously devouring and splitting into smaller entities. Meanwhile, it seemed that he also underwent some significant changes. His body became stronger, and both his spirit and perception improved greatly. Thinking of something, Lin Imo quickly turned to look behind him. The patterns had become complete, but he had not grown a pair of wings. Lin Imo turned his head towards the surroundings, calling for the light dots to come closer to him. The invisible light dots received the command and quickly gathered around Lin Imo, forming fairy fireflies that rapidly dispersed into imperceptible light dots. At the same time, these light dots kept getting smaller until they reached a level where no other beings could perceive them apart from him, with some surrounding him and others flowing into his body. Wind. A streak of light flashed in front of him, and a strong wind blew away all the surrounding mist. Lin Imo stared blankly at everything, and after a long time, he turned his gaze to one of his front hooves. With the transmission of thought, a streak of light circled around it, a wool. Before Lin Imo could summarize his situation and understand what had happened during his cultivation, a wolf howl came from a distance. Lin Imo looked at the chaotic state of the treehouse around him and quickly tidied up the things that could still be used before turning to leave before the wooden wolf arrived. Chapter 67, Fairy Power. My dearest teacher, Princess Celestia, good evening, my beloved teacher. Today, some significant changes occurred in your student's body, stemming from the fairy fireflies I possess and a small magic experiment. During the experiment, an unexpected incident occurred due to some unknown factors, but fortunately, it seems to have caused no negative effects. Based on this change, I have developed some wonderful ideas and hope to discuss them with you to help me resolve some potential issues. Since the literal description is too pale, I would like to visit you in Canterlot in the future, and this letter is to inform you of that. May you enjoy peaceful sleep in the nights to come. Your dearest student, Lin Imo, sends you greetings. The sun had just set not long ago, and Celestia was sitting on the balcony chatting with Luna. The two sisters had been apart for 1,000 years, and their hearts were filled with countless longings they wanted to share with each other. However, sitting together on the balcony at this moment, it seemed that the words they wanted to say weren't that important anymore. Just being able to sit together and quietly chat about their daily lives was already the best outcome. Buzz. The notebook placed at the corner of the table suddenly emitted light and vibrated, catching the attention of the two princesses. After reading the content, Celestia's expression appeared quite strange, with a hint of barely noticeable worry. However, judging from the not-so-urgent content, it seemed that there wasn't any major issue. Her concern was not unfounded. After all, when Lin first came to Canterlot, he had a remarkable incident where he blew himself up. Meanwhile, Luna was looking at her sister with some curiosity, wondering if today's children liked to be so formal. Just to convey a message through the notebook, they had to write it in a letter format? Celestia shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, the notebook on the table vibrated again. After exchanging glances with Luna, Celestia turned the page of the notebook, and a simple drawing of a funny face came into view, along with a line that read, "Keep your mood cheerful, okay, teacher." Uft. Don't misunderstand, my dear sister. This child occasionally likes to make some harmless little jokes. Celestia chuckled lightly and handed the notebook to her sister, saying, "I see." Luna looked at the simple drawing with a funny smile on the notebook, her eyes reflecting thoughtful contemplation. She suddenly realized that teaching students seemed to be a very interesting thing. Looking again at the previous content, a scene involuntarily surfaced in her mind, herself talking eloquently in front, while a little pony with a puzzled face looked up in admiration, occasionally shouting something like, "Teacher, you're amazing." As she thought about it, a sparkle appeared in her eyes. Sister? Sister, what is wrong with you?" Seeing Luna suddenly fall silent, Celestia couldn't help but call out, Oh, I'm fine, dear sister, just thinking about some things." In fact, if it were in the original history, Luna wouldn't have had such thoughts, not because Ziyue had already left Canterlot to settle in Ponyville for research, but even if Ziyue was still in Canterlot, she probably wouldn't be able to joke around like that with her respected teacher. Being a top student, she also wouldn't always cling to her teacher for advice. "So, do you want to take in 2 students for fun?" Celestia understood her sister's thoughts the moment she took the notebook, teasingly looking at Luna and asking, subconsciously thinking of the few little ponies who were familiar with Ziyue and Lin. She wasn't worried that Luna wouldn't teach well. After all, with her watching by, nothing could possibly go wrong. "I still want to think about it some more, sister," Luna replied seriously after contemplating, not wanting to make a hasty decision about taking in students, and she wanted to find her own students rather than being arranged by her sister. "All right, just let me know when you've made up your mind." Celestia continued to smile, but this time her smile seemed a bit unnatural, as she had just thought of something. In the Eternal Freedom Forest, Lin gently closed the notebook. This time the anomaly seemed to have brought many benefits. But the process of the anomaly was too unknown, which inevitably made Lin wonder if there would be any hidden dangers. After thinking it through, he decided to consult his teacher later. If it was indeed safe enough, then he could consider the possibility of teaching the magical energy, the energy transformed from the fairy fireflies, to other little ponies. For example, Ziyue, Yuewu, Applejack, and others. Through this observation, although he had not yet figured out the composition and essence of magical energy, Lin had not come away empty-handed. As for his current situation, first of all, there seemed to be an absolute master-servant relationship between him and the magical energy, which could split and grow by transforming the surrounding energy. But he had to consider his own carrying capacity. Secondly, the powers of the 3 pony races could react with the magical energy to become stronger, thus producing unique magic belonging to their own races, with a particularly significant enhancement for unicorns. He speculated that this was because unicorns had a large accumulation of knowledge that matched perfectly, while the other 2 races should be able to quickly narrow the gap through related learning, but surpassing them would likely be impossible, at most leveling the playing field. After that, it might depend on whose research was more in-depth. Closing the notebook used for recording, which was filled with Lin speculations and effects of magical energy, he got up and climbed onto a nearby rocking chair, turning to gaze at the starry sky above. His thoughts gradually drifted away unknowingly. If this form of magical energy really had no flaws, it would be too perfect, too incredible, completely unbelievable for the ponies that this could be an accidental product. Or rather, it wasn't entirely an accidental product. There was a force that caused this unexpected occurrence, combining all the conditions to drive this anomaly in the best direction. Lin gaze fell into contemplation, the only point of doubt on him being the cute symbol on his hind legs, a silver-gray ring composed of countless lines. Chapter 68, Tyrek. How that silver-gray ring composed of countless lines came into being, Lin was still unclear. Logically speaking, the cute symbols in this world shouldn't appear out of nowhere. Moreover, this ring might not even be a cute symbol. The cute symbols of Little Pony Malia generally refer to patterns that symbolize the owner's characteristics, rather than patterns that possess certain powers. As for the possibility of an inexplicable golden finger, Lin did not think that was likely. Since this thing appeared on him, there must be a reason for its existence. Lin shook his head and closed his eyes, no longer thinking about this matter. There was too little information, and it was impossible to reach a conclusion in a short time. However, Lin was unaware that what was truly closely related to him was not the ring, but the light ball existing somewhere unknown. As for what that light ball was, who knows? Perhaps it was some overly ambitious version of himself wanting to be the one and only true self? The deep sky gradually brightened, and the stars that had shone all night quietly hid away. The two rulers rotated and alternated, hinting at the continuous passage of time. In the forest, the wood-boring beetles took the trees' lives, provoking the woodpeckers' mocking laughter, while the panicked beetles still stubbornly resisted. In the end, only the scarred trees remained at the scene. While being chased by a pack of wooden wolves, Lin imagined a grand play while looking at the large tree beneath him. The magical energy attached to him made him invisible. After quietly peering through the leaves at the wooden wolves, he found that the pack was moving away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The results, however, were as overwhelming as they had been at first sight, but later became quite pitiful. As the wooden wolves disappeared in the distance, Lin began to scan his surroundings, determining the direction where Tyrek was located, and left the area. An hour later, Lin arrived at the cave where Tyrek was, quietly glancing inside. Seeing that Tyrek was still asleep and had not awakened, he slowly approached Tyrek's side, whispering, "Some pony is stealing the gems." Lin shouted loudly into Tyrek's ear and then quickly teleported to a distance. However, after waiting for a long time, he saw no reaction from Tyrek, so he had to walk over in confusion, frowning as he reached out a hoof to check Tyrek's breathing. "What are you doing here?" Tyrek slowly opened his eyes and asked Lin, who had been caught in his claws, with a tone full of helplessness. "Oh, you're awake." Lin placed his two front hooves on Tyrek's claws and looked at him with interest. "I actually came this time to ask if you're interested in moving to another place to live. What benefits would that bring me?" As a dragon living alone away from the dragon domain, Tyrek didn't really care where he lived. However, even so, he wouldn't just move because of Linmo's words. "You could be a teacher and guide a young dragon." Lin rubbed his chin with his hoof. "Not interested," Tyrek replied without even raising his eyes. As a dragon used to solitude, he naturally had no interest in being a teacher. "Are you really not considering it?" Lin pondered for a moment before speaking again. He genuinely hoped Tyrek would come with him. It wasn't easy for him to reach the depths of the Eternal Freedom Forest, and if things continued like this, their relationship would likely become more distant and eventually turn into strangers. As friends who had fought together, he didn't want that kind of ending. As for Cola and Joyce, Cola lived very close to Ponyville, so they could visit anytime, while Joyce was bound to her location and had no way to move. Moreover, he always felt there were many doubts about Joyce, and he suspected that the one who sealed Joyce might be the teacher. So even if he had the ability, whether or not to unseal Joyce required careful consideration. Not considering it, compared to Lin, Tyrek didn't really care about this matter, because dragons generally have long lives. To him, Lin was just a short-lived creature destined to leave. Therefore, although he had a decent impression of Lin, he had no intention of befriending him. Decades of friendship were too short for a dragon. Then goodbye, Tyrek. Lin felt a bit regretful, but didn't say much more and turned to leave. Just after leaving the forest, Lin quietly closed his eyes to enjoy the peace and harmony of Ponyville, while pressing his hoof on the head of Pinkie Pie, who wanted to scare him, but it wasn't for any other reason. He simply saw her first. Pip. Just as Lin was feeling pleased and preparing to lower his head to show off, a sudden whistle sounded from the other side, startling him so much that he jumped. "Great job, Rainbow Dash. Ha! You scared him." Pinkie Pie, who had just been pinned down, cheered and laughed uncontrollably on the ground, unable to stop. "See, I told you. As long as you make him let his guard down, he'll definitely be scared by me." Rainbow Dash, lying on the clouds, had a smile on her face too, but she wasn't laughing as loudly as Pinkie Pie. "You too." Lin looked at these two pranksters and sighed, realizing he had been too careless. Got it. Then Pinkie, let's play together tomorrow." "Goodbye, Rainbow Dash. See you tomorrow." Hearing Rainbow Dash's words, Pinkie Pie waved her hoof to bid her farewell, and then both little ponies turned to leave, leaving Lin, who had been ignored in place, awkwardly raising and lowering his hoof. Before Lin Mo could think too much, he heard Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash whispering and giggling. He looked up and saw Pinkie Pie peeking out from the clouds with Rainbow Dash, and when they realized they had been discovered, they started laughing loudly. He didn't know when Pinkie Pie had gone over. Chapter 69, Trixie's Arrival. After letting out a small breath, Lin Mo gently knocked on the door and then quietly waited, a smile forming on his lips as a slight expectation arose in his heart. Coming. Suelong's voice sounded from inside, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Click. How did it go? Is everything going smoothly? Seeing Lin Mo standing outside, Suelong happily opened the door and rushed forward to hug him, chatting nonstop. Of course, there were many unexpected gains. There were so many interesting things. One time, I even dyed the apples in Sweet Apple Acres all sorts of colors, which made Applejack so mad that she threw those apples at them. But they were still very measured. The paint rain disappeared as soon as it fell. Suelong walked beside Lin Mo, raising his paws as if recounting treasures, laughing as he spoke. What's her name? Gilda? She claimed to be Rainbow Dash's friend, but scared Fluttershy to tears. Luckily, Rainbow Dash saw through the truth in the end and drove her out of Ponyville. Suelong frowned as he scolded Gilda, then turned and breathed fire, instantly heating up the kettle filled with water. It seemed that this flame contained quite a bit of anger towards Gilda. Oh, I imagine that wicked Gilda has already received her due punishment. So my dear little dragon baby doesn't need to be angry, Lin Mo said with a slight frown, turning to smile at Suelong. Compared to Gilda, he was certainly more concerned about whether Fluttershy had been affected. Fluttershy was really scared at that time. Fortunately, she had already recovered when we met again. It's all thanks to Pinkie Pie. Suelong helped Lin Missouri place the kettle and teacups on a tray, and they walked outside together with Lin Mo carrying pastries. Is Ziyue upstairs? Lin Mo nodded, and then asked Suelong about Ziyue's whereabouts. Yeah, she's upstairs reading. Then you go play. I have some things to discuss with Ziyue. I can take these myself. Goodbye, Lin Mo said, using magic to take the tray that Suelong was carrying and walked upstairs, leaving Suelong staring wide-eyed in place. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound of hooves going upstairs, Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. She had vaguely heard Suelong and Lin Mo's conversation just now, so she knew who was coming upstairs. She was just surprised that she hadn't heard Suelong's voice. However, she didn't really want Suelong to come along anyway. She lowered her head and continued looking at the magic book under her hooves, but her expression was somewhat distracted, as if she was pondering something. Ziyue, what are you looking at? Lin Mo placed the tea and snacks down, sat beside Ziyue, and asked. Just some magical rules. Ziyue didn't look up, but pushed the book toward Lin Mo, her ears twitching slightly as she continued reading. Lin Mo didn't say anything more, but he also didn't think too much. He lowered his head and read the book he had already finished with Ziyue. But the girl next to him made it difficult for him to concentrate fully on the book, and he occasionally stole glances at her. What's wrong? Ziyue suddenly looked up and asked with feigned confusion. Lin Mo was startled for a moment, then hurriedly regained his composure. It's nothing. I just wanted to say that I had some unexpected gains during my trip. Would you like to take a look? Oh, what is it? Ziyue lowered her head to read again, quietly pouting at Lin Mo's mention of unexpected gains, showing little interest. Lin Mo didn't say much, lifting his hoof to reveal what was placed in front of Ziyue, which gradually began to glow, releasing a wave of energy completely different from magic. What is this? Ziyue's face was filled with shock, instantly drawn to it, reaching out her hoof to grab Lin Mo's. Her eyes sparkling with magical light as she leaned in for a closer look. Lin Mo's face turned red due to her actions, and while Ziyue was focused on the hoof, he quickly used magic to restore his color before starting to explain to her. Lin Mo lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind in a whirl. He had originally planned to confess his thoughts to Ziyue, which was why he had been sneaking glances at her earlier. However, at the critical moment, he wondered whether he should wait until their relationship was a bit better before speaking up, as that would give him more confidence. Sigh. Lin Mo closed his eyes and sighed, knowing he was being a bit pretentious, but he was also afraid that Ziyue would only see him as a friend and avoid him in the future if she found out. Buzz. The notebook sitting nearby suddenly glowed and vibrated. Lin Mo turned his head in confusion and picked it up to open it. After reading, he closed it and held it in his hoof. A few days later, several unexpected little ponies arrived in Ponyville, performing magic tricks together with Trixie in the town center. By the time Lin Mo learned about it, they had already arrived at the Oak Library with Rainbow Dash and the others, but judging by their expressions, it seemed that the two groups of ponies were not getting along well. Seeing the angry looks on Rainbow Dash and Trixie, Lin Mo guessed some of the situation. Chapter 70, Trixie and Rainbow Dash. So what exactly happened? Lin Mo looked at their twitching mouths and, holding his forehead, somewhat despairingly said, Shouldn't Ziyue be the one to solve these troublesome matters? Why did it fall on his head? But thinking about it, Ziyue should handle this herself. Yesterday, she had used magic to bind a small ball of fairy power in a bottle and was currently working hard on research. This power, different from magic and transformed from fairy fireflies, deeply attracted her attention, but thanks to the changes after coming to Ponyville, she was not completely neglecting her sleep and meals. What happened? You'd better ask that arrogant and incompetent Trixie. Lin Mo had no choice but to turn to Trixie, hoping she could explain what had happened. It is the great and all-powerful Trixie. You must have grown all your nutrients in your wings, which is why your walnut-sized brain can't remember the names of other ponies. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, Minity got up without waiting for him to speak and told him everything that had happened. Since Trixie had made friends in Canterlot, her performance this time was actually quite restrained. But no matter how restrained, she was still Trixie. Words like great, all-powerful, broadening one's horizons. And you ordinary little ponies were sure to come out of her mouth. Although these words didn't seem excessive for a magic show, they still provoked Rainbow Dash, who had not seen many performances and shared some attributes with Trixie. Feeling hit by the metaphorical cannon, Rainbow Dash immediately fired back, coldly mocking Trixie's performance, which severely irritated Trixie. And it didn't stop there. Rainbow Dash then proceeded to showcase her flying stunts, which Trixie, now furious, played a trick on her. Of course, things wouldn't end there. Although Trixie had her reasons, seeing their friend being played with, the others naturally wouldn't stand by, especially Rarity, who had just styled Rainbow Dash today and couldn't tolerate her work being in such a state. She stepped forward to argue with Trixie, conjuring up a set of clothes to wear and remarking that being so barbaric wasn't ladylike, seemingly scolding Rainbow Dash in the process. When leaving, she accidentally hurt the carrot tip. As for why the commotion reached the Oak Library, it was because Applejack and the others recognized Moondance, who had come out from backstage to help Trixie, based on Ziyue's previous description. And now here we are? Wait a minute. Sorry, the Oak Library is currently closed for visits. Thank you for your cooperation. Click. Suelong, who had been listening next to Lin Mo, walked to the window and told the ponies peeking in from outside, then directly closed the window. Clearly, this was a group of ponies who loved to watch the commotion. All right, so what do we do now? Suelong glanced at Rainbow Dash and Trixie's side, asking Lin Mo, what should we do? Of course, we need to properly condemn that Rainbow Dash. We were putting on a great show, and she came up with sarcasm. Isn't that a bit too much? Before Lin Mo could speak, the nearby Tiankin spoke first. She and Tang Dang had been assistants, following Trixie on stage, and had directly faced Rainbow Dash's mockery. So they were naturally unhappy with Rainbow Dash. What are you talking about? Didn't you all start it first? Exactly. Applejack immediately stepped forward to refute Tiankin, as she believed that this verbal conflict hadn't escalated to the point of physical confrontation, and Beaky echoed her side. Humph, a fight? If it really came to that, it wouldn't be like this now. Tang Tang wouldn't let Tiankin stand alone, stepping up to say, wait a minute, what about Rainbow Dash and Trixie? Lin Mo was somewhat annoyed by the noise, but suddenly noticed that Rainbow Dash and Trixie were actually gone. Where did they go? Weren't they just here? Hearing Lin Mo's exclamation, Suelong pointed to where Rainbow Dash had been standing and then paused, also asking, the involved ponies are gone. And continuing to argue clearly has no meaning. The most important thing now is to find them first. Who knows if these two arrogant ponies will start fighting outside? Or, even if they did, it might still be okay since they wouldn't really go hard on each other. But what if they bragged and did something dangerous? Wait, where's Ruru? Ruru is missing too. Beaky suddenly exclaimed. Rainbow Dash and Trixie are fine, but what if Ruru, a delicate little pony, gets hurt by mistake? Moondance. Moondance is missing too. With Beaky's reminder, Minity and the others also noticed their missing companions. What happened? Didn't they say Rainbow Dash and Trixie were arguing? Where are they? Ziyue came down from upstairs with Moondance, looking confused at the scene below and asking them, I don't know. They just disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just like that. Beaky said, cutely turning her head. Moondance, so you were up there. We thought you were missing. Long time no see, Ziyue. Minity said to Moondance, while also greeting Ziyue along with Tiankin and Tang Tang. I heard Suelong say Ziyue was upstairs, so I thought I'd call Ziyue to help think of a solution. Moondance nodded to everyone and said, let's stop chatting. The most important thing now is to find Rainbow Dash and the others. Applejack said anxiously, the most important thing is Ruru. Rainbow Dash and the others should be fine. But Ruru is not guaranteed. Beaky immediately supplemented after Applejack finished speaking. After all, Ruru's character was really too soft. And the two little ponies who were currently angry were likely to overlook that. Chapter 71, Constellation Bear. Alright girls, everyone stay calm. Our top priority now is to find Ruru and the others. Next, Let's all go out together and look for clues about them. If you find anything, quickly notify the other ponies. Is that clear? As the core pony of 6 and a student of Princess Celestia, Zua's leadership skills had always been strong. After basically understanding the situation, she quickly reacted and assigned tasks to the ponies. Take these. If you find clues, set off a firework. After Zua finished speaking, Linmo immediately took out the fireworks that Trixie had left earlier and distributed them to all the ponies present. Then, let's go, girls. After receiving the fireworks, Applejack said and was the first to leave. The other ponies exchanged glances and followed suit. Momo, after stepping outside, Zua suddenly called out to Lin Mo and turned to look at him. Let's go together. Facing Lin Mo, Zua paused for a moment. Her face slightly flushed as she spoke, then nodded and turned to leave. Watching the blush on Zua's face, Lin Mo stood frozen in place. The magical energy within him cheering and swirling around, seemingly urging him to catch up quickly. Perhaps it was indeed the so-called urging of the magic that had an effect. Lin Mo shook his head, his eyes shining as he chased after the soon-to-be departing Zua. This is the cave where the constellation bear is. Do you dare to go in with me? Yunbao flew in the air, pointing at a huge cave and provoking Trixie on the ground. After seeing Trixie looking at the cave, she quickly glanced at it and swallowed hard. Yunbao, I think we can actually solve the problem in a different way. Let's have a picnic in the forest, feed the little animals, and calmly chat to resolve our conflicts. It would be much better, just a little bit better. Looking at the dark and eerie cave in front of her, Ruru trembled all over. Her whole body shrank slightly and quietly suggested to Yunbao in the air. Humph, I don't mind, but I'm just afraid that a certain pony is using this as an excuse not to go in and then wants to slander me for being cowardly. Trixie felt her legs go weak at the sight of the cave, but still put on a nonchalant expression. However, despite saying this, there was already a hint of retreat in her words. Even if the ladder Yunbao provided was terrible, she would still climb down it. What? Who are you saying is using this as an excuse not to go in? I am just taking care of Ruru's feelings. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Hearing Trixie's words, Yunbao was almost instantly provoked, but noticing the cave nearby, her tone gradually became less firm. After all, it was the cave of the constellation bear. If something really happened, she might accidentally become the scapegoat of Ponyville. This responsibility she could not bear. Yunbao, Trixie, thank you for being willing to listen to my suggestion. But we should hurry up. I'm a bit scared. Hey, you guys are actually here. You two bad ponies. How could you bring little Ruru to such a dangerous place? Fortunately, nothing had happened. Wait, I'm going to set off a firework to inform everyone. Just as the 3 ponies were about to leave, Biki suddenly walked out from behind, not knowing how she guessed Yunbao and the others were here. However, Biki also knew where this place was and scolded them a couple of times in a low voice before turning to set off a firework to inform everyone. But she didn't notice Trixie's suddenly terrified expression when the firework was taken out. Wait, that's not a firework. It's whoosh boom, rumble. A magic prop disguised as a firework. Trixie wanted to stop the firework when she saw it being taken out, but unfortunately, she was too late. With the deliberately modified grand sound effect ringing out, all 4 ponies froze in place. Yunbao and Trixie both swallowed hard and looked at the cave, while Ruru was so scared that she hugged her head, trembling on the ground. Look, I scared you all. Don't worry, the big bear is still sleeping soundly. Seeing that there was still no sound coming from the cave, Yunbao breathed a sigh of relief and said to Trixie and the others. But the gradually increasing sense of vibration made her voice slowly grow quieter. Roar. Grr, Yunbao, you jinx. Trixie, who was closer to Ruru, hurriedly ran to her side, picked her up with her front hooves, and then used her hind hooves to quickly fly away. This was truly a burst of potential. Hey, it was obviously Biki who set off the firework. Why are you blaming me? Yunbao shouted in the air, furious at Trixie's accusation. How can you say it's my fault? Who would have thought its sound would be so loud? Biki also didn't want to take the blame and immediately stood on the ground to refute. You all stop arguing. The urgent thing now is to think about how to escape. It seemed that because of the explosion, the bear was even angrier than before, swinging its claws and roaring as it quickly chased after them. Feeling the constellation bear chasing them, Trixie hurriedly shouted, of course. They wouldn't lead such a dangerous creature towards Ponyville. They could only lead it around in circles. But if this continues, they would eventually be caught. Now they could only hope that the explosion would quickly attract Minatai and Zua over. I'll distract it for a while. You all hurry and take Ruru and run. Yunbao's expression changed, and saying that, she charged forward, dodging left and right around the constellation bear to interfere and keep it in place. Yunbao, I'm coming to help you. Hey, bad bear, I'm over here. Seeing Yunbao run towards the constellation bear, Biki also stopped, picked up a stone and threw it at the constellation bear to help Yunbao attract its attention. Seeing that both of them stayed there, Trixie stopped but shook the frightened Ruru in her arms and continued to turn and run outside. However, she had barely taken a few more steps when a loud crash sounded, and Yunbao flew over from behind, crashing right in front of her. Chapter 72, The End. Accompanied by a lot of flying sand and stones, Beaky also crashed into a nearby tree. Thud. Trixie swallowed hard, stretched out a hoof to pull the dazed Beaky to Yunbao's side, then placed Ruru on the ground as well, shaking Yunbao's body and asking about her condition. Yunbao, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit unable to stand up. Yunbao struggled to move her limbs, managing to pull Trixie to sit up. Took a deep breath as she moved her shoulders. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging everyone down, which is why we couldn't escape. Picking up the still dazed Beaky from the ground, Ruru said with a sense of grievance and guilt. So many stars. No, that's not it, Ruru. It's not your fault. It was my careless mistake in setting off the wrong firework that caused all of this. Gradually recovering, Beaky shook her head, realizing what Ruru had said, and hurriedly comforted her. Now is not the time to talk about this. Trixie, do you have any other ideas? As the low growl of the approaching bear grew closer, Rainbow Dash reminded everyone, and then looked at the only pony still capable of fighting, Trixie, and said, All right, I'll give it a try. Trixie turned around, magic gathering at the tip of her horn, and a small dark cloud formed above the constellation bear's backside, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck it with a thunderous crash. The constellation bear turned in confusion at the noise, only to see a singed patch on its rear, the burnt fur emitting a burnt smell. With a furious roar, the constellation bear turned back, raised its paw, and stomped towards them. Hoping it wouldn't be hit too hard, ideally, it would just be knocked away. The stars on the bear's body flickered slightly brighter, and its raised paw was poised to strike down, looking very fierce. However, since the constellation bear lived near Ponyville, Princess Celestia must have studied them. So this bear probably wouldn't actually harm Rainbow Dash and the others, but it would definitely give them a stern lesson. Bang! A loud crash echoed overhead. But Rainbow Dash and the others didn't feel any pain for a long time. When they opened their eyes, they saw a bear paw heavily pressing down on the magical barrier above them. Suddenly, a large number of leaves swept in, swirling around the constellation bear and obscuring its vision, causing it to swat at them, leaving it no time to pay attention to the ponies below. Then, Twilight used magic to play a lullaby that reached the constellation bear's ears, and Lin Mo pulled the leaves apart enough to reflect a light that would make the bear drowsy. Hey, over here. Come quickly, darling. The group turned and saw Rarity waving to them from a distance, signaling for them to hurry over. Having realized the situation and moved away from under the constellation bear's paws. However, when Trixie reached Rarity, she noticed a strange look in her eyes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Trixie felt uneasy under Rarity's gaze and couldn't help but ask, Darling, did you just hug her? Thud. Hey, Trixie, what are you doing? Hearing Rarity's words, Rainbow Dash didn't have time to react before being thrown to the ground by Trixie. Don't say such nonsense. The great and powerful Trixie was merely saving her life. After tossing Rainbow Dash down, Trixie adjusted her cape and said with a slightly proud expression, According to my research, that kind of hug is called a princess carry, commonly seen between lovers. The recently arrived Lyra whispered to the nearby Bon Bon, loud enough for all the ponies to hear. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just hugged Rarity like that earlier. Seeing the conversation veer further off course, Trixie began to lose her composure, even forgetting her catchphrase. Oh my, she actually wants to play both sides. Picking up on the important information, Lyra looked at Bon Bon in shock and said, Lyra, are there no ponies to help the injured on the ground? Just as Trixie was about to continue arguing, Rainbow Dash interrupted her by extending a hoof from the ground. Feeling pain all over, this group was still chattering away, completely disregarding her feelings. It was too much. Sorry, darling. I'll help you up, Rarity said as she moved to help Rainbow Dash. But at that moment, the constellation bear let out an angry roar. With its roar, the surrounding leaves were instantly swept away, and Twilight's magic was forcibly interrupted. The constellation bear locked onto their position and began to walk over. However, the more pressing issue wasn't that, but the possibility of startling the adult constellation bear mother nearby with the roar of her cub. Lin Mo and Twilight exchanged glances and used magic to lift the bear cub, but since they couldn't put it to sleep, it was quite a struggle for the two ponies, always at risk of being shaken off. Fortunately, Rarity, Lyra, and the arriving Minity also began to help, and together they managed to hold the cub securely in the air. They then slowly moved the constellation bear cub towards the cave entrance. bringing it to the adult constellation bear mother, nervously watching her next move. What do you want it to smell? Seeing that the situation was finally under control, Twilight turned to Lin Mo and asked, a potion that helps with sleep, obtained from Cora. Of course, it has no side effects. This potion easily dissipates in the air, so they needed to keep the cub still to have any effect when they brought the bottle close to its nose. Finally done. So can you take me to the hospital now? After they finished speaking, Rainbow Dash reminded them from the ground again. Chapter 73. The Hospital in the Afternoon Sky. A few clouds floated lazily, moving slowly with the airflow, while birds occasionally flew between them, gliding freely across the sky towards an unknown destination. However, this free and cheerful scene had nothing to do with Rainbow Dash, who was now bound in bandages, lying lifelessly on a single pony bed in Ponyville Hospital. In contrast to her, Pinkie Pie, who also had a bed here, was happily running around on the floor. Rainbow Dash, are you okay? Trixie hesitated for a moment before walking up to Rainbow Dash and speaking softly. Thank you, but I don't think lying in bed counts as being okay. With a helpless sigh, Rainbow Dash lifted her bound wings and said gloomily, really, this is quite a sad situation for a pony. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you on the ground. Trixie, avoiding eye contact, forced a smile and quietly apologized to Rainbow Dash. It's fine. It's not like I can't fly forever. By the way, are you the friends of Twilight and MOMO from Canterlot? Rainbow Dash's mood had improved, and she waved her hoof to signal Trixie not to worry, then turned to inquire about Minity and the others. Yes, actually, there's also Shining Bright, Lemonheart, Otelia, and Vinyl, but they didn't come this time. Shining Bright and Lemonheart are helping a pony plan an event, while Otelia and Vinyl are performing there. Hearing Rainbow Dash mention her friends, Minity immediately chimed in, expressing her regret that they couldn't all gather together. So everyone came specifically to visit us? After Minity finished speaking, Twilight excitedly stepped forward and asked, her tone filled with anticipation. Not entirely. Sugar and I actually want to settle down here. However, Trixie and Minity heard about it and wanted to visit old friends, so they came along. Oh, by the way, Moondance seems to have that intention too. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Lyra slightly shook her head and said, that's great. So many new friends have come. We must have a party to celebrate. A party? Great idea, Pinkie. But with so many ponies, we'll probably need to prepare well. Minity looked at Pinkie Pie in surprise, scanning the surrounding ponies to estimate the number. Hey, how could it be just us? By then, all the ponies in Ponyville will come. Beaky wrapped her hoof around Minitai's shoulder, slowly drawing her hoof in the air to express just how many little ponies would be coming. Really? That would be quite a big party. It's sure to be lively. Minitai followed Beaky's words, her tone filled with longing. Such a party couldn't be held in Canterlot, unless it was organized by the Cosmic Princess herself. Hold on, girls. Have you found a place to stay yet? If you go look now, it might be too late. Oh, don't worry. Minitai can stay with me. Is there anyone else who wants to stay with me? Seeing Tia and the others shake their heads, Beaky hugged Minitai again. That's right. You can temporarily stay at our home. I believe everyone won't mind, right? Applejack, who was by Rainbow's bed, looked over and nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry about accommodations. So, can Tia and I stay at Sweet Apple Acres? By the way, we also want to create a Sweet Apple Orchard observation log. Tang and Tia looked at Applejack expectantly, and she replied, of course, my new friends. You won't be disappointed. Well then, can I go to the unique clothing store? I need a new outfit that better showcases Trixie's greatness and versatility. Seeing that Tia and Tang had already settled with Applejack, Trixie turned to Unique. No problem, dear. But this time, please don't cast any spells on my mane. Unique didn't refuse Trixie's request, but teased her, causing Trixie to awkwardly lower her head. So, is Yuawu coming to the Oak Library? Ziwa looked at Yuawu and asked, Yeah, actually I want to go to Ro's house to see those little animals. I've never been so close to so many little animals before. Of course, it would be great if you could come along. Yuawu shook her head at Ziwa, turned to Ro and nodded, then scratched her head and looked at Ziwa. Sorry, Yuawu, you should have seen it. I have some research to do, so I can't accompany you. All right, then I'll come over tomorrow afternoon to help you. Yuawu actually wanted to stay with Ziwa, but thinking about future opportunities, she chose to go to Ro's house to see the little animals. It seems everyone has found a place to stay. I was still wondering who would be willing to help me look for a house. Rainbow lay on the bed, jokingly saying to Trixie, now that we've settled the accommodation issue, let's talk about something interesting. Under the night sky, at the Oak Library in the small town, Ziwa and Lin Mo were surprisingly sitting on the balcony together, leisurely sipping evening tea. Oh, the tea was milk tea, suppressing his racing heart. Lin Mo put down his milk tea cup, again glancing up at Ziwa secretly, but couldn't help but lower his head again. Ziyue, on the opposite side, had a slight blush, but looked much calmer than Lin Mo. Occasionally taking a sip of milk tea while silently cursing Lin Mo for being such a blockhead for not speaking up, even after knowing each other for so long. After taking another sip of milk tea, Lin Mo finally began to face Ziyue, taking a deep breath as if he was about to say something, but suddenly ran out of words, leaving him frozen in place, just staring at Ziyue, unsure of what to do. This couldn't be blamed on him. In his previous life as an orphan, he had never had even slightly more than friend conversations with girls, although he frequently interacted with Ziyue in this life. It hadn't been long since he regarded her as a crush. Seeing Ziyue looking over with a slightly flushed face, Lin Mo frantically searched his mind for words. His hooves and the milk teacup trembling incessantly, his heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. However, the more anxious he got, the less he could think, and time showed no mercy in refusing to linger. But at that moment, Ziyue had already opened her mouth to look at him, and Lin Mo felt he must not let her speak first. He pushed the milk tea forward, buried his head on the table, and instinctively said, "I was wrong." The air seemed to thicken with awkwardness as Ziyue blinked in surprise, her embarrassment turning into confusion, with countless questions flooding her mind. Why apologize? Wasn't today about confirming their relationship? Had she misunderstood all along? Did he not have that intention at all? Then why create such an atmosphere? Although her heart was still in turmoil, Ziyue curiously asked, "Where did you go wrong?" Actually, after saying that, Lin Mo was also taken aback, but his nervousness calmed down. Now hearing Ziyue's question, the words he wanted to say slowly began to take shape in his mind. "It's a mistake I might make in the future. Yeah. I like you. I want to spend my life with you. But I have many little flaws, and I might make you angry someday. I want to say that if I'm not too hopeless then, I hope you won't leave me." After Lin Mo finished speaking, he lowered his head to look at the milk tea cup, his hooves fiddling with it, his expression full of anxiety, like a prisoner awaiting execution, waiting for the final verdict. A barely audible voice broke the silence. Lin Mo quickly raised his head and looked at Ziyue, who was blushing on the opposite side. You agree? Yeah. You want to be my girlfriend?" Lin Mo's eyes were filled with surprise, and he quickly rushed to Ziyue's side, ready to hug her and celebrate. However, Ziyue stopped him with her forehead, preventing him from advancing even a bit. "Don't talk nonsense. I just haven't refused yet. Whether or not I want to be your girlfriend depends on how you perform later. And remember, there are differences between boys and girls." "You said that." Ziyue placed one hoof on Lin Mo's forehead, while the other mimicked Lin Mo's earlier actions, continuing to play with the milk tea cup on the table. She looked up at Lin Mo teasingly, using his own words against him. However, thinking back to her first meeting with Lin Mo, Ziyue secretly thought that this guy had some self-awareness. He indeed had a talent for making her angry. Lin Mo pulled his head from under Ziyue's hoof, feeling a bit dejected as he lowered his head. What's the saddest thing in the world? It's having your girlfriend by your side, but not being able to hug her. They clearly hadn't drawn such clear lines before, yet he had to remember the differences between boys and girls. Lin Mo's mouth slowly curled into a smile. He felt his wisdom had reached new heights and found a solution from the magic he had studied day and night. Ziyue glanced at the downcast Lin Mo, lifted the milk tea to her lips, and took a sip. Yeah, hug. A little girl's innocent voice suddenly reached her ears. Ziyue opened her eyes in confusion and turned her head. Uffed. Ziyue's eyes widened in shock as a mouthful of milk tea sprayed all over the blue-maned filly beside her. She didn't mind. The magic on her horn glowed, and the spilled milk tea disappeared completely. Then she looked at Ziyue with her light golden eyes, filled with anticipation. Yeah. Can we hug now? Lin Mo looked up at Ziyue again and asked. This little pony was indeed his masterpiece, having transformed to cross the significant gap between genders, and then shrinking in age to increase affinity. It was just pretending to be a child, but today Lin Mo had to hold him. In fact, there was another reason for becoming a child. The huge difference in age would prevent Ziyue from misjudging his identity. After all, no matter how many times a little girl transformed, Ziyue would never really think he was a little girl, but if it was just a change in gender over time, Ziyue might really forget he was a boy. To be honest, a normal little pony, under psychological resistance, would inevitably have the possibility of being turned by another pony. So what if there was already a fondness? He might even turn himself, especially in a situation where there were more girls than boys and friends who were homosexual. Ziyue looked at the guy beside her who had even given up his face, but she had to admit that he had indeed become very cute. Before she could say anything, Lin Mo had already jumped into her arms. After a moment of silence, Ziyue ultimately did not push him away, but only held him for a moment before putting him back on the ground. Ziyue stood up from the ground, her face slightly red as she walked past Suilong, who was coming from the opposite side, slowly heading towards her bedroom. "What is wrong with Yaya?" Suilong scratched his head in confusion as he watched Ziyue's departing figure. He was about to greet Ziyue and tell her that the books on the shelf had been organized. "Get some rest, my dear little dragon baby." Suilong turned his head in puzzlement, looking at the young pony passing in front of him, filled with question marks. In fact, when Lin Mo called Ziyue to the balcony earlier, he had noticed something. After all, they were the two closest little ponies. It was hard not to pay attention. But it had only been a short while, and they already had children? Isn't that a bit too fast? However, looking at the cute mark on his hind leg, Suilong probably knew that this little child was transformed by Lin Mo. After all, this was one of the reasons why transformations were not common in Ponyville. As long as the level of magic was up to standard, the body could change however it wanted, but the cute mark would always appear on your hind leg. Easily recognizable. Next was the issue of the illusion form. As experts in transformation, if ponies used transformation magic, they would be easier to detect, regardless of whether they covered the cute mark. Although Lin Mo's transformation magic was unique, it still couldn't hide the pattern on his hind leg that was similar to the cute mark, even if its effectiveness was much stronger than the normal transformation magic of ponies. Chapter 75, Journey to Canterlot. Stars scattered across the sky, converging into a river that wrapped around the entire world, carrying the light of the sun and moon, constantly flickering, flowing into the dreams of the young pony. Depicting an infinite dreamy scene, Lin Mo lay in the sky. In front of him was a giant tree that reached the heavens, its roots holding up the sky. Its branches lush and vibrant yet distinctly separated, each flourishing branch surrounded by a large ring, a total of 12. A golden dragon passed through like a heavenly ladder, resting its head on the root of the giant tree. Lin Mo only needed to raise a hand to touch its closed eyelids. Facing the grand and magnificent sight before him, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of normalcy, as if everything should be like this. As if he should be overlooking the giant tree from here, but this normalcy also gave him a complete sense of disconnection, as if this place belonged to him, yet did not belong to him. What truly maintained himself was. Lin Mo turned his head to look around. A silver-gray ring composed of countless lines enveloped the entire giant tree, constantly rotating. As if sensing Lin Mo's gaze, the misty light flashed, causing Lin Mo to instantly disappear from here. Mo, bring that test tube over here. Ziyue trapped a small group of spirit power in the center of a miniaturized magic circle, occasionally taking out a bit to blend into various magical potions. "Is there any change?" Lin Mo handed over a row of test tubes, gently placing them in front of Ziyue, and quietly asked her, "No, it's still the same as before, either absorbing the potion to start increasing spirit power or consuming spirit power to enhance potion activity. However, I do have some guesses about its characteristics." Ziyue set up a magic barrier nearby, carefully dripping several different potions into it, while Lin Mo stepped forward slightly, the magic shield blocking in front of the three ponies. The potions collided in the test tubes, and as expected, an explosion occurred, dissipating along with the spirit power within the barrier. The so-called spirit power seemed to have no inherent characteristics. It merely existed as a controllable force. Yet it could combine with the pony's own power, producing various magical effects. Regarding this, Mo should already have a clearer understanding, right? The changes happening within the barrier made Ziyue frown. Looking at the current situation, any progress in spirit power research was temporarily out of the question. Shaking her head, she informed Lin Mo of her findings about spirit power and turned to start tidying up the items used for research. However, Lin Mo was quicker and pressed her down into a chair to sit, starting to tidy up himself. What you said is indeed correct. According to what I know so far, it's about this much." At this time, Yu Wu, who looked a bit unhappy, also came over to help. Since this was research on something she completely didn't understand, she had been assisting on the side. But she wasn't unhappy about helping. She just felt that she was currently like a low-presence light bulb. Even if she turned the brightness to the maximum, she often got overlooked by the two ponies present. "Yu Wu, you should also go rest. Leave this to me." Lin Mo noticed Yu Wu coming over to help and quickly stopped her. This little task certainly didn't require two ponies to do. Yu Wu, who was stopped, nodded and didn't say much, turning to chat with Ziyue. It was unclear what they were talking about, but during the time Lin Mo tidied up, Yu Wu cheerfully greeted him before heading downstairs. "What did you guys talk about?" Lin Mo walked to Ziyue's side and asked, curiosity in his tone. "Nothing much. Yu Wu just wanted to stay here for a couple of days." Ziyue paused her mental replay, looked up at Lin Mo, and said, "Did you agree? But wouldn't that be a bit inconvenient? After all, he was a vigorous young boy. Could he really trust a girl to stay at his home? It's fine. I plan to call her over when you go to Canterlot." Ziyue rolled her eyes, feeling a bit speechless that he only noticed this issue now. As expected, this guy had long had ulterior motives towards her. Oh, then I wish you two a happy time when the time comes. Nodding, Lin Mo chose to end this topic. Zu's teasing gaze made him a bit uncomfortable. Manity, are we really leaving tomorrow? Trixie turned to Manity, feeling a bit reluctant to leave this place. And the new friends of Ziyue were also quite interesting. Yes, although I'll miss Beaky, but it's already time. The agreed time with Shining Armor and Lemon Heart has come. Manity placed everything from her hooves onto Trixie's card and turned to Trixie with a helpless expression. All right. However, I heard that Momo is also going to Cantlot. Why don't we call him along? By the way, he can help us carry some things too. Trixie thought of what she heard while chatting with Yunbao yesterday, stroked her chin, and suggested to Manity. Then looking at her somewhat overloaded card, she said again, sure. But why haven't I seen you wear that special outfit designed by Jinshi in the past couple of days? Manity nodded, and then turned to Trixie with a puzzled look, saying that she had often seen her wearing that outfit everywhere. After all, it was the exclusive outfit of the great and versatile Trixie, not something that could be taken out easily. Hearing Minity's words, Trixie replied with a look of wonder. Although the real reason was that if it got damaged at this time, there wouldn't be enough time to find Jinshi to repair it. That night, in the living room upstairs of the Oak Library. What? But why so soon? Suilong said in disbelief after listening to Lin Mo's words. Because Trixie and the others want to go with us, and I just got the teacher's consent. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, and suddenly a rich cream flavor flooded his taste buds. This cake, although a bit overly sweet, still felt pretty good. Chapter 76, Communication. But why didn't you tell me? Looking at the few little ponies in front of him, Suilong's tone was slightly dissatisfied. If you hadn't gone out to play, we should have told you. Ziyue came over from the study, picked up a piece of vanilla cream cake from Lin Mo's plate, and said, all right, let's not talk about that. Who wants some chocolate and pie? Looking at the plate that Beaky brought over, Lin Mo was sure that the pies must also be sweet. However, he still reached out to take some, listening to the conversations around him, and put a piece of pie into his mouth. He was really curious about how Beaky made them, having eaten so many without getting tired of them. Do you know? The great and versatile Trixie. Her card is loaded with so many things that it's a bit overloaded. If you all can't help share some of it, she really won't know what to do. Trixie stretched her front hooves as far as she could, her pupils and mouth widening, making a shocked and panicked expression. If one only looked at her expression, Lin Mo would think she was telling a ghost story. After speaking, she meaningfully glanced at Lin Mo and Suilong, while Minity nodded along. Are you sure? I thought you would want to try the farewell gifts that Ziyue prepared for you. Lin Mo raised his hoof towards Ziyue, gently wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth, but noticing the other 3 little ponies in the living room. He didn't put that bit of cream into his mouth, so, do you want to try it on now? Ziyue's face turned slightly red as she glared at Lin Mo beside her, taking out several boxes and indicating the top 2 to them. Oh, my gosh, it's a gift. Can I help you open it to take a look? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about you open it yourselves? Although she had already guessed what was inside, she was still looking forward to it. Minity and Trixie were taken aback for a moment, then shrugged at each other, indicating they were also unclear about the situation. Compared to them, Beaky was completely oblivious to anything unusual, eagerly urging them on the side, her excitement evident in her tone. Finally, under Beaky's urging, they opened the boxes in front of them, revealing the hoof rings that Ziyue had prepared for them. Unlike Lin Mo's work, Ziyue's hoof rings were slightly thinner. The patterns on them were quite pretty, but how should one say it? They were a bit too strict in some aspects. Wow. Trixie held the hoof ring up and gestured on her hoof. From now on, this round bracelet gifted by my friend is Trixie's exclusive treasure. Ah, ha ha ha. What an evil smile. I think we should turn off the lights and match it with some lightning. Glancing at Trixie's wild laughter, Lin Mo smiled and turned to Ziyue, saying, hey. Trixie glared at the guy who dampened her spirits. Before Trixie could say anything else, the living room suddenly fell into darkness. And then a flash of lightning streaked across outside the window, cracking. It startled all the ponies. Is that the kind of lightning? What a pity. Trixie didn't laugh just now. Otherwise, it would have been perfect to capture as a memento. Accompanied by Yunbao's laughter, the lights in the living room turned on again. And Beaky walked over from the switch. Hey, Yunbao, you scared me just now. Ro followed Jinshi in. Behind her were Yu Wu, Tianqin, Apple Gyre, and Tang Tang. Friends, good evening. After Ro finished speaking, Jinshi greeted them and walked towards Trixie, saying, hi. Dear, don't be angry. Look what I brought for you. She took out several exquisite dresses and handed them to Trixie and the others, speaking proudly. I heard you were leaving, so I worked overtime to make these. Apple Gyre, Yu Wu, and everyone. are you here to bid farewell to Minity and the others? Of course, dear. You would not welcome us, would you? Hearing Zu's words, Applegyre blinked at her and said, that's great. Just in time, we can have an evening tea party and gather together. Zu clapped her hooves together, happily settling the main activity for tonight. Thus, under the illumination of the stars and the moon, the Oak Library was filled with laughter and joy tonight. The grass and trees thrived under the sky, clouds rolled in the sky, and birds danced freely, chasing and playing among the white clouds. However, Lin-Mo, who was pulling the cart, did not pay attention to them, but directly passed through the cloud mist towards Cantlot. Although he had not grown wings yet, he had found a way to fly into the sky by using magic to influence the fairy power to possess certain properties, allowing it to spread in the space beneath his feet, enabling Lin-Mo to walk on air. Although this speed could not compare to real flying, with Lin-Mo's current physique, he wouldn't be much slower than an average Pegasus. As Lin-Mo kept running in the sky, Trixie and Minity also opened the windows of the cart, enjoying the scenery in the sky. As unicorns, they rarely flew in the sky, and the reasons were simple. 1. It was too dangerous. 2. It was too troublesome. Unicorns indeed had magic to fly, but that magic either required a very high level of magical skill or was particularly dangerous and prone to problems. Furthermore, it required over 10 spells to fly up. Considering the interactions between the spells, it took a long time to cast all the spells and then land. Otherwise, it would cause many troubles before disappearing. Moreover, even if they flew up, it was difficult to increase the speed to a satisfactory level. So if unicorns wanted to reach the sky, they would generally call their Pegasus friends to help, or use tools like hot air balloons, and they basically wouldn't consider using magic. As time slowly passed, the cool evening breeze brought a sense of comfort to the little pony. Lin-Mo quickened his pace as he looked at the nearby Canterlot, finally leading Trixie and the others through the city gates just before sunset. However, upon entering Canterlot, Lin-Mo did not stop, but instead pulled them all the way to Minity's residence in the central city before coming to a halt. All right, girls, your journey ends here. As your carriage driver, I must now bid you farewell. Chapter 77, Meeting the Princess. All right, girls, your journey ends here. As your carriage driver, I must now bid you farewell. Lin-Mo slowly came to a stop, using magic to take off the harness from his back. He turned to the two little ponies who were getting off the carriage and said, "Phew, we finally arrived. It was really boring staying in the carriage. Speaking of which, Momo, you've been running for so long. Don't you need to come in and rest a bit?" Minity was the first to get off the carriage. After stretching her back vigorously on the ground, she said to Lin-Mo, "Let us talk about that later. Momo, your magic was amazing just now. Can you teach me?" Trixie pushed Minity aside and looked at Lin-Mo excitedly. As a traveling magician, I often traverse various places. If I had learned this magic back then, it would have made things so much easier. Sorry, I can't teach you that magic for now. As for Minity, I have something else to do. So let's visit your place next time. Lin-Mo shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he declined Trixie. He then nodded toward Minity and said, "All right. See you next time." Trixie waved her hoof and bid farewell to Lin-Mo with a lackluster expression, revealing her unhidden disappointment. "Goodbye, Momo. Goodbye, Swaylong." Minity hugged Trixie's shoulder and then waved goodbye to Lin-Mo and Swaylong. "Minity, Trixie, see you next time." Swaylong tossed a gem into his mouth again, waved his paw at Minity and the others, then turned and left with Lin-Mo. "Momo, I actually think we could still go in for dinner. We don't have to rush like this." Swaylong quickly walked over to Lin-Mo's side and looked up at him. Although he wasn't panting, a hint of fatigue was visible on his face. "What? Aren't we talking about dinner?" Lin-Mo replied. Actually, I think it's okay if we skip it." Upon hearing Lin-Mo's words, Swaylong's eyes widened in horror, and he awkwardly chuckled, trying to protest again, "I won't change my mind." Lin-Mo shook his head and continued to walk forward. He did not want to discuss this topic any further. When it came to health and future matters, he wouldn't change his mind, and it all depended on what Zu thought. All right. Swaylong lowered his head in disappointment and sighed before continuing to follow Lin-Mo. You can think of it this way. It's all for the sake of rarity. Isn't that much better? Noticing Swaylong's dejected demeanor behind him, Lin-Mo thought for a moment and decided to speak up. This statement indeed worked wonders. Swaylong instantly revived with energy, saying, "I understand. It's all for the sake of rarity." In the blink of an eye, Lin-Mo and Swaylong arrived outside the gates of the royal sister's castle. "Excuse me, guard. Could you please go in and announce that student Lin-Mo is here to see Her Cosmic Highness the Princess?" Looking at the guard in front of him, Lin-Mo felt he looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall at that moment. "Okay, please wait a moment." The guard raised his hoof in a salute and turned to walk into the castle, but he seemed a bit anxious and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Please enter. Her Highness the Princess is waiting for you in the study. Lin Mo nodded and scrutinized him for a moment. He then continued to walk into the castle with Suilong. But his brows furrowed. He still felt that this guard looked very familiar. Who could it be? It wasn't until they reached the second floor of the castle and saw the familiar scene in front of him that Lin Mo suddenly realized. Wasn't this the guard he met the night he stayed in the castle? But why was he out here? Touching his chin, Lin Mo revealed a knowing smile, which made Suilong look at him strangely. Teacher, student Lin Mo requests an audience. When they reached the study, Lin Mo knocked on the door with a cheerful expression and said, "Come in." Celestia's voice came from inside the study, seemingly laced with a hint of amusement. Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered the study. Besides Celestia sitting there, Princess Luna was also present, chatting with her. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Suilong enter, she nodded at them. Teacher, uncle, good evening. After entering the room, Lin Mo bowed to Celestia and Luna, then greeted them. Good evening, your highnesses. Suilong followed suit and bowed, but compared to outside, he seemed a bit more reserved now. Noticing Celestia's gaze, Lin Mo instantly understood what she was asking. Ahem. Just leave this matter to me, teacher. It seemed the situation was not bad. Celestia nodded with a beaming smile, then turned to Suilong. So, Suilong baby, you can go play for now. We can discuss the materials tomorrow. Do you remember the room's location? Of course, your highness. Then I shall take my leave. Great cosmic highness. Oh, and Moon Princess. Suilong nodded, but after speaking halfway, he paused, then formally bowed to the front and retreated out of the room. Has he been infected by you? Luna asked thoughtfully after Suilong left, her brow furrowed, making Lin Mo, still puzzled, feel a bit wronged. What do you mean? I'm not a virus. How could I possibly infect him? Momo, little pony Maria doesn't have such customs. You don't need to make Suilong so formal. Celestia also subconsciously thought this was taught by Lin Mo. After all, before he came, ponies had never been this formal, at most just using a respectful title. Chapter 78, Beautiful Photo of Phineas. After all, before Lin Mo arrived, ponies had never been this formal. At most, they just used a respectful title. Under the gaze of their eyes, Lin Mo felt utterly wronged. How could it be that just because this formality came from me, and Suilong often being by my side, it was concluded that I taught him this? Alright, even I feel like I am highly suspicious, and it seems this matter is indeed related to me. If we continue discussing this, I might just be directly labeled. There were many thoughts in his mind, but not much time had passed outside. Lin Mo opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to express it. After pondering for a moment, just as he was about to speak, he was preempted by his teacher. Alright, let us not discuss this topic anymore. Let's leave it to Suilong to choose for himself. How about that, my dear student? Celestia smiled gently, raised her hoof to pat Lin Mo's head, and spoke to him. However, her words nearly made Lin Mo spit blood. Not discussing this topic now? That would just confirm that I indeed had this intention, right? No. Let us discuss it a bit more. I think I can still explain. Teacher, I believe I can struggle a bit more. Lin Mo raised his right hoof towards Celestia, then swallowed, as if he had just gulped down fresh blood before continuing. My dearest teacher, it's possible that Suilong has indeed been influenced by me, but I absolutely never intended for him to do this. Although I have no evidence to prove it, I am truly wronged. After finishing, Lin Mo helplessly raised his head. In his view, the teacher might nod in a perfunctory manner, but in reality, it seemed like, oh, so that is how it is. I thought you wanted to cultivate him this way. Speaking of which, Momo, you really don't seem to have this kind of personality. Celestia closed her eyes and smiled, then stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, Do you believe me, teacher? Lin Mo stared blankly at his teacher's expression, incredulously asking, Of course. Why wouldn't I believe it? After all, you are my dear student, not some stranger I've never met. In response to Lin Mo's question, Celestia looked at him as if it were obvious, even a bit surprised that he would ask such a thing. They had been teacher and student for quite some time, after all. Thank you, teacher. Yes. Why would you not believe it? Perhaps it's because in my past life, I never had such a teacher. Seeing that Lin Mo's mood was not quite right, Celestia patted his head again, opening up a new topic and starting to discuss the main business. That child is carrying a lot of burdens. Luna handed the bottle back to Celestia, her eyes gradually losing their dark blue glow. Before he left the Eternal Freedom Forest, he didn't find any traces of life in this world. Don't worry, I didn't find any signs of evil power on him. As for the secrets in his heart, he will naturally tell us when he is ready. The bottle opened, and a small wisp of magical energy flew out, floating in front of Celestia. She carefully observed this interesting power, while she didn't completely disregard Luna's words. She felt that asking about it now might have the opposite effect. Let us talk about the energy in front of you. What do you think of it? Seeing Celestia's attitude, Luna didn't think much more about the matter. She could sense the emotional changes in the little pony and naturally felt that Lin Mo's feelings for the little ponies were genuine, at most. They just needed to pay a bit more attention in the future. The morning air was slightly cool, blowing against the faces of the walking ponies and dispersing the thin mist of Canterlot. Lin Mo wandered alone on the streets of the central city, aimlessly strolling around, occasionally taking out the camera hanging on his chest to snap photos. As for Suilong, he had been called by the teacher to organize materials that morning, so he couldn't come out with Lin Mo. No, what have you done? You actually broke the only camera on site. Do you know how much time this will cost me? Do you know how long this will delay the magazine's publication? A seemingly heavy female voice came from a distance, seemingly scolding a subordinate. Lin Mo turned his head to look in that direction, but he was blocked by a group of onlookers, unable to see what was happening inside. So, Lin Mo hurriedly squeezed over, trying to get a glimpse inside. But the surrounding ponies clearly didn't want to give up their spots. Lin Mo frowned as he looked around, thought for a moment, and then released his magical energy. Stepping into the air and running to the innermost statue, looking down in a posture similar to a tiger descending a mountain. Below, a blue-bodied, white-maned young mare in a black dress with pink-framed sunglasses was continuously berating a female pony in a tight outfit in front of her. I've said it many times. The camera is very important. Why can't you just bring a few more? Her right hoof stomped heavily on the ground, and her clenched teeth showed her anger. But you rushed us too much this morning. We only had time for that one set of equipment. However, it was checked last night, and everything was in good condition. The mare in the tight outfit explained in a panic, trembling all over. Listen, no matter the reason, it's broken now. I need you to fix it immediately. Right now? A sharp click of the camera suddenly sounded, interrupting the young mare's impending order and drawing her and the surrounding ponies' attention. Chapter 79, Taking Photos. Oh no. This is bad. The moment Lin Mo heard the click, he knew it was going to be trouble. He had recognized the famous mare and wanted to take her picture, but had forgotten to set a silent spell. Now that he had been discovered, what was he going to do? Who is this pony? Facing the question from the famous mare, Lin Mo felt awkward for a moment, then quickly thought of a way out. Using his magical energy to support his upper body, he held the camera that was originally controlled by magic with both hooves. Positioning it in front of his right eye aimed at the famous mare. Come on, say cheese. The famous mare froze for a moment, pointing at Lin Mo's hooves, uncertain whether to drop it. Click. The camera shutter sound went off, and Lin Mo slowly pulled out a photo to take a look. The outfit is no good. The glasses are no good. The expression is too dull. The pose is completely unnatural. The camera lost its magical support and fell from the air, swinging around his neck, while the photo flew away with the wind. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to these. The magical energy extended forward, and he stepped onto it, walking down step by step. Oh my gosh, baby, your performance just now was so unprofessional. Hey, you stop right there. Who the heck are you? Lin Mo glanced around, spotting the damaged box camera on the ground, and continued. What a coincidence. I happen to have a set of camera equipment here. I can give it to you right away, but as a price. At this point, he turned around and pointed at the famous mare. You need to be my model and help me take a few sets of photos. I urgently need them. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he quietly watched her, his expression unquestionable. Me? I can't do that. I have many models here. You can choose any one of them. The famous mare's expression relaxed when she heard about the camera, but when she heard Lin Mo wanted her to be the model, her expression stiffened again. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, she immediately rejected his proposal. Sorry, I don't accept bargaining. I'll choose the one with the best temperament here. After hearing the famous mayoress words, Lin Mo immediately waved his hoof, resolutely rejecting her. Nonsense. If you choose another pony as the model, wouldn't that contradict my previous behavior of secretly taking pictures? Alright, go change her outfit immediately. Get ready for the shoot. Without waiting for the famous mare to respond, Lin Mo directly ordered the nearby tight outfit mare. He also waved his hoof to take out the camera from the ring, which was actually prepared for Jinxi's request before coming to Canterlot, but it seemed it would need to be prepared again. The tight outfit mare hesitated for a moment, but bit her lip and hurriedly called over a few nearby ponies, pulling over several curtains to surround the famous mare tightly, leaving no part uncovered. Inside, the beautiful photo Phoenicia, upon hearing Lin Mo call her the most graceful little pony, for some unknown reason, ultimately didn't say much more. She allowed the tight-fitting little ponies to change her outfit. Moments later, the curtain was drawn back again, and the beautiful photo Phoenicia reappeared before everyone. Although it was the same pony, She now gave everyone a completely different feeling. Even Lin Mo, who had anticipated this, felt a bit stunned. Thanks to his past life experiences on the internet and occasional operations at the rare fashion store, Lin Mo began to improvise with the help of the nearby little ponies. Smile? No, not a gentle smile. A smirk. An unintentional smile. Can't you even smile? You need to broaden your gaze. Think of something happy. Good. That's it. Awesome. Click. Don't smile. Be serious. No. Be indifferent. Slightly lower your eyelids and look down. Good. Perfect. Hold it. Click. No. Wind. Yes. Bring her some wind. Good. Raise your hoof in front of your eyes. Look forward. Imagine you're struggling against the sandstorm in the desert. Yes. Just like that. Click. It's absolutely perfect. Beautiful photo, Phoenicia. Every picture of you is fantastic. You're simply the next rising star. Lin Mo looked through the photos one by one and suddenly realized that he had a decent talent in this area. These photos were the best proof. This set of photos, along with the camera, is for you. I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Mo said as he pulled out a few photos and handed them over. Without waiting for the tight-fitting little ponies to say anything, he turned and left. What a strange guy. He actually thought to take pictures of you. I wonder how they turned out? Looking at Lin Mo's departing figure. Another little pony beside beautiful photo Phoenicia said to her, turning her head to look at the photos in the tight-fitting pony's hooves. Beautiful photo Phoenicia glanced at the time, raised her hoof to signal the little pony next to her to help gather her things, and headed towards today's shooting location with all her equipment. However, before leaving, she took the photos in her hooves, and on her way out, her gaze was not as focused as usual. It was unclear what she was thinking. Otelia, you're out shopping too. Lin Mo encountered Otelia on the road shortly after leaving, as she was heading to the bar where Venial was. He immediately walked over to greet her. Good morning. Mo. Otelia noticed Lin Mo running towards her and nodded in greeting. She still had time, so chatting with Lin Mo for a while was fine. Perhaps later she could invite him to the bar where Venial was, so he could enjoy their duet. Chapter 80 Duet. So he can enjoy the duet between me and Venial. Looks like I guessed wrong. Are you invited to perform somewhere? A banquet? Or the opera house? Noticing the cello Otelia was carrying on her back, Lin Mo curiously speculated, thinking that if there was still time, he might go listen as well. Although he didn't have a particularly high appreciation for music, it didn't stop him from enjoying elegant music and trying to indulge in the wonderful melodies. A bar. Playing with Venial. Otelia nodded calmly, saying something that almost made Lin Mo explode on the spot. If he remembers correctly, Venial is in the classical music and ensemble business. Forgive his ignorance. He simply couldn't imagine what that scene would be like. Could it be that Venial understands classical music? But playing classical music in a bar seems quite elegant. Oh, thinking of this, Lin Mo nodded, revealing a look of realization about when the performance would take place. Maybe I can enjoy it too. Lin Mo raised his hoof to touch his chin, imagining the scene during the performance. But it still felt very wrong with the instruments Venial had. Right. It's a matter of outfit and hairstyle. But the outfit is fine. What do they plan to do with the hairstyle? Do they have to wear a wig? The performance will be in the evening. So now they're just familiarizing themselves with the environment and rehearsing with Venial. Evening? Isn't it a bit early to go now? Lin Mo looked up at the sun still in the east and turned to Otelia in confusion. Going in the morning for an evening performance doesn't seem right. It's okay. We can just go out shopping with Venial. Otelia thought for a moment and then said, Oh, I see. Lin Mo seemed to understand something but wasn't particularly certain. Unfortunately, I still have to go study with my teacher in the afternoon. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to your performance. Lin Mo's tone carried a hint of regret. He was a bit curious about what Otelia and Venial's joint performance would be like, especially about Venial and how she would perform alongside Otelia. If you're willing, you could come listen to the rehearsal. I'm sure it won't be any worse than the formal performance. Really? Then I'll be sure to enjoy it. Lin Mo happily agreed and chatted with Otelia as they headed to the bar, where they met Venial. She was still wearing those black-framed purple glasses, and her mane was still unkempt. This look itself wasn't problematic. It just seemed a bit inappropriate for playing classical music. However, since Otelia didn't say anything more about it, he didn't bring it up either, attributing it to the fact that it wasn't yet time for the formal performance, so things were a bit casual. Until Lin Mo sat dazedly in a position close to the stage in the bar, first looking at Venial, who was adjusting the equipment behind the mixing desk while wearing headphones, and then turning to Otelia, who was hugging her cello and testing its sound. At that moment, he felt as if all the little ponies in Cantrelot were running wildly in his mind. No, are you serious? Playing alongside a cello? Whose idea was this? Before Lin Mo's shock could fade, the two little ponies on stage were ready. Otelia nodded toward Venial, who made a gesture similar to a thumbs up with her hoof to Otelia. Then, Lin Mo sat in the audience, unsure of what to think about this performance. In the second before the music began, his thoughts were even too conservative. He had thought the record player would play some soft and melodious music to accompany Otelia's performance. But now it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. Perhaps this was the bold innovation that came from artists. I, like many others, find it difficult to reach the realm of the artist. Lin Mo closed his eyes, forcing a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. He tried to immerse his consciousness in the melody of the performance, quietly appreciating the beauty of the music within it. The two little ponies on stage noticed Lin Mo's demeanor and nodded in satisfaction, playing even more passionately to give the audience an unforgettable performance. Time passed second by second, and the cello slowly drew out the last note, the sound of the record gradually fading away. After the performance, Otelia gently let out a sigh and, along with the bespectacled Vignal, looked down at the little pony who seemed to be a bit confused. Of course, since Lin Mo had his eyes closed, they thought it was just a sign of being immersed in the music. Under their gaze, Lin Mo's consciousness, which seemed to be spinning in a washing machine made of musical melodies, gradually stabilized. He opened his still-dazed eyes, shook his head as he got off the chair, and asked, "How does it feel? Are you all stunned?" Seeing Lin Mo get off the chair, Vignal on stage flicked her mane and asked, "Are you stunned?" "Absolutely stunned. You played so wonderfully. But, it's getting late, and I have to go now. Otelia, Vignal, goodbye." Lin Mo hurriedly bid them farewell and quickly left the place. In fact, their performance was quite good, but it felt a bit strange, like Fermat's last theorem. Thinking about it, Lin Mo shook his head again, glanced at the sun above, and quickened his pace towards the royal sister's castle. After putting away a stack of parchment in his hoof ring, Lin Mo checked the time again and walked towards a room on the second floor. 81 Nightshade. Lin Mo quietly walked down the corridor, thinking whether it would be better to bring some desserts tomorrow, completely oblivious to the special pony approaching from the opposite direction. The other pony walked past Lin Mo, slightly nodding in his direction, and Lin Mo instinctively nodded back. His gaze finally focused for a brief moment, but it lasted only a split second before they both moved on. However, that brief moment made Lin Mo notice that she was different from the other ponies. That pony had bat wings. Nightshade. Lin Mo blinked and instantly teleported in front of the Nightshade, staring wide-eyed at the unique pony before him, still alive. The Nightshade, being stared at by Lin Mo, leaned back, frowning as she examined him, just as she was about to say something. Lin Mo's exclamation made her expression darken instantly. "Do you need something?" The Nightshade lowered her hoof and took a step back, addressing Lin Mo. "She can talk." Lin Mo excitedly focused on the Nightshade, and when he saw her retreat, he immediately lifted his hoof to move forward. "No. I actually wanted to be friends with you and maybe borrow some blood or hair or something." Suddenly realizing he was too excited, Lin Mo hurriedly took a small step back and explained to the Nightshade, muttering softly afterward, "Okay, but I think we should talk again next time. Right now, I hope you can let me pass." The Nightshade bowed her head again and, after speaking, was about to walk around Lin Mo to leave. "Of course. It's your freedom. See you next time." For this Nightshade, who seemed to be a member of the Pony World's blood clan, Lin Mo's curiosity was very strong. Although he knew that the Nightshade of Pony Maria might be vastly different from what he understood about blood clans, it did not hinder his curiosity about her. Sharp fangs, bat wings, vertical pupils. How did these unique features of the Nightshade come about? How do Nightshades reproduce? Is it through natural birth or by their imagined embrace? How did the first Nightshade come to be? After all, Pony Maria had never heard of any pony race existing outside the three tribes. Lin Mo turned to look ahead, took a couple of steps, but still couldn't shake off the Nightshade behind him. So, with a flash of light from his horn, he teleported in front of her again. "Hi, we're meeting again. My name is Lin Mo. You said we would talk next time, do you remember? In fact, this couldn't be considered a second meeting. My name is Jungle Shadow, and I have something to do now, so I hope you can understand again. Goodbye." Jungle Shadow tightly furrowed her brows. She wasn't opposed to communicating with other ponies, but that didn't mean she liked being observed like some rare species. Clearly, it seemed that Lin Mo appeared before her for this very reason. Okay, let's talk later. Is it Jungle Shadow, right? I've remembered." Seeing Jungle Shadow walk past him again, Lin Mo felt awkward and could only say as she left, "What I did just now was indeed a bit too much. But at least now I know the name of that Nightshade. I can just apologize to her next time." With that thought, Lin Mo walked towards the classroom he had previously agreed upon with his teacher. Unknowingly, when Lin Mo left the classroom again, it was already evening. He walked somewhat tiredly towards his room in the castle. The series of experiments in the classroom today had almost worn him out. As the only pony currently possessing magical energy, many experiments regarding magical energy required his cooperation to reach accurate conclusions. As for why Celestia and Luna had not integrated it into themselves to also possess this novel power, according to them, they were alicorns, and casually integrating something new into their bodies was quite troublesome. Furthermore, such matters needed to be approached with great caution, and it was only after ensuring safety could they proceed. They had severely criticized him on this topic, saying he always engaged in dangerous magical experiments. If it weren't for the protection of authority, they wouldn't dare let him stay outside alone. However, even though he was quite tired, this afternoon had indeed been fruitful. He believed that soon he would be able to share this novel power with Ziyue and his friends. He wondered what kind of changes this power would ultimately bring to them, but no matter how he thought about it, it was unlikely to be for the worse. On the morning of the third day, in a pastry shop in Canterlot, "Excuse me, could you pack these pastries? I want them all." Lin Mo turned around and, unable to choose well, decided to pack all the ones that looked good. After all, he couldn't be like Pinkie Pie, who studied every pastry so thoroughly. "Okay, just a moment, it'll be ready soon." Upon seeing Lin Mo wanting to buy so many, the shop assistant pony's smile instantly became even sweeter. As she took out boxes and began packing them, Lin Mo enjoyed the treatment of being a rich pony as he picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, until the shop assistant pony handed him the bill. "Huffed, cough, 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 cough. Are you okay? Do you need a drink?" Seeing Lin Mo suddenly widen his eyes and spit out the pastry, the shop assistant pony's expression showed not only concern but also a hint of unease. She slightly furrowed her brows, doubting whether Lin Mo could afford the bill. "It's nothing, nothing, just choked a bit." Lin Mo suppressed the turbulent emotions in his chest, pretending to calmly take a sip of water before pulling out gold coins to settle the bill. Watching the shop assistant Xiao Ma take the coins away, Lin Mo felt a wave of discomfort. He didn't expect that just for some pastries, it would cost so many gold coins. Is this what they call high-end customization? Is this what gourmet food looks like when it's labeled as premium? But even so, well, he was just a bit pained over the money. After all, although he still had some gold on him, if he continued to spend like this, he would soon run out of gold. Chapter 81. Ziyue's parents? If he continued to eat through his savings like this, those gold coins probably wouldn't last long. It seemed that after leaving Canterlot, he needed to find a way to earn some extra money quickly. Maybe he didn't even need to think about it. He already had a plan. Lin Mo stroked his chin with a slight smile, putting down his hooves in satisfaction with his thoughts. He then raised his head, ready to grab the pastries from the counter, but at that moment, he saw the shining armor in the distance. After a moment of thought, he decided to go over and greet them, even though his expression seemed a bit off. "Just leave the pastries here for now. I'll come back to get them later." He turned to the shop assistant and quickly walked towards the shining armor. "Bro, are you here to buy some pastries too?" Lin Mo approached the shining armor and asked. Ever since their first meeting, he had not changed his way of addressing them. The first meeting was quite sudden, and he called out bro without thinking. The second time was because he needed something from them, so he thought he could use that title to get closer. Although he had given up on that idea at the time, it was still hard to change it afterward, especially since that was a connection with one of the strongest unicorns, Xiao Ma Lia. "Yeah, by the way, who are you buying it for? Your future sister-in-law?" Lin Mo asked with great interest, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could it be that the shining armor was already dating Princess Inyan? No. The shining armor looked at Lin Mo with a somewhat speechless expression. Was this guy really just here to gossip? "Well, but I do have some good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" "It's great news." Seeing that the shining armor was unwilling to say more, Lin Mo didn't press the issue further and leaned in closer with a smile, asking, "What good news?" The shining armor pushed Lin Mo's head away with his hoof. Frowning as he asked, "Yaya agreed to be my girlfriend. How's that? Isn't that fantastic news?" Lin Mo turned his head, moving his head from under the shining armor's hoof. Looking at him with a full smile, "Is that true?" The shining armor, surprised, stared at Lin Mo and then glanced back at the somewhat dazed twilight sparkle and nightlight behind him. However, due to the positioning, Lin Mo was unaware that behind him were two ponies watching intently, and they were actually Ziyue and the shining armor's parents. "Of course it's true. I had feelings for Ziyue the first time I met her," Lin Mo continued, though puzzled by the shining armor's reaction. After saying that, he felt a bit regretful seeing the shining armor remain unmoved. "Hey, your sister is in a relationship now, and you have this kind of reaction?" Lin Mo complained. The shining armor ignored Lin Mo's dissatisfaction and slowly shifted his gaze to where his parents were, asking them, "So, what do you think?" Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock as he turned around to see a couple approaching him, making him step back and bump into the shining armor. One of them was a female unicorn with a gray body, purple and white mane, and a cute emblem of 3 stars with greenish-blue eyes. The other was a male unicorn with a gray-blue body, deep blue mane, and a cute emblem of a yellow crescent wrapped around a white crescent with yellow eyes. Don't be afraid, little guy. I just heard you say you're ZU's boyfriend. Is that true? Twilight Sparkle stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. Faced with Twilight Sparkle's question, Lin Mo blinked and opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Why was she calling him little guy? He was neither a child nor a small animal. It seems you scared him a bit, Mom. The shining armor glanced at the stunned Lin Mo and said to Twilight Sparkle, Mom. Lin Mo exclaimed. That's too early. The shining armor turned Lin Mo's head towards Twilight Sparkle, rolling his eyes and saying, while pushing Lin Mo towards Twilight Sparkle and Nightlight. I know that even if I don't want to, my sister will eventually have a boyfriend. And this little guy, Lin Mo, I know him well enough. And he might even be a future alicorn. So if ZU really likes him, I won't do anything to stop it. But even so, don't expect me to treat this little brat who stole my sister well anytime soon. Before Lin Mo could understand the shining armor's intention, he was suddenly pushed in front of his future in-laws, and it was no surprise that he was nervous. However, before he could speak, Twilight Sparkle asked again, What is your name? Are you really ZU's boyfriend? Auntie. Lin Mo suddenly shook his head, intending to change how he addressed her. But recalling Nightlight and the shining armor present, he felt it might cause issues and was a bit too deliberate. After thinking it over, he finally said, Auntie, Uncle. Good morning. My name is Lin Mo, but you can call me Momo. Speaking of ZU, he added, Actually, I just started dating ZU. Just as Lin Mo was thinking about how to continue, Nightlight interrupted him. Wait. So, Momo, I'm actually quite curious about what you meant earlier when you said you had premeditated feelings for ZU. At this point, Nightlight stopped, staring at Lin Mo intently, waiting for him to provide an answer. Chapter 83, Conversation. Nightlight stopped, staring intently, waiting for Lin Mo's answer. It seemed that eavesdropping was indeed an important tradition in Canterlot, so please believe that I will definitely work hard to inherit it. But right now, the most important thing isn't these. Uncle, you misunderstood. What I meant was love at first sight. Yes, love at first sight. Because I was captivated by ZU the first time I saw her. Yes, that's it. Actually, it should be considered that feelings grew over time, as they might have developed feelings for each other while studying together. Lin Mo thought to himself and nodded, confirming his guess. By the way, were you living in Ponyville with ZU before? Nightlight asked, tilting his head slightly, sounding quite confused. ZU is still in Ponyville, studying the magic of friendship with her friends. Hearing the name Swailong, Twilight Jewel exclaimed in surprise, because Swailong usually stays close to ZU and wouldn't stray too far. At least that's how they remembered it. Indeed. After all, they are boyfriends. However, if Lin Mo knew their thoughts, he might tell them that this is probably a misunderstanding, as ZU had long started to cultivate Swailong's independence. But Twilight Jewel shook her head, glanced at Nightlight Sparkle, and said to Lin Mo, Let's talk about it later. I'm going to the concert with your uncle today, so I probably won't have time to see him. I see. Then I wish your uncle and Anne enjoy a wonderful performance on site. As for Swailong, you don't have to worry. I will take good care of him. After looking at the faces of Twilight Jewel and Nightlight Sparkle, Lin Mo began to understand and smiled at them. The pastries have been brought over. Are you leaving now? Shining Armor magically handed a bag filled with many boxes of pastries to his parents and then asked them, Yes, the train to Mahadon is about to leave. We need to hurry. But, are there too many pastries? Twilight Jewel nodded, then looked at the floating bag and asked with some confusion, It's fine. We can share with friends. Shining Armor calmly replied, not even glancing at Lin Mo, who was staring at him with an angry face. Lin Mo didn't actually mind giving pastries to his future in-laws. He was just a bit dissatisfied because Shining Armor had forcibly borrowed the flowers to present to them. Uncle and Aunt, I have 2 gifts for you. They are made by Yia and me. Lin Mo shifted his gaze from Shining Armor's face and took out 2 small boxes to hand over. Although these items had been given many times, they were practical and handmade, so they were still presentable. Most importantly, this meeting was completely unexpected, so he could only give this. After curiously opening the boxes, Twilight Jewel and Nightlight Sparkle clearly recognized what they were and were pleasantly surprised as they examined them, then looked at Lin Mo uncertainly, doubting if he had made a mistake. It wasn't until after a round of explanation from Lin Mo that they put on the hoof rings. After chatting for a few moments, they left because they needed to catch the soon-to-depart train. What are you staring at? Since Twilight Jewel and Nightlight Sparkle left, Shining Armor had been staring at Lin Mo, seemingly waiting for something. When you came, I didn't have anything for you to bring to me, right? No. Seeing Shining Armor frowning with obvious hints in his gaze, Lin Mo pretended to be deep in thought, and then shook his head firmly. Are you sure? Shining Armor's frown deepened. Or do you have something to give me? Considering that his sister might indeed forget something, Shining Armor changed his approach and hinted to Lin Mo. It seems I don't have anything. Don't you already have the hoof rings? Lin Mo pointed to his hooves and raised an eyebrow. Hey, do you have any left? Give me one for my sister's sake. Shining Armor sighed, no longer hinting, but said directly, pastries. Looking at Shining Armor's puzzled expression, Lin Mo expressionlessly reminded him while also handing him the bill, which clearly recorded how many pastries Lin Mo bought and how much he had to pay. Just some pastries. How much could they be worth? Shining Armor chuckled lightly at Lin Mo's actions, casually taking the bill to check its contents. What the heck? So much money. What? You've never been here? Lin Mo looked at Shining Armor in confusion, asking, do you think I look like a pony who would casually visit a pastry shop? I just came to help my family buy some. As the eyes of nearby ponies gathered, Shining Armor pulled Lin Mo to the side and whispered to him, you're really extravagant. Come on. What do you want me to do? Buy everything again? Or 2 portions? Shining Armor glanced at Lin Mo in astonishment, then picked up the bill and read it carefully again. No need. Just buy the best ones on the list. Lin Mo smiled and said, while handing the box over again. Shining Armor took the box and walked toward the counter with the bill, and Lin Mo didn't hold back, taking everything. Chapter 82. Characteristics of Elves. After leaving the pastry shop, Lin Mo headed straight to the royal sister's castle. There was still much to do today. However, when he entered the castle, he encountered a certain nightshade again. He didn't know if the other party was avoiding him, but he hadn't seen her for days. And he didn't expect to run into her here today. Hi, it's nice to see you again. Good morning, Forest Shadow. I'm really glad to see you again. Meeting Forest Shadow again genuinely made Lin Mo very happy. He felt that there had been some misunderstandings between them, and he had been wanting to talk to her again. Of course, there might be a bit of something else, but the main goal was to clear the misunderstandings. Well, good morning. So what do you want to talk about? In stark contrast to Lin Mo, Forest Shadow felt very uncomfortable at this moment. She didn't expect to have avoided him for so many days without success. She originally thought that once Lin Mo went to Ponyville, this matter would just pass. Sorry, Forest Shadow. I want to apologize for what happened last time. I also hope to have a good talk with you, but not now. Can we meet this evening? To resolve our little misunderstanding. Seeing Forest Shadow's expression, Lin Mo knew that explaining clearly might not be done in a short time, so he decided to set the time for the evening when he would just finish class. Evening? No way. I need to be by Princess's side for protection then. There's no time. Forest Shadow frowned and shook her head, rejecting Lin Mo's proposal, hoping he would change the time or simply not talk at all. In that case, how about we meet in the afternoon? At 4 o'clock. If I'm not there by then, you can just leave. How does that sound? Feeling that Forest Shadow seemed a bit impatient, Lin Mo quickly changed the time. But he feared he would need to ask the teacher for leave. All right. I will wait for you outside the castle then. Well, I will leave first. See you later. Seeing that Forest Shadow agreed, and the time was almost up, Lin Mo hurriedly bid farewell to her and headed to the classroom on the 2nd floor. Teacher, Uncle Master, am I late? As soon as Lin Mo pushed the door open, he saw Celestia and Luna already inside, quietly discussing something. Momo, hurry in. My sister and I have already got a good grasp of that so-called elf power. Come sit over here. Let me explain the key points to you. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Luna immediately put her hoof on her waist and waved the other hoof, looking very pleased as she said to Lin Mo, I knew it. I said, since there is a lively older sister, how could there be a very serious younger sister? It just doesn't make sense. Come sit, my dear student. Compared to Luna, Celestia's words were much simpler. Or rather, compared to her sister who had been sealed for 1,000 years, her elder sister, who had governed the country for 1,000 years, was naturally more mature. However, after living for 1,000 years, her lively and youthful mindset has never changed. Could it be that the reason the unicorns have eternal life is because they remain young not just in body, but also in spirit? I'm here. Good morning, teacher. Lin Mo quickly walked to the reserved spot, greeted Celestia beside him, and then turned his head to Luna in front. Good day, master. Sit tight and listen carefully. Luna and Celestia nodded in unison, then pretended to be serious as they spoke. The reason Luna was the one explaining in front was because Celestia intentionally wanted her sister to experience what it felt like to be a teacher. Of course, it was also to observe her sister's teaching skills, to ensure she wouldn't misguide the children. Standing at the front, Luna was increasingly enjoying the feeling of being a teacher, mainly because Lin Mo was very supportive, always managing to cheer her up, making her feel appreciated. However, if it were some mischievous kids, she would definitely be furious and question her teaching abilities. Nevertheless, through their interactions, Celestia's perception of Luna's potential students began to change. She initially wanted to recommend Trixie to Luna, feeling that Trixie had some similarities with her, but now it seemed better to recommend Moony, as that child was more well-behaved and wouldn't require much effort from Luna. Even if Luna only had a fleeting interest and her enthusiasm waned one day, it wouldn't impact Moony much. Perhaps Moony could even take care of her in return. Moreover, Moony and Princess Luna were quite a good match, weren't they? However, despite her thoughts, it ultimately depended on Luna's wishes. She would only make a suggestion and would not interfere with her sister's choices. Below, Celestia was lost in thought, while above, Luna was passionately explaining the concept of magical energy. First of all, aside from absolute obedience to its master, magical energy has three characteristics: devouring, transforming, and proliferating, all of which originate from its original form, the fairy firefly. Among these three characteristics, devouring and proliferating did not show much variation, but transformation was different. This characteristic exhibited significant changes. Originally, the fairy firefly could only convert consumed items into energy to facilitate its own division and proliferation. However, after becoming magical energy, it could not only transform the energy it devoured into itself, but could also temporarily or permanently possess some characteristics of the consumed items. However, to obtain these, the host must use magical energy based on the consumed items, and success was not guaranteed. In other words, it would be nearly impossible for beings that are not unicorns. Alternatively, it could simply merge with the host's existing powers, thus transforming into a new power, which could be stronger or weaker. Fortunately, if prepared in advance, it could be split and refused. Next, regarding the manifestation of magical energy in ponies, starting with unicorns, magical energy seems similar to magical power, but is entirely different. Magical energy tends to be a reality-based energy that is easily influenced, while magical power is a complex force that is hard to describe, blending the real and the unreal. Chapter 83, Disturbance. Magical power is quite different from magical energy. It is a force that blends reality and illusion, and compared to magical energy, magical power can be described as extremely unreasonable. It can change its own properties, manipulate the rules of all things, and at a certain level, it can turn thoughts into reality. Moreover, in a sense, the birth of magical energy also stems from magical power. However, despite this, magical energy has a significant effect on unicorns that possess magical power. First, the characteristics of magical power allow it to freely color magical energy, helping unicorns accomplish more tasks while also enhancing the direct expression of magic and significantly increasing the power of spells. Secondly, since the main consumption during spellcasting has shifted to magical energy, this greatly enhances the unicorn's endurance. Additionally, the characteristics of magical energy enable rapid recovery of magical power. Then there is the enhancement of magical energy for Pegasi. Although Pegasi possess the ability to communicate with the heavens and the earth, they are limited in their communication, mainly restricted to their immediate surroundings and unable to convey their intentions to elemental forces and other entities. However, the emergence of magical energy compensates for this shortcoming, allowing Pegasi that can utilize magical energy to instantly advance to elemental mages. The situation for earth ponies is more complex. They possess the power of life, can control plant growth, and have immense strength with excellent physical qualities. The manifestation of magical energy in them resembles superpowers, but the type of superpower one possesses is largely a matter of luck. Moreover, once a superpower is determined, even if magical energy is shed and tried again, the outcome will not change. One more thing, at least for young ponies, magical energy does not require training. A pony's magical energy is determined by their inherent abilities. For instance, for unicorns, the growth of magical energy is linked to magical power. The more their magical power increases, the more their magical energy will as well. Magical power represents their capacity to bear magical energy. As their capacity increases, magical energy will automatically absorb surrounding energy to advance, without the young pony needing to worry about it. The total number of ponies in Ponyville is perhaps no more than 30, and this includes figures like Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Rarity, and Fluttershy. After all, those chosen by the elements of harmony are extraordinary in themselves. As for Twilight Sparkle, the reserve unicorn, she certainly can. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't a chance for improvement at all. Recent studies have found that the magical energy within Lin Mo, which they now refer to as primal magical energy, is different from the magical energy that leaves him and other manufactured magical energy. If Lin Mo uses this magical energy to help other young ponies, it can increase their chances of obtaining magical energy. However, Celestia and Luna have no intention of having Lin Mo do this, even advising him not to mention it. As for why, everyone knows. Luna was still speaking in front. But Lin Mo below began to feel a bit dazed, or rather, his current state of mind was somewhat unstable. His unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of Celestia and Luna. What's wrong? Celestia raised a hoof and gently rubbed Lin Mo's head. Her eyes filled with concern as she asked. Luna, in front, also stopped and looked back. It's nothing, teacher. Just thinking about some unpleasant things. Sorry to worry you and Master. Master, please continue. I promise I won't zone out this time. When Luna mentioned his magical energy earlier, Lin Mo suddenly recalled some things he hadn't paid attention to in the past few days, things he had never thought about before. They exchanged glances. And Luna walked over to Lin Mo and said, hearing Luna's words, Lin Mo hesitated for a moment but nodded in agreement. He really wasn't in the mood to attend the class right now. After a few words of concern, Lin Mo handed over the pastries he bought with the shining armor to them and turned to leave. However, before he could exit the castle, he encountered the Forest Shadow. What's wrong with you? Forest Shadow looked at Lin Mo with confusion, asking if something bad had happened. No, can't you tell I'm in a bad mood? Lifting his hoof and pointing at himself, Lin Mo asked the shadow of the jungle in front of him in surprise. He thought he shouldn't have shown anything on his face. I think a normal little pony should be able to see it, right? Thinking about Lin Mo's vacant eyes just now, the jungle shadow looked at Lin Mo and said, is it that obvious? If you have nothing else to do right now, I think we can have a chat. Looking at Lin Mo, who was frowning and mumbling softly, the jungle shadow thought for a moment and said to him. She felt that she shouldn't leave him here. Maybe she could try to enlighten him, acting like a mentor. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, then agreed. But thinking about Sui Long still being in Canterlot, he decided to bring him along as well. He turned and walked toward his room. He and Sui Long had been sleeping together these days. I'll wait for you downstairs. Calling out to Lin Mo's back, the jungle shadow also turned and walked downstairs. So, what happened to make you feel so down? In the bar, the jungle shadow quickly entered mentor mode, resting her hooves under her chin and asking, oh, no wait, didn't we agree to clear up the misunderstanding? Lin Mo said halfway, suddenly raising his head and looking at the jungle shadow with a somewhat speechless expression. Wow, I almost got led into a pit by this girl. You misunderstood. I just agreed to chat with you, not that I promised to talk about anything specific. The jungle shadow looked at Lin Mo calmly, her tone showing no hesitation at all. Chapter 84, Confessions. The jungle shadow looked at Lin Mo calmly, her tone showing no hesitation at all. Not bad. You're quite impressive. I didn't expect you, a moody and cold night steed, to play word games and even pulled a fast one on me. Tell me, are all you night steeds like this? Well, what would you like to drink? Low alcohol red wine? Low alcohol beverages? Or should we just have some soft drinks? While they were talking, Sui Long had already picked up the menu to look at it. At this moment, seeing the bar waiter come over, he opened his mouth to ask them, I'll have a strawberry drink. The jungle shadow took the menu, glanced at it, and then said to the waiter, after speaking. She handed the menu to Lin Mo. I'll have a cup of milk tea. Lin Mo sighed and said, at this moment, clouds of worry were already appearing on his brow. I want a cup. He asked just like me. Although Lin Mo's brows were still furrowed, it didn't stop him from raising his hoof to press down on the excited Sui Long, deciding for him, which instantly brought Sui Long's expression down. All right, let us hear your troubles. It should feel a bit better to say it out loud. After the waiter left, the jungle shadow said again. But after hearing her words, Lin Mo remained silent for a long time. After a moment, he sighed and decided that since the jungle shadow wanted to listen, he might as well talk to her. Well, if you're willing. Lin Mo had just started when he suddenly stopped and looked at Sui Long. Wait a moment. Lin Mo turned to the jungle shadow and said, using magic to bring Sui Long to the bar counter, Sui Long, you stay here for a while. I'll come find you later. After speaking, he turned his head to the bartender beside him. Please bring him a cup of milk tea. This sentence almost brought Sui Long's recently recovered expression down again, but he had already decided that as long as Lin Mo left, he would immediately change the milk tea. However, unexpectedly, just as Lin Mo was about to leave, he turned back to the bartender. The milk tea can be refilled when it's finished. But please don't offer this little dragon any other drinks, and don't recommend any either. Just to be clear, I want to be paying for any other drinks later. After finishing, Lin Mo turned and walked over to the jungle shadow. He actually just didn't want Sui Long to come into contact with alcohol, but thinking that there might be some mixed in the bar drinks, he simply requested that only milk tea be served. After Lin Mo left, Sui Long drank the milk tea in one gulp, handing the cup to the equally dark-faced bartender. Hey, Sui Long, what are you doing here? Minity, who had agreed to do a venue survey at the bar, suddenly saw Sui Long and came over to ask, what am I doing? Drinking milk tea. What could be better than drinking milk tea in a bar? Hearing Minity's words, Sui Long raised his claws, his dead fish eyes drooping, looking very unhappy. After speaking, he raised his paw and drank the milk tea that was handed over. Then even tossed the cup into his mouth to eat, making the bartender's face darken instantly. It seems you're not feeling too well right now. But does this bar actually sell milk tea? After exchanging glances, Minity looked at Sui Long and asked. However, compared to this, they were more curious about how a bar could sell milk tea. Seeing their expressions, the bartender took a deep breath, smiled, and began to explain to them, ahem. For a bar dedicated to meeting customer needs, being able to buy milk tea is not a rare thing. However, as the best bartender here, I can confidently tell you that the best drinks are still these beverages. So these are what can give you the ultimate enjoyment. May I ask what your choices are? Esteemed guests? After the bartender finished speaking, he handed the menu to Minity and the others, then revealed a confident smile, waiting for their choices. Wow, sounds impressive. Minity took the menu. The various things from the bartender that she couldn't understand made her feel very posh. After turning around and whispering with her friends, they made their choice. Please bring us 3 cups of milk tea. Thank you. Selling milk tea in a bar. Who wouldn't want to try it? It was just that because of their choice, the bartender's face grew increasingly grim. Sorry to keep you waiting, but since you're willing to listen, let me tell you about it. The story began nearly a year ago, shortly after I arrived in Canterlot at my teacher's banquet, where I met her for the first time. It was also that day that we began to study that topic, which might have a significant impact on us. Looking at the time that had already passed for more than an hour, the jungle shadow opened her mouth to say something to Lin Mo. But after hesitating for a while, she still didn't say anything until 2 hours later. About 2 months ago, that was perhaps the turning point between us. I was just about to leave that day. Stop. I think we can start with the most important point. What do you think? After listening for such a long time, the jungle shadow finally couldn't help it. She had started to regret why she had to meddle in this. To be honest, if it weren't for her wanting to hear this, she would have thrown a cup at him long ago. Upon hearing the jungle shadow's words, Lin Mo finally realized that he had indeed been talking too much. So he organized his thoughts and planned to start over. Sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. Let us start over. This matter originated from over 5 months ago. Wait a minute, I see it's getting late. How about we talk about the misunderstanding between us now? Seeing Lin Mo about to start talking about months ago again, the jungle shadow decisively called a halt to him, deciding to let this matter pass. At this moment, her hooves holding the cup were trembling slightly, and the smile on her face seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Chapter 85, Friendship Nightsteed. At this moment, her hooves trembling slightly as she held the cup, her expression seemed on the verge of breaking down. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo actually wanted to tell her that this time he was really prepared to keep it short, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. She probably wouldn't believe him right now. Well, since you say so, then of course that's fine. After saying this, Lin Mo adjusted his expression and began to speak seriously to Forest Shadow. First, I want to apologize. I'm really sorry for the trouble I caused you last time. Secondly, although it's because you are a night steed, I truly want to be friends with you. Well, maybe I wasn't that sincere last time, but now I am absolutely sincere. At this point, Lin Mo paused for a moment, stroking his chin as he thought, and continued, that's probably all I wanted to say. If there are any other misunderstandings, I hope you can bring them up so we can resolve them together. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he looked at Forest Shadow, who hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Actually, I don't mind being friends with you. It's just that, as a night steed, my schedule is quite different from yours. Even if we become friends, we probably won't see each other much. So, what's the difference between having such a friend or not? After all, the future is bound to become more and more unfamiliar, and then slowly drift apart. Forest Shadow's words were not without reason. The lifestyle of a night steed is to be active at night and rest during the day. If it weren't for Lin Mo, she would probably be sleeping at home right now, and her current state was akin to the little ponies out on a night adventure. Just think about it. You're dead tired and in a daze, while the other party is full of energy, excitedly making plans for fun. Over time, isn't that bound to cause problems? Even if you set the time for when everyone is awake, mornings and evenings aren't really ideal either. Take the evening for example. The little ponies are still energetic at this time, relaxed after a day of work, while the night steeds have just woken up, still a bit groggy. And once they shake off the drowsiness, they remember the day's work and all the preparations, which puts them in a rush. So even if everyone is awake, it's still very difficult to have fun together, unless one side changes their schedule. But then what about the old friends? Especially without considering the issues of living locations, adapting to day and night environments, lifestyle differences, and so on. This issue is indeed very troublesome. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, pondering a solution until he thought of the notebook he used to communicate with his teacher and then he got an idea. Got it. Forest Shadow. Have you heard of online friends? Lin Mo confidently asked Forest Shadow. Online friends? What's that? Forest Shadow had never heard of this term. Online friends? Spiders? But what does that have to do with us? Seeing the puzzled look on Forest Shadow's face, Lin Mo took out the notebook his teacher had given him earlier and explained its function and his thoughts in detail. Are you sure? Just by leaving messages in this notebook from time to time, we can maintain the friendship? Forest Shadow took the notebook and looked it over. Still not convinced that maintaining a friendship could be so easy. Of course, she didn't open the notebook. As a night steed who already had an established position, she naturally knew that some things shouldn't be casually flipped through. Well, perhaps it's precisely because of the distance and the limited ways of communication that everyone values it more. And the messages are more thoughtful, which makes communication more effective. Over time, it naturally solidifies the friendship. Regarding Forest Shadow's doubts, Lin Mo thought for a moment and said to her, "Don't worry, it will definitely work. When I leave in a couple of days, I'll bring you a notebook. And we must keep in touch." Seeing that Forest Shadow still seemed somewhat skeptical, Lin Mo had to say again. This time, Forest Shadow nodded, handed over the notebook, and said to Lin Mo, "Since we're friends now, calling each other by our full names feels a bit too formal. Just call me Shadow from now on. Everyone else does. Then Shadow, you can call me Mo from now on. That feels much friendlier." Lin Mo nodded, took the notebook, and readily said. Lin Mo turned to look at the bar area, where not only was there Sway Along, but also Minity, shining bright, and Lemonheart among other little ponies chatting happily together. Lin Mo then stood up and walked over to them. "Minity, shining bright, Lemonheart, hello. What are you doing here? Planning to throw a party?" Lin Mo walked up behind Sway Along and ruffled his mane, greeting Minity and the others before asking. "We did have that in mind, but now that I think about it, maybe we should skip it." Minity nodded, glancing around before saying, "We suddenly feel that parties should be held in more open spaces. We don't really like it here." Shining Bright chimed in, "And the prices are really high. It's not that we can't afford it, but it just feels like a waste." Lemonheart then expressed her opinion, currently stroking her chin with a thoughtful expression, as if pondering something. "Is that so? Then do you have any plans for this? Bartender, please bring me another cup of milk tea." Lin Mo had already sat down beside Sway Along. While asking them, he also ordered a cup of milk tea from the bartender. However, the bartender Little Pony did not act immediately, but instead looked at him and took out a bill. "I'm sorry, sir. Although it's a bit against the rules, please pay this bill first, and then I can continue to serve you." Lin Mo took the bill in confusion, looking at the contents in surprise. "May I ask, I can understand Swaylong drinking so much milk tea, but what about this line regarding the cups?" Lin Mo raised his head to look at the bartender Little Pony and asked, "This little dragon drank so much milk tea, but also ate a lot of cups while doing so. This behavior has caused financial losses to the bar, so I must note it down for you. I think you will take responsibility for it, right?" The bartender Little Pony pointed at Swaylong. Chapter 86, Magic Show. The bartender Little Pony pointed at Swaylong, his expressionless face revealing that he seemed somewhat displeased with Lin Mo. "Are their cups made of gems?" His voice was also very low, and he deliberately raised a paw to cover his mouth, as if guarding against someone overhearing. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "To make the cups glow at night, we mixed in some special phosphorescent powder. Don't worry, it won't harm your body." Their actions left the bartender behind the bar speechless. "You guys stay away from me. Planning so close to me. Do you want me to hear you? So that's how it is. Then please bring us 2 cups of milk tea, with extra cups. Thank you." Lin Mo showed no embarrassment at all. After saying this, he raised his hoof and pushed some gold coins across the bar. The bartender Little Pony also didn't want to talk to him anymore. After taking the coins, he quickly handed over the milk tea and empty cups. Mo, we're going to watch Trixie's magic show later. Are you and Swaylong going together?" Lin Mo was talking to the bartender Xiao Ma when Minitai and her friends were gathered together, whispering and agreeing to go watch Trixie's magic show. At this moment, seeing that Lin Mo and his group had finished speaking, they also extended an invitation to him and Swaylong. He didn't think that the bartender Xiao Ma would know about this. These cups were probably prepared beforehand and then brought over. What he really wanted to know was what that fluorite was, and whether it contained anything else. Well, part of it was that he was looking for something to occupy himself with. It was that kind of task that wasn't too busy past the time, could be completed in a short period, and didn't belong to serious work. However, since Minitai and her friends invited him, and Swaylong was also very interested, it seemed nice to go see Trixie's performance together. After greeting the bartender Xiao Ma, Lin Mo and the others prepared to leave. During the process of leaving the bar, Swaylong suddenly ran to Lin Mo's side, pulling him to the back of the line. "What's wrong?" Swaylong stammered, feeling restless inside. "I think I can save money myself now." So, saying this, He looked at Lin Mo with an expectant expression. Well, you're right. Facing Suelong's eager gaze, Lin Mo nodded in understanding. Indeed, given Suelong's current situation, he should have been given pocket money long ago. This was likely because in Xiaoma Valley, Jinshi and Ro Ro took care of all aspects of living, eating, and entertainment, leading Suelong to rarely need money, which is why they had overlooked this issue. So, you agree to give me pocket money? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Suelong's eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, no. However, Lin Mo, who was being stared at, shook his head, his cold words extinguishing the flame in Suelong's heart. Why? Didn't you think I was right just now? Suelong was instantly disappointed, his tone filled with loss and frustration. No. What are you nodding for? What I said is indeed correct, but I can't make that decision. You should go ask Ziyue. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he averted his gaze and continued walking forward, so he didn't see the strange look Suelong gave him. What do you want money for? I want to buy Jinshi a gift. I just haven't decided what to buy yet. Suelong felt the turn of events and immediately ran over excitedly. However, even though he said that, there was still the reason from before. If he had had money just now, he could have had the bartender directly change the milk tea and try other drinks. When you figure it out, let me know, and I'll give you the money then. Lin Mo nodded knowingly, smiling at Suelong. Hurry up. They're about to walk far away. Oh, what on earth is happening? Lemonheart suddenly exclaimed on stage, feigning a confused and helpless expression, capturing the audience's attention. Trixie, the most stunning magician ever. She has been trapped in this box for half an hour and hasn't come out. Under the curious eyes of the audience, Lemonheart began to circle the box in a panic, causing the ponies below to feel a bit anxious. What? Half an hour without coming out? She hasn't had an accident, has she? At this moment, Shining Star stood up appropriately, looking as if she had been frightened, and together with Lemonheart on stage, they stirred the audience's emotions. Meanwhile, inside the box, Lin Mo listened to the muffled sounds outside, waiting in the pitch-black environment. Originally, the suggestion was for Suelong to stay inside and cooperate, but Trixie felt that he was too small to achieve the desired effect, so she switched Suelong for Lin Mo, having him stay inside quietly and act confused when the box was opened. What should I do? The great and magical Trixie, can't she escape from inside? Just as Lemonheart was panicking and leaning on the box covered in chains, Trixie interrupted her, walking out from behind the audience. Wait, you there, what's in here? Lemonheart looked surprised at Trixie walking up from below, then glanced at the box under her hooves, seemingly puzzled. Of course, it's our volunteer. Trixie took over Lemonheart's words, using magic to unlock the chains, and pressed her hoof down on the box lid, forcefully opening it. With a bang. As the dust settled, Lin Mo sat up from the box, coughed a few times, and then opened his eyes, immediately showing a startled expression at the sight before him. He quickly exited the box and walked to a spot offstage where he wouldn't draw attention from the ponies. Then the two ponies on stage bowed to the audience in gratitude, concluding today's performance. Chapter 87, Nightmare. Hoo-hoo. Under the dim night, a thin mist drifted slowly through the town, gently enveloping his body, blurring his vision. Walking through it, listening to intermittent sounds resembling frogs croaking or the wind blowing, Lin Mo felt that everything around him was so vague and unreal. After walking for an unknown period, he suddenly saw a figure sitting by the lakeside ahead. Lin Mo looked closely and immediately recognized her, the fog in his heart dissipating somewhat, his eyes shining with joy. Lin Mo hurriedly ran to the lakeside, but slowed his pace just before getting close, carefully sitting down beside her. A gentle breeze brushed across the lake, creating ripples that disturbed the reflection in the water, prompting a sigh from the girl by the lake. Lin Mo's heart surged with unease, and as he turned to look, he was suddenly pierced by the sadness in her eyes. The girl continued to quietly gaze at the lake, her brows lowered, her mane hanging down as if wet. A few fireflies were affected by her emotions, their eyes dimming as they lay motionless on the ground, completely indifferent to everything around them. Lin Mo's lips trembled. He seemed to guess something but lacked the courage to speak first. Deep down, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that one day, when he found a suitable way, he could explain things clearly to Ziyue. Saying it now would likely only lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, he was equally worried that the truth was just as he feared, and that Ziyue might not be able to accept it and would drift away from him. Mo. Just as Lin Mo was in turmoil, unsure how to speak, Ziyue was the first to break the silence. Her gaze remained on the lake, a tear sliding down from the corner of her eye. Let us break up. A flash of lightning cut across the sky, illuminating this misty world and Lin Mo's dazed expression. Following that was a deafening roar, and Lin Mo seemed to be jolted awake, an urgent feeling surging in his heart. Splash, splash. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide in bed, sitting up instantly, pressing his chest and gasping for breath, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, Lin Mo pressed his hooves against the blanket, sighed, and turned to look at the heavy rain outside the window, with lightning flashing from time to time and thunder rumbling, venting the dissatisfaction of the heavens. No, the Pegasi, working late at night, was indeed bound to leave them in a bad mood. Hoo-hoo. The sound of snoring came from beside the bed. Lin Mo turned to look at Sui Long, who was curled up on his small bed, sound asleep. He raised an eyebrow in helplessness and tucked the blanket around him. At this moment, he had no mood to sleep anymore, so he turned on the small night light and took out a book he had borrowed from Ziwa before, reading it word by word. However, how much attention he was paying to the book was debatable, accompanied by the sound of rain outside and Sui Long snoring beside him. Lin Mo gradually watched the sky brighten. By this time, the sound of the rain had also gradually lessened and eventually stopped as the sun began to rise. Yawn. Mo, good morning. Sui Long climbed out of bed, stretched lazily, and groggily greeted Lin Mo. Did you read all night? After waking up, Sui Long noticed the book Lin Mo still held in his hooves, his expression somewhat strange. But didn't you say there was an important ceremony to hold today? Sui Long looked at Lin Mo in confusion, not caring too much about how he addressed him. After all, there was nothing worse than calling him dear little dragon baby. Right? I just helped a bit, taking notes, no problem at all. Lin Mo casually chatted with Sui Long, and the messy bed was quickly tidied up under the glow of magic. By the way, Sui Long, are you going with me? Or do you want to go out to play with Minity and the others? Lin Mo suddenly thought to ask Sui Long about his plans to avoid any unexpected situations where he couldn't find the dragon. Neither. I plan to stay home for a day to make plans and go out to play with you tomorrow. Sui Long rubbed his chin and made a decision. In fact, during the past 2 days while Lin Mo was in class, he had often gone out to play, but without any gold coins, it was indeed. In short, he decided to wait until Lin Mo was free tomorrow. Okay, there are gems in the kitchen. Remember to grab some if you're hungry. I'm leaving now. After grinning at the mirror and feeling that everything was fine, Lin Mo waved his hoof at Sui Long and left the White Tower. After leaving the White Tower, Lin Mo went straight to the royal sister castle. Stepping into the castle and climbing the high stairs, Lin Mo arrived once again at the door to the room on the 2nd floor. He took a deep breath, dispelling the slight drowsiness in his mind, and raised his hoof to knock on the door. Come in. The gentle voice of Celestia came from inside the room. She had arrived early that morning to oversee and maintain the operation of the entire ceremony, rechecking the ceremony plans and addressing any gaps. As Lin Mo pushed open the door, what came into view was the shining armor lying on the central circular magic array. Teacher, Uncle, Madame Seraph, good morning. Lin Mo walked into the room, smiling and greeting the ponies. However, Celestia and the others were all focused on their tasks with serious expressions, merely nodding and waving their hooves for Lin Mo to hurry over. Lin Mo wandered among the 3 teachers. One was his own teacher, one had taught him, and one had almost become his teacher, listening to their analyses of the shining armor's condition, verbally predicting the process of the ceremony step by step. Lin Mo took out a small notebook and quickly wrote down the key points he heard, thinking that it might come in handy in the future. As for why Madame Seraph was here, it was Celestia's suggestion. The reason was not disclosed to Lin Mo, but it was mentioned that Madame Seraph was one of her most trusted ponies. Time passed by minute, and as Celestia and the others concluded their discussion, the shining armor lying in the center of the magic array opened its eyes at the right moment. How do you feel now? Is the initial contact with the elven power going smoothly? Noticing the shining armor had opened its eyes, Celestia turned to ask. Although she could easily see through everything, it was best not to act on it before the ceremony began. Of course, Your Highness. Everything is as you expected. As for Lin Mo, he had been standing behind Celestia, waving at the shining armor. Teacher, is the ceremony about to begin? Lin Mo asked with anticipation, his eyes shining as he looked at his teacher. The elven power was about to appear on other ponies for the first time, which was certainly a memorable day. Since he already had an understanding of the arrangement of the ceremony, Lin Mo did not go over, observing Luna and Madame Seraph instead. Moreover, the 2 ponies arranged everything too quickly for Lin Mo to learn anything in the process. As for why they chose the shining armor for the initial fusion, it was because it was safe enough. With the efforts of the 2 alicorns, the elven power had been almost completely analyzed, and even in the worst-case scenario, there were already countermeasures in place. No, we still need to wait for another pony. Bang. Sorry, I'm late. I hope I didn't keep you all waiting. The one speaking was a unicorn with a pink body and a tricolored mane of purple, red, and yellow, adorned with a cute golden-edged crystal heart emblem. She took a moment to catch her breath, glanced at the shining armor, and hurriedly walked in. No, we just started preparing. As the entire room grew warm and bright, the glow from Celestia's horn gradually calmed down, and she turned to introduce. Let me introduce you. This is my student Lin Mo. You can call him Mo. She then shifted her gaze to Lin Mo. This is Princess Miyamori Cadenza, also known as Princess Cadance. Hello, Mo. Cadance smiled gently at Lin Mo, as if greeting a cute little brother, making Lin Mo feel a little speechless inside. He thought to himself that he didn't seem that small, right? Good day, Your Highness. Lin Mo also smiled back, giving a slight bow and acting like a good child, but in his heart, he thought about Cadance's age. Judging by her size, she clearly surpassed an ordinary pony. If compared with Zue from the original history, Cadance's age must be over 18. Looking at her counterpart in the parallel world, the shining armor had just graduated from the Crystal Academy 2 years ago, while Cadance seemed to have been a teacher there for a long time. Could it be that an old cow was eating tender grass? Moreover, Cadance had once been a nanny for young Zue. Her reason for doing so was said to be possibly related to the shining armor. Speaking of which, how long had Cadance been a princess back then? Had the shining armor reached adulthood? Thinking of this, Lin Mo slightly opened his mouth to look at the shining armor, then blankly turned his gaze to Princess Cadance. I really didn't expect that. Your Highness, what's wrong? Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Lin Mo's expression of disbelief, Cadance looked down at him in confusion and asked. Hearing Cadance's words, Lin Mo instinctively opened his mouth to ask, It's nothing. I was just wondering whether I should call you sister or oh dear. Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a hoof from Celestia, who slapped him on the head. Ha. This child might be too friendly with you and wants to call you sister. How rude. Mo. Hurry up and apologize to Princess Cadance. Perhaps because the room was filled with morning light, when Celestia shifted her attention to Lin Mo. She instantly sensed his slight thoughts and emotions. Without hesitation, she delivered a hoof to him. This little rascal is getting more and more indiscreet. It's okay. I've always wanted such a cute little brother too. But, does he really think that way? Inian felt a bit strange. Lin Mo clearly didn't mean it that way, but Celestia suddenly interrupted him, which made her very curious about what Lin Mo was planning to say. It couldn't be that he wanted to call her auntie, right? Let's talk about this later. For now, let's get down to business. Look, Luna and the others are already ready. Celestia said with a somewhat stiff smile, wanting to quickly move past this topic. Just then, Luna and the others approached. So she decided to shift the focus to the ceremony of the shining armor. Lin Mo, release your spirit power, let me borrow it for a bit. Celestia said as she rubbed Lin Mo's head with her hoof. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and immediately released the spirit power within him, causing it to hover just above his head. At the same time, he opened the protection belonging to Celestia, transforming himself into a bridge connecting Celestia and the spirit power. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, at that moment, Lin Mo was like the horn on a unicorn's head, helping Celestia fully control and wield this power. In fact, if she wanted to bypass Lin Mo and directly control this spirit power, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, with the help of unreasonable magic, many things are not impossible. However, if she really did that, it would be akin to your soul controlling another's body and dyeing every part of that body with your own color, which would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Lin Mo, even causing him harm. Therefore, Celestia would never do that. Chapter 89, Shining Armor. Shining Armor, get ready. I'm about to start. With a deep breath and a serious nod from the shining armor, Celestia directly moved her hooves, shifting the spirit power in front of her and beginning to integrate her own power into the spirit power for easier control. The spirit power began to glow with a dazzling golden light, and its temperature gradually became scorching. Boom. After a muffled sound, the gathered spirit power surged instantaneously, transforming into thick currents that swirled around the room, then rushed toward the shining armor, quickly circling around the perimeter of the magic circle, influencing and pressing upon the power within, causing the spirit power created to slowly approach the shining armor. Under the effect of the magic circle, they transformed into the form of the shining armor. Meanwhile, Luna, who was standing beside them, along with Mrs. Saroff, began to activate the previous arrangements. The nature of space and time slowly changed under the brilliance of the magic, and the boundary between reality and illusion seemed to become less distinct. The unicorn horn on Princess Inyun's head began to shimmer with light, providing psychological support to the shining armor, allowing him to be in a better state while integrating the spirit power. As for Lin Mo, he looked around, completely unable to integrate into what was happening. So all he could do was occasionally jot down a few notes in his notebook, observing the magnificent display of power by the various unicorns in the room. Lin Mo actually wanted to say that there was no need for so many ponies here, nor was there a need to use such advanced magic. Given the situation of the shining armor, even just placing him in that magic circle would probably be enough for him to possess spirit power within a day. Even if he wanted to observe every step of the integration in detail, this grand spectacle was a bit exaggerated. After thinking about it carefully, it was understandable, considering that this was the new power that little Maria was about to possess. Even if it was difficult to popularize, it was still somewhat reasonable to pay attention to it. Lin Mo scanned the little ponies present. The teacher and the uncle had been researching spirit power these past few days, acting as the hosts and assistants for this ceremony. Mrs. Saroff must have received news from the teacher and came to help out of curiosity. As for Princess Inyun, she probably also got the news from the teacher and came over because of the shining armor. Moreover, it seemed like she had traveled a long way. As for the shining armor, he was clearly the most suitable test subject. With this in mind, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the shining armor. At this moment, the spirit power around him had increased several times, transforming into blue light streams that continuously spun around him, eventually slowly contracting into a flowing cocoon, wrapping around him and shimmering. Soon after, the light cocoon began to shrink again, becoming smaller and thinner, gradually revealing the outline of the shining armor inside. Until all the spirit power was integrated into his body, the shining armor continued to remain silent, carefully feeling the spirit power within him. Luna and Mrs. Saroff stopped the magic that enveloped the entire room, and the invisible changes in space and time returned to normal, making the place feel real again. Celestia controlled the dazzling golden spirit power, moving closer to the shining armor to check his body and ensure that he was not experiencing any issues. How is it? Inyun stepped closer to Celestia, her eyes fixed on the shining armor, asking with a hint of worry in her tone. Don't worry. My sister and I have rehearsed this ceremony in our minds many times. There will definitely be no problems. Before Celestia could speak, Luna stepped forward, her tone filled with confidence and a bit of anticipation for the outcome. At that moment, she only thought that Inyun was worried about a regular pony and didn't delve deeper into it. Yes, he is in good condition now and is adapting to the spirit power within him. It won't be long before he stabilizes completely, Celestia said with a smile in her eyes, glancing at Inyun. Unlike Luna, she had noticed the feelings between Inyun and the shining armor a long time ago, which was why she had called Inyun over today and deliberately misled her, as if this matter were somewhat dangerous. That's not it. I meant as a citizen of Little Maria, as long as he is not harmed, that's good enough. Exactly, that's what I mean. Inyun, who breathed a sigh of relief, noticed Luna's strange gaze and Saroff's similarly abnormal smile beside her, and she hurriedly explained. How does it feel to have the new power, shining armor? Without paying attention to the scene behind her, she saw the shining armor open his eyes, and Celestia asked with her usual smile. Her words also drew Inyun and the others' attention to the shining armor. Very good. Please allow me to test it out, Your Highness. The shining armor stepped out of the magic circle and bowed to Celestia. Then let's go. I've already prepared the testing ground. Celestia did not refuse, as this was something they had agreed upon earlier. After gaining spirit power, the shining armor needed to be tested to record and observe the actual effects of this power. As for why it wasn't Lin Mo, according to Luna, his was primitive spirit power, which might not hold much reference value for other ponies. After the shining armor walked over, Celestia scanned the area and directly activated the teleportation. Whoosh! Lin Mo felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before him changed in an instant. Then he grimaced slightly as a wave of nausea washed over him. Although Lin Mo often used teleportation himself, it was like being strapped into a roller coaster while playing on a bouncy castle. He couldn't quite adapt to it at first. Are you alright, Mo? Noticing the change in Lin Mo's expression, Luna lowered her head and asked, drawing the attention of Celestia and the others. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? You must have seen it wrong, Master. Lin Mo raised his head to face the approaching ponies, feeling that he had embarrassed himself greatly. It was just a teleportation, yet he almost ended up throwing up. He hoped it wouldn't leave his teachers with the impression that his physical fitness was lacking. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you must speak up. Don't hold it in. Do you hear me? Celestia said softly, though she didn't take it too seriously. It was just a moment of dizziness from teleportation, nothing serious unless there were pre-existing health issues. Chapter 90, Test Conclusion. The effects of using auxiliary magical power for spellcasting, along with the direct performance capabilities after combining with magical power, as well as the consumption and recovery situations of the two powers. First, the effect of using elemental power to assist magical spellcasting was quite ideal, because during the casting, Magical power and elemental power operated together without affecting the casting time. Moreover, due to the complementary relationship between magical power and elemental power, the casting process went smoothly, and the effects after the magic was released were also excellent. Secondly, regarding the direct performance capabilities when elemental power and magical power worked together, this was completely different from the previous point. Magic consumed elemental power and magical power to achieve its goals, while this was about the transformation and utilization of the power itself. For example, using magic to endow elemental power with certain properties, allowing it to directly cause damage or effects on enemies, or directly integrating magical power during the endowment process, temporarily merging them into a third type of power. The practice of endowing certain properties was not much different in appearance from some magic. It was simply that the endowed elemental power served as its own power, offering greater operability. However, merging into a third type of power was different. It was similar to an extension of one's body, capable of transforming into psychic tendrils for slapping and grasping actions, or solidifying into weapons for attack and defense. As for the consumption and recovery situations of magical power and elemental power, after Celastia's testing, it could only be said that both were just hitting the expected mark. Elemental power had excellent endurance. Even during the consumption process, it would continuously recover, but it was not a perpetual motion machine. As the owner grew fatigued, it would gradually become sluggish. After balancing the strengths and weaknesses of both, perhaps due to the original nature of elemental power and certain reasons related to the elemental firefly, it could nourish the soul to a certain extent, thereby enhancing the endurance and recovery ability of magical power. However, even with both used together, primarily consuming elemental power to cast spells, it would only extend the endurance time slightly longer than using purely elemental power. It wouldn't achieve the effect Lin Mo envisioned, where elemental power could absorb external energy to keep both elemental power and magical power consistently abundant. However, this idea was not very realistic to begin with, and it was normal that it couldn't be realized. Lin Mo finished writing the last note, closed the notebook, and made it float before him. As the light of magic shone, the notebook split into 6 copies, flying towards 5 ponies, including the shining armor, leaving one still floating beside him. Thank you for your hard work, shining armor. This shouldn't have been your job. Celastia caught the notebook, casually flipped through it, then closed it and looked up at shining armor, saying, "It is my honor to serve you, Your Highness. Furthermore, as a beneficiary, I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you." Shining armor stored the notebook in his hoof ring, stepped forward, bowed, and said, as he was indeed the captain of the royal guard, he needed to set an example for the younger ponies. Lin Mo, who was behind Celastia, looked at Shining Armor's hoof ring, his eyes flickering, then turned his gaze to the other side where Princess Melody was. However, Princess Melody already had a hoof ring on her hoof, and the style was different from the one he had given to Shining Armor. Was it modified and remade on the original basis? But it seemed unlikely both in terms of time and space. Anyway, it was I who called you here. How about this? I'll give you a break. It's just that Melody hasn't been to Canterlot for a long time. You can take her around for a good tour in these 2 days. Celastia said while looking at Melody and winking at her. I would be very happy to, Your Highness. Melody replied. Then I'll trouble you for these 2 days. Celastia nodded slightly to Shining Armor, then turned her head to the other side. You don't mind, do you, Melody? To be honest, bringing a new couple together so quickly under her matchmaking felt quite rewarding. Of course, Your Highness. Melody blushed slightly and nodded to Celastia. Then we will take our leave first, Your Highness, Shining Armor said, exchanging a glance with Princess Melody before bowing to Celastia. They had not seen each other for a long time and hoped to go out and chat properly. With so many ponies around, there were many things that were inconvenient to say. Just looking at the hoof ring on Melody's hoof, he felt a bit regretful. It seemed he needed to find another gift for her, preferably something unique. They left amidst Celastia's smile, a very well-matched pair indeed. Watching the 2 ponies leave, Lady Sorrow couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being young is truly wonderful. Reflecting on her own youth, it seemed she had never experienced such love. Since the matter has concluded, I suppose I should take my leave as well, Your Highness. Lady Sorrow said with a slight bow, planning to leave. She felt a bit out of place today, and it was no longer appropriate for her to stay here. Wait a moment, Sorrow. I still need your help with some matters. Celastia said, leading Lady Sorrow aside. Lady Sorrow was still the Minister of Education, and Celastia needed her to secretly investigate how many young ponies currently had the potential to fuse with elemental power. Once the investigation results were out, she would plan her next steps based on the specific situation. Before long, Lady Sorrow left with a serious expression. For her, this matter must be treated with seriousness. It could not be easily leaked. After all, self-importance is not exclusive to humans. As for Lin Mo and Shining Armor, as long as they didn't speak, a few special cases could easily be brushed aside, such as attributing them to divine artifacts or irreplicable anomalies. Now, my dear student, would you be interested in joining us for afternoon tea? Celestia said with a smile, looking at Lin Mo. She had always wanted to sit down with her student, relax, and chat about the trivialities of life. Unfortunately, the previous Ziyue had always focused on her studies, even when they occasionally had afternoon tea together. It didn't seem very relaxed. Although the situation had improved now, Ziyue had moved to Ponyville. Even though the distance wasn't very far, as a monarch, she couldn't visit often. As she pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in Celestia's mind. I wonder how she is doing now. Chapter 91, Rare Animals. The afternoon tea lasted a long time, and it was not until 5 in the afternoon that Lin Mo finally emerged from the castle. However, after leaving the castle, Lin Mo did not leave directly, but turned towards the back garden of the castle. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't going to bother that old gardener this time, but he indeed needed his help. So he thought about staying for a couple more days to properly scout around Cantlot and prepare the gifts he had already thought of. The gift he planned to give to Ruru was a handwritten rare creature guide, or a care manual. Before he came out, Lin Mo had already inquired with his teacher and knew that the old gardener was still on duty, with a long time left until his shift ended. It was just right to chat with him about writing a book. Of course, Lin Mo wouldn't let him help for free. But he wasn't very familiar with the old man, so they would have to discuss the reward when they met later. The distance from the castle gate to the back garden wasn't far. As Lin Mo pondered, he had already arrived there. He saw the old man feeding a few strange birds, so he didn't approach immediately and quietly stood at a distance, worried about scaring the large birds. Fortunately, he didn't feed them for long. After pouring the rice, he left the area. Old man, I came to see you. Lin Mo ran towards the gardener excitedly, his voice catching the attention of a few large birds. However, perhaps because they were far away or because they recognized him, they didn't fly away, but merely glanced at him before continuing to peck at the rice. Why are you here again? Compared to the large birds, the old man was the one startled. His expression shifted from shock to panic. Then he stood there in a daze for 2 breaths. And when Lin Mo came before him, it turned serious with a hint of vigilance. What do you want to do? Don't worry, I didn't bring any flowers this time. Is it necessary? It's just a somewhat special flower. Do I really need to be on guard until now? Besides, we've only met 3 or 5 times in total. And this time it's been such a long time. So isn't the again a bit unreasonable? Really? The vigilant look in his eyes didn't diminish much. He scanned Lin Mo for any possible hiding spots for flowers. Really? Although I do have something to discuss today, it's not about that. Lin Mo rolled his eyes helplessly. This sense of being on guard wasn't pleasant. Well, it seems I can try to listen to your troubles. Seeing that Lin Mo really didn't seem to have any intention of planting flowers, the old man finally relaxed his vigilance. In fact, he had no real opinion about Lin Mo. Although he found him a bit mischievous, he still thought of him as a good kid deep down. He just had a special attachment and some expectations for this garden. After tending to this garden for most of his life, his feelings for it had long surpassed those for Celestia. It's not exactly a trouble. I just want to ask you for a small favor. Okay, not exactly a small favor. I think only you can do this. Lin Mo squatted down, resting his chin on one hoof, pondering as he spoke. What he wanted wasn't something available on the market, and writing a book wasn't an easy task. You can tell me first. The gardener picked up his scissors and walked towards the greenery on the other side while speaking, as it wasn't yet his break time. I want you to write a book. A book documenting rare plants and animals. Only someone like you, who cares for and understands all kinds of rare plants and animals and has rich experience, can handle this. After stating his request, Lin Mo hurriedly followed the old man, smiling and flattering him, saying that it wasn't entirely flattery because it was impossible to work in the royal garden for so many years without some ability. Of course, there will be compensation, and there's no time limit. As long as it's completed before the Galloping Gala, that's fine. Taking advantage of the old man's moment of contemplation, Lin Mo spoke again. Writing a book in just a few days was a bit much, but if the old man agreed, it wouldn't be a problem for Ruru to come and pick it up during the Galloping Gala. However, if time was too tight, just writing about the animals here would also be acceptable. Although there was still a long time until the Galloping Gala, Lin Mo quickly added a statement to lower the requirement, thinking about the old man's age and the need to care for the garden. Lin Mo also didn't want to disturb him, glancing around, unsure of what to do, so he just stayed put and waited. However, he didn't wait long before the old man turned his head. Forget about writing a book, but I have a lot of notes. Do you want them? Notes? Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. To him, these notes were probably more precious than those professional books. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise from this visit. But, is it really okay? Looking at him somewhat nervously, Lin Mo feared the old man might say something like, "I misspoke," or something similar. "As long as you don't mind. But I have one question. What do you want these for?" The old man looked puzzled. According to logic, Lin Mo, regardless of his race or his identity as a student of the Cosmic Princess, shouldn't need these at all, even if he really needed related knowledge. What book wouldn't be available in the Cantlot Grand Library? Even if he couldn't find it, he could come back and ask. What was the operation of specially asking a pony to write a book? "I want to give it as a gift to a friend. Because my friend loves animals very much, to the extent that she can communicate with them." Upon hearing this, the old man looked at him with a strange expression, clearly not believing Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo felt a bit wronged. Although there seemed to be no connection between loving animals and being able to communicate with them. Ruru indeed had both qualities. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, the old man didn't ask more questions. However, since his notes were at home and needed to be organized, they agreed to meet 2 days later to collect them. At the same time, learning that the notes contained photographs, Lin Mo's original plan to take pictures was also cancelled. After achieving his goal, Lin Mo intended to ask the gardener if there was anything he needed help with, but after asking around, he couldn't find any results. After all, as the gardener of the Cosmic Princess, he didn't have many significant needs. Perhaps his greatest dream was right in this garden. With no other option, Lin Mo had to remember this favor for later. After leaving the back garden and walking around the high outer wall towards the castle, he soon saw 2 familiar ponies. After a moment of thought, he guessed who they were. Their features were too obvious. Their manes hung straight down, and their faces bore a gloomy expression. One of them even seemed to carry some hostility, while the other appeared a bit weak. Although they might not have wanted to appear this way. Before Lin Mo noticed them, they had already spotted him. The 2 ponies whispered a few things, and the one with the shorter mane walked directly over. "Hey, hello. I'm the current responsible pony from the quarry, and I'm in charge of transporting stones to Cantlot this time. Do you know where the royal storeroom is? If you do, please tell me quickly. We need to hurry over." The speaker is Beaky's older sister, Limestone. Her mane is a light milky gray, her body color is a bluish gray, and she has light apple green eyes. Her cute mark is half a lime and 2 stones. She not only has a somewhat fierce expression, but also deliberately raises her voice, frowning as if she's not easy to deal with. And her eyes show a hint of vigilance, seemingly guarding against Lin Mo. Perhaps it's because the daily life in the quarry is not so peaceful that she has developed such a personality. However, this personality is somewhat cute on her, mainly because of her high attractiveness. Lin Mo also has some understanding of her, knowing what kind of little pony she really is. Otherwise, the first impression would probably not be very good. Seeing that Lin Mo hadn't spoken for a while, Limestone thought he was a bit unhappy. So the little pony behind her, Marble, cautiously stepped forward and gently tapped Limestone on the shoulder, reminding her to pay a little attention while speaking. She is Beaky's only sister, Marble, with a bluish-green body, dark gray mane with a hint of grassy green, grayish-violet eyes, and bluish-gray-violet eyeshadow. By the way, her cute mark consists of 3 purple marble spheres. "Hello, I am Limestone." She pointed her hoof at herself and then at her sister behind her. "This is my sister Marble. May I ask where the royal storage room is? We need to get there as soon as possible." Although her expression didn't improve much, at least her tone softened. "I'll personally take you there. After all, the storage room is quite remote. It's not easy to find." Lin Mo blinked and smiled at them. However, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Limestone suddenly narrowed her eyes. "So kind." She raised her hoof to shield her sister behind her. "You don't have any ulterior motives, do you?" Facing her wolf-guarding-like behavior, Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, "Sister, this is the royal sister's castle. The ruler of Little Maria, princess of the universe, lives here. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to make trouble here. And, do I really look like a bad pony?" By the end, Lin Mo's tone seemed to carry a hint of frustration as he looked at Limestone with an innocent face. "Sorry, I misunderstood you, but you'd better not have any ideas about hitting my sister." After a moment of silence, Limestone lowered her hoof and sincerely apologized to Lin Mo seriously. However, right after apologizing, she immediately raised her head and pointed at Lin Mo as a warning, like playing a game of eagle catching chicks, keeping her chick protected behind her. Wary of Lin Mo the eagle. "That's too much. Really too much. Do I look that much like a bad guy? Believe it or not, I can draw a circle to curse you. All right, let's hurry. Which direction is the storage room?" Ignoring Lin Mo's resentful gaze, Limestone directly spoke to him. They really didn't have much time. After meeting with the princess, they needed to hurry to find a place to stay. If it got too late, they might have to sleep in the park tonight. Hearing her words, Lin Mo continued to hesitate, raised his hoof to point in a direction, and led them over. Honestly, He didn't know how they had convinced Marble to make this long trip, as Marble was very timid and shy. As for Beaky, she was either studying at the academy or traveling to finish her thesis, so it was quite normal for her not to be here. For Beaky's family, being needed by the royal family was a very happy thing. Although the quarry had been important to this country in the past, it was different now. Most importantly, stones held a very special significance for Beaky's family, and the development and emphasis on the value of stones was something that made them very happy. Lin Mo took limestone and marble into the royal castle again, and, after wandering through it for a while, arrived at the entrance of a somewhat unremarkable room. After Limestone spoke with the guard at the entrance, they entered the storage room together, leaving Lin Mo and Marble outside. Occasionally, when he asked her something, she always responded with leaving Lin Mo confused. He wasn't Beaky, so how could he understand what Marble wanted to express? When Limestone came out, she saw Lin Mo deep in thought, stroking his chin. "Why are you still here?" Without caring why Lin Mo was in deep thought, Limestone frowned and said somewhat unhappily, "To take you to meet the princess." Lin Mo was not surprised by Limestone's reaction, as he had expected it. "Just right, I need to go there too. So let us go together." While speaking, Lin Mo was still pondering the meaning of Marble's earlier words. Guessing games were his specialty. "Then let's hurry. Our time is tight." Limestone paused for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Mo to be waiting for them, so she felt a bit embarrassed and softened her tone, although it still didn't show on her face. However, Limestone suddenly felt something was off. "Wait, how did you know we were going to meet the princess?" Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, Marble's face turned slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded in agreement with Lin Mo's answer, not letting him guess further. After all, they hadn't sorted out their accommodation yet. And don't get it wrong, Marble blushing was just her personality. It didn't mean anything else. "I knew it," Lin Mo said excitedly. Because of Marble's personality, he didn't feel anything was wrong at the moment. However, what Lin Mo didn't notice was that as the older sister, Limestone understood her sister's thoughts perfectly. You see, at the quarry, the two sisters often slept together. However, she had no interest in exposing this matter and was even less interested in knowing what they had talked about earlier. She just wanted to hurry to meet the princess so they wouldn't be late and miss finding a place to stay. So, Limestone raised her hoof to interrupt Lin Mo, who wanted to say something and impatiently urged, "Stop dawdling. We need to hurry." "Oh, sorry, follow me." After hearing Limestone's words, Lin Mo instantly realized the reason for the sisters' urgency and quickly apologized, starting to lead the way. The location of the main hall was very clear. Just go straight in through the main door. However, since they were currently at another location in the castle, they needed to take a bit of a detour to get to the main hall. After the guard went in to announce them, their hooves stepped on the red carpet, officially entering the grand hall. Celestia sat gracefully on a distant throne. Although there was no wind blowing in the room, her mane moved gracefully as if there was a breeze, looking so ethereal. Limestone quickly led Lin Mo and Marble forward along the long carpet to the steps. Bowing to Celestia, "Greetings, Your Highness." Because Lin Mo felt that meeting in the grand hall was more formal, he didn't behave differently. "Oh, there also needs to be a set of matching notes because I need to communicate with a pony I knew before. Is it Jungle Shadow?" Celestia nodded knowingly. "Yes, so you already know, teacher." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback and said, "But this matter is not a secret. It's normal for my teacher to know. The communication symbols we talked about have already been made, along with the production method, and they are on my desk in my study. The original notes are also on the bookshelf next to it. Feel free to take them if you need." Celestia nodded slightly and said that those symbols were made on a whim after Lin Mo's suggestion. She originally planned to give them to him when he left. But since he needed the notebook now, she decided to give them to him together. "I will take my leave now, teacher," Lin Mo said as he walked towards the second floor. On his way out, he turned to look at Limestone and the others. "See you outside the castle." After saying that, he left the main hall since there was no way to the second floor from there. In the study on the second floor, there were no ponies present. Lin Mo walked straight to the desk and saw the communication symbols featuring various cute marks, along with a piece of parchment detailing the production method. He had previously complained to his teacher that if used frequently, the notebook would require constant making and changing, and he would have to go to Canterlot to retrieve them each time. Normally, it wasn't a big deal, but in special circumstances, it could be quite troublesome. Unexpectedly, this issue was resolved in no time. Lin Mo picked up the parchment and carefully read through it. After understanding how to use the symbols, he tucked it into his hoof ring. There were currently only 6 communication symbols on the desk, each with a cute mark belonging to Lin Mo, Twilight, Celestia, Luna, Melody, and Shining Armor. Next to them were some materials and several unfinished products. It was not clear which ponies they belonged to. The use of these communication symbols was to be affixed to the notebook, allowing it to facilitate sound communication, image transmission, and the original function of writing messages. The communication symbols were primarily in the form of cute marks, with a special space left for selecting the intended recipient. Lin Mo stored his and Twilight's marks in his hoof ring and turned to walk towards the bookshelf. Not only did the jungle shadow need a notebook, but some of his other friends who were too far away also needed these for temporary communication before he could produce more communication symbols. Lin Mo scanned the bookshelf and quickly found the location of the notebooks. Without examining them closely, he magically pulled out all the notebooks and stuffed them into his hoof ring without realizing that one of them had a red-yellow sun mark on it. Did you see that? Princess Celestia is now very focused on the quarry. At this rate, it won't be long before the quarry flourishes under our hooves. Upon hearing Limestone and the others' voices, Lin Mo immediately turned to look. He had been waiting outside the castle for a long time, and it was already dark. Lin Mo walked towards the door. He still had some matters to discuss with them, which was why they agreed to meet at the entrance. Although it seemed like it was a one-sided agreement on his part. As for the pony Limestone mentioned who was stealing ores, that was actually quite normal, considering there were gold mines in the quarry. Chapter 94, The Fashion Emperor. Limestone, Marble, you finally came out. Were you waiting outside for us the whole time? Seeing Lin Mo run over, Limestone's mouth twitched. Why hadn't he left yet? They had been inside for such a long time. Otherwise, isn't that obvious? Lin Mo still smiled cheerfully, not at all feeling the disdain directed at him. What were you waiting for us for? Could it be that this guy had some ulterior motives towards his sister? With that thought, Limestone's eyes narrowed slightly as she moved her sister behind her, secretly telling herself that even if he was Princess Celestia's student, she would never let him succeed. Enough. Can't you stop thinking of me in such a disgusting way? Lin Mo's eyes twitched. He knew his actions were slightly inappropriate, but it wasn't to the extent of being treated as scum. This has happened several times already. TCH. After all, my sister is so beautiful. Who knows if you might have some nasty thoughts. For Limestone, there were two things at home that she couldn't let go of. One was the Hodestone, and the other was Marble. So at that moment, she squinted at Lin Mo, her face full of distrust. Hearing her words, Lin Mo was somewhat speechless, but then his eyes twinkled, and he suddenly smiled wickedly. How do you know that the one I have my eye on is definitely your sister? Lin Mo raised his hoof and walked towards Limestone with a smile. Marble, seeing this scene from the side, froze in place, her eyes glimmering. Could it not be? Ouch! Lin Mo covered his head and squatted on the ground, his eyes filled with indignation. So violent. I tell you, if you keep this up, you won't be able to get married. Limestone's forehead twitched. Her face slightly flushed as she gritted her teeth and looked at the oblivious guy on the ground. Speak. What are we waiting for? Limestone's expression had already returned to normal as she looked down at Lin Mo from above. To be honest, it was her first time being teased like this. If it weren't for her good temper, she definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. Take your time. You guys don't have a place to stay yet, right? Lin Mo rubbed his head and stood up again. Come with me. Let's talk while we walk. Saying that, he waved his hoof to Limestone and Marble, turning to signal them to follow him. Don't worry. We won't be living together. I'm going to stay with my girlfriend. Seeing that Limestone and the others didn't follow him, Lin Mo thought they were concerned about this and immediately explained, but Limestone didn't mean that. She just nodded and brought her sister along, while Marble followed behind with a look of regret, not knowing what she was thinking. The next morning, in a restaurant in Canterlot, a waiter in uniform walked in with a light step, slowly placing a platter in front of the 3 ponies and 1 dragon. After slightly bowing, he stood quietly to the side. The platter held a small and exquisite dish, a tiny piece of puff pastry topped with a crafted 4-leaf clover as decoration. Limestone looked surprised as she carefully forked this artistic creation and took a small bite. The slightly strange texture and the subtle, indescribable flavor tantalized her taste buds, giving Limestone a rather strange sensation. She raised her eyes to look opposite her, where Lin Mo was chewing his food with his eyes closed, seemingly moved to tears, as tears rolled down his cheeks. Seeing this scene made Limestone's expression even weirder, and she couldn't help but wonder if her taste buds were malfunctioning. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Even the waiter standing beside them looked surprised. He understood the restaurant's cuisine, and even the owner and chef had subtly indicated that it was hard to believe that guest ponies would like these. However, they didn't know that Lin Mo wasn't crying because it was delicious. He was crying because of the price. What the heck? Just a few tiny pieces cost 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Is this what they call a high-end restaurant? He swore that from now on. He would never order casually without checking the price first. Mo, let's change places. This place doesn't fill you up at all. Sui Long swallowed the puff pastry in one bite, and then patted his belly as he said to Lin Mo. However, when he turned to see Lin Mo's expression, he hesitated again. Is it really that good? Just now, he swallowed it in one bite, but he didn't taste anything. After all, as a dragon, he usually didn't share meals with the little ponies. However, seeing Lin Mo's expression, he inexplicably wanted to try another piece. I felt it. Lin Mo leisurely spoke, drawing the attention of those around, including the little pony at the neighboring table. The egg white had a smooth texture, with a slightly bitter taste mixed with crispness. Yes, it felt like gold coins slipping away from the pocket. Su Long and the others were speechless after hearing this, thinking he had actually gained some insight. But it turned out he was just lamenting about money. Although it didn't seem worth that much to them, crying over it was a bit much, right? Beautiful photo finish? And the fashion emperor. Lin Mo turned his head upon hearing the voice and realized it was beautiful photo Phineas, whom he had met before. With the fashion emperor sitting across from her, he didn't expect to run into her and the fashion emperor like this. He must have been too caught up in his feelings earlier to notice the ponies at the next table. Do you know each other? The fashion emperor looked curiously at the two little ponies. He was a gray-bodied pony with a white mane, wearing a pair of purplish-red glasses. And his cute mark was a slightly open yellow-brown folding fan. Yes, he was the little pony who had taken a close-up photo of me before. As a pony mingling in the fashion industry, she didn't realize her words might lead to misunderstandings. After all, she had only taken a set of photos and often photographed other little ponies too, even secretly snapping some. However, while she spoke without intent, Su Long listened with intent. Upon hearing this, he instantly turned to look at Lin Mo, his face showing shock and disbelief. He had completely misunderstood. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was focused on beautiful photo Phineas and the fashion emperor at that moment and didn't notice Su Long's gaze. As for the limestone and marble across the table, they didn't think too much of it, thanks to Lin Mo's calm demeanor. Chapter 95, Parting. So that little pony is you. The fashion emperor had seen that set of photos too. By chance, he could tell the photographer was a talented newcomer who had achieved quite good results with the help of a group of professional ponies. It seems like there was indeed such a thing. Hearing the fashion emperor's sudden realization, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed, as the real situation at that time was that it was a secret shot that had been discovered, although he had temporarily escaped disaster with his wit back then. Upon reflection, there were many doubts. He didn't think others couldn't see through it. Now, it was just that they had chosen not to dwell on it, as he had also helped them out of a tight spot, hadn't he? What do you think? The reward here is quite good. Beautiful photo Phineas asked again, glancing curiously at Su Long beside Lin Mo. At that moment, Su Long's eyelids drooped slightly, grabbing a dish from marble across the table and putting it in his mouth. His gaze fixed on beautiful photo Phineas, observing her every move without shying away even when she looked over. Forget it, I don't have such plans for now, Lin Mo replied, feeling Su Long tap him on the shoulder. He immediately lowered his head and asked, Su Long, what's up? Mo, we should go. We still have things to do. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment and then looked across the table at the waiting Limestone and Marble sisters. Limestone raised her eyelids slightly, implying, how long do you expect us to wait? Sorry. Lin Mo took out some gold coins to pay the waiter standing by, then turned to beautiful photo Phineas and the fashion emperor, saying, you guys continue chatting, I won't disturb you. After saying that, he waved his hooves at them, stood up, and walked out with Su Long and the sisters. If needed, I can cover our meal and the lodging fees for these 2 days. Not far from the restaurant's entrance, Limestone turned to Lin Mo and said, then felt a bit embarrassed, quickly adding, don't misunderstand. I'm doing this because I don't like owing others favors. Looking at the still cold-faced Limestone and her nodding sister Marble behind her, Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. He wasn't that poor. The so-called gold coins weren't much, just compared to before. Even at the highest spending standard, these coins would definitely be enough before he left Canterlot. Relax. If I really didn't have money, I wouldn't have brought you here to eat in the first place. However, what should be said next was whether to go together or if they would explore on their own. Let's go together. We are the locals here. We can find anywhere we want. Su Long immediately chimed in, feeling he shouldn't overthink it. This was probably just a misunderstanding. After all, given what he knew about Lin Mo, how could the other party do such a thing? I'll listen to you. Let's part ways. The places we want to go, you probably won't like. All right, then let us meet at the Sugar Cube Corner in the evening. Have fun. Lin Mo didn't feel too regretful. After Su Long finished speaking, he handed a map to Limestone and waved his hooves, with Su Long watching them leave. As the sisters turned to leave, Lin Mo thought he should consider the breakfast situation for himself and Su Long now. That little bit of food was barely enough to fill his teeth, and they didn't even serve real filling meals here. While pondering, Lin Mo turned to look at the Hoofstar restaurant behind him. Speaking of which, shouldn't high-end restaurants be few in number? Why were they everywhere? To the point where even ordinary restaurants were rare to see. Was it necessary to have so many? This wasn't a place for little ponies to chat and meet clients. Like beautiful photo Phineas and the fashion emperor, who were discussing cooperation inside. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that restaurant? Sulong, you wait here for a moment. I'll go inside to discuss something, and we'll be right out. Or you can go sit in a nearby shop. It won't take long, I promise. Left behind. Sulong stared blankly at the gold coins in his hooves, then looked up, squinting at Lin Mo, who was going through the door. He didn't go to the nearby shop, but walked to the restaurant's glass window, pressing his whole dragon face against it. Lin Mo didn't realize that his actions were quite unusual enough to make Sulong suspect whether he had some special relationship with beautiful photo Phineas. However, to Sulong's surprise, Lin Mo's main conversation partner wasn't beautiful photo Phineas, but the fashion emperor sitting across from her. Confused, he scratched his head and ultimately left, finding a spot outside to sit down, pulling out a box of gems to eat while waiting. You guys continue chatting, I won't disturb you. Sulong is still waiting for me outside. After finishing his words, Lin Mo left amidst their farewell voices. Originally, Lin Mo had come in to recommend some unique fashion designs to the fashion emperor, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that the fashion emperor and Mei Xiaofei and Aisha were going to Ponyville anyway. Regardless of whether the development would be as he remembered, they would meet the fashion-savvy Zhen Qi and marvel at her creative designs. It seemed that what he wanted to do was unnecessary, a superfluous action. However, although he abandoned his original plan, he unexpectedly gained something. Lost in thought, Lin Mo had already arrived behind Sui Long, only to be interrupted by a strange wolf howl that echoed across the sky. It instantly awakened Sui Long, who quickly noticed Lin Mo next to him, stamping his front hoof on the ground, wide-eyed and softly moaning in pain. Following his gaze downwards, Sui Long exclaimed, I'm sorry. Realizing the situation, Sui Long immediately released his mouth, looking at the blood marks on Lin Mo's hoof and apologizing repeatedly. Then, in a panic, he pulled Lin Mo's hoof closer and began blowing on it. However, due to Sui Long's forceful movements, he accidentally tugged at the wound, causing Lin Mo to gasp in pain. Hearing Lin Mo's intake of breath, Sui Long panicked again and pulled harder. Staring at the fierce green flames burning on Lin Mo's hoof, Lin Mo momentarily froze in place, staring blankly alongside Sui Long until a faint scent of cooked meat wafted through the air, startling them both. What do we do? What do we do? Before Lin Mo could speak, Sui Long immediately raised his paw, wanting to extinguish the dragon fire on Lin Mo's hoof, while his head darted left and right, searching for something to put out the flames. Oh, right. I'll suck it. With Lin Mo's reminder, Sui Long finally realized his identity and opened his mouth. Instantly, the green flames on Lin Mo's hoof converged into a thin line, floating towards Sui Long's mouth. Slowly, the flames diminished until they completely vanished into his throat. Although the crisis was averted, Lin Mo's hoof was charred black, and a stinging pain was relayed through his nerves to his brain, causing his cheeks to twitch. Meanwhile, Sui Long awkwardly fidgeted with his paws, unsure of what to do. He couldn't understand how he ended up with a hoof in his mouth while he was casually eating gems by the roadside. Was he sleepwalking? But he hadn't been asleep. And besides, how could one sleepwalk another creature over? Magic isn't that absurd, is it? While Sui Long was deep in thought, Lin Mo was using magic to treat his hoof burn. But who could have imagined that Sui Long, unable to lift his paw, instinctively bit down? How sharp are dragon teeth? Just look at their menu. They devour all kinds of exceptionally hard gem crystals. If it weren't for the fact that the ponies in this world, even if not land ponies, have extraordinary physical qualities, and that Lin Mo's body was currently infused with elf power, he would have already lost a limb and been bleeding out on the ground. After such a commotion, Lin Mo and Sui Long had no choice but to abandon their original plan and explain to the nearby ponies. Then, with the help of some kind-hearted ponies, Lin Mo was sent to the hospital, even though it seemed he didn't really need a pony to take him. Lin Mo would never forget the doctor's expression when he voluntarily put Lin Mo's hoof into the dragon's mouth. This was definitely the first time he had seen such a thing. Even if Lin Mo used the excuse of experimental magic, it was still an outrageous event. In the following time, Lin Mo underwent various checks with that doctor. However, the more he was examined, the deeper his frown became. This was not because Lin Mo's injuries were too severe to bear. In fact, being bitten by a dragon and then burned by dragon breath, he was psychologically prepared for any injuries that might occur, no matter how serious. even if Sui Long was just a little dragon. But what was the result? Lin Mo's examination report showed that although his injuries were serious, they were not as severe as they should have been after being bitten and burned by a dragon. Shouldn't such injuries be bloodied and require months to recover? But Lin Mo, although it felt very serious, after 7 days, it seemed he wouldn't show any signs of it. He really wanted to figure out the reason for all this, but unfortunately, Lin Mo was unwilling to stay any longer. After basic treatment, he quickly said goodbye. On the way, Lin Mo wrapped his injured hoof in magic, creating a protective barrier that, although a bit uncomfortable, at least didn't hinder his movement. Knowing he had been tricked, Lin Mo bought a precious gem that seemed to contain a blue-purple nebula, without hesitation, without pretense, and without bargaining. He stared at the gem and ultimately bought it at several times its price. After all, he had to get that gem. Sui Long was very puzzled by this. He had never seen Lin Mo care so much about anything else. So, you really just took those photos of Mei Xiaofei and Aisha to ease the awkwardness, right? Sui Long said, flipping through the photos in his paws before turning to Lin Mo. What else could it be? Is there any special reason? Sui Long felt a bit speechless. It was because of this that he had spent all night worrying. Fortunately, the outcome was still good. Thinking of this, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him, causing Sui Long to yawn widely, and soon, his consciousness began to feel a bit hazy. Lin Mo shook his head, helplessly looking at Sui Long, smiling as he rubbed his head, and called out, Sui Long. Huh, what's wrong? Is your hoof starting to hurt? How do you feel now? Suddenly hearing Lin Mo's voice while in a daze, Sui Long was instantly awakened. He quickly turned to grab Lin Mo's hoof, anxiously looking around left and right. The reason for this was clearly due to the impact of yesterday's events, which brought him guilt and strong unease. Perhaps he wasn't even aware that he was subconsciously avoiding certain thoughts. I just want to tell you, if you're tired, go sleep in the castle's room. Lin Mo sighed and shook his head again, then raised another hoof to pat Sui Long's head, saying, But, is it really okay for a little pony like you to stay here alone? I'm fine. I have no problem. And besides, are you really okay being here alone? Sui Long yawned again and looked at Lin Mo's hoof, his tone full of concern. Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think. What you need to do now is to take a good nap, and when you wake up, pick the prettiest gift. Looking at Sui Long, who was about to close his eyes, Lin Mo gently placed him on the bed and thoughtfully covered him with a blanket. Here is a little suggestion. My dear little dragon baby, Zhenqi loves gems. If you can give her a precious red heart gem, I believe she will love it dearly. Lin Mo, with his sleepy eyes half closed, spoke to the little dragon Sui Long who was looking at him. After speaking, he even blinked his right eye. This little dragon had not slept well the day before due to sneaking a peek at a novel. And last night, he had stayed up all night for his own reasons. At this moment, it seemed he could no longer hold on, slowly closing his eyes and emitting even breaths. As Ziyue said, he was still just a little dragon baby. Now, let him have a good sleep. Lin Mo stepped outside the room and gently closed the door. Lin Mo, so you are here. Shoo. Lin Mo quickly turned around, making a hushed gesture to interrupt the voice of the jungle shadow behind him. He quietly told her, Sui Long is asleep. Let's talk over there. After saying this, he led the somewhat anxious jungle shadow to another place. Sorry, I don't have much time right now, so let's hurry. Seeing Lin Mo stop, Jungle Shadow hurriedly approached him and said, logically, I should have finished work by now, but it seems today is a special case. All right. Is this the notebook you mentioned before? Thank you. I'm really in a hurry right now. Just leave a message in the notebook, and I will definitely read it. What's wrong with your hoof? Jungle Shadow frowned and asked. I just accidentally heard it while experimenting with magic. It's nothing serious. Oh, I have to go now? Remember to leave a message in the notebook if you have something. With a sigh of relief, Jungle Shadow suddenly remembered the current situation and hurriedly left. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Mo helplessly lowered his hoof, not knowing what made her so anxious. She had seemed so relaxed before. However, Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to it. If he wanted to know, he could just ask in the notebook later. He then gently closed the door, thanked the little pony guard who happened to be walking towards him. He was the one who helped convey Lin Mo's message to Jungle Shadow, and proceeded down the corridor. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Mo decided to take a good look around this castle that had stood for hundreds of years. Speaking of which, within the Eternal Freedom Forest, there was an ancient castle that had long been abandoned. He wondered how it compared to the one he was in now. Lin Mo looked at the mirror covered with cloth in front of him, feeling a deep sense of déjà vu. In his memory, many magical series had such special covered mirrors, usually referred to as magic mirrors. A magic mirror is a mirror with magical powers, possessing different special abilities based on its own magical strength. Coincidentally, in the royal sister castle of Canterlot, there seemed to be a mirror with special functions. The one belonging to Yuhui Shuo which was his senior sister's mirror that traversed to the human parallel world. It was very likely that this was the very mirror hidden under the cloth he was facing. As for where Lin-Mo found it, thinking of this, Lin-Mo turned to look at the wide-open door behind him. He had just taken a stroll and wanted to stop at the door to rest for a while. But unexpectedly, the door was unlocked, causing him to stumble inside. If this really was that mirror, he would have to remind his teacher later. Such an important item shouldn't be left casually. Shouldn't magic be cast on it for proper safekeeping? He thought it might have been left intentionally. Lin-Mo stepped closer to the mirror and moved the dusty cloth aside, revealing the mirror that could lead to another world. It was shaped like an elongated horseshoe, with the frame and base in deep purple, adorned with some purple-red gems for embellishment. Looking at this mirror, which was almost identical to his memories, Lin-Mo sighed inwardly. If he still had the mindset he had when he first arrived in this world, he might have wanted to take this power and live in the human world across the way. However, at this moment, he didn't have such desires anymore because, compared to the ambiguous human world, this place gave him a greater sense of home. Nevertheless, if he could occasionally visit, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. At this moment, he was completely unaware, or rather, incapable of perceiving, that not far behind him, a figure cloaked in black was staring at him in disbelief. She wanted to step out and figure out what had happened in this world, but for some reason, she refrained from doing so. She turned her head, her gaze piercing through numerous barriers, looking towards a room in the castle that was radiating special power. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her hoof, wanting to go take a look, but before she could move, a sudden exclamation came from Lin-Mo, followed by a sound like something entering the water. Without thinking, she quickly rushed towards the mirror and passed through the spinning silver-gray rings on its surface, disappearing from this world. Chapter 98. Deep Sea Adventure. Lin-Mo gently touched the mirror in front of him, lost in thought. He wasn't worried about accidentally traveling through time and space because he clearly remembered that before Ziyue plugged in various instruments, this mirror would only open a portal every 30 months, or 2.5 years. A quick calculation suggested that the last opening was probably several months ago, at most not more than a year ago. This meant that even if Lin-Mo wanted to go to the other world, he would have to wait at least another year or so. However, just then, his cute mark suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and a layer of silver-gray light points emerged from him, swirling towards the mirror in front of him. Wait, no. As the pressure point of his foreleg on the mirror suddenly disappeared, a pulling force followed, and Lin-Mo was instantly drawn into the mirror. In an instant, another shadow also leaped into the mirror, disappearing along with him. Finally, only a ring of silver-gray circles remained on the mirror, gradually dimming and shrinking. Seemingly about to vanish completely, Lin-Mo felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He struggled to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a dark, deep expanse, the cold pressure of the deep-sea water weighing down on his body, along with the sharp pain from his left hoof injury, making his expression extremely unpleasant. In the distance, a distant, howling sound echoed, as if ancient behemoths were hunting far away, slowly approaching with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Feeling he had reached a dead end, Lin-Mo closed his eyes again, allowing his body to be pulled towards the deeper abyss. Behind him, a figure in a black cloak saw this scene and quickly moved her legs closer, wanting to catch Lin-Mo before he drowned. However, just before she could touch him, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The glow of magic flickered, and she immediately vanished from the spot. Just as the figure disappeared, Lin-Mo stopped his descent and quickly turned to look behind him. His body, under the influence of various powers, was gradually adapting to the environment of the deep sea. At this moment, his eyes glimmered as he nervously observed his surroundings. Just now, when he was adjusting his body, he seemed to have sensed some magical reaction behind him. But after searching around, he found nothing. It seemed that the poor condition in the deep sea had caused a perceptual error. However, there is no time to care about this now. He quickly got up and swam towards the silver-gray circle of light on the stone wall not far away, which was about to completely dissipate. The moment he arrived in front of the stone wall, he immediately pressed his right hand against it. A large amount of magical power mixed with elven energy was released from his palm, frantically pouring into the still, not fully dissipated passage, trying to widen it enough for a person to pass through. However, as time passed, the effect was not very obvious. Thus, Lin-Mo had to change his plan and set up a magic circle around to stabilize the passage. Then he could only wait to communicate with his teacher and trouble her to open the passage from the other side and pull him over. After finishing the magic circle, Lin-Mo finally had the mood to pay attention to the surrounding environment. Oh, he also had to consider the problems he would face next. After all, although he was not likely to suffocate in the sea, he was not exactly comfortable either. After all, not to mention land. Even the distance above the sea was still unknown. So, to solve this problem, thinking of this, Lin-Mo looked at a small blue fish swimming over not far away, smiled broadly, and gently waved at it. As you can see, it is a small fish that lives in the deep sea, but it is not just an ordinary small fish. If its former power were still present, you might now call it a sea demon. Yes, it's the kind of sea demon you are thinking of, the one that always appears accompanied by melodious songs, with an elegant figure and extraordinary power. Upon seeing this, you might have a question. Since it is a sea demon, why does it look like an ordinary small fish now? As for what exactly happened, that is a long story. According to the descriptions in ancient historical records, it was a time even more distant than when humans first recorded sea demons, a time when gods, demons, and Buddhas still existed in this world. In that era, the sea demon clan was considered a noble presence in the vast ocean, powerful, proud, and dominating most of the races in the sea. Unfortunately, time has passed, and with the passage of time, under the will of the world, the great beings of all realms began to follow their own nature, either merging into or leaving this world in different ways and states. Only a few greedy demons and the gods who temporarily stayed to deal with these demons remained in this world. At that time, the sea demons had been taken as servants by one of those demons, offering their wisdom and power that belonged to sea demons. For the sea demons, that was indeed a dark era. After all, although they weren't exactly good beings, that demon was clearly more evil. Under her rule, even though the sea demons served her with trepidation, their numbers still drastically decreased. Even on the day she was sealed, she forcibly extracted the powers of the sea demons, leading to a significant decline in their magical abilities. After that, it was the era recorded by humans when sea demons hunted ships with their songs. For the sea demons who had just escaped the control of the demon, the ships on the sea were the best targets for them to vent their emotions. Because humans had the same body shape as them and were extremely similar to that demon, although they only had upper bodies. But because their actions were too extreme, they attracted a large number of human mages and those gods who had not yet left, and ultimately, except for a few sea demons who managed to escape, the remaining sea demons were mostly executed. Only one ancestor was spared because she fell in love with a human and had not yet committed the heinous acts in the eyes of those humans. So she was not killed like the others. However, she was cursed by that god, with her power continuously dissipating. This curse lasted until her generation, resulting in her almost complete loss of power and her wisdom constantly fading, now resembling a wild beast. Even her appearance had turned into that of an ordinary fish. Until today, in the strait not far away, an inexplicable wave of magical power emerged. This wave of magic instantly stimulated her sensitive nerves, tempting her to quickly wag her tail and swim towards that deep strait. Chapter 99. The dawn shines brightly. In the distant strait, a small fish struggled hard and finally arrived here, simultaneously seeing the source of the magical power, a boy around 15 or 16 years old with blue-green hair. He was currently frowning, pondering something, his right hand glowing as he wiped it across his left hand, healing his wound while also adding a magical barrier to prevent the wound from continuing to come into contact with the seawater. Then, as if he noticed her, his golden pupils slowly looked over, waving and smiling invitingly at her. Of course, the fish did not understand any of this. It just stared at his hands and desperately swam towards him, finally gently leaping into the radiant light that seemed to be cradling it. It seemed to merge into the light, involuntarily closing its eyes and beginning to enjoy this warmth it had never felt before, touching this long-desired magical power. It felt as if its body was dissolving in the light, transforming into a clear spring, then splitting into streams, rushing along with its consciousness towards a greater source of magic. Boom! A loud sound suddenly erupted in its consciousness, causing its vision to become a blank white. When it opened its eyes again, it was immediately captivated by the figure composed of light, rushing towards it again, wanting to merge within, but was blocked by a thin membrane surrounding it. Fortunately, this membrane was not very strong, and with a determined charge, it really managed to break through, then immediately dove into the figure's body. In the end, it seemed to transform into a sea demon in the light, slightly opening its golden eyes, raising its arm gently, instantly stirring the surrounding sea water for thousands of meters. Then, her consciousness fell into an endless satisfaction, and she permanently fell asleep. Lin-Mo stood there, expression slightly dazed, and then raised his hand to catch the pearl that had slipped from the corner of his eye. No, could a fish have such strong emotions? Moreover, how could pearls flow from his eyes? He clearly just wanted to turn into a fish, but why did it end up like this? Lin-Mo looked at his hands and fishtail with a strange expression, and the sudden change made him feel wary. Then, he used magic again, trying to separate the fish from his body. It was as if the fish had completely merged with him, or rather, the fish had sacrificed itself to him. Moreover, he had gained some abilities he had never had before. If all this was not caused by him, then it must have come from that fish. And thinking back to the emotions that had surfaced in his heart earlier, yes, it was definitely that fish. But looking at it this way, everything seems too coincidental. From the fish's perspective, why did it happen to encounter him? Why did he happen to have this magic? Why did he happen to take a liking to it? Well, he took a liking to it because it was the only fish nearby. But how to explain the first two? But if someone was plotting, that was impossible. After all, his crossing was purely accidental. Even if the other party knew he could cross over, how could they know the timing? But if it weren't for someone scheming, could this possibly be the fate arranged by the heavens? Perhaps not necessarily. With this thought in mind, Lin-Mo furrowed his brows deeply, extending his right hand in front of him to look at the pearl in his palm. Splash. Who's there? Suddenly, a light sound came from not far behind him, instantly capturing Lin-Mo's attention. He fixed his gaze on that spot, waiting for the figure in the darkness to reveal itself, while also secretly preparing a spell, not for a lethal strike, but to escape quickly from here. After all, being able to observe him for so long without being detected, it was likely that in terms of strength, he might not be the opponent of the person behind him. Sorry, I mean no harm. Accompanied by a crisp and gentle voice, a figure slowly swayed its legs and stopped not far from Lin-Mo. So you mean, you just happened to time travel from the future to the present, and then happened to see me pass through the mirror, and without a second thought, you followed through? In the vast deep sea, Lin-Mo was holding a girl's hand, quickly swimming towards the surface while frowning and speaking. That's probably how it is. So, you're Shuguang Yingying, right? Do you know who I am? Lin-Mo pretended to be somewhat puzzled as he asked. The answer to this question was very important to him. But he still asked, intending to understand the situation in her future from the side. Only, he probably never expected that this new generation little pony in front of him would directly choose to deceive him, and use this to extract information from him. I heard a gasp outside the door at that time, thinking a little pony was in danger inside, so without thinking much, I rushed in. But by the time I got inside, you had basically passed through the mirror, and all I could see was just a small segment of the tail. So, may I ask you are? Lin-Mo, there shouldn't be any little pony with the same name as me and Pony Maria. Oh, so it's you. Shuguang Yingying's expression suddenly turned surprised, but this surprise seemed a bit exaggerated. It is said that when I was little, I even held you. No, I mean, when you were little. That's not right. I mean, when I was little, you held me. After saying it twice, Shuguang Yingying finally clarified her words. But everything she said was nonsense. She had never heard of a little pony named Lin-Mo from birth until now. Logically speaking, a little pony with special powers, who could walk freely in the royal sister's castle and had such a unique name, shouldn't be unknown. But she just didn't recognize him, nor had she heard her teachers mention him, as if this little pony had never existed. Chapter 100, The Lord. Moreover, not only this little pony, but even the special power on him had also disappeared. Is that so? He didn't doubt this, knowing in advance that she would become Ziyue's student. He indeed would have done so. But afterward, we hardly had any contact, especially after I became a student of the teacher. I was too busy with my studies and had even less contact. This point must be mentioned, otherwise, there would be no way to explain why it felt so unfamiliar. After she finished speaking, Lin-Mo suddenly stopped abruptly, then turned around, as if startled, staring intently into her eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Your teacher is?" Although he already knew who it was, Lin-Mo still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, looking at Shuguang Yingying with a hint of expectation. It's the current student of Princess of the Universe, Ziyue. Shuguang felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, hesitated for a moment, but still said it. After saying that, she quickly added, "Please don't say it out loud, otherwise, I worry that something bad might happen. Rest assured, I won't say it everywhere." The light in his eyes dimmed slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously began to droop. However, hearing Shuguang Yingying's request, he still forced a rather ugly smile and pretended to be indifferent as he said to her, "Get ready now, we need to speed up." Then, the slowly swaying fishtail began to emit a faint glow. He tightly grasped Shuguang Yingying's little hand behind him, and with a strong push of his tail in the surrounding seawater, like a blue arrow shot out, it drew a series of afterimages towards the sea surface. In fact, he originally wanted to ask Shuguang how she managed to hide from his perception, as with her magic power, she shouldn't be able to do such a thing. But now, he had no mood to focus on these things anymore. Under the hellish dark red sky, a bronze dragon's soul was wandering within it. He was one of the ancient 8 great demons, the Lord, who was preparing to dominate the world but was delayed by Cheng Long, and then surrounded by the army's special mage team, turning him back into a stone sculpture. Originally, things would have ended here. He would have been locked away in some unknown place, suffering a long imprisonment, waiting for the next opportunity to break free from the seal. But suddenly, a little jade appeared and directly shattered the stone sculpture he had turned into with his life talisman. Although this caused him to lose his body and be cast into hell by the world's laws, it also allowed him to escape his bondage. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes, figures becoming clearer in his red glowing eyes. It was time for Chunlong to pay the price. I want to tear that clown Valong into pieces. The Lord roared in anger. Is it all his fault for failing? Of course not. The reason for the failure is the detestable Chunlong and those useless waste. As for little Jade and old man. Come on. Just an old man and a little girl. How could the Lord be defeated because of them? Boom. Shut up. Your only future from now on is to stay here and mix with us. One of the 7 great demons, the Earth Demon, Di Kuei, shouted angrily, smashing the rock before the Lord with a punch. He looked like a fierce beast from myth, with a green head and horns, a stout body of dark red color, and wearing dark yellow armor, enduring endless pain. The Wind Demon, Xiao Feng, jumped to the back of the Lord, continuing Di Kuei's words. He resembled a large dark purple frog, both in daily behavior and in how he wielded his powers, endlessly. Their words filled the Lord with fear. The longer life is, the more one understands the pain of eternal punishment, especially having to endure it in hell. At that moment, the Moon Demon, Zhoulan, dressed in a Ming Dynasty-style red and purple long robe, also came to the Lord's side. Although he had a human shape, his long dark green face had a gaping mouth, and with the 2 short arms under his ribs, he somewhat resembled an ant that had become a spirit. He lengthened his hair, wrapped the Lord's soul, pulled it in front of him, and spoke. This is the end of your betrayal, Lord. You go rule the kingdoms on the ground. We will wait for the end of days in the desolate hell. Our wisdom has faded away in the long years, living a monotonous life for hundreds of years. The Sky Demon, Shimu, flew by and took over Basha's words. He looked like a black bat, but extremely tall and thin, with large wings and a long tail. He flew high, landing on the shoulder of the mountain demon Bagong, but was forced to leave when Bagong stood up in anger. You never thought of coming to save us. Bogang's voice was filled with fury, resembling a giant toad that shook the surrounding space with every move. The rescue operation is still being planned, but I am trapped in this statue. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord quickly defended himself, saying that without their help, he would never be able to leave this place. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the Holy Lord as the armored thunder demon Zhong Su angrily exclaimed, You want to dominate the human realm alone, you selfish guy. Although he had blue skin, he was tall and mighty, wielding golden lightning, making him the most handsome among the 8 demons. Seeing that his attack missed, he gathered lightning in his hands again, striking at the Holy Lord's soul, tormenting him. What a shame. Watching the Holy Lord hit by the golden thunder, Shuguang Yingying flew to his side and said, Wait, I can save you. The Holy Lord struggled in pain, knowing he couldn't continue like this. So he hastily threw out his bargaining chip. After he finished speaking, Zhongsu's golden lightning just happened to stop. Don't play tricks on us. We all know the gates of hell can only be opened from the outside. Basha said angrily. It's from the human realm. Di Kuei added, clearly not believing the Holy Lord's demonic lies. Demon, lies, seems quite fitting. Everyone, to be honest, if you are willing, I, standing in front of you, can easily control any human I want. Lift the sacred curse binding you. The Holy Lord knew that mere words were not enough to make them help him. So he began to explain the plan he had in mind. Chapter 101, Flirting. In a national park on the west coast of San Francisco, a young boy in a black coat was focused on drawing something on the forehead of a girl in front of him. He rested his left hand on the girl's shoulder, while his right index finger lightly tapped on her forehead, carefully outlining each stroke. As his finger glided, specks of fluorescence flickered on the girl's forehead, slowly forming a miniature magic circle. His face was very close, his eyes fixed on the center of the girl's brows. As the drawing of the magic circle approached completion, his breathing unconsciously slowed, adjusting the frequency of his magical power, and he slowly finished the last stroke. Finally, he pointed his finger at the girl's brow, injecting a large amount of elven power into it, activating the carefully designed magic circle so that it could operate stably. Oh, the boy finally let out a sigh of relief, and the breath he exhaled unintentionally blew up the girl's cascading orange-yellow hair, causing her face to flush. It's done. How does it feel? Lin Mo said confidently. Don't get me wrong. It's not because of any liking. After all, they are separated by decades. It was just that it was the first time she had been this close to a boy, especially one of the same race. Feeling the magic dancing at her fingertips, Shu Guangying's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Looks like I do have something to offer. How about a drink to celebrate?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, took a sip of the milk tea next to him, and then pretended to pull out another cup, as if from behind him, handing it to the still surprised Shu Guangying. Although she didn't know what would happen in the future, this girl might be of great help. Don't use magic. He casually dispelled the magic covering the cup and glanced at the few sparse people in the park, his voice resonating directly in Shu Guangying's mind. Right now, in the pavilion over there, there's a young man and an elderly couple watching us. Oh, sorry. Recalling Lin Mo's earlier reminder, Shu Guangying hurriedly reached out to take the milk tea, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Mo had already cast a spell to make others unable to see the magical glow emanating from them. As long as they were careful, no one would think they could actually use magic, nor would they attract any malicious onlookers. Let's go? It's getting late. If you don't want to sleep on the beach, we should find a place to stay in the city. Lin Mo stood up, looking at the coastal road behind him, and said to Shu Guangying. He took another sip of milk tea, scanning passing vehicles, wondering if they could catch a ride. Otherwise, they'd have to find a deserted spot to teleport to the city. That's true, but do you have money from this world? After saying that, she sneakily glanced at Lin Mo's wrist bracelet, knowing very well that the milk tea had come from there. She was increasingly worried about revealing their secrets. Speaking of which, why did Lin Mo have so many things she didn't know about? Who among them was actually from the future? Don't worry, I still have some gold. This stuff is hard currency. Lin Mo glanced at the pavilion and said. He was unaware of how frantic Shu Guangying was feeling, but he noticed that the young man in the pavilion had already stood up and seemed to be coming over. Lin Mo looked at Shu Guangying, who was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a purple-red shirt dress tied with an orange ribbon, simple yet clean. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, with a side fringe on her left cheek, giving her a very vibrant look. The orange-yellow hair color also conveyed a warm feeling. Although her small face was still somewhat immature, it was mixed with a touch of cuteness. Her delicate and upturned little nose, her small, rosy mouth, and her bright orange-yellow eyes made her a charming little beauty. Especially now, as she sipped her milk tea and looked over with a puzzled expression, she was simply adorable. Looking again at the young man, Lin Mo smiled slightly at him, then turned back to Shu Guangying with a beaming smile. Someone's coming. It seems he has been captivated by our little beauty. Lin Mo teased as he got close to Shu Guangying. Then his tone turned regretful. But it's a pity that this will inevitably end in a fruitless confession. Let's find a reason to send him away quickly. After all, we can't stay in this world for too long. This beautiful. All right then. But can you tell me your name and contact information? I think we could become pen pals and chat about interesting things in life through letters. Watching the young man's desperate struggle, Lin Mo's heart was beginning to break down. It's already very clear that I've rejected you. And I've already told you. I'm a guy. Give me your contact information. I'll reach out to you later. Seeing that he wanted to say something else, Lin Mo had to add, Sorry. The young man hurriedly pulled out a book, tore out the second page, wrote a series of numbers and words, and handed it to Lin Mo, saying, I'll be waiting for your letter. Lin Mo smiled and nodded after taking the piece of paper, then turned around with Shu Guangying and walked away without stopping even after going quite a distance. At this moment, although his face still wore a smile, it was a grimacing smile filled with fierce light. It seems our little beauty really is full of charm. Hee. How about you write a letter? Don't let down their sincere feelings. Looking at Lin Mo, who had a face full of black lines and was still holding the paper, Shu Guangying couldn't help but laugh. Write a letter? Wait until I borrow a phone later and report him. That damn harassing minor homosexual pervert. Lock him up. Clearly, he had never been mistaken for anyone at Zymalia. So why was he so unfortunate here? Could it be because of that fish? It's possible. Moreover, the physical differences between boys and girls at Xiaoma are quite obvious, so it's unlikely to be mistaken. Besides, as an Oriental, the physical differences between men and women are much smaller than those of Westerners. Chapter 102, Blake. Laugh. What's so funny? Keep laughing, and I'll lose my merit. Lin Mo suddenly picked up Shu Guangying and jumped up, just as a truck mixed with the sound of a flying machine whizzed past their previous location. Shu Guangying got down from Lin Mo, glanced at the two groups of people gradually moving away, and frowned as she looked at Lin Mo, asking, Are they chasing robbers? The scene before her was indeed a bit beyond her understanding. A little girl driving a flying machine, carrying an adult man, chasing after a truck with 4 men inside. Loaded with a large amount of cash? Could it be a movie shoot? Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. That question was a bit redundant. Let's hurry and catch up. That little girl in front is in danger. Get on that motorcycle. Blake leaned forward, twisting the throttle to the max, crazily driving forward. He knew that even if he caught up now, he couldn't really help, but he still closely followed because Chung Long was his childhood friend. And he couldn't just watch his friend fall into danger, not to mention that there was also a child, Xiaoyu, ahead. The red motorcycle sped along the coastal highway, and Blake's vision gradually revealed two girls with dyed hair. Among them, the girl with blue-green hair was talking to the girl with orange-yellow hair. Of course, none of this mattered to him. He just glanced to avoid accidentally hitting them, and at most, he would later complain to his colleagues about how kids nowadays like to dye their hair all sorts of colors. Everything should have developed like this if those two girls hadn't jumped onto the truck. While Lin Mo was talking to Xu Guang Yingying, Blake's motorcycle was already not far from them. Lin Mo turned to look, estimating the distance in his mind. As the motorcycle approached, he took 2 steps closer, reaching out to grab Blake's shoulder, bringing Xu Guang Yingying along, and smoothly sat behind Blake. Hey, what you guys are doing is too dangerous. Didn't your parents tell you not to get into strangers' cars? There's no time to explain. Hurry and catch up to that truck. The motorcycle's speed began to decrease, finally stopping by the roadside. Blake turned around, lifted Lin Mo from the back seat, and then did the same for Xu Guang Yingying. Lin Mo? Xu Guang Yingying. All right, kids. Xu Guang Yingying, what should we do now? You stay here and don't run around. Lin Mo, watch me. Just when Blake was about to drive away, a hand landed on his shoulder. Sorry, I really can't. Space exchange, sorry, sir. Please stay here for a moment. We'll return the car to you once we're done. Xu Guang Yingying, get in the car. Blake was still a bit dazed. He looked at Lin Mo in the car and then at his feet, unable to understand how a 15 or 16-year-old kid could pull off such a thing. Xu Guang Yingying heard Lin Mo's words, but didn't he immediately get in the car. Instead, she looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Can you drive this? If something goes wrong on the road, it might take more time." Of course. The king of Akina Mountain is me. Hurry up and get in. We need to set off. Xu Guang Yingying raised her eyebrows, just about to make a move when someone got in the car before her. All right, just this once. Let's hurry up and catch up. Looking at Blake in the car, Xu Guang Yingying lifted her eyelids and then jumped onto the back seat, holding onto his leather jacket tightly. Just this once. Lin Mo glanced at the rearview mirror, then directly started the motorcycle, skillfully accelerating toward the departing truck. Soon, they spotted Xiaoyu's figure, who was quickly fleeing in the air. I'm going to help. Seeing Xiaoyu being chased by A Fin in the air, having to dodge from time to time, with laser light shooting from A Fin's eyes behind her, Xu Guang Yingying instantly teleported over. Adults bullying children. She had never seen such a thing in Zymalia. No little pony would dare to do it so openly. Xu Guang Yingying instantly appeared behind Xiaoyu, and a circular magic shield blocked the incoming laser light. Boom. After a loud explosion, A Fin fell from the sky. Wow, that was so cool. How did you do that? Teach me, please. When you can learn to protect yourself, we can discuss this topic. Xu Guang Yingying looked at the place where A Fin fell and said, the magic was detonated just before it reached A Fin, so it didn't cause him too much harm. After all, Xu Guang Yingying only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Meanwhile, below, Lin Mo threw A Fin out. A Fin, who was thrown out, was not injured but rolled in the air before landing steadily, immediately rushing toward Lin Mo. In A Fin's view, although Lin Mo was immensely strong, his combat skills weren't that great, as long as he wasn't caught. There was a chance to win. However, Lin Mo didn't wait for him to come over. He and Xu Guang Yingying, who had teleported to the ground with Xiaoyu, looked toward a certain spot on the sea, where a bronze-colored dragon spirit suddenly appeared and quickly shot toward the high cliff where Chung Long was located. I'll leave this to you. I'll go check up there first. What? But when he turned around, Lin Mo had already teleported away, leaving him to face the 3 people gradually closing in because of Lin Mo's disappearance. Thinking carefully, as the king of spies, along with the stolen monkey and snake talismans, he was not at a disadvantage in this battle. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lin Mo had already teleported there. The reason he came was simple. He was worried that Chung Long had been possessed, and he was also concerned about Xu Guang Yingying, who had already arrived. After all, the Holy Master was an ancient demon that had once suppressed a continent and was under the influence of other demons' magic. If Xu Guang Yingying accidentally got possessed and was influenced by the Holy Master's dark energy, it would be a big problem. At that time, the future Ziyue would have to travel back in time and team up with the current Ziyue to give him a mixed double. And it might not just be these two. Chapter 103. Chung Long, Human Little Ghost, we will meet again. The Shadow Ninja soldiers rose from the ground, grabbing the bodies of members of the Black Hand Gang, including Valong, and taking them deep into the Shadow Kingdom. The Holy Master looked at Lin Mo with a strange smile. Then his soul slipped into the void and disappeared without a trace. The entire process was exceptionally swift, leaving no chance for interruption. For these demons, sometimes losing their physical bodies actually meant fewer restrictions. Watching the direction in which the Holy Master left, Lin Mo's lips curled down in a frown. Things were starting to get troublesome. Because of their intrusion, not only did the Holy Master fail to possess Valong, but he also seemed to have other plans in mind. Of course, these matters originally had nothing to do with Lin Mo and the others. In this world, where righteousness and darkness balanced each other, Chenglong and the others would always find a way to defeat the Holy Master and restore the balance of yin and yang. So, they actually only needed to play a minor role. But the premise of all this was that he and Shuguang Yingying were not counted among either side. What's wrong with you? Hey, hello, can you hear me? Oh, sorry, Uncle Long. I was just lost in thought. Lin Mo suddenly jolted awake, turned around, and rubbed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The person in front of him was his childhood idol. He actually overlooked him, which was truly unacceptable. It's okay. As long as you're fine. Chung Long raised his hands and waved them, smiling like a good-natured person. Then he suddenly froze. Did you just call me Uncle Long? He pointed to himself, looking surprised as he asked Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was instantly shocked, almost losing his composure. But he forced himself to calm down and thought for a moment. All right. I heard that little girl down there calling you that, so I shouldn't have been wrong. No, the one down there is my niece Xiaoyu. I'm the Uncle Long she was referring to. Cheng Long suddenly understood. Of course, if you want. You can also call me Uncle Long. Really? Lin Mo paused for a moment, looking at Cheng Long with some surprise. Even though he would have called him that regardless, now it felt official. Cheng Long looked at Lin Mo's shining eyes, feeling a bit confused. Did this kid see him as some kind of super agent? Of course. But I must remind you, I'm just an ordinary archaeologist. I may not be as impressive as you think. Understood. I know what you're saying. Even though he didn't fully believe it. By the way, you just called me. Oh, I need to go down and take a look, so I wanted to ask if you want to come with me. Together? Of course. I'll take you there right now, Lin Mo said as he reached out to grab Cheng Long. Then, a flash of light occurred, and the two instantly disappeared from their original spot. Sister Shuguang, that move you just did was so cool. Xiaoyu handed a bottle of water to Shuguang Yingying, who was resting nearby, on the beach. Shuguang Yingying had just used magic to right the overturned truck and help the dazed Blake onto the truck so he could lie down on the reclined seat. You just raised your hand, and that truck flew up. How did you do that? Do you have some superpower? Can this superpower be learned? Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you that it's not right to casually pry into other people's privacy? Cheng Long's helpless voice rang out from nearby. He sighed internally. This child never listened to him. Come on, not again. Xiaoyu complained, sitting alone and sulking. Sorry, little girl. Xiaoyu has always been interested in these things. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, if she really wants to learn. Ahem. Uncle Long, that gentleman seems to be waking up. Do you want to go take a look first? Lin Mo suddenly spoke, interrupting the conversation between Shuguang Yingying and Xiaoyu, dimming the light in Xiaoyu's eyes. She pouted, looking resentfully at Lin Mo, then turned to Shuguang Yingying with some hope, wishing she could still teach her those abilities. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. All right, I understand. It's okay. Xiaoyu made a face at Lin Mo and then ran off with Shuguang Yingying to another side. On the road to San Francisco, several black cars sped by. Lin Mo sat steadily in the back seat of one of the cars, gently flipping through his notebook, looking at the words gradually appearing on the page. After pondering for a moment, he paused his feather pen, using magic that was continuously moving in his hand, turned a page, and wrote down a few brief sentences. He then put the notebook away again, closed his eyes, and sank into silence in the back seat. Inside the royal sister's castle, Celestia shifted her gaze from the notebook to the anxious-looking Suilong beside her. After a moment's consideration, she spoke. Mo has run into some trouble and can't come find you for now. Do you have anything to say to him? Suilong, can I know what he went to do? Your Highness. Another world. Is it dangerous? Don't worry. He's no longer a child. He can take care of himself. But, rest assured, if he really runs into trouble, I will personally go to him. After all, as his teacher, I can't just watch him fall into danger. Well, then, thank you, Your Highness. Even so, the idea of another world, along with being trapped, still made Suilong uneasy, not to mention that his injury had not yet healed. If there's anything he needs, he will tell us. Just enjoy yourself. Celestia nodded, picked up the notebook again, and signaled with it, smiling gently. Suilong thought for a moment and indeed found it reasonable, so he took his leave. After Suilong left, Celestia's smile slowly faded. She opened the notebook again, confirmed the handwriting was correct, and then took it to the storage room on the second floor. Chapter 104 Dad. Valong. My most loyal servant, I need your help. The deep and hoarse voice echoed in their ears, causing Valong and the others, who had just escaped from the Shadow Kingdom and were gagging, to widen their eyes in fear. Valong, with a hint of dread, spoke while scanning his surroundings, ultimately catching sight of the Holy Master's illusory dragon face in a mirror. My loyal servant, it seems you are not welcoming my arrival. The Holy Master's voice was somewhat eerie, and the shadowy ninja soldiers flickered in and out of visibility. Welcome? You actually expect us to welcome you? Do you have any idea how badly you've harmed us? My mansion, my corporation, and all the money I've worked so hard to earn over the years, it's all gone. Valong was completely unaware of how dangerous his situation was. He glanced around the warehouse he was in, his fists clenched with anger, saying, looking back, when I sat in the office holding my antique cane, I never needed my subordinates to do things like robbery. That's enough. The Holy Master was already a bit impatient. No, it's not enough. All the helicopters, submarines, and weapons I've lost while helping you steal talismans. Do you know how valuable those things are? Let me tell you. If you can't, have you said enough? The pitch-black ninja blades approached from all directions, their sharp edges flashing with a chilling light, momentarily stinging the eyes of Valong, who was cautiously watching. Enough. I didn't expect your esteemed presence this time. Is there something you need to command? We will do our utmost to serve you. Valong carefully moved aside the blades and slipped out from the encirclement of the ninjas, speaking humbly. On the other side, Afu and Afen, along with 3 others, quietly huddled in a corner, watching without daring to make a sound. Valong. My lord is not untrustworthy. In reality, he has no credibility at all. In fact, if it weren't for your repeated failures, I would have gladly bestowed the treasure upon you. Considering that Valong and his group still had some use, the lord changed his tone and spoke to them. However, although you have disappointed my expectations, I am still willing to give you another chance. A chance to obtain the Golden Rooster King's treasure again. After the lord finished speaking, a shadowy ninja stepped out from the darkness, holding a golden cup filled with gold, silver, and jewels, instantly capturing the attention of Valong and Afen, who had approached. But how do I know that this time I will definitely be able to get this treasure? Although Valong's gaze couldn't tear itself away from the golden cup, he still said, yes, last time we got nothing. That's right. And who knows if these things will suddenly turn into worthless sand like those in his palace. Exactly. Moreover, we suffered heavy losses last time, and he didn't reimburse us even once. Hearing Valong's words, Afen, Laisu, and Zhou all chimed in. The red light in the lord's eyes flickered, and his deep voice echoed in their ears again. You can take a portion of the treasures in this cup as my compensation to you. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment, and Valong, along with Afen and the others behind him, stared blankly at the lord in the mirror. Then, really? My lord? Afen exclaimed, oh my god. I can hardly believe my ears. Laisu added, this is almost a miracle. Zhou exclaimed, hey, brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's go for it. Afen stepped back. You fools. Be serious. Seeing his subordinates about to rush forward in excitement, Valong immediately frowned and scolded them to retreat. Sorry, boss. We didn't mean to. Yes. It's just that seeing so much money at once is too exciting. Valong felt a bit weary. Although these guys were loyal, they often embarrassed him. Really? Do they think I can just hoard all this treasure for myself? Esteemed lord, may I ask if there is something you need us to do? I promise there won't be any issues this time. I hope so. Actually, my hand just needs a simple bandage. You don't have to go through so much trouble, sir. Ouch. As Lin Mo finished speaking, he was struck on the head by a finger jab, and then the old man stepped out from behind him, holding what seemed to be some magical potions from this world. Stop the nonsense. Right now, Trilu is organizing the bookshelf, and I only have this little time. If you don't want your wound to get infected, hurry up and stretch out your hand. Lin Mo gently rubbed the spot on his head where he was hit, then obediently extended his hand, allowing the old man to unwrap the bandage and inspect it. The magic on his hand had been lifted, and as the old man unwrapped the somewhat wrinkled bandage, which was tied like an artistic glove, it revealed his left hand, which bore burn marks and bite marks. The old man carefully examined the wound, while Shuguang Yueying, who was reading nearby, perhaps because of Jackie Chan. The old man agreed to let them read the magical books in the shop, also put down her book and furrowed her brows as she looked over. She originally thought the injury wasn't serious, but now it seemed like a significant wound. Oh dear, this wound. How did you get hurt? The old man lowered his head to adjust his glasses, taking Lin Mo's hand to examine it more closely, frowning deeper with each glance. It was bitten by a child, and then burned by fire. Bitten by a child? The old man was taken aback, then angrily exclaimed, are you trying to fool me? This wound clearly comes from a dragon. Saying this, he lifted Lin Mo's left hand again to take another look and continued. And it's from a juvenile dragon. Where did you find it? Are there still dragons wandering in this world? After asking, the old man began treating the wound again. He didn't expect Lin Mo to tell him immediately, so he didn't just wait around. That child, he is my brother. He really is a dragon. The old man raised his head and stared deeply at Lin Mo, and gradually, his previously dissatisfied expression softened. Dragon beast? Those summoned by the Lord, whose intelligence level is roughly equivalent to that of wild beasts.